Chapter 98. I am your real sister. From now on, don't listen to whatever Sister Yuhua says. I am your real sister. Jody couldn't help but recall what Yuhua had said back then. No wonder even their father, who never hit younger family members, had wanted to slap Yuhua. Ma Baoju nodded vigorously. Her current sister was as good to her as her own mother, so of course she would listen to her. But others say that too. Jody let out a long sigh. Your mother wouldn't abandon you. Don't worry. For now, just focus on studying hard. Jody knew these words weren't 100% convincing. After all, Baoju was already this old, yet she still half believed and half doubted Jody's words. Just before entering the house, Ma Baoju specifically pulled Jody aside and said sheepishly, pleading with her not to tell Dad about him opening the mushroom bags. I won't tell. But when the mushrooms sprout and grow, you have to come with me to sell them for money. Okay. Ma Baoju immediately smiled. After dinner, Jody washed up and returned to her room but couldn't sleep all night. Over a dozen sheets of letter paper on the desk had already been crumpled up. Now on the desk was a line of words, Brother Zhendong, it's been a while since you left home. I know you must be feeling very down because of Auntie Xiao's passing. What should she write next? Jody, holding the pen, looked up at the roof beam. Should she not have mentioned Auntie Xiao's death? Wouldn't that just remind him of his sorrow? The 13th sheet of letter paper was crumpled up again. I don't know how you've been since you left home. The peaches on our Taizi mountain are already forming buds. In just over a month, we'll be able to eat wild peaches. Crumple. Saying it like that seemed a bit like avoiding the real issue. Problems needed to be faced. Jody changed to another sheet of paper. Brother Zhendong, I truly cherish the bond between us. I also feel that Auntie's passing has hit you very hard, but this is now reality. Because of Auntie's passing, the affection between us has also grown distant. I don't know how to explain this point. If you see this letter, please remember your original promise. I'll be waiting for you back home. No matter how long I have to wait, I'll wait until you. Jody suddenly stopped her pen. Wait until you. Say you won't marry me, then I'll let go. Or, Jody gritted her teeth and wrote, wait until you come to marry me. This letter was short, but Jody had rewritten it over a dozen times. Amidst her inner turmoil, it finally settled like dust. She picked up the letter paper, blew on it twice to speed up the ink drying, then folded it and put it into an envelope. While sealing it, Jody still felt uneasy. Would Brother Zhendong, upon seeing this letter, view their future the same way as before? That night, Jody slept particularly soundly, perhaps because she had finally spoken the words she had kept bottled up for so long. Early the next morning, Jody got up to check on the carpentry shed, then went to the county town. This time, Jody made a special trip to mail the letter. Coming out of the post office, Jody pedaled a few times and was about to get on her bike when she saw two public officers standing in front of Feng Guiqing's stall at the elementary school gate from afar. You need to come with us. Don't make this difficult for us. We're not here to arrest you, just to take your statement. The two public officers spoke amiably, unlike the police officers in her previous life who would just take someone away. Feng Guiqing's heart was already in his throat, but he pretended to be nonchalant and said, I haven't broken any laws. Why should I go with you? I still have to mind my stall. Jody couldn't help but get off her bicycle, lean it against the roadside, and walk over. Feng Guiqing, look who this is. Without another word, Jody threw the photo of the deceased she had obtained from the authorities in front of him. This photo was actually pieced together using special techniques, but it bore a close resemblance to Li Zuelan. More importantly, there was another picture of the corpse underneath. The corpse was already decomposed beyond recognition. The photo landed right on the back of Feng Guiqing's hand as he was arranging his stall. Immediately, his face turned pale, his pupils contracted, and he quickly brushed the photo away. I don't know this person. You've got the wrong man. As he said this, Feng Guiqing's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his hands fidgeting nervously. The two public officers glanced at Chen Shuang. They had seen her at the police compound. Now, seeing Feng Guiqing's panicked state, they exchanged a look and promptly took him away by force. Feng Guiqing struggled. Why are you grabbing me? I haven't broken any laws. Jody let out a long sigh, but she didn't feel any sense of relief inside. From now on, Baoju was her real younger brother. She would definitely make sure this motherless brother had a better life than she once had. Back home, Jody habitually asked where Ma Baoju had gone. Hearing from her father that he had gone to the carpentry shed again, Jody hurried over to see what mischief he was up to this time. At that moment, Ma Baoju was squatting there, staring intently at the mushroom bags. He kept feeling there were many white droplets of mist inside, fogging up the inside of the bags. He flicked one with his finger, a droplet fell, and the mycelium inside became clearly visible. Ma Baoju chuckled happily. They really could sprout. What are you doing, Baoju? The thick cloth curtain at the entrance was lifted, revealing Ma Yuhua's head. Ma Baozhu ignored her, seriously studying the mushroom bags as if, just by looking, the mushrooms would suddenly grow. Hey, you little brat, you don't even call me sister. Who taught you that? Ma Yuhua was furious. She walked in, rolling up her sleeves as if to hit someone. She had long disliked Ma Baozhu. Last time he bit her neck, and there were still a few white tooth marks. She stepped forward, grabbed Ma Baozhu by the ear, and yanked him up. Get away. Ma Baozhu, in pain, pushed Ma Yuhua hard. Immediately, Ma Yuhua stumbled back 2 steps, knocking over a stack of over a dozen mushroom bags. Ma Baozhu saw this and pushed again. You touched my sister's mushrooms. I'll bite you to death. Ma Baozhu seemed to go crazy, flailing his arms and legs as he lunged forward. This time, Ma Yuhua was familiar with Baozhu's tactics. She immediately bent down, grabbed a mushroom bag, and threw it at him. The spawn bag broke on impact, scattering the black growing medium all over Baozhu's face and body. Ma Yuhua cursed and grabbed another bag to throw. You wild child have no upbringing at all. See how I deal with you. Seeing 4 or 5 mushroom spawn bags all ruined, Baozhu was so angry his little fists were clenched, his eyes red as he glared at Ma Yuhua. Zhaodi, still some distance away, heard the commotion in the carpentry shed and immediately quickened her pace into a small run. Rushing in to look, it was terrible. Ma Yuhua, are you looking for death? Zhaodi had been malnourished since childhood and had a frail physique, but she yanked Ma Yuhua out with such force it was like a small universe erupted within her. With a ripping sound, the sleeve of Ma Yuhua's floral pattern blouse, made of DK Liang fabric, was torn by Ma Zhaodi. Chapter 99, Li Tsuelan's funeral. Sis, she smashed our mushroom bags. As soon as Ma Zhaodi arrived, Ma Baozhu immediately burst into tears, his lips quivering and tears welling up in his eyes as he pitifully stared at the scattered mushroom substrate on the ground. Baozhu, don't cry. Zhaodi said, but before she could say more, she was interrupted by Ma Yuhua, who tugged at her torn sleeve and shouted. What kind of nonsense are you messing with? Is it worth more than my Dacron shirt? Look what you've done to my sleeve. It's worth far more than your stupid shirt. Zhaodi retorted angrily, turning to clean up the mess. After all, she had spent a long time preparing this substrate. Fermenting it, bagging it up, even though there were only 4 or 5 bags, Zhaodi still felt it was a shame to waste it. She decided to gather it up and use it as fertilizer in the field by their house. This worthless junk is worth more than my shirt? Don't you lie to my face. Pay up. Ma Yuhua absolutely refused to believe that this black, grimy stuff could be worth anything. You still owe me 500 yuan. Zhaodi didn't bother getting worked up. Explaining things to this ignorant, crazy woman wasn't worth her breath. You. Ma Yuhua's face flushed red immediately. See, she had guessed it. She knew that once she owed Ma Zhaodi money, Zhaodi would use it against her. Remembering that her father was about to become village chief, she immediately put her hands on her hips, the torn sleeve dangling at her side, and lifted her chin defiantly. It's just 500 yuan. I'll pay you back next month. What's the big deal? Fine. Zhaodi didn't argue. She crouched down and began gathering the substrate handful by handful. Baobu, stop crying. They're just a few bags. Once our mushrooms grow, we'll sell them at the market and buy whatever we want. Baovu wiped his tears and asked, Sis, can they really be sold for money? Not only can they be sold, they'll even cover your school fees. And from now on, we can eat meat whenever we want. As the sun set in the west, Zhaodi held Baoju's hand, chatting with him about this and that. Sis, if mushrooms can make money, why do I still need to go to school? Zhaodi was taken aback. That wouldn't do. In this day and age, one could change their fate through hard labor, but by the time Baozu grew up, manual labor would be devalued. Success would depend on knowledge and intellect. Baozu, you mustn't think that way. You have to go to school. I'll earn the money, okay? If you grow up without an education, you'll be like a blind person. But if I go to school, won't I be able to earn money? Nonsense. You might not earn money now, but in the future, you'll earn big money without breaking a sweat. And you can leave these mountains behind. The cities outside are much more beautiful than our little valley. Although Zhaodi had lived a past life and grown weary of the hypocritical faces hidden beneath neon lights, she had no choice but to encourage her brother this way in this life. He had to succeed. He absolutely had to. Zhaodi told him that in big cities, the buildings were tall skyscrapers, the streetlights were incredibly bright, and there were many things you couldn't see in the countryside. Baoju listened very attentively. The most important thing he said was that when he scored 100 on a test, his mother would come back. Zhaodi felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Once Feng Guqing was brought to justice, the family could retrieve the body for burial. Then, the next day, to everyone's surprise, the authorities arrived. Feng Guqing was so terrified by the corpse that he immediately began babbling incoherently, claiming it wasn't intentional. After fainting from fright, he had already been taken into custody. That day, Zhaodi could only discuss the funeral arrangements with her father. They decided to send Ma Baozhu to his maternal grandmother's house for a couple of days first. Ma Baozhu was skeptical. After all, he wasn't a 6 or 7-year-old child anymore, but he was still sent away. And so, the funeral at the Ma family's second branch followed closely on the heels of the Xiao family's. The funeral feast wasn't particularly elaborate. Since Li Tsuelon had died relatively young, there was no need for extravagance. It was enough for the villagers to come and pay their respects. However, the news caused an uproar in Luozi village. Wasn't Li Tsuelon said to have run off with an old flame last month? How did she die? Yeah, who knows? What was supposed to be a simple burial ended up becoming even more elaborate than old lady Xiao's funeral. Everyone wanted to know what had really happened. Zhaodi overheard some of the gossip, but pretended not to hear. It wasn't their family member who had died. What was the point of acting so high and mighty? You're the eldest son of the Ma family. You have to go. Chaos erupted at the home of Ma Laoda. The eldest son of Ma Jianjun's family, who was the same age as Zhaodi, refused to wear mourning clothes. Grandma, you can't just think about the Ma family. Why should my brother do it? Besides, she was a stepmother. Who knows whose son Ma Baozhu really is? Otherwise, why isn't he attending the funeral? Making my brother go, what's the meaning of that? Old Lady Ma was so angry she thumped her cane on the ground. Yuhua, a person has died. This is a serious matter. What are you, a mere girl, interfering for? If there's no male child to lead the funeral procession, won't we become a laughingstock? You're favoring boys over girls, stuck in your old-fashioned, feudal ways. Ma Zhaodi is their eldest daughter. Besides, why isn't that bastard here? You. I'll beat you to death. Old Lady Ma was furious. Was this how girls should speak? Bastard or not, weren't they all Ma family descendants? As she spoke, she stood up and raised her cane to strike Yuhua's head. Ma Yuhua raised her hand to block and push. With a cry of "Io," old Lady Ma fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Her face turned pale with pain, her brow furrowed tightly, and she fainted. Slap. Without a word, Ma Jianjun stepped forward and struck Ma Yuhua across the face. Then, without further delay, he hurried to help the old lady up while pressing his other hand against her philtrum. Mom? Mom? Song-ing, hurry and fetch the blind doctor. Ma Yuhua shuddered in fear and involuntarily took 2 steps back. At the home of Ma Lao Er, Zhaodi stood at the entrance of the mourning hall, draped in white cloth, greeting guests. Everyone who came brought plenty of joss paper. Although Ma Zhaodi wasn't as grief-stricken as if she had lost her own mother, she was worried about her brother. He was older now and sometimes a bit willful, but he wasn't a foolish child who didn't understand things. Just as Li Tsuelon's family arrived, no matter the circumstances, they entered wailing, as was the custom. Zhaodi spotted Ma Baozhu. Why was he here too? Mom? Ma Baozhu immediately threw himself onto the thin coffin. Zhaodi's heart sank. Would he blame her? She hadn't wanted him to learn about his mother's death during what should have been his carefree years, but now. Does your family have a problem? Isn't there a ready-made male child for the funeral? Why should my brother stand in as the eldest grandson? Besides, holding a banquet for a remarried woman? Isn't that embarrassing? It's like you're afraid people won't know how promiscuous she was when she was alive. Ma Yuhua, having been beaten, was in a foul mood. Her father had fetched the blind doctor, who said old Lady Ma's fall was quite serious and she needed to be rushed to the hospital. As she passed by the home of Ma Lao Er, she felt that this slap was all their fault. Their own family clearly had a male child for the funeral rites, so why involve hers? As soon as she said this, everyone looked over and immediately sensed something was wrong. Zhaodi's eyes narrowed. Beneath her mourning clothes, her hands clenched into fists. Pointing at Ma Yuhua outside the fence, she said, "Say that again." Chapter 100. The village head candidate is decided. What's wrong with saying it once? Ma Yuhua, hearing all the discussions about Li Tsuelon's past, immediately got worked up. She was a whore when she was alive, ran off with someone, gave birth to a bastard. Now that she's dead, it's heaven opening its eyes. And you're still holding a banquet, still having a funeral? Aren't you ashamed? Besides, she has no son to send her off. Why come looking for my family? Slap. Zhaodi's lips curled into a cruel smile. The next second, a slap landed on Ma Yuhua's face. Did you eat shit this morning? I'll fight you. Ma Baozhu wiped his tears and rushed forward, biting Ma Yuhua's arm. You wild dog, let go of me. Your mother died, why come to my family for the funeral? Let go. Ma Yuhua, in pain, grabbed the hair of Ma Baozhu, who was clinging to her shoulder, and pulled, while her other hand slapped Baozhu's face hard. But Ma Baozhu seemed utterly determined, like a turtle swallowing a weight. He wouldn't let go even if beaten to death. If he couldn't beat her, he'd bite her to death. Seeing this, Zhaodi was also startled, but Ma Yuhua was simply too outrageous. She immediately stepped forward and said, "Bao-u, let go." That's what she said, but Ma Zhaodi secretly tripped her. Ma Yuhua immediately fell backward. At that moment, everyone started trying to intervene, and even Ma Jiangwo hurried out. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? With that stern shout, Baozu released his bite. Ma Yuhua scrambled up and slapped him. Glancing sideways, she saw the bloodied tooth marks on her shoulder through her clothes and moved to hit him again. You dare hit him one more time and try. Zhaodi grabbed Ma Yuhua's hand just as it was about to descend. I'll hit not just him, but you too. As she spoke, Ma Yuhua pulled her arm back and raised her hand to slap Zhaodi. What's going on here? A gathering to cause trouble or what? A voice carrying authority suddenly emerged from the crowd. Bai Wenjie adjusted his glasses and looked around. Who is this? The villagers began to murmur. Don't know, haven't seen him before. Looks like a cadre from his attire. Who are you? Mind your own business. This is my family's affair. Yuhua, her eyes red with rage, seemed to feel her life was wasted if she didn't make this pair of siblings kneel before her. I am the village head of Luwazi village. My name is Bai Wenjie. If there's anything, you can come to me. Bai Wenjie didn't mince words. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhaodi. He had come this time because he heard the Ma family was holding a funeral. He came to burn some spirit money, to express his condolences, but didn't expect to run into this. Bai Wenjie's words were meant for the fellow villagers present. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take another look at this young man. Ma Yuhua was momentarily stunned, then stepped forward and said, Who are you? My dad is the village head. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Bai Wenjie was also confused, immediately furrowing his brows. Who your father is isn't important. The official notice will be posted on the village bulletin board tomorrow. If everyone has time, please go take a look then. Ma Yuhua thought this person sounded quite convincing, but she just didn't believe it. The village head should be her dad. Immediately, Ma Yuhua took off running. She had to go ask and get this clear. Afterward, Bai Wenjie then said to Zhaodi, I'm not too late, am I? Can I burn the paper? Zhaodi pressed her lips together and nodded slightly, quickly returning outside the morning hall to bow and thank the arriving guests. This was her benefactor from her past life. His coming moved Zhaodi deeply from the bottom of her heart. Baozu, kneel down quickly. Zhaodi said, and the siblings bowed in thanks. In the evening, during the burial procession, Zhaodi kept feeling that Ma Baozu was different today. Although he carried his mother's portrait, walking at the front of the funeral procession, and occasionally freed a hand to wipe his tears. But he seemed to have grown up all of a sudden. His eyes held a maturity and determination, as if the place ahead wasn't where his mother would be buried, but a responsibility he had to shoulder. After the funeral ceremony, Ma Jiangwo seemed to have aged over 10 years in an instant. Zhaodi knew that at his age, her father had suppressed many things in his heart, bearing them alone. He hadn't said a word throughout the entire process, until the evening when they were drinking. Only then did Ma Jiangwo, with deep feeling, take the siblings' hands and say, Baozu, from now on, you, your sister, and your dad will depend on each other. Don't worry, with your dad and sister here, your life won't be worse than anyone else's. And you, Zhaodi, you've worked hard lately. Look at your dad's leg. I'm afraid it's useless for life. You must take good care of your brother. It's because your dad has no ability that a young girl like you has to bear so much. Perhaps he had drunk too much, or perhaps he was moved by the moment, but for the first time, Ma Jiangwo shed tears in front of his children. These two kids have had a hard life. Children without a mother are always pitiable. Dad, I've thought it over. I won't go to school anymore. I want to sell mushrooms with my sister. Ma Baoju's eyes were bright, his words firm. I don't want to go to the city either. I don't want to make something of myself in the future. I just want to earn money at home. Ma Jiangwo's gaze turned cold. He pulled up his sleeve and rubbed the corner of his eye. That won't do. I was still thinking about finding some way to earn money so your sister can also go to school. Without schooling, you won't amount to anything. Look at me, I can barely understand carpenter blueprints. If you don't go to school, in the future you won't even be able to tell the men's restroom from the women's. I can tell them apart. Ma Baoju said, then turned and went into the house. Soon after, the sound of crying came from within. Zhaodi and her father exchanged a glance. Dad, I don't need to, but Bao-u must go to school. I'll talk to him again later. Ma Jiangwo sighed and nodded, always feeling he had no ability and had let these two siblings down. Just then, the eldest brother, Ma Jianjun, came to the door. His expression was flustered. As soon as he entered, without bothering with other pleasantries, he asked directly, Jiangwo, is it true about that person today who said he's our village head? Ma Jiangwo composed himself, but didn't know how to answer. After all, he had known for a while, but didn't know how to tell his elder brother about it. Uncle, that person today is indeed the village head of our Luwazi. I heard the notice will be posted tomorrow. Seeing her honest father in a difficult position, Zhaodi couldn't help but interject. Beside them, Ma Jianguo sighed and downed the remaining wine in his cup in one gulp. Ma Jianjun's face immediately changed. He had spent a lot of money, even borrowed from outside, just to win over the villagers, but wasn't it said this term's village head would be elected by vote? Ma Jianjun grew anxious and couldn't help asking. But this was something he himself had said. Logically, Zhao and Ma Jianguo had no idea where he got this information. So, asking about it isn't really useful, is it? Zhao didn't speak either. Ma Jianjun grew frantic. Jianguo, say something. Seeing her uncle was indeed so anxious he had lost all composure, what was there for her dad to say? I'm not a leader. What do you want me to say? Ma Jianguo finally spoke. Ma Jianjun seemed unable to bear the blow. His gaze immediately became unfocused. He turned and left. As soon as he entered his own home, Song Ying confronted him. Quick, tell me, what exactly is going on? Wasn't it a vote? How did it? AI. Jianjun, say something. Song Ying was burning with anxiety. Being village head could bring in a lot of money. Just the day before yesterday, she had specially gone to the city, wanting to buy the woolen coats city folks wear in autumn. They were just too expensive. She couldn't afford one on the spot and got looked down upon. At the time, she had said her man was the village head and she'd buy all the woolen coats in their store later. Dad, is it true or not? Mother and daughter, seeing the man return with a dark face and not saying a word, hurriedly followed him, asking all the way into the main room. Chapter 101, The Blow. What's going on? Didn't you two know about it? Ma Jianjun angrily poured a cup of tea, tilted his head back to drink, only to realize it was freshly boiled water. It scalded him so badly that he spat it all out in one go. Immediately, he flung the teacup in his hand far away, as if even the hot water was mocking him. Ma Yuhua was stunned. It seemed this matter was true. What should they do then? With her father's monthly salary of just over 300 yuan, there was no way to repay Zhaodi's 500 yuan. When the time came, she would truly never have a chance to hold her head up again. Song Ying's ears buzzed. In order to curry favor with the masses, she had thought that since Wang or Mozi's family had many members, they could give more votes when the time came. She had even sent 2 old hens when her elder brother's sister-in-law's younger sister gave birth. Now, wasn't this failing to gain an advantage and instead suffering a loss? Jianjun, who gave you this tip back then? Go find them. Song Ying felt a stifling anger inside that she couldn't release. She was upset, and the more she thought about it, the more suffocated she felt. Ma Jianjun slammed the table and stood up, glaring angrily at his wife. Can't you be reasonable? Then he stormed into the room, slamming the door behind him. Zhao, I think we should have talked to your uncle earlier, advised him not to hold out hope or anything. Ma Jianguo sighed and continued, now we've made your uncle lose face too. Dad, why do you always feel like you've wronged others? Why don't you think about how Auntie and Sister Yuhua have treated us siblings? You saw how fierce the argument was this afternoon. Why do you always take everything upon yourself? Zhao poured a basin of hot water and placed it in front of her father. She squatted down, took off his shoes, and put his feet into the basin. Then she stood up, fetched a foot towel, turned back, and tossed it into her father's lap, saying, someone with your temperament is just a pushover. Huh? What's a pushover? If a good person is rotten, can they still be called good? Ma Jianguo leaned back in his chair, swishing his feet in the hot water a few times. Exactly, Zhao said. Her father was a pushover, sometimes being nice without distinguishing who deserved it. For the first time, Ma Jianguo was left speechless by his daughter's criticism. He could only shake his head and sigh. After all, what his daughter said was the truth. Yes, his elder brother simply didn't have the fate to be an official. He couldn't blame others. After settling her father into bed, Zhao went to the carpentry shed. During this period, Zhao had to constantly monitor the indoor temperature. If it got too high, she needed to ventilate it immediately. Otherwise, the mycelium would rot before it could even grow mushroom caps. Lock the door. Ma Jianguo reminded her as she was leaving. Zhao acknowledged, then hugged her pillow, rolled up a straw mat, took a bedsheet, and went to the carpentry shed. Stepping from the cool night breeze outside, she immediately felt the higher temperature inside the shed. Zhao had already laid bricks on an empty spot earlier. She spread the straw mat over them, then bolted the shed door from the inside. By the light of the bulb, Zhao inspected each mushroom cultivation bag one by one. She found that the white mycelium at both ends had already become prominent, like spiderwebs. Some had even pushed out bulges at the plastic bag openings on both ends. These were the early maturing mycelium. The bags would need to be opened within 3 days. However, Zhao was somewhat puzzled. Why was the growth rate different? Some were still just in the mycelium stage, some had already formed tiny pinhead-sized primordia, while others didn't even have condensation inside and hadn't grown any mycelium at all. Zhao looked around the room. She noticed that the bags near the window were indeed growing faster than those elsewhere. It seemed Zhaodi needed to make another ventilation opening in the back wall to ensure even airflow. Thinking this, Zhaodi decided to start the work tomorrow. The next day, as dawn was just breaking, Zhaodi entered the house. Her father hadn't gotten up yet. Zhaodi found a sledgehammer in the tool room, shouldered it, and went to the carpentry shed. With a few swings, she knocked out several bricks from the back wall. At noon, when the temperature was highest, Zhaodi pulled back all the insulating curtains made from old cloth, cotton wadding, and quilts. A refreshing breeze immediately blew into the room, lifting her spirits. "Zhaodi, what are you doing?" A calm voice came from outside the carpentry shed. Zhaodi turned to see Bai Wenjie already entering. He immediately glanced at the neatly arranged cultivation bags inside and couldn't help but adjust his glasses. "You are cultivating fungi? What kind?" Heavens, this girl was incredible. She thought of using plastic sheets to isolate and raise eels in alkaline soil, and now she was growing mushrooms in this simple shed. He found it increasingly hard to believe this girl was an illiterate who hadn't even finished elementary school. Looking again at these bags cultivated from both ends, not only was it professional, but it also greatly increased yield. Could an almost illiterate little girl think of this? He didn't believe it. "Oyster mushrooms," Zhaodi said with a smile. "Brother Bai, why are you here at this time? Have you eaten? Come on, let's go home for a meal." "I've eaten. I came to discuss something with you. You weren't home, and your brother said you were here, so I came over." Bai Wenjie said this, but he had already walked deep into the shed, carefully examining the bags from left to right. This girl was impressive. "What's the matter?" Zhaodi asked. "Oh, it's still about that alkaline land. Later, I'll organize a meeting for the villagers at the brigade headquarters. Come over after you've eaten, okay?" "Sure." Zhaodi was very willing to follow his lead. With such a motivated and kind-hearted village chief, it was only a matter of time before Lawazi embarked on the path to prosperity. Without eating lunch, Song Ying, holding a bowl and some steamed buns, ran to look at the bulletin board at the village entrance brigade headquarters. She wanted to see for herself whether the matter about the village chief was true or false. Before she even reached the spot, she saw crowds of people encircling the bulletin board, several layers deep. Song Ying pushed and pulled her way through. The steamed bun in her hand got knocked away, but she didn't have time to pick it up. Finally squeezing into the crowd, she took one look, dropped the bowl in her hand, turned around, and ran home. From a distance, she started calling her husband's name, saying there was good news. At 1 in the afternoon, the dilapidated courtyard of the brigade headquarters was packed with people. Most had brought their own stools, those who hadn't stood in groups, discussing the matter of the new village chief taking office. "This time, for these several hundred mu of alkaline land, I plan to start by expanding 50 mu as a trial. After all, the funds allocated from above are limited. However, I have another concern. Maybe you can help me think it over." Bai Wenjie walked towards the dilapidated courtyard of the brigade headquarters while talking to Zhaodi beside him about the first thing he intended to do after taking office. "The funds are only 10,000 yuan. That's the total budget for several hundred mu of land. I want to rally the villagers to work together. This way, everyone can be of one mind. It's better than sitting around waiting to reap the benefits after we've worked hard, right?" I think your concern is valid. But how do you plan to unite the villagers' hearts? Every household contributes a portion of money. We'll allocate the alkaline land based on the amount contributed, so everyone has a share. However, technically, it's just the two of us. It might be quite laborious and demanding at the beginning. Bai Wenjie said this, looking seriously at Zhaodi. If she said no, he had already thought it through. She was only 15 or 16. She shouldn't have to bear others' burdens. So, he could find someone else to help with this matter. Demanding but not physically exhausting. What's so tiring about that? Zhaodi smiled sweetly, her clean, lovely face seeming to bloom like a pure pear blossom in an instant. Chapter 102, Devoted Heart Only for a Past Life's Kindness. Bai Wenjie was infected by her pure smile, which was as refreshing as a pear blossom blooming on a branch. "Yesterday, I saw that village chief, quite a young fellow." In the courtyard of the brigade headquarters, old and young men idly waved their palm leaf fans as they chatted. "Right, just a young lad barely past 20. What could such a young kid possibly understand?" "Exactly. He probably hasn't even figured out the ways of the world yet, and he wants to be village chief? Probably just looking to make a quick buck. Oh, he's here, he's here." At these words, everyone turned to look and saw the newly appointed village chief arriving together with old Ma number 2's girl. Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing, why did it make everyone feel so uneasy inside? "See? That little vixen is really something. The new village chief just took office today, and she's already latched onto him." Someone muttered in a low voice, seemingly reminding everyone. "Isn't that right?" As the village chief cleared his throat to speak, a few women huddled together lowered their voices. Zhaodi stood to the side watching Bai Wenjie. After clearing his throat, he first introduced himself, then gave a speech. From now on, if any fellow villagers have difficulties, please try to come to me. I'll help solve what I can, and for what I can't, we'll all think of a way together. In short, we're all villagers of the same community. What we need is unity and cooperation. Next, Bai Wenjie began to talk about the first of his 3 fires as a new official taking office. That was to address the several hundred mu of alkaline land in Luwazi. We are all grassroots laborers, relying on the land for our food. Sometimes we even have to depend on the weather's favor. In short, it's not easy for any of us, right? So, we can't waste the land resources of these several hundred mu of alkaline soil. Bai Wenjie spoke passionately from above, while the people below started discussing. That alkaline land doesn't even grow a blade of grass. What use is it? Exactly. Listen to him. He just took office and already wants to swindle the people's money. In my opinion, he's not even as good as Liu Bashan. Right, and every household still has to contribute money. Then what do we need him as village chief for? Bai Wenjie explained his plan. Every household would contribute what they could, and it would all be recorded. Once development took off, he guaranteed the villagers would make a steady profit without loss. As he said this, Bai Wenjie exchanged a glance with Zhao. From now on, the 2 of them working together would definitely be able to improve that alkaline land, turning waste into treasure. Gradually, at first, none of the villagers below spoke. Soon, however, murmurs arose, growing louder and louder. What kind of village chief is this? Not working for the people, and as soon as he takes office, he asks for money. My family has no money. Besides, you can't even take a handful of that alkaline soil to use as baking soda. What's the point? Exactly, my family has no money either. These words, more or less, were carried by the wind into the ears of Bai Wenjie and Zhao. Bai Wenjie's expression also turned somewhat awkward. Although he was an agricultural university graduate, he had originally only agreed with the county magistrate to come help as a technician for agricultural product development. Now he was being forced into the position of village chief. For the former, he had confidence, but being a village chief really couldn't rely on skill alone. It also required eloquence. These people simply had no foresight. Wasn't he helpless against that? Village chief, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. The baby needs feeding. I only weeded half my field. I'm leaving too. With one taking the lead, the others all followed and left. Bai Wenjie felt he hadn't been under this much pressure even when taking the college entrance exam. After everyone left, he looked around. Only Zhao remained standing in the vast, empty courtyard. An inauspicious start, Bai Wenjie said self-deprecatingly. So, what do we do next? Sigh. I'll go back and report this to the leadership, see what the higher-ups say. Bai Wenjie hadn't expected this outcome. His words carried some dejection. Brother Bai, actually, I don't think this is something that can be changed overnight. After all, their mindset and ideas are set in place. Zhao felt Bai Wenjie's current situation as village chief was like a new bride getting into the wedding sedan, the first time, with no experience to speak of. Oh? Do you have any good ideas? Bai Wenjie's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao. I think we should first persuade a small group of people to participate. Once others see the benefits, they'll definitely join. But by then, it really won't be a case of anyone who wants to join being able to. Brother Bai, you'd agree, right? We can first help a small group become prosperous, set an example for the others, put it right out in the open for them to see. The others will practically come asking to join without being invited. Zhao's words were like a sudden enlightenment, instantly opening Bai Wenjie's mind. What a clever and ingenious girl. I'm not very familiar with the situation in Luwazi village yet. Do you have any households in mind that might be easier to persuade? Zhao assumed a thoughtful expression. Yes. At Old Ma No. 1's house, Songying said with a smile, Jianjun, being the party secretary, should also bring in quite a bit of money, right? At noon today, Songying had taken her rice bowl to look at the notice. Although she saw the village chief position was filled, the party secretary could be elected by vote. This party secretary position sounds like it's half a rank below the village chief, but it's still an official post. Ma Jianjun drank his sullen wine and grumbled. Party secretary? The village chief's lapdog. What's the use? Carrying a black leather briefcase all day, putting on airs. What can you really gain from it? Hearing this, Songying smacked her lips, but didn't say anything more. Zhao gave Bai Wenjie a few specific households. One was the Wang family. They were honest, simple folks. Another was the Li family. They were outsiders who had just settled their household registration this year and hadn't been allocated land yet. And one more family Zhao certainly wouldn't forget. That was Uncle Blind Man's family. He had been a barefoot doctor for many years. Although he was a bit stingy, the most important thing was his family was poor. Only, his temper was too stubborn. Who knew if he'd be willing to invest? Bai Wenjie was responsible for running around as the persuader to the other few households, while Zhao went to help share the burden and tackle the difficulties by going to Blind Man's house. What for? My family isn't selling steamed buns. What do we need baking soda for? Blind man said, glaring with his one good eye. Uncle Blind Man, you can't say that. The main point is it can make money. Jyoti genuinely wanted to repay Uncle Blind Man from the bottom of her heart. This time, no matter what, she had to get Uncle Blind Man involved. Make what money? Go on, get out of here. Don't bother me making my 10 complete great tonic pills. With that, Blind Man shooed her away disdainfully, picked up a broom, and went to the sheep pen to clean out the sheep droppings along with waste and weeds. Turning back and seeing Jyoti still hadn't left, he immediately pointed at the sheep droppings and said, "You waiting to eat some?" "Uncle Blind Man, don't you regret it later?" Jyoti said, hugging her arms, then left. But Jyoti soon returned, this time carrying half a bucket of loaches. The stingy blind man, upon seeing something good, immediately changed his expression, smiling so wide he almost drooled. He pointed at his own nose and said, "Market price, but I'll give you a discount. 1 yuan per jean." As soon as Jyoti said this, Blind Man's outstretched hand quickly retracted. He shook his chin and waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 103, Yuhua Gets Beaten. "Uncle Blind Man, if you can guess where these came from, I'll give them to you for free." Jyoti quickly placed the bucket of water in front of Blind Man. Blind Man peered at the entangled loaches wriggling frantically in the bucket. They were truly plump and large. If stewed with some Codenopsis or other herbs, they'd be quite nourishing. He immediately rubbed his hands together and pondered for a moment. Caught in a ditch? Nope. Could I catch this many in the time it takes to walk a few steps? I'd be impressed if you could catch 2 for me right now, Jyoti said mysteriously, waving her hand. Blind Man sucked in a cool breath. Bought them. 1 last chance, or I'm leaving. Jyoti added. Hey, you've already brought them right to your uncle, why leave? Blind Man really wanted to eat those loaches. The big ones were even thicker than a thumb. The meat must be so tender. The smaller ones, after spitting out mud for a couple of days, could be fried crisp in oil. So crunchy you could probably eat the bones too. Raised them? Blind Man asked tentatively, half believing, half doubting. Hearing this, the girl laughed. It seemed he guessed right. Blind Man was about to step forward and take the bucket, but then he thought, wait, wasn't this girl just trying to persuade him to invest some money in developing the alkaline land? Could it be these loaches were raised on that alkaline land? Going round and round, he'd fallen into her trap. But looking at these plump, big loaches, the trap seemed rather sweet. Haha, Uncle Blind Man, so? Made up your mind. Jyoti felt Uncle Blind Man must have figured it out. That alkaline land can really raise loaches? And they can grow this big without dying. Blind Man still couldn't believe it. Even if they were raised, they couldn't possibly survive on alkaline land. Tomorrow noon, our village head is gathering a few households to go to the alkaline land. Don't forget to go. You'll know once you're there. As Jyoti spoke, she set down the bucket. Ma Jianjun had been sulking at home, but couldn't withstand his wife's incessant nagging. This village head, in my opinion, won't last long. Just got into position and wants to squeeze money from the people. Tell me, can that alkaline land even grow a single hair? Looks like another corrupt, rotten village head. When the time comes, I'll report him. Let's see how long he lasts. Ma Jianjun paid no attention. Song Ying continued nagging. Not to mention, that Ma Zhaodi sure knows how to seduce people. Her flirtatious aura is strong enough. Before anything even happened, she already hooked up with the village head. Before the brigade meeting, I saw the two of them laughing and talking. No wonder she angered old lady Xiao to death. If I were sister-in-law Xiao, I'd die with my eyes open. Thankfully Xiao Zhendong didn't marry her. If he had, wouldn't that be something? She'd have angered someone to death sooner or later. As Song Ying nagged, Ma Yuhua in the yard kept her head down, playing with her phone and sending texts, occasionally interjecting. Who can compare with Ma Zhaodi? When she said this, Ma Yuhua's eyes never left the phone screen, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Because the girl in class who was the first to buy a phone didn't want to text with her anymore, saying the texting fees were too expensive. Wasn't it obvious that her Ma Yuhua's family was richer than that girl's family? So what if she's rich? So what if she bought a phone? Ma Yuhua could not only afford to buy a phone, but also afford to use it. What's wrong? Out of credit. The moment she sent the text, Ma Yuhua frowned. It didn't send successfully. A look showed her balance was insufficient. Mom, give me 50 yuan to top up my phone. Song Ying, who was in the middle of nagging, heard this and immediately wanted to pull out the stool she was sitting on and throw it. Do you eat phone credit? Don't you see what condition our family is in? Over 100 yuan in phone fees in less than a month. Do you think you're a young lady from a wealthy family, that we have a gold vault at home? Ma Yuhua was stunned by the shout. She couldn't help but glance at her father, hoping he would give her the money. Who knew Ma Jianjun sighed? His already worried face, in less than 2 days, had aged several years. Not only had his bid for village head fallen through, but the family's savings had all been spent on building connections. Where was their money for this spendthrift daughter? Immediately, Ma Jianjun shot to his feet. Without a word, he strode over the threshold of the main room, snatched the phone from his daughter's hand, and with a smack, smashed it without hesitation. Instantly, the trendy rose-red flip phone was shattered, battery and casing separating. Dad. Ma Yuhua was stunned. Song Ying was also dumbfounded. He smashed something worth several hundred yuan just like that? She immediately flared up. Ma Jianjun, are you crazy? That's several hundred yuan. Besides, if you had any ability, couldn't you afford your daughter's phone credit? No ability yourself, yet you have the nerve to lose your temper. I have no ability. Go find someone with ability then. Ma Jianjun felt deeply wronged. He was, after all, a full-time worker envied by thousands, earning over 300 a month, something many people admired. But even so, he still got no respect. Fine then, I, Ma Jianjun, have no ability. Go find someone with ability. Hearing this, Song Ying was stunned at the time. If cursing a man, saying he's not a man is the harshest thing, then for a woman, Ma Jianjun's words were a heavy blow to the heart. Song Ying immediately started crying. This was a great insult to her. She cried while saying she had followed Ma Jianjun for over a decade, almost 2, and had gained nothing, only this heartless remark. What are you crying for? Look at how you've spoiled the child. Look at Zhaodi, 2 years younger than Yuhua, already managing the household and earning money to support the family. And Yuhua? Almost 18, what does she know? Besides eating, she just plays. Look at what you two wear. Is there anyone in the whole village dressed better than you? Say I have no ability? Then where does the money you spend come from, falling from the sky? Look at Zhaodi, what does she wear? She knows how to save, knows how to earn. Dad, if you think Ma Zhaodi is so good, then go adopt her as your daughter. She dresses in rags, isn't even afraid of embarrassing her family when she goes out. You keep praising her so much, then you're just saying you're worse than her crippled father. Although Ma Yuhua was spoiled by her mother, she usually was quite wary of Ma Jianjun. But now, her phone was smashed beyond recognition, wouldn't even turn on. She was frantic too. Hearing this, even Song Ying was frightened, looking at her daughter with tear-streaked face. Sure enough, Ma Jianjun exploded. He slapped her. No respect for elders, how dare you rebel? The slap stunned Ma Yuhua. They say a kind mother, strict father. But no matter what, her father had never hit her before. Immediately, Ma Yuhua covered her face and ran out of the house. Yuhua! Song Ying panicked and rushed forward to chase her. Whoever leaves today, don't come back ever again. Ma Jianjun roared when he saw this. Who could he tell his bitterness to? Song Ying immediately stopped, could only watch her daughter's back disappear from sight, silently weeping. In her heart, she understood how difficult it was to marry a full-time worker. If she left and, as the man said, wasn't allowed back home, what would she do? Maybe her daughter would cool off and come back in the evening. Jianjun, how could you be so cruel? Song Ying cried. Ma Jianjun didn't speak again, his face dark as he prepared his clothes. He was on night shift for the next half-month, leaving tomorrow evening. That night, Zhaodi was cooking at home, hadn't even had time to eat, when old lady Ma came to the door. As soon as she entered, she sat on the threshold, slapping her thighs and crying. She said Ma Yuhua had been beaten and run away, hadn't come back yet. She was an old woman, getting on in years, her legs and feet weren't nimble, couldn't walk far. She wanted the Ma Lauer household to go out and look for her too. What? Ran away? Where to? Ma Jiangwo, who hadn't processed it immediately, put down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Chapter 104, Injured Leg. You ask me, how should I know? Old lady Ma knocked her sore knees and leaned against the doorframe. Right? Ma Jiangwo, honest and simple, immediately stopped eating, helped the old lady up first, and then went out himself to help look for someone. Zhaodi was also stunned. How could she have gotten beaten up? Ma Baozhu, who had been by the side, hadn't smiled since the funeral. Now, hearing that Yuhua had run away, he happily ate his meal, humming the opening tune of Journey to the West, and taking big bites of his steamed bun. Old lady Ma couldn't stand it any longer and raised her hand to knock Ma Baozhu on the head, this time, quite hard. Your sister Yuhua is missing, how can you still be so happy? Ma Baozhu rubbed his forehead. Grandma, why did you hit me? Zhaodi glanced at Baozhu. Baowu didn't say anything more and simply took his bowl back to his room to eat while watching TV, with the volume likely turned up to the maximum. Grandma, let me serve you some food. Eat a little first. Sister Yuhua will definitely come back. Zhaodi said, quickly scooping a bowl of porridge for her grandmother and placing 2 hot steamed buns on the rim of the bowl. Old lady Ma let out a long sigh and finally picked up her chopsticks, eating as she explained what had happened. For phone bills. Zhaodi frowned. If you said uncle's family was poor, you could only say they didn't have much money, otherwise, they wouldn't have asked to borrow 500. But if you said they were rich, just looking at aunt and sister Yuhua's usual clothing and appearance, they really did seem well off. When old lady Ma mentioned that over 100 had been spent on phone bills in 1 month, Jody was also stunned. What had used up so much? No wonder she got beaten by uncle. Grandma, you should rest at our house tonight. I'll go out later to look around too, Jody said. Old lady Ma immediately nodded. You're such a sensible child. Don't take it to heart how your sister usually treated you. After all, we're all family. Jody nodded in agreement. She was looking for her father. It was already so dark and her dad's legs weren't steady. If he fell because of Ma Yuhua, Jody thought it wouldn't be worth it. After hastily eating a few bites, Jody went out to look for Ma Jangwo. The countryside night was beautiful and serene. During the day, cicadas chirped incessantly. At night, crickets chirped. The night breeze dried the day's heat, and in the distance, Taizi Mountain lay like a dark, sprawling dragon against the horizon. Jody searched most of the village, but didn't see any sign of her father. At this hour, many people were outside enjoying the cool air. Jody went up to ask, but everyone said they hadn't seen her father. Jody grew increasingly anxious. Standing at the village entrance, she looked left and right, her heart filled with uncertainty. Bang, 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 not far away, the big red iron gate of Lu Baoshan's house was being pounded loudly. Jody glanced over. Lu Pingyan was slapping the door with all his might, his pants sagging to his thighs. He used one hand to hold them up. Brother, open the door for me. Clang, one side of the big red iron gate opened, followed by a leg kicking out, sending Pingyan sprawling onto the ground. Lu Pingyan was kicked back 2 steps, tumbling over. He got up, dusted himself off, and wailed while wiping his tears, crying as if his heart were breaking. Pingyan! Jody walked over. Seeing Jody, Lu Pingyan rushed forward and gave her a bear hug, immediately smearing snot and tears all over her clothes. I say, Pingyan, what's wrong with you? Jody used a lot of strength to peel him off herself, then instinctively touched her shoulder. Ugh, Sticky, what is this? Immediately, Jody's hair stood on end, and she quickly wiped her hand on Lu Pingyan's clothes a few times. Lu Pingyan didn't mind. Crying and sniffling, he said his brother had hit him and wouldn't let him into the house. Normally, Jody wouldn't have minded comforting him, but she still had to find her father. Stop crying. You're a grown man, crying over nothing. What kind of behavior is that? By the way, have you seen my dad? His crying was starting to annoy Jody. Even if he was slow, he had hands and feet. Why not fight back instead of just crying after getting beaten? Lu Pingyan pointed in the direction of Taizi Mountain, saying he had seen him. Jody looked in the direction he pointed. In the night, Taizi Mountain was pitch black, exuding a creepy sense of mystery. Without another word, Jody headed in the direction Lu Pingyan had pointed. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan quickly followed. Jody, what should I do? It's so dark, where can I go? Anywhere. Besides, you're so big can't even beat Lu dashing? How pathetic. Jody didn't want to say more. Right now, her father had gone up the mountain. If he missed his footing and fell, it could really be fatal. I really can't beat him. Lu Pingyan kept following Jody. I have to go up the mountain. How about this? You go to my house and play with Baozhu. He's at home watching TV. I have something urgent and don't have time to play with you. As soon as Jody said this, Lu Pingyan stopped following. Then I'll go play with Baozhu. Go on. Jody said, then ducked into the woods. Dad, uncle. As soon as she entered the woods, Jody felt she had startled many sleeping birds. Most flapped their wings and rushed out of the forest, squawking noisily. Moreover, in her hurry to leave, Jody had forgotten to bring a flashlight. The deeper she went into the woods, the darker it became, with not even a trace of starlight remaining. Jody didn't dare go any deeper and could only stand still, calling for her father. Suddenly, a beam of flashlight light flashed deep in the woods. Listening carefully, she could hear faint rustling sounds accompanied by labored breathing. Jody was no longer afraid of the dark and quickly headed toward the light, stumbling over last year's dry branches underfoot. When she reached the beam of light, Jody realized it was a gully in the woods, mostly covered by dry leaves. It looked shallow, but if someone fell in, they'd find the ground covered in leaves, making it impossible to climb out. While applying medicated wine to her father's leg, Ma Jody scolded him. Dad, I think you don't want this leg anymore. How dare you go into that deep, wild forest? Didn't I hear your sister Yuhua went in that direction? I had to go check, right? Ma Jangwo now felt that even though his daughter was scolding him, it didn't dampen his joy, because his daughter had grown up, and scolding him meant she cared about him. Well, did you find her? Look at your leg, all scratched up. If it weren't for the leaves, that fall might have broken your other leg. At that point, with 2 crutches, you'd be walking on 4 legs. Jody's heart ached. Look at his knee, almost a layer of skin scraped off. Even his calloused palm had a bloody gash. As she spoke, tears welled up in Zhaodi's eyes. Was it worth it, just to look for Sister Yuhua? She had no idea how long her father would keep being such a pushover. If someone slapped him and then said sorry, he'd just smile and say it's fine. Do people like that even exist? Ma Jiangwo knew his daughter cared about him, but when asked if he'd found anyone, he sighed. Who knows where that girl ran off to? Just then, old lady Ma came in from outside and said the person had returned home. Furious, Zhaodi threw the towel in her hand into the wash basin, splashing water all over the floor. When did she come back? Zhaodi couldn't let it go. Her dad had fallen and gotten hurt like this while looking for someone, and uncle and aunt hadn't even come by to say thank you. About half an hour ago. Hearing this, Zhaodi's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 105, The Pushover. Half an hour ago, Zhaodi was desperately dragging her father out of the ditch. When they returned, no one had even bothered to send word ahead. Grandma, it's not that I'm being nosy, but is this something decent people would do? Look at how Dad's leg is hurt from the fall. Was it too much to ask someone to send a message? Is he just supposed to die for Ma Yuhua and it wouldn't even be a loss? Zhaodi, that's your grandmother. Keep your voice down. Besides, Dad is fine now, isn't he? Ma Jiangwo was famously filial, obedient, and respectful. After speaking, Zhaodi turned and flung the bloody water into the courtyard. What kind of talk is that? He's still your uncle, your elder. Old Mrs. Ma was displeased. Seeing that Zhaodi was completely ignoring her, she turned to scold Ma Jiangwo instead. In my opinion, that girl Zhaodi isn't much better. How can she be so disrespectful? You, as her father, should say something to her. Mother, I'll talk to her later. Ma Jiangwo said with an apologetic smile, trying to get up to see his mother out, but Zhaodi forcefully pressed him back into the chair. Your leg is in this state. Where do you think you're going? We haven't even applied medicine yet. As she spoke, Zhaodi turned to support her grandmother towards the eldest son's house. Zhaodi, you mustn't speak of your uncle like that in the future. Zhaodi immediately stopped supporting her. It wasn't like she didn't have legs. Grandma, of course you'd take uncle's side. It's not like Dad is your own son. Io, you wretched girl, what are you saying? The old lady was angry. She raised her walking stick and aimed a blow at Zhaodi's forehead. Zhaodi raised her arm to block it. The stick landed on her elbow, but she didn't seem to feel the pain. Grandma hadn't seen how her father had fallen into the ditch earlier, unable to climb out no matter what. The ground was covered in rotten leaves, slippery underfoot, and his stomach was scraped raw. They're both your sons, so why is the treatment so different? Originally, Zhaodi had been afraid that her uncle and aunt wouldn't treat her well, which is why she had lied, saying Grandma still had savings. If Zhaodi hadn't said that, would Aunt have been so hospitable, providing good food and drink? If she had known it would be like this, Zhaodi shouldn't have softened her heart. Next time, if you, old woman, fall ill or become weak, just see if Aunt isn't the first to run away. Thinking this, they had already reached her uncle's doorstep. Unexpectedly, the door was bolted from the inside. Old Mrs. Ma knocked a few times, and soon the voice of Aunt Song Ying came from within. I thought you were resting at the second brother's house? This was Song Ying's first sentence upon opening the door, but the old lady smiled and said, it's still more comfortable staying here. Since the person was delivered, Zhaodi turned and left. In the past, she could let anything slide, but this time, Zhaodi really didn't want to engage with anyone from her uncle's family. She truly wanted to draw a clear line. Returning home, Ma Jiangwo saw that his daughter was genuinely angry this time. He said with an awkward smile, Dad promises not to go up the mountain again. Dad, what I said earlier was indeed too harsh, but you have to look at your own situation. If you were seriously injured, how would Baoju and I live? Zhaodi turned and found 2 tetracycline tablets, crushed them, and sprinkled the powder on her father's wound. Lu Pingyan didn't leave that night. He played quite happily with Ma Baoju. The two of them made a ruckus in the room old Mrs. Ma had previously stayed in until the early hours before finally sleeping. The next day, Zhaodi had no choice but to get up early to check on the mushrooms. Then, around noon, she went to the rice field eel pond. Several families and Blind Man were already there. Blind Man circled Zhaodi's eel pond once, his mind already racing. The medicinal value of these eels was quite high. He wondered if the girl would let him catch a couple. So, taking advantage of the moment when Bai Wenjie was explaining the prospects of alkaline land development and the investment costs of breeding techniques, Blind Man beckoned Zhaodi over. He pointed at the eels in the pond and said, how much per gene? Uncle will buy 2 gene. Didn't Zhaodi know him? He was definitely eyeing them greedily, wanting to eat them. 8 kwai. You wretched girl, 8 kwai? Why don't you just go rob someone? Blind Man's one good eye widened, and even his blind eye seemed to bulge. If you want to eat them, raise them yourself. The 100 or so eels I've left are all carrying eggs. How's that possible? There must be males and females. Blind Man didn't believe her. Zhaodi picked up a dip net and casually scooped up a few. They were all plump, well-fed eels. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. These are all female eels. Immediately, Blind Man caught on. He pointed a finger at Jowdy, jabbing it in the air a few times. Oh, you wretched girl. You're planning for me to raise eels too, and then you'll sell me the eel fry, right? You don't have to buy them. Jowdy thought to herself. He saw right through it. Seems he's not really blind. And so good at business. Blind Man snorted. But Jowdy's eel pond was divided in the middle by a filter net. The other side was full of thread-like little eels. Showing Blind Man this side, they really looked quite promising. If he raised these, plus considering the reproduction rate of eels, he wouldn't need to buy fry next year at all. He could be self-sufficient. This business was also a one-year investment. Quite cost-effective. At least it would be convenient for him to eat them himself. 500. Blind Man immediately named his price. The other families looked at Blind Man as if he were a fool. 500 kwai? That's only enough to buy the fry. If he had the skill, he should go catch them himself. Seeing the strange looks from everyone, Blind Man felt somewhat embarrassed. He rubbed his nose, gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and said, 800. 800 at most. Uncle Blind Man, are you planning to buy 800 kwai worth of eel fry from me? For that, you'd need to develop at least 2 mu of land for eel ponds. Adding the plastic sheeting, steel mesh, and usual disinfectants, you'd need to invest at least around 1500 kwai. Jowdy said, blinking her big eyes. Hearing this amount, Blind Man sucked in a cold breath. His heart was uneasy and anxious, like Sun Wukong being caught by his master after doing something wrong. The inner conflict was indescribably comical. Then your fry is too expensive. Blind Man finally said this, not daring to speak too loudly. It's not expensive. My fry is 5 kwai per jean. Why don't you just go rob someone? Uncle Blind Man, listen to me. Look, you only buy the fry once this year. Next year they can give birth to more. And adult eels sell for 1 kwai 5 per jean. During holidays, the price can rise to 1 kwai 8 or even 2 kwai. Think about it again. One eel can lay thousands of eggs. Next year, you'll be rich. Jowdy said. Blind Man thought it made sense, but upon careful consideration, wasn't this just like a hen laying eggs? If you don't eat the hen lays eggs, the eggs become chickens, and eventually you'd end up with a chicken farm or something. He felt something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Bai Wenjia, across the eel pond, faintly overheard Jowdy's words. He couldn't help but adjust his glasses and smile wryly. Watching Jowdy methodically promote her eel fry, she really seemed like the real deal. This girl wasn't just capable, she was especially clever. Even he, a university student, admired her immensely. Just then, Ma Yuhua came wandering over, looking around. She craned her neck and saw there really were so many eels. No wonder. So what Lu Dashing said was true. Ma Zhaody's money came from selling eels. Last night, Ma Yuhua had run out after being slapped by her father, cursing and saying her father must be blind. Why was he now praising that wretched girl? Ma Zhaody left and right. She happened to run into Lu Dashing at the village entrance. As they talked, they found common ground and ended up going to Lu Dashing's house. Persuaded by Lu Dashing, Ma Yuhua was convinced to return home. He said, what ability did Ma Zhaody have? She just raised a bunch of eels. Jowdy suddenly glanced sideways and saw Ma Yuhua stretching her neck to peer into the eel pond, her neck craned like a hammer. Jowdy couldn't help but frown. What are you looking at? Can't people look? Before Ma Zhaody could even speak, she was inexplicably snapped at. After saying this, Ma Yuhua quickly headed home. On the way, her heart was pounding so excitedly it felt like it would jump out of her throat. This time, she would cut off Ma Zhaody's source of income. Let's see what she would have to be arrogant about then. Just a few eels? Chapter 106, Using a Broken Phone to Settle a Debt. As soon as she got home, Ma Yuhua asked for money. This infuriated Ma Jianjun so much that he immediately stood up, grabbed a stool, and was about to smash it. He had just beaten her yesterday and she still hadn't learned her lesson today? It's for buying a fountain pen, Ma Yuhua suddenly said. Only then did Ma Jianjun put down the stool and ask how much it cost. 20? A gold pen? Do you think your old man is illiterate and has never used a fountain pen? 5 yuan for one is already pretty good. Ma Jianjun slapped 5 yuan into Ma Yuhua's hand. Fuming, Ma Yuhua took the 5 yuan and went out, thinking to herself, how is 5 yuan enough? With that thought, she turned a corner and headed to Lu Dashing's house. Wow, seriously? Isn't your dad a permanent worker? He can't even come up with 20 yuan. Lu Dashing hadn't been out much lately, staying cooped up at home. After all, going out and having people point fingers, gossiping about what his father had or hadn't done, made him uncomfortable. So, he simply hadn't left the house recently. Look, wasn't this idea yours? You should at least chip in a bit. At this point, Ma Yuhua couldn't care less about saving face. All her resentment was now directed at Ma Zhaody alone. Anyway, Lu Dashing wasn't her classmate. Even if he found out her family couldn't scrape together 20 yuan, it wouldn't embarrass her at school. Fine, consider it my debt to you. Here, 50 yuan. Lu Dasheng directly took out 50 yuan and placed it on the coffee table. Ma Yuhua's eyes lit up. She happily picked up the 50 yuan and turned to leave, but she suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. Lu Dasheng, you're so well off. How about lending me a bit more? This time, I'll consider it a loan. 500. Ma Yuhua held up 5 fingers. Immediately noticing Lu Dasheng's expression darken, she quickly added, "We can calculate interest. When I have money, I'll pay you back with interest." Hearing this, Lu Dasheng's expression brightened a little. He calculated the interest for Ma Yuhua at 100 yuan per day. For 500 yuan over a month, that would be 150. He promptly lent her the money. Ma Zhaodi was already squatting by the eel pond with Bai Wenjie and the villagers, discussing plans. Everyone would pool their money, and Bai Wenjie, representing the leadership, would also contribute funds and effort to help the villagers get rich. Hearing this, the Li family, the Wang family, and Blind Man were all quite pleased. That very day, they started planning who would go to town to buy supplies and who would find people to dig the fish pond. Zhaodi was in charge of directing and planning. For 3 whole days and nights, without rest, the eel pond spanning over 10 mu was completed. Ma Yuhua went to Zhaodi's eel pond several times, but couldn't make a move because there were always villagers working there. She was afraid of being discovered. If the eels were poisoned, she would be finished. Just as Ma Yuhua, hunched over, was about to turn and leave, she bumped right into Zhaodi. "What are you doing at my family's eel pond in the middle of the night? What's it to you? Can I come take a look? Besides, how do you know I'm here to see your family's eel pond and not someone else's?" "Really?" Ma Yuhua pushed Zhaodi aside and walked away. Perhaps because of a guilty conscience, her heart pounded wildly on the way back. Zhaodi watched Ma Yuhua's retreating figure, lost in thought. This was the 8th time she had come recently. Based on her understanding of Ma Yuhua from her past life, how could Zhaodi not be suspicious of someone so full of malicious ideas? She definitely wanted to do something shady. Plus, she inherently couldn't stand others being better off than her. Looking back at the eel pond, a sharp glint flashed in Zhaodi's eyes. "Damn you, Ma Yuhua. If you dare have any crooked ideas, I'll make sure you regret it before you even have time to." Zhaodi had been extremely busy lately. Not only did she have to instruct the villagers on how to disinfect, but she also had to teach them to observe the activity frequency of the young eels, so any abnormalities could be detected early. As for the mushrooms over there, Ma Baozhu did his homework in the carpentry shed after school and could also help keep an eye on things. "Baozhu, starting tomorrow, don't walk to school. Ride my bicycle," Zhaodi said as soon as she entered the carpentry shed. "No," Zhaodi was taken aback. "Why not? It's not a car that needs to save gas." Lu Pingyan rested his chin on the table, watching Lu Baozhu do his homework, occasionally drooling a bit, eagerly waiting for him to finish so they could go play. Seeing this, Zhaodi immediately understood. "Pingyan, you're really motivated now, following Baozhu to school too? Aren't you afraid someone might kidnap you?" "No way. I'm Baozhu's bodyguard now. I have to follow him wherever he goes." Hearing this, an image popped into Zhaodi's mind, this big, simple fellow following Lu Baozhu to school, dropping him off, then waiting dumbly outside, and walking back with him after school. What else was that if not a bodyguard? No wonder Baozhu didn't want to ride a bike to school. With Lu Pingyan's weight, probably only a 28-inch bicycle could carry him. However, thinking it over, Zhaodi didn't say much to Lu Pingyan. After all, he was almost like a wild child with no one to care for him now, either mooching half a steamed bun from this family or casually drinking a bowl of porridge from that family, never going home. Finished. As soon as Baozhu said he was done, Lu Pingyan was even happier, jumping up so high his pants fell down. "Don't play too late," Zhaodi reminded them. Baozhu agreed, and he and Lu Pingyan went off to dig for cicada nymphs. In another month or so, the dog days of summer would begin. That would be the peak period for cicada nymphs, the larvae of cicadas, to emerge from the ground and molt. Every household would take flashlights and jars, scouring the hills to catch them. Thinking of the scene, and then thinking about over a decade later, when these cicada nymphs would become fewer each year until they were an endangered species, and artificial breeding was developed, and the sound of cicadas could no longer be heard. After locking the carpentry shed, Zhaodi went home to prepare dinner. If she hadn't been so busy lately, she would have loved to go dig for cicada nymphs in the woods. Fried in oil, they were absolutely delicious. As soon as she got home, she saw Ma Jiangwo already busy in the kitchen. He had added water to the pot and was cooking porridge. Aunt Songing was sitting in their main room. What is she doing here? Zhaodi thought. Out of politeness, she called out, "Auntie." Songing responded very sweetly, "Ah, you're back. The work on the alkaline land must be tough, huh? I don't do the manual labor. Jody felt her aunt was being unusually polite today. Her smile was as fake as an old lady's dentures. Dad, let me cook. It's hard for you to squat and stand up with your leg. You fell on the mountain a few days ago. You rest over there. Jody said this indirectly, pulling her father out of the kitchen. She sat down herself to work the bellows and light the firewood. Jangwo, tell me, is what I just said okay? Besides, our Yuhua hasn't used it for long. This phone's quality is quite good. Jianjun spent money to have it repaired again, and it's perfectly fine. Look, it still works. As she spoke, Songying took the flip phone from her pocket, fumbling for a while before finding the power button. See? It's perfectly good. Besides, we're all family. Let's not speak as strangers. Now that Jianjun didn't get to be village chief, household expenses are tight. I didn't know this phone was such a money-guzzling thing at first. Please, for the sake of your elder brother, just consider this phone as settling the debt. Chapter 107, Seeing the Ingrate Clearly. When Jody heard this, her gaze froze. Damn, there's such a thing? Jody pulled the bellows a few times, and the flames in the stove belly ignited, with much less smoke. Auntie, isn't what you're doing a bit unethical? Jody wasn't angry either. She poked the firewood in the stove belly, added 2 more logs to let it burn on its own, then got up and went to the main room. Sister-in-law, it's not that I'm saying this, but I don't know how to use this thing, and Jody definitely doesn't know how either. What would I want this thing for? This time, Ma Jiangwo didn't give in to the eldest brother's family. He immediately spoke softly and slowly. If it were in the past, before his daughter had scolded him, he might have taken the second-hand goods without a word to settle the debt. Why? It was all because he only considered others. Even when he was so poor he had no pants to wear, he still put others first. Then how about this, Jiangwo? See if this works. This is your eldest brother's salary for this month. My whole family needs to eat, so you see. As she spoke, Songying took out a crumpled 100-yuan bill and placed it on the table along with the phone. This way, Ma Jiangwo fell back into his old habit again. As the saying goes, taking a step back leads to a broader world. Since the other party had taken a step back, he should at least show some sincerity. After all, they were family. If you want to use it, you use it. If I want to use one, I'll buy a new one. This time, Jody could see that her father wanted to give in again, so she simply made pointed remarks. These words seemed to be scolding her own father, but in essence, it was clearly a refusal. Why should she take the junk? As if it was easy for her, Ma Zhaodi, to earn these 500 yuan. Songying, who had originally come with a smile and sincerity to discuss the matter, couldn't keep up the act this time either. She slapped the table and stood up. Are you two putting on an act? One playing the bad cop and the other the good cop? This is all there is. If you don't want it, I'll take it away. Anyway, there was no IOU in the first place. Jody was speechless for a moment. She exchanged a glance with her utterly confused father and watched helplessly as Songying stormed off angrily. This time, it actually seemed like she was completely in the right. Ma Jiangwo couldn't hold back either. Damn it. I treated you as family and didn't ask for an IOU, you ingrate. This pent-up anger was truly frustrating. Ma Jiangwo sighed in anger. He looked up at the phone and the 100 yuan on the table, and the more he looked, the more stifled he felt. Dad, do you see now what kind of people uncle and auntie are? Don't worry, it's just a few 100 yuan, right? Let's just consider it the price for recognizing such people in the future. Jody had long known what kind of person her aunt was, but her father didn't. Ma Jiangwo sighed and nodded without saying a word. He silently got up, turned around, and went into the kitchen to tend to the fire. Jody looked at her father, who was clearly 4 years younger than her uncle but looked older. At this moment, the flickering firelight reflected on his face, full of heartache and worry. Dad, don't take it too much to heart. As for this phone, I'll get you a SIM card next market day and you can carry it with you. Ma Jiangwo snapped out of it and gave a dry smile. What would I want that for? I don't know how to use it. See which of you siblings can use it and use it. We can't let it go to waste, right? Baowu is still young. He can't have a phone. When he grows up, won't he just learn to compare himself with others? As for me, if I want to use one, I'll buy it myself. As Zhaodi spoke, she put the phone away. The family was much better off now. Buying a phone was no problem at all. But Zhaodi still preferred Nokia, that 90 version candy bar phone with soft keys, waterproof, drop-resistant, and durable. In her previous life, there was nowhere to buy that phone even if you wanted to. With that, Zhaodi temporarily put away the phone and the money. She said goodbye, took a flashlight, and went to the woods at the edge of the field to look for Baozu. It was completely dark now. She didn't believe that even if a field monkey cicada nymph crawled out, he could still see it, could he? Passing by that alkaline land, the villagers were still working by lamplight to repair the thatched huts, saying it would be convenient for each household to take turns keeping watch at night in the future. When Zhaodi reached the woods at the foot of Prince Mountain, she saw 2 dark figures lying head-to-head on the ground from afar. Ping is it or not? Smell it. Who knew Lu Ping'an actually picked up a clod of dirt and smelled it? I don't think so. It doesn't move. You two are something else, almost turning into dogs, having to smell the dirt you dig. Jiaodi shone her flashlight over. At a glance, she saw Baowu digging with a shovel and Lu Ping'an lying on the ground digging like a dog, checking if there were any unearthed field monkeys hidden inside. The nearby jar was filled with muddy field monkeys, at least 70 or 80 of them. Sis, you came just in time. Shine the light for me, I'll dig a bit more. Ma Baoju was in high spirits. Looking at this old locust tree again, within a 10 cubic meter radius around the tree roots, he had dug it all up. Aren't you off school tomorrow? Dig tomorrow. Let's go home. Sis will pan-fry the field monkeys for you tonight. As Jiaodi spoke, she pulled the two of them back home. Once home, Jiaodi found a wash basin, poured all the field monkeys in, and washed them vigorously with clean water several times. Then, she took a vegetable basin, put the field monkeys in, sprinkled salt on them, and let them marinate. Otherwise, after midnight, they would all turn into cicadas and wouldn't be good to eat anymore. Ping'an, where are you going? Sit down and eat. There was congee, stir-fried dried radish with minced meat, and a pot of soup stewed with loach segments, which Jiaodi had specially caught in the afternoon for the family to eat. Lu Ping'an scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. During this time, Lu Ping'an had become a veritable vagrant, eating meals from 100 homes. But who was willing to keep giving him food? Those bits and pieces, every mouthful, weren't they all money? Over time, people would chase Lu Ping'an away when they saw him. After all, he was a fool and didn't understand human relationships. But actually, no matter how foolish Lu Ping'an was, he could tell he wasn't welcome. Right now, he had already eaten several meals at Jiaodi's house, and he felt somewhat embarrassed no matter what. Child, come inside. Ma Jiangwo, holding chopsticks, pointed at the steamed buns and also told Jiaodi to serve him a big bowl of loach soup. Lu Ping'an fidgeted with his fingers, swallowed his saliva, licked his lips, and then timidly stepped over the threshold. Soak some steamed bun in it, it's delicious. Ma Jiangwo couldn't bear to see a child suffer, no matter whose child it was. Lu Ping'an had a big appetite. After eating one steamed bun soaked in loach soup, he wasn't full. He looked longingly at the steamed buns, wanting to eat more, but was too embarrassed to ask. Ma Jiangwo and Jiaodi exchanged a glance. Jiaodi laughed heartily. Ping'an, just eat. How come you only ate one? Then I'll have another one. Lu Ping'an, simply/naively, rubbed his belly, reached out to grab a steamed bun, broke it in half, pressed it directly into the loach soup, and gobbled it up in a few bites, slurping down the soup. Seeing his squinting eyes again showing an expression of not being full yet, but being embarrassed. I'll have another half. Just eat, child. Coming to our home is like your own home. Your father is unreasonable, but that has nothing to do with you, a child. Come on, eat. Ma Jiangwo directly took a whole one, broke it for him, put it in the bowl, and ladled another bowl of soup over it. Jiaodi looked at her kind father at this moment. Even the way he looked at Lu Ping'an eating heartily was filled with a sense of satisfaction. It was as if he was looking at his own biological son. This moved Jiaodi but also worried her. She knew that there really weren't many such good people in this world, but do good people really always get good rewards? Lu Ping'an didn't eat with peace of mind either. Finally, he burped and said, "Thank you, uncle. I'll help Jiaodi with work tomorrow, okay?" Lu Ping'an rubbed his bulging belly. For him, this was the first full meal he had eaten since his father left. Chapter 108, The Deadly Cat Meat. Work? What kind of work can you do? Jiaodi laughed upon hearing this. He must have felt bad about eating and drinking for free. I can do lots of things. Robbing bird nests, climbing trees, digging for ground monkeys, I'm strong. Lu Ping'an said with a serious face, wiping his nose with his hand. His sleeve was stiff and crusty. Pfft. Jiaodi laughed, slapping the table. Ma Jiangwo also instinctively wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded awkwardly. Not bad, this kid's quite capable. Hearing Uncle Ma praise him, Lu Ping'an immediately scratched his head sheepishly and said, My mom says I'm capable too. Pfft. Jiaodi really couldn't eat anymore. Coming back to her senses, she stopped laughing. Ping'an, where's your mom? Is she still in the hospital? Nah, she went to my grandma's house. And she hasn't come back? Lu Ping'an shook his big head like a rattle drum. Good boy, from now on, come to Uncle's house to eat whenever you're hungry, alright? Ma Jiangwo felt sorry for the child. Being born with an intellectual disability was already such a pity. That night, Ma Jiangwo fetched 2 buckets of hot water. The 3 of them showered together under the shed. Ma Jiangwo even found a set of his own clothes for the big, simple fellow to change into. Who knew that the clothes, which he had to suck in his stomach to button up, had just been put on when, *rip*, they were torn open again by Lu Ping'an's big belly. The next day, before dawn, Jiaodi was awakened by noisy sounds outside. It turned out to be Aunt Song-ing, saying there were a bunch of dead mice at home. Song Jianjun wasn't home, which scared her and her child terribly. There were even dead mice on the bed. Ma Jiangwo dressed unhurriedly and went to his elder brother's house. By the time he returned, it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. What happened, Dad? Zhao asked, opening the door with sleepy eyes. The house was stuffy and hot in the summer. She had only slept soundly after her body cooled down from sweat in the latter half of the night, and now she was woken up again around 4 or 5. Nothing much. Your uncle's house had a lot of dead mice. Go back to sleep, you can still snooze for a while longer. With that, he closed the door and went back to sleep. Zhao lay down and fell asleep immediately. She really did snooze for a short while. Summer days dawn early. Zhao got up, made breakfast, and went to the carpentry shed. Now the mushroom bags were bulging at both ends. A large portion of them needed to have their openings cut. Inside, the mushroom caps of various sizes, like pearls of different sizes, were crowded together, resembling strings of emerald green coral. They looked quite delightful. Yawning, Zhao checked them one by one, the scissors in her hand never put down. Once the mushroom caps grew out, she had to use a sprayer to moisturize them at least twice a day. However, Zhao smiled. Once mushrooms sprouted, they grew quickly. In a week, the first batch of fresh mushrooms could be harvested and sold for money. Of course, due to initial differences in temperature, humidity, and ventilation, the growth stages of the mushrooms on each bag varied. If she could harvest 20 kilograms this first time, Zhao would be perfectly satisfied. Just as Zhao was happily thinking this, Ma Baozhu, who was home for the weekend and not in class, came running over, sweating profusely. Sis, something's happened at the eel pond. The village chief told me to come get you. Zhao was stunned. She put down the scissors, turned to lock the door, and followed Ma Baozhu to the alkaline land. Upon arrival, she saw quite a few people gathered around the eel pond. The most conspicuous among them was still village chief Bai Wenjie. At that moment, he stood with his hands on his hips, looking worriedly at the scene in the eel pond. Several people were using scoop nets to fish out the dead eel fry. The person responsible for keeping watch last night was none other than Uncle Blind Man. He hung his head, sighing repeatedly. He didn't know what happened either. He had just dozed off. Zhao didn't have time to dwell on that. Looking at the dead eels floating in the pond like hemp ropes, her heart ached. She wished she could jump in and check each one to see if they were really dead or just asleep. Of course, Zhao naturally knew they couldn't be asleep. At that moment, Bai Wenjie was tallying the lost eel fry. The newly dug eel pond next door belonged to the Wang family, and theirs had died too. Yet, the other 7 or 8 acres of eel ponds elsewhere were completely unharmed. Bai Wenjie also found it increasingly strange. If it was a water quality problem, they should all die together. If it was a problem with the fry, shouldn't they also die together? Bai Wenjie was an educated and far-sighted man. He immediately had someone catch 2 dead fry, put them in a plastic bag, and took them to his former teacher from his school days to have them tested. Over 1,000 have died. Don't worry, once the test results come out, we'll discuss it further. Bai Wenjie looked at the young Ma Zhaodi, capable of such thinking and actions. Seeing her current heartbroken expression over the eel fry, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Her eyes once again showed fear, terror, and sorrow. All right. How long until the results come out? The moment Zhao turned her gaze to Bai Wenjie, her eyes instantly became clear again. At most a week, at least 3 days. My alma mater has testing equipment. Bai Wenjie patted Zhao's shoulder, the corners of his mouth lifting in a comforting, warm smile. But for Zhao, she vaguely seemed to think of someone. Immediately, Zhao turned and left the foot of Prince Mountain, heading to her uncle's house. Grandma, where's Yuhua? Suppressing the murderous impulse in her heart, Zhao forced her face to turn deathly pale, her lips slightly parched. But her voice was very calm, her eyes filled with determination. Old Lady Ma was busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. After all, Ma Jianjun was now on the night shift. He had just gotten off work in the morning and went to sleep as soon as he returned. Song Ying had gone to the market, leaving her alone. If she didn't cook, she'd have nothing to eat. She went to school. Ever since last time, when Zhao had bluntly said that the eldest son's family hadn't acted decently, old Lady Ma's attitude towards this granddaughter had changed. As she spoke, she got up, lifted the pot lid, and stirred the meat inside with a ladle. Isn't today Saturday? Zhao asked. She's preparing for the high school entrance exam. Said she has extra classes. Why? Didn't your family make lunch? Zhao glared angrily at the contents of the pot. Through the rising steam, she saw 4 legs. How could life be as miserable as Annie claimed? They were stewing a whole rabbit. Zhao didn't say anything and left the Ma family's house. Who knew she'd be stopped right outside the door? I'm telling you, Zhao, you can't screw me over. How come everyone else's fry are fine and only mine died? Blind Man looked pained. He had invested money, waiting for it to lay eggs, hatch chicks, lay more eggs, and hatch more chicks next year. Uncle Blind Man, didn't you see mine died too? The village chief took them for testing, didn't he? From the courtyard came Old Lady Ma's voice, still holding the steaming ladle. Blind Man, have you eaten? Come try some sour meat. No thanks, Auntie. I've already got food ready at home. Blind Man had no time for that. What cat meat? His money was practically floating away with the current. Worry alone filled him up. Sour meat referred to cat meat. The older generation said cat meat was sour. Anyway, Jyoti had never tried it. She just knew so-called sour meat was cat meat. After saying that, Jyoti bid farewell to Blind Man and headed home. In the past, during times of poverty, like the famine years of the 1960s, people ate not just cat meat, but also tree bark, grass roots, and even rats. But by Jyoti's generation, no one ate that stuff anymore. So, her grandmother eating cat meat didn't really bother Jyoti. As it turned out, this matter really blew up. Chapter 109. Old Lady Ma is poisoned. Jyoti was seething with anger inside. Ma Yuhua, you are ruthless. Truly ruthless. If killing weren't against the law, Jyoti really wished she could slap her to death. As soon as she entered the house, Ma Jiangwo had already prepared the meal. Seeing Jyoti return, he brought the hot dishes to the table. Jyoti ate absent-mindedly. Even Bao Zhu said their father's cooking was too salty, but Jyoti didn't even notice. She thought about a lot. In her past life, she hadn't just lived miserably, letting anyone bully her. In this life, she was self-reliant through her own hard work. Was she still going to let people ride roughshod over her and dump a chamber pot on her head? Thinking this, Jyoti's nose stung with emotion, but she held it back. Even the tears welling up in her eyes were forcefully sucked back in. Bao Zhu, stop running outside all the time. Stay home and help your sister. Ma Bao Zhu had gone digging for earth monkeys again. Ma Jiangwo noticed his daughter looked exhausted today, as if worn out, and couldn't help but scold Bao Zhu a couple of times. Bao Zhu, shoveling food into his mouth, said, I do whatever needs doing. Today at the eel pond. Bao Zhu, eat your meal. After eating, come with me to work in the fields. Jyoti immediately cut Bao Zhu off. This matter shouldn't worry their father. Okay. Ma Bao Zhu immediately fell silent. Jyoti planned to go to the eel pond again to carefully see what was really going on. Earlier, she had been too agitated and hadn't thought it through. Now, thinking it over, if they waited for Bai Wenjia's test results to come out, even with evidence, they might not be able to catch anyone. But before they could even put down their bowls, Ma Jianjun rushed in like a madman. Judging by his disheveled clothes and usually slicked-back hair, now a mess, it was clear he had just woken up. As soon as he entered, he delivered news that made their ears ring. Ma Jiangwo immediately limped into a jog, following him to the eldest brother's house. Jyoti followed closely behind. On the way, she couldn't figure out why Grandma had suddenly started convulsing. They said she was foaming at the mouth, her eyes staring straight ahead, her teeth chattering so hard a spoon couldn't pry them open. In the courtyard of the eldest Ma's house, quite a few people had already gathered. Blind Man had just arrived and immediately tried to restrain the old lady, who was convulsing and foaming at the mouth without stopping. Finding he couldn't hold her down, he directly knelt, pressing his knees onto her convulsing legs, one hand forcefully gripping her jaw. With his other hand, he pried open the old lady's eyelid to check her pupils. Instantly, Blind Man drew a sharp breath, poisoned. Quick, take her to the hospital. Can't pry her teeth open, can't force soapy water down. Immediately, the old lady was lifted by many hands onto a borrowed four-wheeled cart. The whole family, in a flurry, followed along to the county town. Before they even reached the hospital, halfway there they met Song Ying and her daughter Song Yuhua returning from the market. Stop staring, get on the cart. Mother is dying. Ma Jianjun immediately erupted, pulling both the woman and her daughter onto the cart. What's going on? What happened? Song Ying was terrified. She was still hoping to dig out some hidden savings from the old lady. How could she be dying without having disclosed anything? Ma Yuhua was also stunned. Grandma, how are you? Ma Zhaodi leaned against the cart side, her gaze sharp as she looked at Ma Yuhua. Because she suddenly realized something. The eels in the eel pond died. That same morning, a pile of rats died at the eldest uncle's house. That cat, caught by Grandma who was over 70, must have eaten the dead rats. And this poison must be related to the poison that killed the eels in the eel pond. Well done, Ma Yuhua. Didn't see it before, you are so vicious. Grandma ate cat meat. That cat probably ate poisoned dead rats, so Grandma is poisoned. Jyoti said, looking down at the old lady. In her past life, she would have cried her heart out because she always believed Grandma meant well, everything was for her own good. Including marrying Lu Dashing, it was supposedly for her reputation. Honestly, when Ma Zhaodi was reborn, she hated this old lady quite a bit. But the old lady also just wanted a peaceful old age, was weak-willed, and was deceived by the eldest uncle and aunt. What did you say? Ma Yuhua's face instantly turned deathly pale. As the tractor jolted and swayed on the mountain road, everyone's bodies rocked rhythmically, but Ma Yuhua seemed frozen in place. Mother, hold on, we'll be at the hospital soon. Ma Jiangwo was already in tears. He always felt he was useless, hadn't let his mother enjoy life. He was unfilial. His hand kept tightly gripping his mother's hand, which was like a dry tree branch, trying to tell her, your son is unfilial, you can hit or scold me, your son will listen and endure. But these words meant something different to Song Ying. Upon hearing they were going to the hospital, Song Ying immediately called for the cart to stop, saying she had things to do at home and wouldn't go to the hospital. The tractor driver was a man from the Li family, Li Hao. By seniority, Zhao should call him uncle, though he was only in his 20s. Immediately, Li Hao released the clutch and stepped on the brake. Give me the money. Ma Jianjun stared at his mother, who now wasn't even convulsing anymore, her face dark purple. What money do I have? Look at how little you earn a month. Song Ying immediately climbed over the cart side and got off the tractor. Ma Yuhua was already terrified, her gaze unfocused and panicked. She knew better than anyone what was going on. Afraid the poison wouldn't be enough to kill all the eels in Zhaodi's large eel pond, she had bought 50 yuan worth of rodenticide. The pesticide shop wouldn't sell that much at once, so she had asked others to help buy several portions. As a result, the night before she even went to the eel pond, she accidentally spilled some, getting it all over her clothes pocket. Since she had many clothes anyway, she simply stuffed that piece of clothing under the bed. Fortunately, a lot was left. But who knew those rats were so stupid, eagerly eating the poison? Now, seeing Grandma's face twisted from the convulsions, Ma Yuhua trembled all over. You damn bitch, say no one more time and see what happens? That's my mother. My own mother. Ma Jianjun jumped off the cart side, dragged her over, and started hitting her. Dad, Mom. Stop fighting. Grandma is dying. Ma Yuhua was so scared her hands shook, her eyes unfocused. Watching the old lady convulse, her jaw clenched even tighter. Uncle Li, drive, hurry or it'll be too late. Zhao urgently urged. Who wanted to watch the two of them fight? What time was this for that? Any later and Grandma would be gone. Quick, quick. Ma Jiangwo stood up and shouted. Ma Yuhua scrambled off the cart to break up the fight. The tractor started again. Zhao suddenly looked back. Ma Yuhua, whether from fear or regret, whether truly admitting her mistake or her legs giving way, as she got off the cart and kneeling because she couldn't stand steady, knelt down. Grandma, hold on a little longer, we're almost there. Zhao reached out and patted Grandma's shoulder, but Grandma unconsciously raised her hand and gripped Zhao's tightly. As her body convulsed into a ball, the contortion on her face could no longer be described as just pain. Zhao! 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 The sound mixed with the chattering of her teeth. She squeezed out the two words through gritted teeth. In that moment, Zhao seemed to cast aside all the resentment in her heart and cried. In these final moments, Grandma finally used her last shred of consciousness to call her name. Chapter 110, News of Death. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Zhao helped carry her grandmother down and rushed her into the emergency room, where gastric lavage was performed immediately. However, the attending doctor had only been inside for less than 2 minutes before coming out. The patient's jaw was tightly locked, all available instruments had been used, and even her remaining 6 teeth had been pried loose, but they still couldn't open her mouth. Moreover, she had been brought in too late, there had been a delay of about an hour in between. Upon hearing this, Ma Jiangwo immediately staggered, then fell to his knees at the entrance of the emergency room, crying out, Mother. He began knocking his head forcefully against the concrete floor. Your son is unfilial. Zhao hurried over to pull him up. Several doctors and nurses also stepped in to help, coaxing and persuading until Ma Jiangwo's emotions were somewhat stabilized. On the mountain road leading out of the village, after Ma Jianjun had slapped Song Ying twice, Ma Yuhua pushed her father. Dad, you can't blame Mom. Our family doesn't have much money to begin with. Besides, the little money you earn each month isn't even enough. Ma Jianjun raised his hand, ready to strike his daughter as well, but Song Ying quickly pulled Ma Yuhua aside. Instead of getting angry or losing her temper after being hit by her husband, Song Ying covered her face and smiled. Jianjun, why are you so angry? I did it on purpose just now. If you had gone along on this trip, who knows how much money would have been spent. Besides, it's not that I, as a daughter-in-law, am heartless. You simply don't have the money for medical expenses. Ma Jianjun was momentarily stunned. What his wife said was true. On one side was his birth mother, who had raised him, on the other was his empty pockets. He could only hope that his younger brother would come up with the money to save their mother's life. From then on, he, as the eldest son, would definitely treat his younger brother well. This wretched old woman, really. It's not like our family didn't give her meat to eat. How could she eat that dead cat meat? Even at death's door, she still manages to cause trouble. As soon as Songing entered the house, she went to the kitchen, took a shovel, and dug out the poisonous dead cat to bury it. Ma Jianjun's face was dark with worry. He paced restlessly, tormented by his conscience as a son on one hand and worried about his mother's life on the other. He thought of sending Yuhua to check on the situation, but neither mother nor daughter was willing to go. After much thought, Ma Jianjun decided to go to his workplace to request an advance on next month's salary to take to the hospital. He couldn't let his younger brother bear the medical expenses alone. Jianjun, where are you going? Songing asked, returning with the shovel. I have something to do. Ma Jianjun had no intention of mentioning the salary advance. If she found out, would he even be able to leave the house? Since returning home, Ma Yuhua had been sitting on the stone roller at the entrance, staring blankly into space, her palms constantly sweaty with cold sweat. She couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. Although she couldn't stand her grandmother freeloading at their home, this was a matter of life and death. If this were discovered, wouldn't she be ruined for life? At this thought, Ma Yuhua suddenly shuddered, as if she could already hear the footsteps of the authorities approaching. But upon careful consideration, the victim was her own grandmother. No one would find out, and besides, her own grandmother wouldn't report her. With this thought, Ma Yuhua felt slightly better. At the county hospital, fortunately, Li Hao's four-wheeled vehicle hadn't left yet, so old lady Ma was immediately taken back home. On the way back, Ma Jiangwo held his mother's lifeless, withered hands tightly, his gaze distant, as if recalling scenes from his childhood when he would circle around his mother. His dazed eyes sometimes filled with happiness, sometimes with joy, but when he looked down, all those emotions were replaced by the harsh reality of separation between the living and the dead. Profound sorrow left him without even the strength to sigh. Jyoti silently wrapped her arms around her father's neck, pressing her face close to his ear. People, no matter how capable they are in their lifetime, can't outlive a turtle. What's most precious is what a person accomplishes in their life and what they leave behind. Ma Jiangwo patted his daughter's shoulder, looked up at the sky, and silent tears streamed down his aged face. As the tractor entered the village, it was surrounded by people. In the countryside during this era, gossip spread faster than the nightly news in a previous life. Not every household could afford a television, so what did people do in their spare time after meals? They gathered to chat. The slightest stir would be blown out of proportion, and with the speed of rumors and imagination richer than that of great writers from a past life, even the simplest incident could be fantasized into a terrifying and bizarre Hollywood blockbuster. Take this incident of old Lady Ma's poisoning, for example. At first, it was said she had eaten something bad. When she was brought back and word spread that the poisoning was beyond cure, the talk started again. Has the Ma family offended some spirit? How come 2 people have died in less than a month? In my opinion, they must have done too many shameful things. Just look at their daughter. That flirtatious aura, I say she'll be struck by lightning sooner or later. Oh my heavens. If that's the case, I'll have to detour around their house from now on to avoid catching bad luck. Exactly. If old man Ma finds out about this, he probably won't be able to rest peacefully in his coffin. Amid the chugging sound of the tractor, Zhao didn't hear the villagers' discussions. Upon arriving home, she quickly followed her father's instructions regarding customs, moving a bamboo bed into the main hall. It had to be positioned with the head facing outward and the feet inward. Once everything was ready, Ma Jiangwo carried his mother's body inside. Mother, we're home. As he spoke, Zhao helped lay the old woman flat on the bed and covered her with a white sheet. Zhao hurried out to find Ma Baozhu. Only after he returned could her father go out to purchase items for the funeral. It was said that someone must remain at home so that Grandma wouldn't be too lonely on her final journey. Baozhu, kneel down. Zhao knelt before Grandma and kowtowed 3 times first, but Ma Baozhu stood dumbfounded at the entrance, staring fixedly at Grandma's body without moving. I won't kneel. Ma Baozhu turned his face away. Why should I kneel? Baozhu, do you want to grow up to be an unrighteous and unfilial child? No matter how Grandma treated our family in the past, she is still our father's birth mother, our grandmother. Zhao's eyes reddened with urgency. She stood up and kicked him. She hadn't expected Ma Baozhu to have been influenced so badly by a stepmother, Li Tsuelan, not only unable to distinguish priorities, but also lacking respect. Ma Baozhu stumbled back 2 steps from Zhao's kick. He lowered his head to look at his thigh, rubbed it vigorously a few times, gritted his teeth, and turned to run. Where do you think you're going? Zhao quickly took 2 steps forward and grabbed Ma Baozhu by the collar. People like you won't amount to anything when they grow up. Do you understand that filial piety is the foundation of all virtues? What have you been learning in school? After this matter is over, I'm going to see your teacher. As Zhao spoke, she moved forward to hit him again. In the past, Ma Baoju would have pounced and bitten Zhao, but now he wouldn't. Ever since his mother left, only his sister had treated him the best and doted on him the most. Sis, don't hit me. I'll kneel. Seeing that he was about to be hit again, Ma Baoju quickly waved his hands, rubbed his thigh where Zhao had kicked him, went over, and hastily knelt down to kowtow 3 times. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Zhao turned to look. The person arriving at the door was none other than her uncle. Mother? Mother, Ma Jianjun had just returned from his workplace and happened to pass by the county hospital, thinking of delivering the few hundred yuan he had advanced to cover expenses. But upon inquiry, he learned that she was gone, already taken back home. Chapter 111 The Funeral. At that moment, Ma Jianjun staggered a few steps forward, rushed to the bedside, and knelt down. Mother, what am I supposed to do now that you're gone? You left just like that, without even saying a word. Zhao and Ma Baozu exchanged a glance. The siblings stood expressionlessly at the doorway. In the countryside, when handling funeral matters, distant relatives who are blood-related need to be personally visited and informed. This is what's called reporting the death. Villagers and neighbors would also check their own family's old registry books to see if they should come to pay their respects. After that, a funeral feast had to be arranged for the guests. In the evening, Ma Jiangwo returned from the market. He had bought burial clothes and ordered a coffin, which would be delivered the next day. The task of reporting the death to the distant relatives fell to Ma Jianjun, as he was the eldest son. The late old lady Ma, Neishang Lanhua, was from Rongqing County in another region. The round trip there would take half a day, so Ma Jianjun set off early in the morning to report the death. Song Ying, as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Ma family, took charge of arranging the funeral affairs. She led a few older sisters-in-law to help wash the old lady's body and change her into the burial clothes. Upon hearing that the old lady had passed, Song Ying's first action was to ransack her room. She even pinched every corner of the tattered quilt the old lady had used. Wasn't there supposed to be an inheritance? How come there's nothing? While changing the clothes and dressing the body, Song Ying felt around the old lady's clothes as if taking a pulse. She only found 5 yuan, 8 mao, and 5 fin in a pocket. She was stunned on the spot. You can't take that money. An older sister-in-law shot her a sidelong glance. She was supposed to be helping change her mother-in-law's burial clothes, but she seemed distracted. This is money for the dead. As soon as these words were spoken, Song Ying shuddered, and the 5 yuan, 8 mao, and 5 fin fell onto the bed. The experienced older sister-in-law picked up the money and tucked it into the old lady's palm. This money had to be buried with the body. This is the origin of so-called road money. Ma Zhaodi stayed by the entrance the whole time, receiving fellow villagers who came to pay their respects. But her heart wasn't there at all. It had long flown beyond the clouds. Ma Yuhua, you owe a human life. Thinking about it, Brother Bai had already left Luozi village for 2 days. Today was the 3rd day. She wondered how the test results were. She always felt these 2 matters were definitely connected and that Ma Yuhua was involved. Song Ying, having finished changing the burial clothes, pushed aside the straw mat door curtain and came out. Zhao casually asked, Auntie, such a big event as Grandma's passing, why hasn't Yuhua come to kowtow? Isn't she afraid the villagers will laugh? This girl has a bit of a high fever. Probably her grandma loved her too much and couldn't bear to leave. Zhao had heard of such sayings in the countryside, but she thought to herself, it's more likely a guilty conscience keeping her away. I can't stand the embarrassment. I'll go see how Sister Yuhua is doing. We happen to have fever medicine at home. As she said this, Zhao really went into the house and rummaged out a few analgin tablets, then headed straight for her uncle's house. The courtyard was empty, not a soul in sight. Only after entering the main room did Zhao call out, Sister Yuhua. But there was no response. Sister Yuhua, aren't you going to kowtow to Grandma? The meal will be served soon. Still no movement. Zhao paused slightly and noticed the bedroom door was ajar. Peeking in, it was empty. Sister Yuhua's room was empty. She simply wasn't home. Funeral affairs were hectic to begin with, especially around noon when the relatives from old lady Ma's maiden family, her own elder brother and younger brother, arrived. So, everyone forgot about someone like Ma Yuhua. As the saying goes, a child without a mother suffers a lifetime of pain. A married daughter might be like water spilled out, but when her maiden family arrives, if there are any unclear matters, her brothers and sisters can step up to support her. Before the noon meal was even served, Shang Lanhua's elder brother and younger brother began showing displeasure, questioning how this could happen, how a person could just die for no reason. Ma Jianjun had already endured a journey's worth of anger while bringing his mother's maiden family over. He had been scolded by his uncles and couldn't talk back. With this commotion, Song Ying also humbly apologized. Eldest uncle, our family never mistreated mother. Then what's going on? Explain it clearly to me. Old Lady Ma's elder brother was nearly 70 years old. This wasn't just about his own younger sister mysteriously dying of poisoning. They were, after all, her maiden family and had to stand up for her. Song Ying thought to herself that if this dragged on, not only would it become a laughingstock, but if it were known she died in her own home, wouldn't she be unable to explain herself? So she immediately said she didn't know, that old Lady Ma had been living at the second son's place and rarely came to their house. As soon as these words were out, the blame shifted to the second son. Before the honest and simple Ma Jiangwo could even react, he was almost hit with a stool by his own uncle. Hey, uncle. What are you doing? My dad hasn't even said anything. How can you start hitting? Besides, all the villagers know my grandma has been living at my eldest uncle's house. Yesterday at noon, she suddenly ate something unclean and got poisoned. Who knows if it was on purpose? Jody stepped forward and took the stool from the uncle's hand. After saying this, she glanced at Song Ying. You're something, everything is whatever your lips decide to say. Wait until Brother Bai finds out the cause. We'll settle this account together then. Ma Zhaodi refused to believe that with justice's net so vast, your family could escape responsibility. You wretched girl, don't talk nonsense in front of your uncle. Watch your tongue rot. Song Ying, knowing she was in the wrong, muttered and turned her face away, thinking angrily to herself, we raised that old woman for nothing all these years, didn't get any benefits before she died, and now we've gotten into trouble. Over there, the villagers were waiting for the feast to start, and many men were waiting to eat before helping carry the coffin for the burial. So, for the sake of the overall situation and to avoid delaying the timing, this matter was temporarily suppressed in everyone's hearts, and most took their seats to eat. Zhaodi had no appetite at all. Where could my Yuhua have run off to at this time? Could she have run away out of a guilty conscience? After the meal, the women helped clean up the dishes. Most were eyeing the leftovers from the big tables, gathering them up to take back to their own homes. The funeral procession, led by the eldest son with the eldest grandson following, marched grandly towards the Luwazi cemetery on Prince Mountain, where generations of Luwazi ancestors were buried. In the evening, Shen Lanhua's brothers from her maiden family didn't leave. They had to stay overnight and would be formally sent off by the eldest son the next day, as the maiden family was treated as honored guests. The whole extended family spread out in Ma Jianjun's courtyard, setting up a dragon gate formation of discussion. Jianjun, you're the eldest son. Tell me, how could a perfectly fine person die from poisoning? The two brothers, one afraid of being beaten by the old uncle and the other feeling he hadn't fulfilled his filial duties, both hung their heads in silence. So the eldest uncle pointedly asked by name. Uncle this. The day before yesterday at noon, there was no one at home. She, an old lady, as if she'd never eaten meat before, somehow got hold of a cat that had eaten a poisoned rat and stewed and ate it. Ma Jianjun lowered his head, wanting to clarify the matter righteously. But when he looked up and met his uncle's fiery eyes, his confidence vanished. Chapter 112. The maternal uncle demands accountability. After all, he was an elder. No matter how old Ma Jianjun was, if his uncle said to hit him, he really had to stand there and let his uncle hit him, without fighting back or talking back. Uncle, it's not that I, as the eldest daughter-in-law, want to say this, but you can ask around. Which meal in our house doesn't have meat? She's an old lady of that age, isn't she just asking for trouble? Song Ying couldn't stand it anymore. Look at her own husband's cowardly appearance, acting like a grandson. In front of her and their daughter at home, he put on airs and even hit her. But in front of his uncle, he wilted. What right do you have to speak? The uncle was angry. In the minds of the older generation, family matters should be handled by the men. A daughter-in-law was always an outsider. Where did she get the right to speak? Why can't I speak? If anyone is least qualified to say such things, isn't it the second brother? Did he ever take care of mother for a single day? Huh? I'm the one who has been taking care of her, washing her feet, cutting her toenails, scraping the dead skin. Uncle, don't you feel ashamed saying such things? Song Ying slapped the back of her hand against her palm with a loud clap. Yes, uncle. Mother's food, drink, living arrangements, everything has been at our house all these years. You say? Ma Jianjun added, helplessly rubbing his scalp and letting out a long sigh. Wasn't his conscience also tormented? It's my fault. I failed in my filial duties. If uncle wants to hit me, then hit me. Ma Jiangwo, who had been silent all along, suddenly knelt down with a thud. A maternal uncle was the same as one's own mother. There was no shame in it. Song Ying scoffed and turned her face away. Now he knew how to play the good guy. The uncle immediately stood up, grabbed a stool, and was about to smash it. Ma Jianjun couldn't bear it in good conscience and quickly stopped him. Uncle, don't be angry. Jiangwo has had it hard too. He paid for the emergency hospital fees this time. Ma Jianjun sighed and quickly turned to say, Jangwo, don't kneel. Get up quickly. What kind of behavior is this? Our uncle is reasonable. Get up. Songying couldn't stand it. Why was he still speaking up for the second brother? She turned and left after throwing out a sentence. I'm going to look for you, Hua. You unfilial son. You weren't filial when she was alive, but now that she's dead, you're putting on a show. Get out. Don't anyone stop me. The uncle shouted at Ma Jianjun, and with a crash, the stool smashed onto Ma Jiangwo's shoulder. Ma Jiangwo was knocked backward. When he struggled to get up, half of his shoulder was twitching uncontrollably. Uncle, have you lost your mind? Jody had just finished taking care of Baozhu and knew her father and uncle were here discussing Grandma's death. Her father was no match for her aunt, so she hurried over. Upon hearing this, the uncle put his hands behind his back, squinted, and looked Jody up and down. This was a matter among elders. What business did a little girl have here? Dad. Jody rushed forward to help her father up, only to find that his arm kept twitching uncontrollably. He must have been hit hard. Even his face was twisted in pain. Uncle, did you do this on purpose, or do you just not see my father as a human being? And you, uncle, why are you so biased? It was Aunt who said Grandma had an inheritance and forcibly took her from our house. She used to live with you in the past, but that was because Grandma disliked our poverty and didn't want to stay. Aunt even denied it at the funeral, saying Grandma passed away at our house. How can you say whatever you want? Does everything have to go according to your family? Jody helped Ma Jiangwo sit down. She could feel her father was somewhat dazed. Hearing Jody's words, he could only weakly wave his hand, lacking the strength to speak. Upon hearing this, the muscles on Ma Jianjun's face twitched, but he couldn't utter a single word. He just glanced worriedly at his uncle's expression, afraid he might accidentally get beaten too. Adult matters. What does a little kid like you know? Ma Jianjun, seeing his uncle's expression grow increasingly grim, stammered a reproach at Jody. Wasn't this just said for his uncle's benefit? She's just a child talking nonsense, uncle. Don't believe everything she says. I am a little kid, yes, I admit it. I'm only 15, not as capable as Ma Yuhua, who bought so much rat poison and killed Grandma. Jody kept holding her father's arm. She could feel it trembling. It must have been dislocated. Jody's heart ached so much she couldn't speak. She had originally planned to wait for Brother Bai to return with the test results and settled both the accounts of the eel pond at once. But now, Jody couldn't wait any longer. Upon hearing this, even Ma Jiangwo, who was in too much pain to speak, was slightly stunned. Ma Jianjun and the two brothers from Shang Lanhua's family were also stunned. What did you say? Ma Jianjun was terrified. He knew nothing about this. What I said, uncle, is that your hearing isn't good. Even though uncle and little uncle are old, I don't think they're deaf. Jody was both anxious and angry. If she hadn't used deep breaths to calm herself, she would have cried on the spot. Why did all the blame fall on her father, who was such a pushover? Why? In her past life, she had learned one thing. No matter the circumstances, no matter how miserable or helpless you were, heaven would never pity your tears. Tears were nothing but a self-mocking joke. At Blind Man's house, Jody stood to the side, waiting for Blind Man to reset her father's arm. Her father's shoulder was now swollen like fermented dough, bulging high. Blind Man was already depressed about the eel pond incident. As he rubbed medicinal wine on Ma Jiangwo to promote blood circulation, he muttered, I don't know what's been going on these past couple of days. Even heaven has stumbled and crushed all my eels to death. Hiss. Ma Jiangwo suddenly hissed in pain from the cold sensation. I say, Blind Man uncle, it wasn't my dad who killed your eels. Do you have to be like this? Can't you be gentler? Jody could see it. Blind Man was clearly doing it on purpose. If I don't use force, how will the medicine penetrate to the bone? Blind Man had his reasons. Blind Man uncle, give it a rest. The whole village knows your temper. Jody curled her lip in disdain. All right, who can argue with that mouth of yours? By the way, did your uncle run off after you scolded him? Blind Man applied more medicinal wine and rubbed it on Ma Jiangwo, who gritted his teeth and endured the pain. When they arrived, Blind Man had asked what happened, and Jody told him the truth. Not only did he not leave, he's staying at my uncle's house. He wants to know the outcome. Jody said. But where had Ma Yuhua run off to? When the whole truth came out, the injustice her father suffered would finally be avenged. Just as she was thinking this, someone suddenly arrived outside. Jody, I finally found you. The test results are out. Jody glanced sideways and saw it was Bai Wenjie. She quickly stood up to greet him, taking the test report from his hand and glancing at it. Tetramethylene disulfotetramine, dithio, tetraazabicyclo, decane, tetroxide? Jody saw the diagnosis was poisoning, but the chemical name of this toxin was a bit too complicated. Fortunately, in her past life, she had read aquaculture books that mentioned this poison. Tetramine. Yes, that's the poison. Bai Wenjie was slightly stunned for a moment before speaking. After all, he hadn't expected this little girl, who hadn't even finished elementary school, to understand chemical names. Chapter 113, Tetramine. Zhao narrowed her eyes, staring blankly at a fixed point while thinking to herself, Ma Yuhua is truly ruthless. This kind of drug, just 1 milligram, is enough to kill an adult weighing around 100 gene. Not to mention what it could do to rice field eels. Plus, the water in the eel pond wasn't flowing. It was stagnant water changed periodically, so the entire pond was now poisoned. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Bai Wenjie adjusted his glasses. He had rushed to find Zhao as soon as he returned, but communication in the countryside was inconvenient, so he had to ask around. He had finally managed to find the blind man's house, but this girl looked at him as if he were an enemy. Her pure pupils were filled with a fierce glare, unsettling to anyone who saw it. It's nothing, Brother Bai. I think we should report this to the police. Zhao suddenly said. Report to the police? Bai Wenjie was somewhat surprised. The eels had died from poisoning, someone must have been up to no good, but it didn't seem serious enough to involve criminal responsibility or warrant calling the police. At most, the village could handle it internally, with fines or something similar. Yes, this involves human lives, Zhao stated decisively. During the time Bai Wenjie was away, it happened to be the period from Old Lady Ma's death to her burial. He had just returned and didn't yet know about Old Lady Ma's death, let alone the possibility that she might also have died from tetramine. Zhao didn't know how to explain. After Ma Jiangwo's arm was set and his dislocated shoulder blade put back in place, the blind man thoughtfully tore a piece of cloth to fashion a sling for Ma Jiangwo's arm, and that was that. However, as the saying goes, a tendon or bone injury takes 100 days to heal. He wouldn't be able to lift heavy things for at least 3 months. If it dislocated again, it could become a habitual dislocation. By the time they returned home, it was already past 11 p.m. Zhao helped Ma Jiangwo settle down for the night. Before sleeping, Ma Jiangwo reminded Zhao to ask village chief Bai if he had eaten and to make him something if he hadn't. Don't worry, Dad. Rest well. I know, Zhao said, closing her father's door before entering her own room. She took out the medical report from when her grandmother was admitted to the hospital. At a glance, Bai Wenjie immediately drew a sharp breath. Clearly, the poisoning symptoms and the toxin were of the same chemical type. Even the blind man could see that the issue here wasn't as simple as just dead eels. Moreover, although Bai Wenjie had been forced by his superiors to serve as the village chief of Luozi, he didn't want a death on his hands so soon after taking office. It's true what they say, barren mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. Bai Wenjie was genuinely startled. He had always believed the villagers were simple and kind-hearted, always wearing sincere smiles, though haggling over small advantages was also a local characteristic. But what did any of that matter compared to matters of life and death? Bai Wenjie decided to set out at dawn the next day to go to the county and discuss the matter privately with the county magistrate. After all, it was the magistrate who had assigned him here. If he reported it directly to the police, the magistrate would likely scold him for failing to manage the land and the people properly. In any case, he wouldn't have anything good to say. For the next couple of days, please handle the matters at the eel pond for me. I'll return once I've sorted this out. Zhao pressed her lips together and agreed. Although Bai Wenjie truly hadn't eaten, he had no time to stay. After speaking, he picked up the 2 documents, stood up, and left. Just as he stepped over the threshold, Bai Wenjie paused, turned back, and said, "Oh, by the way, that private coal mine owner, Boss Su, has been criminally detained. Soon, the court will confiscate his coal mine, convert it into RMB, and distribute it to the affected villagers. I'll notify you when it's time to collect the compensation." With that, Bai Wenjie disappeared into the night without looking back. Zhao unconsciously followed him out a few steps. The gratitude in her heart was beyond words. In her previous life, he had saved her and taught her knowledge she would never have otherwise accessed. In this life, Zhao had thought she could repay his kindness, but he was still helping her, wasn't he? It was just a pity that such a good person had been framed and met an untimely end. Zhao counted the days on her fingers. Fortunately, it was still early. Everything was still early. Early morning, county government building, 3rd floor, county magistrate's office. Bai Wenjie adjusted his glasses. I'd say you've handed me a hot potato. If you don't step in, I'm quitting. Find someone else. Seated at the desk was a plump, elderly man in his 50s, his hair slightly graying. With a faint smile, he reached for the teacup on the table, leisurely blew on the tea leaves, took a sip, and chuckled. In the entire Taizi County, Luozi is a mess. You're right. Otherwise, why would I have sent you there? You've seen the test results. Luozi doesn't just seem like a mess to me, it's practically a bandit den. I might as well go back and prepare for graduate school. Bai Wenjie pretended to complain, If one day, it's not old lady Ma or the eels who die, but me, humph. I wonder if you'd cry then. Bai Wenjie simply took off his glasses and placed them on the table, pretending to be disdainful and avoiding County Magistrate Sun's gaze. The air he snorted through his nose was pure disdain. Haha. County Magistrate Sun had been county magistrate for over 20 years since retiring from the military. If he couldn't handle pressure, he'd have been driven mad by his subordinates long ago. That breeding genius you mentioned last time, if you don't want to do it, why not let them take over? Bai Wenjie replied, that girl is only 15. County Magistrate Sun was taken aback. He had heard Bai Wenjie mention the girl's farming techniques many times, how she had developed 2 mu of alkaline land at the lowest cost. He had assumed she was an agricultural genius, a highly educated student, but she was only 15? Old son, don't change the subject. The issue right now isn't about who serves as village chief. Bai Wenjie seriously suspected the old man was dodging the topic, a tactic he often used. Otherwise, how could he have maneuvered his way to this age without retiring? All right, whatever you say. You're in charge. County Magistrate Sun adopted a dead pig unfazed attitude. He picked up the landline phone on the desk, made a call, and after hanging up, leaned back in his chair, interlacing his fingers and speaking earnestly. You've just taken office. If a village matter involves human lives, it could affect your future prospects. I won't go through official channels this time. I've called in someone. Leave everything to him to handle. You just focus on managing the villagers. Bai Wenjie listened. It seemed the old man had finally done something practical to protect home and defend the nation. The descendant of a provincial department head from another province. What? Bai Wenjie wondered if the old man had gone mad. Wasn't this still an official? And he had gone straight to the provincial level? How is this any different from involving official channels? The old man must be crazy. County Magistrate Sun waved his hand, signaling Bai Wenjie not to get so worked up. We have connections. Officially, his authority is greater than mine. Whatever the outcome, it won't affect you or me much. He has enough influence to handle it properly, isn't that enough? Fine. Hopefully, the old man hadn't gone completely mad. Chapter 114, A Letter from Home to the Military District. Bai Wenjie could only wait patiently for good news. As he was leaving, Bai Wenjie pointed at the test results on the desk. County Magistrate Sun waved his hand and said, leave it here for now. No matter what, we have to let someone take a look, right? Right after Bai Wenjie left, the landline phone on the county magistrate's desk rang. After answering it, Magistrate Sun's expression changed. Chinlei, you really meant it when you said you'd come right away. I'm currently in Nanhui City, not far from Taizhi County. All right then, give me a call when you arrive. I'll prepare a welcome for you in advance. In Luozi village, Zhao was in the carpentry shed checking on the growth of the mushrooms. The caps were now about the size of a thumb, and even the smaller ones were as big as a pinky finger. Even though the caps were still small, once these things started growing, they really changed overnight. In just a few days, they would be ready for harvest. The news about someone deliberately poisoning the rice field eel pond had spread. Both the Li and Wang families were on edge, keeping watch overnight. Only Blind Man was in a state of utter despair, as besides his family, Zhao's family was the only other one affected by the disaster at the eel pond. What Zhao needed to do was remind everyone to change the water, because the newly hatched eels were still delicate, and the water quality had to be maintained well. After about a month, the frequency of water changes could be reduced. By that time, most of the eels would have burrowed into the mud and started making tunnels. Zhao squatted at the foot of Taizhi Mountain, looking at her empty eel pond. Besides being determined to get revenge on Ma Yuhua, she also missed Xiao Zhendong. Had he received her letter? Why was he taking so long to reply? It had been almost a month. Was he really that busy, or was he avoiding everything between them? Back in those days, it was truly wonderful. Thinking of this, Zhao imagined his life in the military compound. The shouts of command represented the authority of the party and the Liberation Army. The steady, grounded footsteps represented competence and unwavering determination. Deputy Regimental Commander Li, transfer those 2 new recruits back to the Human Resources Department. In the military district, at the medical office, Xiao Zhendong lay on a hospital bed with an 4 drip in his hand and bandages wrapped around his head. Deputy Regimental Commander Li was taken aback. He had come to check on the regimental commander's injuries. The recent border bandit suppression mission had been completed exceptionally well, but he felt his regimental commander was like a wild wolf, utterly fearless of death. Several times, he wondered if the regimental commander was trying to commit suicide. Yet, at critical moments, Regimental Commander Xiao always took the initiative, turning the tide of battle, keeping everyone on edge. Unexpectedly, his first words were to order the 2 new recruits who had just joined the regiment to be transferred back. I thought those 2 new recruits performed quite well during this operation. Impulsive, reckless, lacking any sense of teamwork, solely focused on claiming credit for themselves. Keeping such people will only harm the entire regiment's brothers. Hearing this, Deputy Regimental Commander Lee saluted, said, "Yes, sir," turned, and jogged away. Immediately after, Yang Shun entered, reporting, "Regimental Commander. There's a letter from home for you." At the mention of the words, "letter from home," Xiao Zhendong wearily closed his eyes, as if his injuries had suddenly become much more severe. "Regimental Commander Xiao, this letter arrived just a couple of days after you departed. It's been sitting in the communications department for about a month now." Xiao Zhendong didn't open his eyes, but reached out his hand. Yang Shun handed him the envelope and then withdrew from the medical office. Xiao Zhendong opened his eyes and looked at the envelope. The name on it made him frown involuntarily. He hadn't opened the letter, but his heart was in turmoil. It wasn't that he didn't want to read Zhaodi's letter. He didn't dare to. Whenever he closed his eyes, scenes from childhood to the present flashed before him, of her circling around him, calling out Brother Zhendong in that clear, crisp voice. So straightforward, so pure, so lovely. He loved her timidity because it allowed him to be her hero. He loved her straightforwardness and purity. Every word she spoke came from her heart, without any hidden impurities. Just as Xiao Zhendong had once loved her simply and directly, without any ulterior motives, without any specific reason, he just wanted to marry her. But ever since his mother passed away, everyone in the family, including his maternal uncles, forbade him from going against his deceased mother's wishes. Xiao Zhendong, who charged across battlefields and faced death countless times, seemed like a man of steel. Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, he was so weak. Especially when he thought of her, Xiao Zhendong wanted to find an outlet to vent. That outlet was the battlefield. He wanted to use bullets and flesh to ask, what should he do? Xiao Zhendong wearily closed his eyes. This bandit suppression operation was fairly successful, but he himself felt there were still shortcomings. Namely, his team's strength hadn't yet reached the level he desired. He planned to have a heartfelt talk with his brothers tonight. All personnel, attention. At night, all the brothers of the Wild Wolf Regiment stood in neat formation. Xiao Zhendong paced back and forth a couple of times. "Brothers, do you feel my usual training tasks for you are too harsh? If so, speak up bravely." It was already harsh enough normally. Asked like this now, who dared to report? As a result, everyone exchanged glances secretly, but no one dared to speak. Xiao Zhendong curled the corner of his mouth and said, "Let me ask you brothers a question. Would you rather die on the battlefield, perishing in a foreign land, or die on the training ground?" Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly reported, of course, they would rather die on their own homeland. Then, Xiao Zhendong asked another question. "Has any brother died from exhaustion due to the tasks I assigned?" Everyone fell silent, a long silence. "I am harsh on you because I fear that one day you might die on the battlefield. As your regimental commander, if I cannot bring my brothers back to our homeland safe and sound, that is my fault, a mistake I could never make up for in my entire life." Still silence. Each person's heart was deeply shaken, including Deputy Regimental Commander Lee, who gazed intently at Xiao Zhendong. "We will definitely train with all our might." "That's right, Regimental Commander. Our Wild Wolf Regiment will go together and return together." A wave of applause and blood-boiling cheers erupted behind him. Xiao Zhendong turned and left the training ground. When he first enlisted, a regimental commander had died heroically, yet not a single one of his subordinates was injured or killed. At that time, Xiao Zhendong deeply admired that old regimental commander. But later, when he took to the battlefield himself, his perspective changed. It wasn't that Xiao Zhendong feared death. He believed that old regimental commander was incompetent. Had he never considered that after his own death, his brothers going into battle would be like motherless children? For Xiao Zhendong, he hoped every one of his subordinates, every brother, would have sufficient combat experience. Even if it meant stripping a layer of skin off them, at least, one day, even without Regimental Commander Xiao, the brothers could still hold their own. In the eyes of the brothers, the figure slowly walking away at that moment seemed so towering and majestic. Xiao Zhendong took out the letter from his pocket. Returning to his dormitory, he stared at it fixedly, still lacking the courage to open it. He thought about how old Zhaodi was this year. After July, she would be considered 16. In 2 more years, she would be 18. 18. The age he had envisioned for her to grow up, and for him to marry her. It was a beautiful age. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhendong's gaze had long pierced through the envelope before him, landing on that unknown place. The corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a slight curve, as if he could already see the 18-year-old Zhaodi, dressed in a red gown, gracefully walking towards him. Chapter 115. The officials investigate the case. That afternoon, Bai Wenhao returned to Luozi and immediately told Zhaodi the news. The higher-ups were taking this matter very seriously and had sent a specially appointed person to our village. Specially appointed person? Jody was in the carpentry shed, carrying a sprayer on her back, watering the mushrooms one by one. Hearing Bai Wenjia's words, she asked, "Who is it? Should we arrange accommodation in advance?" "Don't worry about that. They'll stay at the brigade headquarters. There's the Old Women's Federation office there. We can tidy it up. It's fit for someone to stay in." Jody didn't say anything more, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. She wondered if this specially appointed person would be reliable. "Sis." Bai Wenjia said a few words and then headed to the eel pond. Right on his heels, Ma Baozhu arrived. "Your uncle's family wants you to go over." "What for?" Jody pressed the hydraulic handle, the sprayer nozzle sweeping back and forth inside the carpentry shed. "I don't know. Seems like Yuhua Jia is back." Ma Baozhu said it indifferently. After all, he didn't like anyone from the uncle's family. Having delivered the message, he considered his errand done. Whether she went or not was none of his concern. Hearing this, Zhao paused slightly. Ma Yuhua was back? Didn't she run away? She didn't even come home last night. Finishing her task, Zhao took off the sprayer, locked the door, and went to her uncle's house. In Ma Laoda's courtyard, Ma Yuhua knelt on the ground, disheveled and dirty-faced. Standing before her was her father, Ma Jianjun. Sitting to the side, drinking tea, was Ma Jianjun's maternal uncle. "Tell me the truth. Is what that girl Zhao said true? Did you buy poison?" Ma Jianjun wasn't concerned right now about people laughing because his daughter hadn't come home all night. This matter, he had to get to the bottom of it in front of his uncle. Otherwise, Ma Jianjun, really wouldn't be able to clear his name. "You believe what Ma Zhao says?" "Well, of course. Haven't you always thought she was so good? Anyway, I'm not your real daughter now. That Ma Zhao is your real daughter." Ma Yuhua thought to herself, so what if she was being punished by kneeling? It wasn't like she'd lose a piece of flesh. Hearing this, even the uncle drew a sharp breath. Ma Jianjun immediately took off his shoe, gripping the cloth shoe with its leather sole, ready to hit her. "Jianjun, what are you doing? Didn't we just send for Zhao to come over? Who knows who's really talking nonsense then?" Song Ying quickly shielded her daughter behind her. Ma Jianjun already had a pretty good idea in his heart. If she hadn't done it, why didn't she show her face at all during her own grandmother's funeral? The reason Ma Yuhua wasn't worried about being hit was that she knew her mother would protect her. Now, she even patted her knees and stood up. "Exactly. What kind of thing is Ma Zhao anyway? You believe whatever she says, but you never believe a word I say." As she stood up, there was a clatter. A phone fell to the ground. Ma Yuhua quickly picked it up and stuffed it into her pocket. "What's that?" Ma Jianjun was stunned. He saw it looked like a phone. Didn't he smash her phone? "Here, take a good look." Ma Yuhua disdainfully pulled the new phone from her pocket. The model was the same as the old one, but the color was different, silver gray. "You couldn't afford to buy me one, so I bought it myself. Who's short of a few $100 anyway?" Song Ying was also stunned. She exchanged a look with her husband, then tried to reason. "Yuhua, where did you get the money?" "Money of unclear origin. You have to be careful out there." "What?" "It's just over 500 yuan. The money Ma Zhao earns is money, but the money I earn is of unclear origin." Ma Yuhua's words were aimed directly at her father. She was still fuming. Clearly, Ma Zhao wasn't his biological daughter, yet he praised her to the skies all day long. Those who knew might understand, but those who didn't would think she, Ma Yuhua, was the adopted one, and that Ma Zhao was the child born from her father and his sister-in-law. Hearing this, Ma Jianjun could barely contain himself. But just then, Zhao arrived. Ma Jianjun had to collect his thoughts, turning his face away. "Zhao, you came just in time. What you said yesterday, now in front of your granduncle and your Yuhua Jia, let's get it straight." "What did I say?" Zhao asked as soon as she entered. Ma Jianjun and the uncle both looked at the girl. "Didn't she say in front of the whole family yesterday that it was Ma Yuhua who bought the rat poison, which indirectly poisoned the old lady?" "What you said last night? That your Yuhua Jia bought rat poison?" Ma Jianjun said impatiently, frowning, though his heart was pounding wildly. "Oh, that matter." Zhao pretended only half understanding. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Ma Yuhua glaring at her fiercely. She must be feeling very guilty inside. "Granduncle, uncle, aunt, what I said yesterday, actually. I made it up." As soon as these words were out, everyone's eyes were fixed on her. You made it up?" Ma Jianjun looked at his niece with disbelief, a complicated feeling in his heart. He clearly sensed something was off with his daughter these past 2 days, yet she said she made it up. If he said a huge weight was lifted from his chest, it felt more unsettling than reassuring. "See? I told you she was making it up," Ma Yuhua retorted on the spot. "However, this isn't a small matter either. The authorities have already been notified. Someone will come specifically to investigate this tomorrow." Zhao spoke calmly throughout, as if discussing idle gossip, then added, "Anyway, it's already confirmed to be man-made. They say someone is coming directly from the provincial department. That's a high-ranking official. We should trust the competence of our state cadres. When the time comes, they'll root out even a single hair. Jyoti suddenly became animated, speaking vividly as if telling a story, but her eyes never left Ma Yuhua. Her face had changed color. The officials are coming to investigate. Granduncle, this matter really needs the officials to look into it. Jyoti said, looking at the granduncle. After all, they were all country folk. If it reached the authorities, this matter was definitely not simple. You reported it? Ma Yuhua couldn't believe it. If that were the case, she'd rather have stayed in town and not come back than be arrested. Yeah. Yuhua Jia, if it wasn't you, why are you so scared? Oh, right. Jyoti said nonchalantly, then turned to leave. I still have to go home and cook. Granduncle, I'll take my leave now. Leaving her uncle's house, Jyoti finally let out a long sigh. The midday sun scorched the earth. Looking out, the crowns of the lush trees covering the entire Taizhi mountain shimmered with needle-like rays of sunlight. The country path, trodden by generations, was almost as hard as concrete, yet few people walked it. The weather was getting hotter. The cicadas' chorus grew louder. It seemed the dog days of summer had arrived. Jyoti glanced vaguely towards the foot of Taizhi mountain and spotted two familiar figures heading one after another towards the eel pond. Jyoti checked the sun's position. It wouldn't be too late to take a look before going home to cook. Jyoti turned a corner and headed for the foot of Taizhi mountain. From a distance, she saw Bai Wenjie. He was pointing at the eel pond, talking to a young man about his own age. And that person, Jyoti recognized at a glance, was Qinlei. Could he be the one investigating this? Jyoti wondered. Wasn't he from the Provincial Public Security Department in Yunnan? Why would he appear in Taizhi County? Chapter 116, Qinlei's Visit. Jyoti remembered the small piece of Nanmu wood that Qinlei had given her. To be honest, that thing was really useful. Otherwise, during the last military camping trip, that snake would probably have bitten her. Jyoti needed to go home and look for it to get it ready. Since he was coming, she had to return it to him. It was very expensive, something money couldn't easily buy. Once home, Jyoti cooked the meal and hurried back to her room to find that piece of Nanmu wood. Just as she found it and was about to make another trip to the eel pond while the food was still cooking, she stepped out the door and ran into two people arriving together. This is the young lady I mentioned, Ma Jyoti. Bai Wenjie quickly introduced. Haha, Qinlei laughed heartily. We've met. Bai Wenjie was somewhat surprised. This Qinlei was from the Provincial Public Security Department. How could he know this inconspicuous girl from Luozi? Oh, could it be that he also appreciates this girl's talent? But that didn't seem right either. He shouldn't have any contact with ordinary villagers. Jyoti, long time no see. Qinlei's phoenix eyes suddenly brightened. He hadn't expected his mission this time to be so special. Long time no see. Jyoti was momentarily dazed. She actually saw something in Qinlei's eyes, something she didn't want to see. Please, Brother Qin, have a seat. Brother Bai, please sit. The food will be ready soon. I hope you don't mind it's simple. As she spoke, Jyoti turned and went into the kitchen. She called out for Baozhu to ride her bike to town to buy some more dishes. Then, Jyoti went to the rice paddy and caught some loaches. Given the urgency, there was no time to soak them in clean water for 2 days to purge the mud. So Jyoti simply rolled up her sleeves, scalded the loaches with boiling water to kill them, then gutted and cleaned them before making a pot of soup. Watching the busy little girl running back and forth, Qinlei felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction rise in his heart. Jyoti bustled about inside and out. By the time she had brought all the dishes to the table, her flushed little face was beaded with sweat, dampening the hair at her temples, which stuck messily to her face and neck. Yet her clear, bright eyes sparkled with warmth and innocence, making Qinlei's heart flutter slightly. This girl had an attractive aura about her. The first time they met, she seemed gentle and frail, yet she wasn't afraid of authority, even picking up a kitchen knife to threaten someone, just like a fierce wild rabbit. Now, she was surprisingly capable and virtuous, skilled both in the kitchen and presentable in the living room. For a moment, Qinlei failed to promptly withdraw his gaze from Jyoti's face, making her somewhat awkward. Not many dishes. Brother Qin, Brother Bai, please don't mind. Reminded by Jyoti's words, Qinlei finally looked away. Then, Jyoti went to the room to help her father put on his shirt, as his arm still couldn't lift high enough to get it into the sleeve by himself. After exchanging greetings, they sat down to eat. When they got down to business, Bai Wenjie sighed and said seriously, "This time, just the eel fry and the ponds plus the investment, the total loss is 4 to 5,000 yuan. Look at our Luozi village, so poor we hardly even have a tractor. This 4 or 5,000 is really not a small amount." Qinlei let out a long breath. This was also his first time dealing with Bai Wenjie, but he had already learned all about his background from County Magistrate's son. Or 5,000 yuan was absolutely an insignificant, negligible amount for his family. So, it was clear this young man was also a good village chief who could empathize with the people's hardships. A total of 2 mu of eel ponds were affected. 1 mu was Zhaodi's hard work. At this point, Bai Wenjie gave Zhaodi a comforting look. So young, yet not easy. This time, all her hard work seemed to have gone down the drain. Looking again at their family's living conditions, the dilapidated thatched roof, the earthen-walled house, these were buildings from the 1960s or 70s. So, a loss of several thousand yuan was a huge amount for their family. Hearing it was Zhaodi's hard work, Qinlei's phoenix eyes widened slightly. He put down his chopsticks. In that case, it seems we need to hurry up with this matter. These words made Zhaodi's heart tremble. Why did she feel that the look in Qinlei's eyes held something that went beyond friendship? In her previous life, because Zhaodi was timid and afraid of trouble, Qin Xianer ended up pregnant with that fool Lu Ping'an's child. In agony, she committed suicide. In the end, she never had the chance to meet Qinlei. So, in this life, Zhaodi was unfamiliar with Qinlei. Zhaodi, after the meal, tell me the details. I promise to get to the bottom of this within 3 days. Qinlei promised Zhaodi decisively. Bai Wenjie interjected, did you come alone this time? No other helpers. Qinlei said unhurriedly. I happen to be on a mission this time. Otherwise, I might be at the ends of the earth right now and wouldn't have been able to come so promptly. So, no temporary helpers. As he spoke, Qinlei spat out a loach bone, praising the flavor as very fresh. He said he'd ask her to teach him how to make it later, as he particularly liked eating things from the water. As the meal neared its end, the villagers called Bai Wenjie away because they were afraid their own eel ponds might also be poisoned. To reassure the other villagers, Bai Wenjie specially called a meeting for everyone, saying the higher-ups took this matter very seriously and had already sent someone to investigate, urging everyone not to be anxious or restless. Meanwhile, Ma Zhaodi cleared the dishes while answering Qinlei's questions sporadically. This copper hoe of yours has seen some years, hasn't it? It was left by my grandfather's grandfather. Zhaodi's voice came from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of scooping water and washing bowls. This copper oil lamp is also an old item, right? Back in my grandfather's generation, there was no electricity, so they used this oil lamp. Later, by my father's generation, there was electricity. Even during power outages, they used candles. Zhaodi stacked the washed bowls and put them in the cupboard. Then she wiped her hands, took off her apron, and came out. Oh, right, Brother Qin, this thing. I should return it to you. It's too valuable. Zhaodi remembered that piece of golden nanmu wood. Though small, it was really rare. She took it out and pressed it into Qinlei's hand. Qinlei frowned slightly. Before, he genuinely wanted to thank her for helping his sister. She had saved a life, after all. But now, that feeling seemed to have faded a bit. It was as if this girl rejecting his gift represented rejecting him as a person. This feeling was somewhat uncomfortable for Qinlei, but he didn't know why. Perhaps because Qinlei felt that returning the gift meant drawing a clear boundary? Brother Qin, let's go for a walk. Regarding the case you're investigating, I happen to have something to tell you. Zhaodi patted her clothes and stepped out the door first. The worry that had knitted Qinlei's brows didn't loosen. Following her out of the house, before Zhaodi could even broach the main topic, Qinlei pressed the nanmu wood back into Zhaodi's hand. Once a gift is given, there's no reason to take it back. Zhaodi looked down at the piece of nanmu wood, feeling conflicted. She had helped Qin Xianer purely to make up for her own weakness and incompetence in her previous life. But Zhaodi ultimately couldn't tell Qinlei the truth, her real story. For now, she said. If you need it back in the future, you can take it anytime. Zhaodi knew this piece of nanmu wood would definitely play a significant role later. Okay? Seeing she didn't refuse again, Qinlei finally felt a weight lift from his heart. On the country path in the afternoon, the sun blazed high. Villagers taking their summer afternoon naps rarely went out, making it suddenly feel as if the entire Luwazi consisted only of the two of them. The wheat seedlings lining both sides of the path were lush and green, their ears standing tall. As the breeze swept through, the wheat fields rippled like waves on a green sea. Zhaodi had already briefly explained what she knew, though very discreetly. I really have no evidence to prove, 100%, that she did it. Zhaodi stopped walking and looked up at this man who stood 1.8 meters tall. His phoenix eyes were very spirited, as if they could see right through someone's heart. Chapter 117, Lu Dazhuang checks household registrations. Especially when he was pondering the entire case, his seriousness was tinged with caution, and his deductions carried a hint of arbitrariness, like a detective wading through mud, meticulously searching for a pure land. So, according to this, Ma Yuhua is the most suspicious. Zhaodi nodded. Although my grandma isn't very reasonable, well, never mind, I don't know how to put it. Anyway, emotionally and rationally, I think an adult should be responsible for their own actions. As she spoke, Jyoti lowered her head again. Sometimes she wondered why other families were so harmonious while her own was such a mess. Scheming and plotting? Wouldn't it be better to save that energy for striving hard? What's the point? Things having come to this, Ma Jyoti would not soften her heart. Her only goal now was to earn money to support the family, and live her life to the fullest. Upon hearing Jyoti's words, Chinlei was slightly taken aback. The tone sounded like that of an elder speaking to a child, yet she herself wasn't even an adult. However, it had to be admitted that what she said made sense. Childhood is the most uninhibited time, but once one becomes an adult, they must bear the social responsibilities that come with their actions. At this moment, Bai Wenjie had placated the two major families, the Li and Wang families, who had invested in the alkali land. After dispersing, they each began to discuss among themselves. Such a trivial matter actually alarmed some high-ranking officials? Trivial? If all our rice field eels died one day, you wouldn't think it's trivial anymore. It's easy to talk without feeling the pinch. That's not what I meant. I meant, since no one died, why would provincial department officials come to investigate? What's the provincial department? I don't know either. Didn't village chief Bai say that? Anyway, it sounds impressive. This matter soon spread through half the village. By the time it reached Song Ying's ears, she muttered. This village chief Bai, just after taking office, is already playing his trump cards, the big and little jokers and cards. A few dead rice field eels, and he's already calling and backing. This is just a show for everyone, so he can keep swindling folks' money later. Only those with few brains would believe it. I won't raise rice field eels. I say, sister-in-law Ma, your words are a bit too harsh. Village chief Bai just took office and is trying to do something practical for our village. What's wrong with that? Sister-in-law Ma, Song Ying, hugged her arms and shook her head, snorting. Practical? The rice field eels are dead, that's really practical indeed. After saying this, Song Ying lifted her chin and left. He's just a village chief, isn't he? I don't think he'll last long. I hope all the rice field eels die. Song Ying grumbled as she entered her house. The thought of that Ma Zhaodi made her blood boil. Isn't she just good at climbing the social ladder? Didn't she just latch onto the new village chief right after he took office? As soon as Song Ying returned home, she was dumbfounded. Standing in the yard was Lu Dazhuang, the son of Lu Baoshan's elder brother, Lu Baochuan. A couple of years ago, somehow, he managed to get into a government unit and started eating state grain. But why would he bring people to her house? Ma Yuhua in the yard was trembling with fear. Lu Dazhuang comforted her. Don't be afraid. I just received orders from above to strictly investigate the floating population in the nearby villages. After all, there were cases of human trafficking some time ago. Don't worry, don't worry. Upon hearing this, the corner of Ma Yuhua's mouth finally lifted into an ugly curve. But her pale, frightened face, upon seeing her mother enter, quickly ran over. Mom, are there missing people again? Who knows? Song Ying said with a look of indifference as she went up to greet Lu Dazhuang. Bring out your household registration booklet for me to register. I need it to report back. Lu Dazhuang said in a sloppy, muddle-through manner. Oh, Dazhuang, you wait here. Auntie will go get it right away. Song Ying quickly cooperated with the official investigation and went inside to get the household registration booklet. But as soon as she entered, she ran into two officials coming out. Song Ying was startled and couldn't help but look back at Lu Dazhuang. Wasn't this just about checking the household registration? What's going on? Why are you searching the house? Lu Dazhuang ignored Song Ying's astonished look and immediately whispered a few words to the two colleagues who had come out of the house. Then, Lu Dazhuang waved his hand and sat down, flicking his pant legs. The household registration booklet isn't needed anymore. Auntie, will you come with your nephew, or will your daughter come with me? Duh. Dazhuang, this. I haven't hidden any trafficked people. I. Song Ying was terrified, stammering and not knowing what to say. But then she saw Ma Yuhua standing at the gate, not daring to come in. Her legs immediately went weak. If she hadn't held onto the door, she would have collapsed. Auntie, to tell you the truth, Ma Yuhua is suspected of intentional destruction of public property and indirect homicide. In the evening, Ma Zhaodi was in the carpentry shed, holding a kitchen knife, preparing to cut some early ripened mushrooms to add a dish for dinner. Zhaodi! Chinlei's voice called from behind. Zhaodi, holding a large mushroom, straightened up and looked back. Brother Chin. Zhaodi politely called out, put down the kitchen knife and mushroom in her hands, and before even leaving the carpentry shed, she saw Chinlei at the doorway with a smug smile on his lips. What? A great victory? Zhaodi asked with a slight smile. Chinlei leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, smiling at Zhaodi. His narrow, phoenix-like eyes revealed a hint of joyful sharpness. Naturally. You might not know what I do yet. For such a small matter, of course, success is assured. However, Chinlei's smile faded as he said, regarding your grandmother's passing, according to the relevant regulations, it can't be considered a crime yet. However, the merchant who sold a large quantity of poison at once will likely be fined. The specifics, I'm not clear about. Jyoti pursed her lips and said MHM. That's odd. Isn't he the son of the Provincial Public Security Department director? How could he not know the specifics? Noticing the slight trace of doubt in Jyoti's eyes, Chinlei changed the subject and asked what she was doing. In that moment, Jyoti vaguely sensed a hint of imperceptible seriousness in his eyes. It seemed there was something not entirely above board about him. Oh, the mushrooms I planted. This is the first batch. I'm cutting some to try tonight. As she spoke, Jyoti turned and cut another large handful of mushrooms. They were arranged in orderly layers, like overlapping fans of varying sizes, creating a sense of layered greenery. You planted these? Not bad. Chinlei rubbed his hands, took a sharp breath, and said, what a pity, I have official business tonight. Then you're destined to miss out on this treat. Jyoti didn't insist, naturally because of the Ma Yuhua matter. Now, almost every household in the village that invested in the alkali land development for rice field eel farming was watching their eel ponds like hawks. Those old women who didn't invest and just gossip were also gathering in groups, waiting to watch the spectacle. If this matter still had no outcome, it would truly become a joke. After speaking, Chinlei watched Ma Zhaodi working diligently. She carefully and gently placed the lush, layered mushrooms in her hands, her movements exuding a peaceful beauty, as if afraid of accidentally damaging any single mushroom. At that moment, Chinlei's phone rang. Looking at the screen, his expression immediately turned serious. It was a call from the team leader. You're in Taizhi County? Yes, team leader. In Luwazi Village, Taizhi County. Chapter 118, Song Ying comes looking for trouble. Yes. Chinlei hung up the phone with a serious expression, then couldn't help but take a deep look at Zhaodi's retreating figure. What was this girl's relationship with Captain Xiao? Last time at the small restaurant, he saw Captain Xiao being so protective of her. Zhaodi happened to turn around and met Chinlei's puzzled gaze. She smiled gently and raised the mushrooms in her hand. What? Brother Chin, reluctant to leave for work. Chinlei curved his lips into a smile, his bright, focused phoenix eyes suddenly taking on a mischievous glint. Aren't you holding plenty there? I'll come by tomorrow specifically for a meal. With that, Chinlei went to the local public office to handle the case of Ma Yuhua's poisoning. Zhaodi acknowledged him, carrying a basket of mushrooms, planning to go home and blanch them in boiling water first before stir-frying. That way, the cooked mushrooms would be more tender, smooth, and delicious. As soon as she got home, she saw her aunt, Song Ying, arguing with Ma Jiangwo at home. It was all about how Ma Zhaodi was bringing trouble upon their family, saying Ma Zhaodi relied on her flirtatiousness to seduce this one, and that one first hooking the new village chief, and now even confusing that official from the provincial department. It must be that Ma Zhaodi couldn't stand her Yuhua being prettier and dressing better than her, so she harbored malicious intentions. I really didn't see that little hussy was so venomous at heart. She's like eating chili peppers and shitting black, rotten to the core. What has our Zhaodi ever done to you? Ma Jiangwo wasn't much of a fighter when it came to arguments. No matter how nasty Song Ying's words were, Ma Jiangwo was seething with anger, but just couldn't bring himself to shout back. Seeing her father's old face flushed red with, looking like he'd want to hit her if she weren't his sister-in-law and a woman, Zhaodi stepped over the threshold. Tisk. Zhaodi put down the basket of mushrooms and said, Auntie, if you haven't done anything wrong, why fear the ghost knocking? Ma Yuhua was taken away by the authorities. Instead of going to them to demand an explanation, why come to our house? It wasn't my dad who took your Yuhua away. As Zhaodi spoke, Song Ying's face darkened. She had a sharp tongue and a resentful heart, but that didn't negate the logic in Zhaodi's words. If you're the one stirring things up behind the scenes, don't blame me, as your elder aunt, for not showing any mercy. Song Ying still felt it was somewhat unacceptable to be dismissed by a young girl with just a few words, losing face and momentum. As she left, she threw out a harsh warning. You're supposed to be the elder, how can you? Ma Jiangwo had been holding it in for over an hour, and now, as she was leaving, she still said such things, as if his daughter had committed some heinous crime. With that, Ma Jiangwo, limping, started to chase after her to make things clear, but Ma Zhaodi stopped him. Dad, ignore Auntie. She's unreasonable and heartless to begin with. The wrinkles on Ma Jiangwo's face instantly deepened. Zhaodi, what exactly have you done? Zhaodi was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. After all, her father only knew part of the story regarding these matters. I haven't done anything. During the day, I just tend to the mushrooms. Oh, and in about 3 days, I'll need to go to the street to sell them. Zhaodi said this deliberately to change the subject. After all, from a legal standpoint, Grandma's death wasn't directly linked to Ma Yuhua. But for the family, especially her father before her, it would undoubtedly be a bombshell. Saying this, Jyoti carried the basket into the kitchen. She trimmed the mushroom stems again, tore them into strips, and boiled water in the pot, waiting for it to boil to blanch the mushrooms. Jyoti, I feel like you're hiding something from me. Tell me, why was your Yuhua sister taken away by the authorities? Ma Jiangwo frowned as he entered the kitchen. Jyoti paused her movements, turned to look at her father. She knew his face clearly showed. That day at the eldest uncle's house, didn't you say it was Ma Yuhua who caused your grandma's death? It must be about that. Dad, please don't overthink it for now. Wait for the authorities to speak. Jyoti didn't know how to explain. Frankly, even though she had lived decades in her past life, there was an old saying that held true. Elders have eaten more salt than you've eaten rice, especially when it came to human affairs. Jyoti admitted she couldn't hide things from her father either. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo nodded awkwardly, turned, and shuffled back to the bedroom. He didn't eat the braised pork belly with mushrooms prepared for lunch. For the entire afternoon, he didn't leave his room. Jyoti called out worriedly a few times, and her father would respond from inside, so she didn't worry excessively. By evening, news of Ma Yuhua's situation had spread throughout the entire Luwazi village. There was no need to deliberately inquire. The gossip from those seeking entertainment was forced into one's ears. Because Ma Yuhua was still half a year shy of adulthood, in this era, 18 was considered. Her guardians, Song Ying and Ma Jianjun, were ordered to pay a fine and compensate for damages to public property, totaling 15,000 yuan. This included compensation for Jyoti and the blind man's loch fry losses, as well as assessed compensation based on market value after adulthood, plus cultivation and labor costs, all evaluated according to market prices. However, this amount was a sum that Ma Jianjun's family might not earn in a lifetime. But that day, Ma Yuhua was not released. Unless a guardian took her place in detention, because if someone filed a lawsuit regarding old lady Ma's death being caused by this and a case was established, then Ma Yuhua would be involved in a homicide case. In the evening, during dinner, Ma Jianjun knelt down as soon as he entered the door, not even checking if his brother Ma Jiangwo was in the room. Jiangwo, this is my fault. I didn't raise her properly. Jyoti couldn't bear to receive a kneeling bow from an elder, so she quickly knocked on the door and told her father that uncle had come. Only then did Ma Jiangwo come out to see, immediately spotting his eldest brother kneeling on the threshold like a turtle, kowtowing incessantly. His head was knocking like a pestle pounding garlic. Ma Jiangwo hurried forward to pull him up. What are you doing? Ma Jiangwo hadn't left the house all afternoon and hadn't heard the latest news from the eldest Ma household. So, he was completely unaware, only knowing that right now, his own eldest brother was kneeling before him, his younger brother. Ma Jianjun looked at his brother in confusion, letting himself be helped up. The tears on his face weren't even dry yet. What was going on? Logically, shouldn't Jiangwo beat him up first before talking? Jiangwo, you're not angry? Ma Jiangwo also looked back at his flower-covered daughter with a bewildered expression. Why should I be angry? At this, Ma Jianjun took a sharp breath and stood up. So Jiangwo knew nothing at all. This was awkward. Ma Jianjun glanced at his niece again. She acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to knead the dough, saying she was making potsticker pancakes for dinner. Uncle, regarding some matters, I, as a junior, have no right to decide anything. But you come in and perform such a grand gesture. Look, you've scared my dad. He doesn't know what earth-shattering event has occurred. As Jyoti said this, she poured a cup of tea for her uncle and placed it on the table. But Ma Jianjun had no intention of drinking it. He just smiled awkwardly and said, Jiangwo, then big brother will head back first. There are things to attend to at home. As soon as Ma Jianjun stepped out the door, he slapped himself. His actions just now were truly self-degrading. But thinking carefully, wasn't it all because of family matters? This Ma Yuzhu affair had blown up. Although the compensation of over 10,000 yuan scared him to death, compared to an assault charge, wasn't it much more lenient? After all, money could be figured out. He was afraid second brother would file a lawsuit, so he knelt as soon as he arrived. Who would have thought it was a wasted kneel? Second brother knew nothing. Chapter 119, The Truth Behind Old Lady Ma's Death. At this moment, seeing this scene, Jyoti felt so awkward she could die. Since her uncle wasn't saying anything, Jyoti simply pretended not to know. However, she couldn't help but mention the matter of the ill fry. Uncle, Sister Yuhua has always been pampered and spoiled. Her family's life is 100 times better than ours. But that doesn't mean she can treat public property as if it doesn't matter, Jyoti said while setting out the bowls and chopsticks, deliberately taking an extra set for her uncle. Ma Jianjun's face flushed and paled alternately. Although Jyoti was still just a junior in his eyes, unqualified to meddle in adult affairs, the mistake Yuhua had made was such that no matter who pointed it out, Ma Jianjun couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Jyoti is right. Let's see if she reforms this time. As he spoke, Ma Jianjun glanced at the food on the table. How could he have the nerve to sit down and eat? Rubbing his hands, he turned to leave. Big brother, why are you leaving? The food is all ready. Seeing this, Ma Jiangwo limped forward and grabbed him. How could Ma Jianjun face it? He forcefully pulled his brother's restraining hand off his arm. No, you all eat. I'm going back. Big brother, are you disgusted by it? Ma Jiangwo stopped smiling. His brother's grip had been quite strong just now, which was a bit strange, wasn't it? Plus, he hadn't even explained why he came to the door and knelt. Wasn't he even willing to stay for a simple meal? As the two brothers pushed and pulled, Ma Jiangwo watched as his brother's face contorted into an expression uglier than crying. Jiangwo, I let our mother down. Upon hearing this, Ma Jiangwo's face darkened. What happened? Ma Jianjun couldn't bear the condemnation in his heart any longer. After all, his conscience wasn't completely rotten, it was mostly his wife's instigation behind the scenes. Right now, he simply couldn't hold on any longer. Entering the main room, he knelt down again and, clutching his conscience, recounted the story of old Lady Ma's death. Ma Jiangwo's face changed instantly. He stood up, ready to beat Ma Yuhua to death. Big brother, you tell me. Can I, as her uncle, hit her? Ma Jianjun quickly stood up and supported his brother. Yes, why not? Beating her to death wouldn't be an injustice. But Yuhua is still detained by the authorities. You want to hit her, but you can't. After finally calming Ma Jiangwo's emotions, the two brothers drank in silence. No one touched the food. After a long silence, Ma Jiangwo finally let out a long sigh and said, It's not for me, a younger brother, to criticize sister-in-law, but is there anyone who spoils their daughter like she does? My Xiaodi lost her mother young. I haven't spoiled her little, but I've never spoiled her like sister-in-law does. Ma Jiangwo spoke many heartfelt words, including the incident last time about borrowing money to buy a phone, then not repaying it and sending the broken phone to settle the debt. The most crucial sentence was, take it or leave it. Anyway, I borrowed the money without writing any IOU. Upon hearing this, Ma Jianjun was so angry he slammed the table and stood up. It turned out he had no idea about any of this. Yuhua had changed her phone. She didn't admit it, saying the one that was broken had been taken for repairs. The casing was cracked, so she replaced it with a silver one. He never expected that the phone was clearly a brand new one. Coupled with the fact that his own wife could utter such heartless words, Ma Jianjun was so furious he said on the spot that he wouldn't raise money to bail them out, let the mother and daughter die. That's what he said, but how could Ma Jianjun withstand Song Ying's theatrics of crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide? Even if he had to sell a kidney or blood, he had to come up with over 10,000 yuan. During the following period, Jiaodi began looking for sales channels for her mushrooms. Jiaodi made a special trip to town. Since not many households grew mushrooms in this era, there was no reference price on the market. Jiaodi could only plan a reasonable price based on the prices of other vegetables and meat. After all, it was the countryside. Compared to meat, vegetables seemed very cheap. Good leg meat cost over 3 yuan per jean, while pork belly was relatively cheaper, over 2 yuan. During holidays, prices increased slightly. As for eels, this season most people could catch a few in the wild to supplement their meals, so eels were a few mao cheaper per jean than pork. As for mushrooms, Jiaodi calculated. Rare things are precious. More expensive than vegetables, cheaper than meat would work. Plus, with Jiaodi's silver tongue, she set the price at around 1 yuan and 8 mao. For wholesale, 1 yuan and 5 mao was more appropriate. On the first day, Jiaodi mounted a vegetable basket on the back seat of her bicycle, loaded it with mushrooms, covered it with plastic sheeting, and set off. The plastic sheeting was to retain moisture because mushrooms fear wind and sun. They dry out easily at the edges. Without a good appearance, it naturally affects aesthetics and appetite. Jiaodi propped her bicycle by the roadside, spread out a woven plastic sack, placed a few mushrooms on it, and started calling out. Plump, big mushrooms for sale, 1 yuan 8 mao per jean. With Jiaodi's calls, a few people glanced over, but most shook their heads and sighed, saying, this stuff, how is it more expensive than lard? Add a couple more mao, and you could buy some meat to eat. After a few rounds, Jiaodi lost confidence. Only one customer squatted down, touched her mushrooms, and even crushed a mushroom cap. If he had bought it, fine. But unfortunately, he crushed it and didn't buy. Jiaodi really started to wonder, was the price indeed set a bit too high? Gradually, Jiaodi even lost the motivation to call out. AI. She had always thought she was the first to sell mushrooms, always felt rare things are precious. But now, Jiaodi's failure lay precisely in this rarity. Think about it. Many people only ate mushrooms occasionally, and they were villagers living in the mountains who occasionally went up the mountain, found wild mushrooms, picked them, and ate them once. Who had eaten this kind of oyster mushroom? Rare, damn rare. Jyoti propped her chin on her hand, watching as not a single one of her mushrooms had sold, and couldn't help but pout and mutter to herself. Just as she was feeling discouraged, a man in his 30s, wearing an earth-yellow short-sleeved shirt tucked into the belt of his large shorts, with black cloth shoes revealing his toes, approached. Never thought there'd be mushrooms for sale here. This is something you only get to eat in the city. Give me 2 Jean. Jyoti didn't even look up. Hearing this person ask for 2 Jean without even inquiring about the price, Jyoti quickly weighed them. She thoughtfully took out the small knife she carried, trimming the thicker parts of the stems. After weighing, Jyoti bagged them and said, 2 Jean and 3 liang. 1 yuan 8 mao per Jean. Just give 3 yuan and 6 mao. Only when she looked up did Jyoti realize this person looked familiar no matter how she looked at him. When the man took out the money and handed it to Jyoti, he took the plastic bag and even raised an eyebrow at her. Jyoti drew in a sharp breath. Heavens, Chinlei? Why was he dressed like a little old man? Young man, you bought it expensive. That stuff isn't worth 1 yuan 8 mao per Jean. A middle-aged woman who had asked about the price earlier couldn't help but kindly advised Chinlei. This kind of mushroom is good for the body. Eating it reduces colds. I often eat this in the city. Never thought I'd find it in the countryside too. It's not expensive at all, much cheaper than in our city, Chinlei said with a smile. He glanced back at Jyoti, then turned and disappeared into the crowd. Jyoti watched him leave. Unexpectedly, just a few steps away, Chinlei, like a wolf spotting a wild rabbit, suddenly charged out. Jyoti was startled. What was he up to? She saw someone clearly barging through the crowd at the street corner, momentarily disrupting the leisurely flow of people shopping. Chapter 120. The Mushroom Selling Incident. Is it really that good? Good for the body, the old woman couldn't help but ask. Hearing that it was something city folks ate, several people began to feel a stir of interest. After all, in this society, especially in such a remote and impoverished place, the moon in the city was always rounder than in the countryside. To them, even the excrement of city dwellers smelled sweet. Moreover, in the minds of most people, every household in the city owned a car, and the buildings they lived in were as tall as mountains. Yes, it can prevent all kinds of cancers. Jyoti quickly seized the opportunity to add, not that what she said was untrue anyway. Cancer. I've heard of it. Once you get cancer, there's no cure. That's right. In this society, cancer was extremely rare. Even a single case spanning several provinces could spread news across multiple regions, described in the most terrifying terms. It was nothing like Jyoti's previous life, where cancer seemed to lurk in almost every household. After a few moments of discussion among the group, Jyoti struck while the iron was hot. Uncles, aunties, if you want a bit more, I'll give you a discount. How much cheaper? If it's a good discount, I'll buy more. 1 yuan 70 per Jean. I'll even throw in some of these broken mushroom caps for free, and I'll make sure to give you generous weight. Jyoti said, but the crowd started discussing again. Some complained that a discount of only 10 cents wasn't enough, while others began nitpicking. Look at these mushrooms of yours, they're all dried out. Make it 150. Jyoti smiled gently, stood up, and retrieved many more layers of fresh, appetizing-looking mushrooms from the basket behind her bicycle. There's plenty more. I just didn't dare take them all out at once for fear they'd dry out in the wind. If you uncles and aunties want them, I'll pick out the best ones for you. Jyoti's beaming smile made the customers feel much more at ease. After all, her words were warm and comforting. In an instant, several uncles and aunts gathered around to buy. Jyoti busily weighed the mushrooms, flustered but efficient, and generously added handfuls of the leftover scattered mushrooms from the basket as gifts. How do you cook these? Well, first blanch them in boiling water to remove the bitterness. You can use them in soups, stews with meat, cold salads, or stir-fries. They're especially fragrant with a bit of fried pork fat. Not only did Jyoti sell mushrooms, but she also shared cooking tips, delighting the elders who bought from her and making them smile brightly. In this wave, Jyoti sold one full basket. There was still another basket left, but she would take it slow. At least she had opened for business, right? Jyoti calculated in her mind. This round had earned her 60 or 70 yuan. Not bad. Thinking this, she stood up and glanced into the distance. Who was that person Chinlei had been chasing so frantically earlier? Jyoti took 2 more bunches of fresh mushrooms from the basket and laid them out in front of her, continuing to hawk her wares. This time, she called out with even more vigor, so much so that even the elderly man selling sandals across the way looked over. His expression was indescribably awkward. Jyoti snorted inwardly. You're selling sandals, not vegetables. Why make such a face? Jyoti paid him no mind and continued calling out to customers. Scattered buyers approached, and as Jyoti busied herself, she occasionally noticed the old man across the way glaring at her with a dark, sullen expression. He looked as if he wanted to devour her. The more he glared, the more amused Jyoti felt. If you have the skill, why don't you try hawking your own goods? What's the use of just standing there staring blankly? After selling another batch, Jody reached into the basket for more mushrooms. At that moment, she was so startled she dropped the mushrooms in her hand. Inside the now empty basket she had just sold from, there was a person. Jody was terrified. Now, even if she understood why the old man selling sandals had been looking at her with that expression, it was too late. No shouting. Pack up your stall and leave. Cold sweat broke out on Jody's back. The man was in his 40s, with an unusually large head, speaking in awkward Mandarin. He was exceptionally short, otherwise he couldn't have hidden inside the vegetable basket. But the dark muzzle of the pistol in his hand was pointed directly at Jody, frightening her into silence. Behind her, people flowed past, but no one noticed what was happening. "Girl, how much per gene for the mushrooms?" a customer behind her asked about the price. Cold sweat beaded on Jody's forehead. "And not selling, you should leave quickly." If you're not selling, why set up a stall?" "Really?" The person sounded impatient. Jody shouted, "Get lost," and finally, the person left, grumbling curses. Chinlei cautiously paced near the alley entrance by the town street, alert. If it hadn't been for the crowded market and the fact that his operation was a secret plan, he would have fired a warning shot earlier. He never expected the man to escape. How would he explain this to Captain Xiao? But Chinlei was also exasperated. During the mission to suppress bandits in Vietnam, Captain Xiao had personally led the troops to a major victory. Yet, somehow, someone had managed to sneak into China. Adding to that, his own sister, Chin Siener, had been trafficked. Through interrogating a local matchmaker they arrested, they followed the trail and discovered it was the work of those remaining Vietnamese remnants. His current secret mission was mopping up these remnants. Originally, his presence in Taizhi County was for this very reason. He had already arrested 2 stowaways, but there were still remnants who had fled to Luozi. If he didn't handle these remnants now, he truly wouldn't have the face to see his superiors. Thinking this, Chinlei stood on the street with his hands on his hips, looking around. He thought perhaps he should mobilize the local authorities for some assistance. Chinlei looked down at the plastic bag in his hand, his Danfeng eyes suddenly widening. Damn it, all that was left was a plastic bag with a hole in the bottom. The mushrooms had long been flung who knows where. Chinlei tossed the plastic bag aside and headed towards where Jody had set up her stall, only to find the spot empty. Some rotten mushrooms left behind had been thoroughly trampled. Chinlei looked around. It was still early. Could it be that the girl's business was so good she sold out already? But what was the meaning of the scale weight left on the ground? Immediately, Chinlei felt that every detail of the scene seemed eerie and wrong. "Uncle, where's the girl who is selling here?" Chinlei asked around at nearby stalls. Everyone said they didn't know. Only the old man selling sandals across the way stammered and evaded, offering only fragments of information. Older folks who had seen the world knew, if you saw a thief, you didn't speak up. Thieves held strong grudges and would seek revenge against informants. This had become a deep-seated fear. Over time, this sense of responsibility had transformed into the prevailing social indifference. Chinlei was no ordinary person. He didn't need the old man to explain in detail. A bad premonition instantly washed over him. While calling the local police station, he hurried to Ma Lauer's house in Luozi. As soon as he entered and heard that Jody had gone out to sell mushrooms, Chinlei's heart grew heavy. At that moment, he realized his desire to help Jody wasn't solely for Captain Xiao's sake. There was a pure place within his heart that ached deeply, buried deeply. He was worried, so worried. It even felt more complex than the worry he had felt when his sister was kidnapped. Deep in the Taizhi mountain forest, where no one was around, Jody steadied her bicycle, watching as the man climbed out of the vegetable basket. He was only about 1.5 meters tall, with a very large head. Jody recognized at a glance that this person was likely what in her previous life was called a pocket person, colloquially a dwarf, medically diagnosed as dwarfism. Chapter 121, The Taizhi Mountain Search and Rescue. For someone like this, Jody truly couldn't tell his actual age at a glance. Thick arms and legs, walking with a swagger, but the murderous aura in his eyes made Jody's blood run cold, especially since they were deep in the heart of Taizhi Mountain. Looking around, the peaks of Taizhi Mountain rose and fell unevenly, the tallest ones high enough to blot out the sky. This stretch of mountains was probably only frequented by those who made their living by hunting. "See, can I go now?" Jody asked cautiously because she didn't want to stay here. This place was so deserted you wouldn't even find a dog, let alone a person. If she died here, Jody felt her corpse might rot before anyone ever found it. As she spoke, Jody's hands gripping the bicycle handles were slippery, waves of cold sweat breaking out in her palms. She didn't want to die. If she died, what would happen to her family? What would happen to her Jindong? She hadn't yet fulfilled her life's mission. If she died, her father would be heartbroken, her younger brother would be grief-stricken, and then there were the mushrooms. She had finally managed to cultivate them successfully, and this was only the first time selling them. There would be a second harvest, a third. In the future, she still wanted to build a small Western-style house for her family, let her dad live a good life, help Baoju get into university. You can't leave yet, the child said with a fierce expression, tightening his grip on the palm-sized gun in his hand. Under normal circumstances, Jody would have laughed because anything this miniature person did seemed amusing. Like right now, his hand wasn't even as big as the gun, yet he held it as if dragging an explosive package. But Jody was in no mood to find it amusing. Her face immediately darkened, and she could barely keep hold of the bicycle. But keeping me here is useless. Jody tried to reason with him. I'm afraid you'll go out and talk, the dwarf said in a low voice, switching the pistol to his other hand and using his freed hand to rummage through Jody's vegetable basket. Finding nothing edible inside except for mushrooms, he pointed the gun at Jody again. How do you eat this stuff? Make me something to eat. Jody was stunned. There was nothing here. How could she cook? However, Jody sensed he seemed desperately hungry. You don't need to cook it. You can eat it raw, just like eating an apple, Jody said, steeling herself. Hearing this, the dwarf tucked the pistol under his arm, then his entire 1.5-meter-tall frame dove into the vegetable basket, reaching in to grab mushrooms. He stuffed handfuls into his mouth. Jody's blood raced. Seizing this opportunity, she carefully started pushing her bicycle away. After putting about 10 meters between them, Jody glanced back. The dwarf had stood up, the vegetable basket still stuck on his head. He was struggling with his short arms to push the basket off. Jody quickly mounted her bicycle and pedaled frantically along the mountain path. Since few people came here, the path wasn't clear. Jody didn't care. The back of her neck was drenched in cold sweat, and she felt like she was about to snap the bike chain. Just as the jolting ride threatened to shake her stomach up her throat, Jody looked back. Good, she couldn't see the dwarf anymore. Only then did Jody calm down enough to dismount and push the bike. The thick layer of leaves on the mountain forest floor made pedaling impossible. Looking up, the dense, sky-blocking branches formed a canopy overhead. Only dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves speckled the ground ahead. Jody had no idea where she had run to. She couldn't see anyone behind her and couldn't discern direction ahead. Heavens, Jody was a native of Taizhi County, born and bred here, and she was lost? Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if word got out? As the sun set in the west, after assigning the search tasks, Qinlei couldn't stop worrying about Jody's safety. As an officer assigned to special tasks, he had never once felt so flustered during a mission. Large-scale search and rescue efforts had been conducted in several villages near Taizhi County, finally focusing on Taizhi Mountain. Based on Qinlei's experience, only Taizhi Mountain was suitable for hiding. Qinlei had mobilized the entire public security force of Taizhi County to Taizhi Mountain, conducting a net-like search closing in from all directions. Now, Jody stomped her foot in frustration on the spot. If the sun set and she still hadn't found her way out of the mountains, she would be mortified. After all, she was from Luwazi, a native of Taizhi County, a local woman. How could she get lost on her own turf? Jody looked at the sun. The dappled light spots on the withered grass gradually turned goose yellow as the sun descended. This made Jody anxious. If it really got dark, she estimated she'd be keeping the wild wolves company. Soon, the sky seemed to conspire against Jody. The dappled light on the dead leaves changed from goose yellow to pale gray, then became indistinguishable from the grass and leaves. Jody knew it was dark. Would she really have to spend the night with wild wolves? It was all because in her past life she had been too timid and never went up the mountains. That's why the current Jody was even confused about the way home. She wondered if her dad at home was worried sick. Today seemed to be Friday. Tomorrow, Baoju said he wanted to go sell mushrooms with her. Who's there ahead? Speak. A beam from a powerful flashlight swung over, blinding Jody. Jody, from Luwazi village. I'm lost, Jody quickly said, shielding her eyes from the strong light. Based on Jody's experience from her past life, only official units used such powerful long-range flashlights at this time. Ordinary households were doing well if they had a miner's lamp that could project a beam 10 meters. After Jody spoke, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps crunching through leaves charging towards her. Jody was still pushing her bicycle, unwilling to abandon it. After all, she had bought it with her own hard-earned money. But as the person rushed forward, Jody felt a sudden tightness around her neck. A force encircled her shoulders, and the next moment, Jody was pulled into a man's embrace. I've never been so worried. Thank goodness you're all right. Qinlei? Was that his voice? Jody froze momentarily, her entire body stiffening in his arms. Brother Qin. Qinlei seemed to snap out of a dream, quickly releasing his arms, explaining somewhat awkwardly. Sorry for the intrusion. Immediately, Chinlei ordered the team to continue the net-like search deeper into the mountains. Soon, only Chinlei and Xiaodi remained. The air was so quiet she could hear his breathing. Truthfully, Chinlei himself didn't know why he had acted so impulsively moments before. He just wanted to confirm she was truly unharmed. By the way, Brother Chin, that dwarf, he's in the mountains. Who is he? Why does he have a gun? Xiaodi didn't show much emotion. Chinlei's face immediately darkened, a sharp glint flashing in his phoenix eyes. He quickly called the mission commander. The target is armed. Everyone, be careful. Upon hearing there was a gun, most of the local officers, having never encountered such a scene, began thinking about their families, their elderly and young dependents. I'll take you back first, Chinlei said, glancing at Xiaodi. He lifted the bicycle from her hands and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Xiaodi followed him, stumbling along the uneven path. Who is that dwarf? A Vietnamese. He's committed quite a few crimes. Chinlei carried the bicycle, freeing one hand as if to take Xiaodi's, but he withdrew it. After all, she was Captain Xiao's woman. Take the flashlight. In the end, Chinlei could only hand her the flashlight to hold, though he still glanced back at her frequently, afraid she might misstep and fall. Whether it was due to duty or that bit of personal feeling in his heart, Chinlei could no longer tell. Chapter 122, Acknowledging a Godfather After Drinking. Xiaodi, watch your step ahead and right under your feet. If you're scared, just hold on to me. Chinlei glanced back and noticed her unsteady steps. After all, deep in the dense forests of Taizi Mountain, last year's dead leaves were buried under this year's, and next year's would cover this year's, forming a thick layer. It was easy to slip while climbing a slope if one wasn't careful. Moreover, there could very well be hidden gullies concealed beneath the dead leaves. Xiaodi shook her head and followed him step by step. From the very beginning, Xiaodi had felt that the way Chinlei looked at her was different from how an ordinary friend would. Add to that the sudden, startling hug earlier. Thinking of this, Xiaodi couldn't help but look up at Chinlei. Under the lamplight, his phoenix eyes held an indescribable tenderness. Within them was also a trace of worry and the helplessness of distance. Then stay close. The path here is a bit easier to walk. As he spoke, a flicker of disappointment passed through Chinlei's eyes, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, such an outstanding girl probably only someone like Captain Xiao was worthy of. Neither of them spoke another word after that. Apart from the rustling sound of dead leaves underfoot, as their view gradually widened, Xiaodi saw a sky full of stars and, in the distance, Luwazi village nestled in the mountain hollow. The lights were like stars on the ground, blooming in clusters. They were home. Overjoyed, Xiaodi took the bicycle and headed towards the village. By now, her father and younger brother must be terribly worried. Xiaodi had only pedaled a few times when she sensed something was off. She stopped and looked back. Chinlei stood motionless at the foot of the mountain, watching her. Anxious to get home, Xiaodi had forgotten about Chinlei and immediately felt somewhat guilty. Brother Chin, thank you. Nothing to thank me for. You hurry home now. Chinlei's phoenix eyes suddenly lifted, revealing a curve that seemed to absolve all the sins in the world. He smiled and waved his hand. Xiaodi pressed her lips together in a slight smile, pedaled a few more times, got on the bicycle and prepared to head home. Just as she reached a spot not far from the entrance of Luwazi village, a sudden gunshot rang out from behind. The crisp sound echoed and reverberated through the Taizi mountain range, like an echo in an empty valley, lingering in the ears for a long time, seemingly able to resonate across dozens of miles of mountain paths. Xiaodi's heart sank. She immediately turned to look back. The vast, dark Taizi mountain under the night sky exuded an indescribable mystery and unknown. Sis, where have you been? Baowu and their father, Ma Jiangwo, had been searching for Xiaodi for a long time. At that moment, Ma Baozhu, standing at the village entrance looking out, spotted his sister. He rushed over in a few strides. Sis, I've been looking for you for so long. Seeing Baozhu's slightly reddened eyes, Xiaodi's heart skipped a beat. She quickly pulled her brother into her arms. Baozhu, don't cry. Sis is back now, isn't she? Sis, you scared me to death. Held by his sister, Baozhu's little man bravado instantly crumbled. He cried like a 6- or 7-year-old child. Xiaodi felt a pang of emotion. For a moment, she swore to herself that she would take good care of him and provide him with the best life and educational opportunities. As soon as they got home, Ma Jiangwo grabbed Xiaodi, checking her over left and right, afraid she might have gotten hurt. Under Ma Jiangwo's repeated questioning, Xiaodi had no choice but to tell the truth, which scared Ma Jiangwo so much he didn't dare let Xiaodi go set up the stall alone anymore. The next day was the weekend. Having finished his homework the night before, Ma Baozhu followed Xiaodi to the street early in the morning to help with the stall. Around 10 o'clock, Xiaodi saw Chinlei strolling down the street with his arm in a sling. Clearly, he was looking around for Xiaodi's stall. Brother Chin, what happened to your arm? Jody couldn't help but ask when she saw him. Grazed by a bullet, Chinlei said, a faint, somewhat roguish air in his phoenix eyes. He squatted down with a chuckle. This little scratch is nothing. Jody frowned slightly. She found Chinlei seemed abnormally happy today. What happened to that short guy from yesterday? As she tidied the mushrooms on the stall, Jody chatted with Chinlei. Chinlei said the man was involved in a major drug trafficking case and had to be handed over to the military for disposal. A military vehicle would come tomorrow to transport him to the relevant local authorities for processing. When he got to this point, Chinlei couldn't help but look at Jody carefully. My business here is also finished. I'll probably have to leave Taizhi County in the next few days. Originally, Chinlei thought Jody might say something to urge him to stay. But to his surprise, Jody just said, MHM. Come to the house for lunch and have some mushrooms. Chinlei pressed his lips together and nodded, feeling an inexplicable reluctance. Closing the stall early, Jody had Baoju watch the bicycle while she went to the butcher's to buy some meat. Chinlei followed Jody the whole time. Occasionally, he wanted to say something but didn't know what. So he just watched Jody haggle and buy a pile of vegetables. On the way back, Chinlei finally asked, why did you buy so many vegetables? To give you a farewell meal, Jody said with a smile. Chinlei's forehead was instantly covered in metaphorical black lines. He thought to himself, asterisk the person hasn't even left yet, and she's already seeing him off. Good heavens, asterisk. As soon as they got home, Jody got busy. Chinlei sat in the main room, watching that busy figure in the kitchen. He actually felt a sense of regret for not having met her sooner. Jody, how long have you known Xiao Zhendong? Jody's hand, which was stir-frying, suddenly paused. Lately, she had kept herself busy to avoid thinking about Zhendong as much as possible. Because whenever she thought of him, Jody couldn't even sleep at night. We've known each other since childhood, Jody said calmly, her tone light as if making casual conversation. Oh, childhood sweethearts. Chinlei helplessly slapped his own thigh. What could he say? Captain Xiao was a very capable man. Perhaps they were better suited for each other. Jody worked for over an hour before finishing the table full of farewell dishes. Xiao Chen, this time you're the great hero of our Luozi. You must eat more. At the dinner table, Ma Jiangwo kept putting food in Chinlei's bowl. Once you leave, who knows when you'll come again next time. Come, let's have a drink, just the two of us men. With that, he kept serving food and pouring wine. Jody had originally thought that someone as tall and sturdy as Chinlei would surely have a high alcohol tolerance. Who knew if it was because he wasn't used to the local grain wine? Before Tu Liang, approximate 100 milliliters, his speech was already starting to slur. Watching as those phoenix eyes lost their focus, instead gaining a dazed look whenever they fell on Jody, and as he clinked glasses with Ma Jiangwo, their relationship shifting from two men to brothers. I say, Brother Ma, from now on, I'll consider this place my own home. Coming over whenever I want. Isn't that simple? I say, nephew, my Jody owes you for looking after her. She's had a hard life since she was little, no mother to love her, no mother to care for her. The way I see it. I really wish I could acknowledge you as my godson, how about? Ma Jiangwo, dazed and confused, patted Chinlei's shoulder. Jody, listening nearby, felt her forehead covered in metaphorical black lines. Wasn't that messing up the generations? Once Ma Jiangwo said this, who would have thought that Chinlei, who couldn't hold his liquor, actually cleared his throat, stood up, and was about to call him godfather. Seeing his posture, Jody truly saw a shadow of water margin. Before drinking, he was Chinese. After drinking, the whole of China was his, let alone a godson or godfather. Chapter 123, Xiao Zhendong arrives. Dad, stop drinking. If you keep going, every man in Luozi will become your son. Get lost. Ma Jiangwo was rarely this happy. He waved his hand, stubbornly refusing Jody's interference. Looking at his state, he was really quite drunk. Jody humphed, turned around, and scooped another bowl of rice. Was this Chinlei doing it on purpose? Look at how he had her dad wrapped around his finger, grinning so wide his 2 rows of big yellow teeth were on full display. These two were drinking like they were roly-poly dolls. Then Chinlei's phone rang. Swaying unsteadily, he squinted at the phone, answered it, and without even checking who was calling, said directly into the receiver. Your uncle's swearing brotherhood here. State your business. Damn. Cold sweat broke out on Jody's forehead. She looked at her own dad again. He was still dizzy and disoriented, not reacting yet. Swearing brotherhood? Or becoming a sworn father? Then, she saw Chinlei's expression suddenly darken, 3 parts of his drunkenness vanishing instantly. It turned out Xiao Zhendong was notifying him to receive the vehicle. The military side had already dispatched a vehicle with armed personnel to transport the serious criminal. Immediately, Chinlei called out sworn dad, saying he had urgent business and would continue their chat when he returned in the evening. Then, under Ma Jiangwo's enthusiastic send-off, Chinlei staggered away. The June sunlight spilled onto the earth, emitting a brilliant white light. Chinlei suddenly halted his steps and looked back at Zhaodi. Do you want to come along? Chinlei asked. Zhaodi put down her bowl and chopsticks. Go where? To town. Xiao Zhendong is here. Chinlei narrowed his phoenix eyes. In this society, phoenix eyes actually didn't conform to contemporary aesthetic standards, which favored thick eyebrows and big eyes. But in his past life, it was different. Eyes like cold stars always possessed a unique charm. At this moment, Chinlei leaned against the fence gate, looking at Zhaodi. Actually, he could have not told her. But some things couldn't be forced. Seeing the girl's eyes grow deeply melancholic, Chinlei became even more certain of his thoughts. You, wait for me a moment. I'll change my clothes. How could Zhaodi's heart not be tangled? In those brief dozen seconds, her mind had already spun 780 circles. In her past life, Brother Zhendong knew full well she was already a married woman and a murderer, yet he still never gave up on her. In this life, even though she felt the rift between them, what reason did she have to give up? Zhaodi changed into the only pair of overall jeans and white t-shirts she had bought back, the ones she had bought for Zhendong. When Zhaodi finished tidying up and stepped out the door, Chinlei's gaze suddenly sharpened. This was the first time he had seen Zhaodi dress herself up. The high ponytail set off her not pretty but very clean face, making it appear exceptionally jade-like. Her white flats were spotless. Her slender frame, accentuated by the tight white t-shirt, looked even more gaunt. Her waist seemed as if one could encircle it with a single hand. Her seemingly fragile body held a straight back. Like resilient bamboo in the wind, seemingly delicate yet exuding a tenacity unafraid of storms. Chinlei admitted, the first time he saw this girl, he had been moved. It's just... How are you going like this? Zhaodi noticed he had been squinting at her for a long time. Chinlei was pulled back to reality. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and pointed at Zhaodi's bicycle. You want me to carry you? Zhaodi thought her eyes and ears were deceiving her. He was over 1.8 meters tall. How could he have the nerve to let a fragile little woman like her carry him? Chinlei really did shamelessly nod. Zhaodi pursed her lips. Fine. If the bike chain flies off from pedaling, you get off and run yourself. Zhaodi turned around, took off the vegetable basket, and pedaled the bicycle towards town. Chinlei placed his hand on Zhaodi's shoulder and hopped onto the bicycle. The moment he settled on the rear seat, Zhaodi felt the bike sink, the handlebars becoming hard to control. She almost plunged headfirst into a ditch. Don't move. Zhaodi was scared into a cold sweat. After all, the ravines around Taizi Mountain were quite deep. If they really went down, even if they didn't die from the fall, they'd be crippled for sure. I'm not moving, Chinlei argued. He was tall with long legs. Plus, Zhaodi's bicycle was originally a lady's bike. He could just put his legs down to steady it. Zhaodi wiped the sweat from her face with her elbow, quickly regained control of the handlebars, and immediately felt a warmth on her back. Chinlei on the back seat really was dizzy from drinking. He rested his forehead against Zhaodi's back, drowsy. Zhaodi thought to herself, if it weren't for Chinlei having saved her before, and the thought of Zhendong being in the county town in her heart, she would have quit long ago. Although Chinlei wasn't fat and had a well-proportioned figure, he was still over 1.8 meters tall. And now Zhaodi truly believed it, men's bones were just too heavy on the scale. Before they even reached town, Zhaodi felt her clothes were soaked with sweat. The hair on her forehead and temples was damp and sticky against her face, very uncomfortable. Finally arriving in town, Zhaodi shook her body, hinting to the pig behind her to stop sleeping, otherwise she'd just abandon the bicycle. Who knew? With this shake from Zhaodi, there was a thump from behind. Chinlei slid off the bike seat, landing flat on his back, looking around with a dazed expression. We're here. Zhaodi was somewhat annoyed. Chinlei rubbed his aching temples, got up, swayed a few times before steadying himself. To the Armed Forces Department. With that, Chinlei headed towards the Armed Forces Department. Zhaodi pushed the bicycle, closely following behind. From afar, they could see a vehicle for transporting criminals, the kind with steel bar fencing, parked outside the gate of the Armed Forces Department compound. The person walking out of the courtyard was none other than Xiao Zhendong. His faded camouflage uniform wrapped around his 1.95-meter frame, making him appear exceptionally cold and imposing. Zhaodi couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. Her hands gripping the bicycle handles shifted uneasily. Minister Qin, thank you for the hard work, brothers. Xiao Zhendong's face was like cold ice. The words from his mouth were polite, but there wasn't a trace of a smile on his face. After more than a month apart, his face had thinned considerably, looking increasingly as if carved by a knife. Not at all. Having a capable officer like you come from our Taizi County is an honor for us. The brothers all look up to you as a role model. Besides, for something like transporting a serious criminal, a phone call from you would have sufficed. Why make a special trip? The 40-something Minister Qin wore a beaming smile. Xiao Zhendong didn't speak. He indeed could have handled matters here with just a phone call. But he always felt a tug in his heart, guiding him, tempting him to make this trip. Perhaps it was because this place was Taizhi County. Or perhaps, because someone lived here. The moment he set foot on the soil of Taizhi County, he felt he was getting closer and closer to her. Outside the gate, Qinlei shook his heavy head, squinting at the person approaching from within the compound. Immediately, he went forward to meet him. After the military salute, Qinlei finally relaxed. You've been drinking? Yep, quite a bit too. Head's all fuzzy. Qinlei told the truth. Xiao Zhendong frowned slightly, but didn't say much more. For a man, having a drink was pretty normal. But Xiao Zhendong inadvertently noticed the person holding the bicycle outside the Armed Forces Department compound. That person seemed so familiar. Chapter 124. Tibetan Silver Earrings. Zhaodi's heart felt as if it were being gnawed by a swarm of ants, leaving her restless and uneasy. It seemed he had even seen her. What should she do? What should she say? Hadn't she sent him letters? He hadn't even replied. At this thought, Zhaodi actually felt a bit scared, worried, and even somewhat regretted coming to see him. Yet, if she were to just leave like this, her heart would ache even more. Go to the police station to pick up the person. Xiao Zhendong withdrew his gaze and said. Immediately, Minister Qin dispatched some men to get in the car and head to the detention center to escort the criminal. Qinlei. Xiao Zhendong looked at Zhaodi, who was standing outside the door with her head lowered. Wasn't his heart also suffering? Here. Qinlei responded. You've been drinking. I'll handle this matter. You take her back. Qinlei was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at the young girl whose face was already flushed from the heat and who now seemed even more entangled and uneasy. Qinlei saluted, then turned and jogged out of the Armed Forces Department compound, arriving in front of Zhaodi. As Xiao Zhendong spoke with Minister Qin, his gaze occasionally swept toward the door. He noticed Qinlei saying something to the girl with his head lowered and even reaching out to pat her shoulder. The more Xiao Zhendong watched, the more an inexplicable anger rose within him. Zhaodi, Captain Xiao might be quite busy. Perhaps. Qinlei's words trailed off halfway. Had he known it would be like this, he definitely wouldn't have brought her. Looking at the lingering melancholy and sorrow in the girl's eyes now, her pupils like deep abysses, she evoked pity. Qinlei had no idea about the matters between her and Captain Xiao. He only remembered that during their last meeting at the restaurant, Captain Xiao had been uncharacteristically gentle and considerate toward this girl. But now, Qinlei didn't know what had happened either. Yes, I know. Zhaodi collected her thoughts. Even if she couldn't believe why her Zhendong from her previous life had never let go of her, compared to the fragile feelings in this life, she still felt she had no place to belong. Lowering her head, she turned and walked away, pushing her bicycle. Xiao Zhendong watched the frail, receding figure through the barred gate, his heart feeling as if it were being sliced by a knife. He galloped across battlefields, his life and death struggles showcasing the true nature of an iron-blooded man. Yet, in front of her, he felt more mentally exhausted than when planning combat strategies. Xiao Zhendong suddenly withdrew his gaze, but just at that moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw Zhaodi outside the barred gate suddenly stop and look back. Zhaodi was slightly stunned. He hadn't even glanced at her. Was it really necessary? Why could feelings be torn apart so thoroughly all at once? It was as if they had suddenly gone from being deeply affectionate childhood sweethearts to becoming complete strangers. Zhaodi began to wonder if she had overestimated the weight of their relationship in her previous life. Perhaps she simply shouldn't have come at all. On the way back, Zhaodi didn't wait for Qinlei at all. Alone, she pedaled furiously with her head down. Even as sweat poured down her back, she didn't once lift a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Zhaodi's mind replayed scenes from her previous life where he had desperately searched for her. In that small town, Zhaodi had seen him at 30 years old. He was heroic and mighty, his face etched with an unapproachable coldness and determination. This person must be found for me. At that time, Zhaodi was just 3 steps away from him. She quickly lowered her head, only then realizing that her face was already ruined. Even if she had held her head high, he might not have recognized her. It was then that Zhaodi understood how self-mocking she had been. Since he had been so persistent in her previous life, why, in this life, because of Mother Xiao's departure, did she, Ma Zhaodi, have to bear an even greater burden of guilt? Thinking of this, Zhaodi pedaled even more desperately. When going uphill, she could hear the bicycle chain making clicking sounds. Even though her knees were sore and weak, Zhaodi still had no intention of getting off to rest. Upon returning home, Zhaodi didn't bother with anything else. She placed the bicycle inside the fenced yard and headed straight for the carpentry shed. Once inside, looking at the layers upon layers of mushrooms filling the room, her vision blurred. Qinlei, for now, don't leave Taizhi County. If anyone bullies her, you must stand up for her immediately. At the Public Security Bureau, Xiao Zhendong personally oversaw the interrogation regarding the remnants of the drug trafficking gang. Upon learning that Zhao had been taken hostage during the arrest of the short man, the hand holding the record documents suddenly trembled. Qinlei's drunkenness had mostly worn off. Captain Xiao had clearly seen the girl he liked earlier but pretended not to know her. What was going on now? Xiao Zhendong could be considered an all-around genius in the military, with sharp eyes in criminal investigation. He could see right through the little thoughts in Qinlei's mind. However, Xiao Zhendong didn't take it to heart. Leaving the Public Security Bureau, Xiao Zhendong looked at the distant Taizi mountain, let out a long sigh, and took out a small cloth pouch about half the size of a palm from his breast pocket. Here, give this to her for me. Qinlei took it and felt it. The small cloth bag contained something lumpy. He didn't know if it was a pair of earrings or some other accessory. Also, don't let her know it's from me. Upon hearing this, wasn't Qinlei in a difficult position? Should he say it was from him? Captain Xiao. This. Xiao Zhendong glanced back at Qinlei and waved his hand, saying, say whatever you want. Xiao Zhendong personally escorted the remnants of this drug trafficking gang to the unit in Yunnan. Simply because, in Xiao Zhendong's heart, during the last bandit suppression mission, 2 of his brothers had been seriously injured. He utterly despised these evildoers who committed atrocities. Moreover, in the bright and clear land of the Huaxia Empire, they dared to be so brazen. Xiao Zhendong absolutely would not tolerate any bandits destroying even a single blade of grass or tree of his motherland. By evening, Qinlei's drunkenness had completely passed. Returning to Luwazi village and arriving at the Ma household, he only saw that the bicycle had returned, but Ma Zhaodi was nowhere to be found. Anyway, this girl only went to a few places, either the carpentry shed or the eel pond. Sure enough, he found Zhaodi in the carpentry shed. However, the lovely young girl now had red, swollen eyes, clearly having cried for a long time. For Qinlei, this was nothing less than a needle pricking his heart. It seemed that in Zhaodi's heart, Captain Xiao held a truly significant place. To lighten the atmosphere and cheer her up a bit, Qinlei said with a smile, "Hey, you're really getting a bargain. Here, I have something nice to give you." As he spoke, Qinlei handed the small cloth pouch to Zhaodi, but she didn't take it. "Brother Qin has already given me a valuable piece of nanmu wood." Zhaodi said this with a smile. She didn't like to impose her emotions on others, especially Qinlei, who was completely unrelated to her personal affairs. Seeing Zhaodi smile, Qinlei's heart suddenly trembled. What kind of smile was this? One that suppressed inner sorrow, forcing out a faint trace of a smile? It would be better if she didn't smile. If she wanted to cry, then cry. Why smile so bitterly? This is something my sister asked me to give you. It's a pair of earrings. On the way over, Qinlei had already seen what was inside, a pair of Tibetan silver earrings. Though not valuable, he recognized at a glance that they were exquisite accessories Captain Xiao had brought back from Tibet, unavailable locally. Hearing this, Zhaodi smiled and opened it. They were very delicate Tibetan silver earrings with a hint of on them. When they caught the light, they revealed the inherent bright luster of the silver. "Thank Chen for me." Zhaodi smiled brightly, showing 8 teeth and a pair of small, delicate canine teeth, looking utterly adorable. Chapter 125, Ma Baozhu gets beaten. But such a smile, seen through those phoenix eyes, carried a trace of desolation and heartache. Qinlei smiled and said, When are you leaving? Zhaodi turned around, pretending to naturally cut mushrooms. In the short term. I might not be leaving for now. Qinlei said lightly, unsure how to explain. Not leaving? But your family isn't. Zhaodi didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Qinlei's family wasn't from Taizi County, they were public servants from Yunnan. I might be assigned to manage local public security here. After he finished, Zhaodi gave an of acknowledgement. Qinlei didn't say anything else and turned to leave the carpentry shed. Zhaodi opened her palm and looked at the pair of Tibetan silver earrings. She actually had a misconception that these were sent to her by Zhendong. Because a few years ago, the year Zhendong first joined the army, he served in Tibet. When he came back, his face still carried the vigor of a young man. Full of joy, he took Zhaodi to sit on the ridge of a field and told her many things about Tibetan customs and ornaments. Back then, Zhaodi hadn't been violated by Lu Dashing, nor had she married. Listening to him vividly describe all kinds of life customs different from their own, Zhaodi's eyes widened. She even asked, "Is Tibetan silver real silver? So beautiful, it must be very expensive, right?" Xiao Zhendong was 17 that year. He scratched his head, smiled, and said it wasn't expensive at all. Every household had it. As for whether it was silver, he didn't know, but it looked especially pretty on those Tibetan girls. Back then, the sky was still very blue, and the starry nights were still clear and beautiful. Brother Zhendong, could it be, you really won't ever look at Zhaodi again? Zhaodi lowered her head to look at the earrings in her palm, as if Xiao Zhendong's face was reflected on them, and she murmured to herself, These past few days, Zhaodi found herself in a daze. She even felt it was coming true. Her rebirth in this life seemed not just to be for the simple purpose of winning back Shindong, but also for her family. Ma Baozhu got into a fight at school, and even silly Ping'an got beaten up along with him. Zhaodi was setting up her stall at the time. It was Ping'an who came running to find Zhaodi, crying as he ran. As soon as she heard Ma Baozhu had been beaten, she quickly packed up her stall, pushed her bicycle, and went to the school gate. Where are you from? How dare you steal my son's eraser? Should I find your parents? This time, I'll teach you a lesson. From afar, she saw a man in his 30s at the school gate, holding his son who was dressed like he came from a wealthy family, pointing at Ma Baozhu and cursing. There was a faint blue-purple mark at the corner of Ma Baozhu's mouth. It looked like he had been hit. Zhaodi had been feeling really suppressed lately. She rushed forward and shoved the man in his 30s. Hey, were you raised on shit? How could my brother possibly steal your kid's eraser? How much does an eraser even cost? When Ma Baozhu saw his sister suddenly appear, he immediately felt wronged, but his courage also swelled. He's your brother? My family's erasers are all bought from the city, several yuan each. Can you afford to pay for it? The man was tall and thin, but precisely because he was too thin, his face had a somewhat sharp, weasel-like appearance. Several yuan each? Show it to me. What kind of eraser costs several yuan each? Besides, my family isn't short of money. My brother wouldn't steal other people's things. Zhaodi was exasperated. Trying to bully her for not having seen the world? What, is your eraser made of gold or silver, costing several yuan each? In her previous life, Zhaodi had never seen such a thing. Hearing Zhaodi's words, Ma Baozhu wiped his tears, feeling wronged, because her words spoke to his heart. He really hadn't stolen anything. It was bought from the city anyway, costs 4 or 5 yuan each. The sharp-faced man reached out and patted his son's head, saying righteously, Fine, let's report it to the police, shall we? Let's investigate. You, an elder, beat up 2 kids until their faces are bruised and swollen, and I haven't even settled that with you yet. Zhaodi said angrily. 4 or 5 yuan for an eraser. Why don't you just go rob someone? Hearing Zhaodi's words, Ping'an beside her also lowered his head without speaking. He was also thinking that he hadn't performed well earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten. An eraser, and you want to file a report? Do you think the police station is your family's business? This sharp-faced man found this young girl really troublesome. Making a big deal out of a small matter, wanting to report it to the authorities? And, uncle, I'm telling you, if you talk nonsense and make false accusations, you can be taken in for detention. Zhaodi said, reaching out to pull Baozhu into the crook of her arm, signaling him not to be afraid. Was this society afraid of trouble? Sis, I didn't steal. I don't even use pencils anymore, woo-woo. Baowu started crying. Ever since his mother left, his heart had changed, becoming especially fragile, always feeling like he was a step below others. In this era, children generally started school late. For example, Zhaodi started at 9, Baowu at 7. Now he was 13, 14 by traditional count. He had repeated first grade for a year and was now in 5th grade. Next year, he would start junior high. As for erasers, he hadn't used them in a long time. They had switched to ballpoint pens now. He stole it, he stole it. The sharp-faced man's son wasn't having it. Pointing at Ma Baozhu on the spot, he called him a thief. Little brother, do you still use an eraser now? Zhaodi asked patiently with a smile. The boy glanced sideways at his father. Then, as if receiving some kind of confirmation, he nodded and insisted his eraser had been stolen by Ma Baozhu. I do. Little kids who lie get struck by lightning. They might even bite their tongues while eating, Zhaodi said. The sharp-faced man shielded his chubby son in the crook of his arm. What else is there to say? Your brother is a thief. You're the thief. I didn't take it. Ma Baozhu felt like no one believed him, only his sister did. Suddenly feeling he had support, he lunged forward to scratch. The sharp-faced man grabbed Ma Baozhu by the collar, lifted him up, and slapped him hard across the face. What to? Why did you hit me? Ma Baozhu cried like a fountain of tears. Who told you have no mother? You're a wild child, poor, and stealing my eraser. The chubby boy, seeing this, felt very pleased. Slap. Zhaodi stepped forward and gave the chubby boy a slap, adding a free kick for good measure. Having no mother is still better than having a mother but no upbringing. Zhaodi's sudden slap and follow-up kick caught the sharp-faced man completely off guard at first. When he reacted, he moved to beat up Zhaodi as well. After all, Zhaodi was only 15 or 16. By her looks, she wasn't much different from an underdeveloped little girl. Zhaodi immediately took a step back, avoiding his hand. Uncle, you dare lay a finger on me and try it. I'll have you face a lawsuit. Lawsuit this term, at the time, was very high class, something only big bosses dealt with. Yet this term came from the mouth of an underage girl. Who would believe it? To put it bluntly, did she even know what a lawsuit was? The sharp-faced man was immediately angered. He hadn't expected this little girl to spout such talk, mouthing off about lawsuits. What does she know about lawsuits? She knows nothing. As they argued and fought, a crowd soon gathered at the school gate, including substitute teachers. Ma Baoju immediately recognized his homeroom teacher and went up to say that Brat had hit him. Who knew the teacher's response would be? This happened outside the school, so the school would not interfere. The parents should resolve it privately. Not responsible, huh? Fine, it's best if you're not responsible, Jowdy said fiercely. She stepped forward, grabbed the brat by the hair, yanked him over, and slapped him. Chapter 126, The Big Shot You Can't Afford to Offend. Baozu, go to the Public Security Bureau and find your brother Lazy. At the same time, Jowdy spoke. Ma Baozu was stunned for a couple of seconds. He hadn't expected his frail-looking sister to actually fight someone for his sake. Okay. With a response, Ma Baoju ran towards the police station. The school teacher was terrified, never having imagined that such a young girl would really step up and fight. The boy's parent narrowed his eyes. Regardless of Jowdy being a girl, he went up, grabbed her ponytail, and yanked it back hard. Jowdy's body swayed unsteadily. Lu Ping'an, who had already been beaten into fear and was trembling off to the side, seemed to wage a fierce internal struggle before gritting his teeth, stamping his foot, and charging forward like a bull. His head slammed right into the middle-aged man's chest, knocking him back several staggering steps before he regained his footing. Does your school have any discipline? How can you accept such hooligan students? The middle-aged man, his face livid with anger, pointed at the teacher and roared. The little boy, crying as pitifully as Do-yi after being slapped by Jowdy, made the middle-aged man fly into a rage. He stepped forward and kicked Jowdy. Jowdy winced in pain but didn't yield. She immediately seized the opportunity, grabbed the man's thigh, and bit down, holding on tightly. No matter how wildly the man slapped her head, she refused to let go. In her past life, she had lived a life neither human nor ghost. In this life, she would absolutely not be weak and incompetent. She had to protect her family. At that moment, Qinlei came jogging over, not even waiting for the out-of-breath Ma Baoju who couldn't keep up. As soon as he reached the scene and pushed through the crowd, Qinlei's eyes widened. Without a word, he stepped forward and threw a punch at the middle-aged man's face. The punch immediately made the man see stars. After stumbling back 2 steps, blood gushed from his nose, and his nose bridge was visibly crooked. Jowdy! Qinlei helped Jowdy up. Her face, thin as a palm, showed a look of fierce determination, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Heavens, this girl's temperament was so fierce it made one's heart ache to see it. Who the hell are you? You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? My elder brother is the county party secretary. Offending me means offending the leadership. The middle-aged man covered his nose and roared, blood seeping through the gaps between his fingers. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch. Without another word or explanation, Qinlei stepped forward with a left hook, a right hook, and finished with a move like a black tiger seizing its prey, striking the man in the stomach. The man covered his abdomen, fell to the ground, and writhed in pain. You just wait, just you wait. Jowdy smoothed her hair and stared blankly at Qinlei. For a moment, she almost saw the shadow of Xiaozhendong. Hey, you there, don't cause trouble at the elementary school entrance. The Public Security Bureau is very close. Everyone, disperse now or I'll call the police. The homeroom teacher, who had been scared stiff, quickly stepped forward upon seeing this. Wang Kaikai's father was a man with status and connections, someone not to be trifled with. Qinlei casually flexed his fist, as if the fight hadn't been quite satisfying. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he took his temporary work ID from his shirt pocket and clipped it on. I'm from the Taizhi County Public Security Bureau. These words caused an uproar. The homeroom teacher's face turned pale then flushed. Jowdy was slightly taken aback. Good grief, without the work ID, he was a bandit. With it clipped on, he was a little policeman maintaining social order. Immediately, Qinlei made a call, summoned 2 comrades, and had the middle-aged man taken to the police station. Why are you arresting me? I haven't broken any laws. Do you bastards know who I am? Let me warn you, you'll regret this. Qinlei hated this kind of person the most. They were nothing themselves, but, just because they had some official relative, acted like crabs, running amok. He wasn't afraid of powerful people either. To put it bluntly, even the county magistrate had to treat him politely. Thank you, Brother Qin, Jowdy said, pursing her lips. The sharpness in Qinlei's phoenix eyes instantly softened, replaced with concern and gentleness. Thank me for what? You're my sworn sister. In the future, if something like this happens, give me a heads up beforehand. I absolutely won't stand by and watch you get bullied, Qinlei said calmly. In truth, deep down, it wasn't just because he'd been asked to look after Jowdy. In that moment earlier, he had clearly felt a pang of heartache. Well, it was a good thing Captain Xiao had given him a reason to protect this girl. You. I thought you blacked out that day. Jody felt a bit embarrassed. However, she really had thought the matter of acknowledging her as a sworn sibling that day was just drunken rambling. Blackout? How could I? My brain just wasn't working right, that's all. But having a sister with a temperament like yours, that's my great fortune for 3 lifetimes. Qinlei smiled slightly, his phoenix eyes curving like crescent moons. Brother Lazy. Ma Baozhu arrived, panting heavily. Only after everything was over did he rush over, sweating profusely. Tear stains still marked his face. Qinlei ruffled Baozhu's hair and said with concern, Baozhu, you're not a little kid anymore, you're a young man. Look at you, where's the imposing manner of a man? How will you protect your sister in the future? Hearing this, Jody felt a warmth in her heart, suddenly feeling that everything was still quite beautiful, wasn't it? Upon hearing these words, Ma Baozhu hung his head in shame. He knew he was supposed to be a man too. Before, he used to bully his sister a lot, but now, he didn't know why, he was just very scared. Don't be afraid. Starting tomorrow, after you finish your homework, come find me. I'll teach you a few moves. Ma Baozhu immediately smiled upon hearing this. Really? Of course. When I was your age, your brother Lazy was already participating in provincial freestyle fighting competitions. Wow, Brother Lazy, you're amazing. Did you win? The gloom in Ma Baozhu's heart vanished instantly. Nearby, Lu Ping'an sniffled from time to time, proving he was still alive. Of course, definitely the champion. Qinlei snorted, looking like, don't underestimate your brother Lazy. Watching the 2 figures, one tall and one short, Jody felt a surge of warmth in her heart. If this person were him, that would truly be wonderful. When they got home, Qinlei simply stayed for dinner at Jody's place. After all, Ma Baozhu was a boy, especially fascinated by the flying leaps and martial arts moves seen on TV. He always felt like he could fly too and pestered Qinlei to teach him that very night. That night, Jody lay in her room, forced to listen to the noise coming from the room next door, where her grandmother used to live. Either Ma Baozhu yelping in pain or the sound of things being overturned and furniture being pushed around. Heavens, these 2 men in the room, were they planning to play all night? The next day, Ma Baozhu, still full of energy, got up early. He said Qinlei planned to install a sandbag for him that day, hanging it from the roof beam, so Baozhu could practice his punches every evening and morning. But when Ma Baozhu went to school in the morning, before 9 o'clock, he appeared in front of Jody's stall, crying like a whipped dog. Jody was weighing goods for a customer. Seeing this, her heart tightened. Had he been beaten again? Baozhu? Quickly tell your sister what happened. Wah! I got expelled. The teacher won't let me go to school anymore. What do we do, sis? Dad will kill me if he finds out. Wah! Jody's heart sank. Damn it all, is there no justice? Just because he has an official relative, he thinks he's the president of the United States? She refused to accept this. Chapter 127, Ma Baozhu gets expelled from school. On the official side, all they could do with the middle-aged man was take his statement and legally detain him for 24 hours. By this time, Wang Yukai had already been released. As he was about to leave the detention center, he snorted arrogantly. I'm telling you, one phone call from me and even your bureau chief will be out of a job. Don't even think about messing with me, you're not qualified. Qinlei stood with his arms crossed, squinting at Wang Yukai. He immediately followed him out, tucked his work ID into his back pocket, then pinned Wang Yukai down on the flower bed right outside the government building entrance and gave him a thorough beating. You son of a bitch. You won't give up until you see the coffin, huh? Daring to use your position for personal revenge, you bastard. Just you wait. Hearing this, Qinlei only hit him harder. Ever since he took on this mission, he hadn't been involved in any intense, satisfying tasks for a long time. His fists had been itching, what else could he do? You damn bastard better remember this clearly. I'm your grandpa, Qinlei. From now on, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Finally encountering a guy who deserved a beating, he had to satisfy his fists first. This was a rare opportunity not to be missed. Only when Wang Yukai was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy did Qinlei finally stop. Wang Yukai thought to himself, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. He'd settle all scores, old and new, later. He had already firmly memorized this name, Qinlei. Just you wait, he'd make you wish your name was Qin Sancher. 3 stones. In the county mayor's office, Mayor Ma was sipping tea, leisurely discussing this year's school expansion plans with County Party Secretary Wang Yotsuin. Currently, the entire Taizhi County had only one school that looked somewhat decent, Taizhi County Experimental Primary School. Not to mention the inconvenience for enrolled students getting to school. He planned to establish a primary school in each township so that students from nearby villages wouldn't have to trek long distances to the county school. Some students who lived farther away had to walk dozens of li of mountain roads in the morning to attend school. For lunch, those who could afford it brought steamed buns and some dishes. Those who couldn't, gnawed on half a hard, dry bun. Now, with reform and opening up, the nation placed the highest importance on nurturing the next generation. After all, the previous generation had too few intellectuals, and after experiencing a cultural revolution, intellectuals became even scarcer. The slogan, "Knowledge changes fate," was now household knowledge, and every family had its own version. As long as you study hard for me, I'll sell the pots and pans if I have to, but I'll get you an education. Mayor Ma, I'll write an application later regarding the funding request for building the schools. But the highest qualification among the teachers at our Taizhi County Experimental Primary School is a technical secondary school diploma. We don't even have a single properly trained teacher who graduated from a normal school. Even if we build the schools, where will we transfer teachers from? Mayor Ma waved his hand. I'll think of a way to apply to the city for this, to transfer a few qualified teachers here for support teaching. As he spoke, Wang Yotsuan's phone rang. Answering it, his eyes widened in surprise. He excused himself from the mayor and went out for a private conversation. You just said they're from where? Oh, Luwezi. The poorest and most backward mountain hollow in Taizhi County. Don't bother with those troublesome peasants. What? They beat you up. This was outrageous. Government personnel not abiding by the law, but knowingly breaking it. Did you mention my name? What? Mentioning my famous name made them hit you even harder? I'd like to see who dares to be so presumptuous. At the government building entrance, Zhaodi hurried over, still wearing the apron and sleeves she used for selling vegetables, too busy to even take them off. A few strands of disheveled hair fell across her face. Brother Lei, what do we do now? Baozu got expelled from school. Qinlei was slightly taken aback. Well, that's interesting. Don't worry. Zhaodi also knew not to worry. A clear conscience fears no accusation. But, as Baozu said, if their father found out later, who knows how he'd punish Baozu. Seeing Zhaodi's anxious expression, Qinlei couldn't help but smile. He shook the phone in his hand, signaling Zhaodi not to worry just yet. He'd make a call. All right. Zhaodi paced nearby, occasionally stealing glances at Qinlei as he talked on the phone. She had felt from the beginning that this man was mysterious. How did he have so much authority? He said he could work at the local public security bureau, and he did. Wasn't he the son of the provincial department director from Yunnan? To put it bluntly, that's several provinces away. Even if his father had power, he couldn't overstep boundaries and grant authority elsewhere, right? Moreover, last time they met, Zhaodi noticed he didn't seem to have just met Xiao Zhendong. If he was familiar with Brother Zhendong, then he should be a soldier. But if he was a soldier, what kind of leisurely military role did he have? Brother Zhendong couldn't return home more than a few times a year, but him? He was like a free-range wild pheasant, coming and going as he pleased. What exactly did he do? He seemed very mysterious. After saying a few words, Qinlei hung up and said, let Bao rest at home for a couple of days first. It's a good chance for me to teach him some self-defense moves. Zhaodi was somewhat disappointed. She had thought Qinlei could resolve this matter with just one phone call. But if my dad finds out, Baozu will definitely get a beating. Zhaodi said. Just say the school is on break. Qinlei offered a little idea. Well, that seemed the only option for now. After Zhaodi finished dealing with this first batch of mushrooms, if there were no results, she planned to go to the school to get a clear explanation. If absolutely necessary, she'd complain to the Education Bureau. In her past life, Zhaodi didn't understand the relationships between different departments. Even when things happened, she could only look on blankly. But in this life, Zhaodi was different. Zhaodi nodded and hurried off to the street. After all, Baozu might not know how to read the scale markings. As soon as Zhaodi left, Qinlei's phone rang. Answering it, Qinlei called out, Captain Xiao. Yeah, everything's fine. Just a tiny little issue. Don't worry, Captain Xiao. Yeah, I'll definitely take good care of her. Ever since Xiao Zhendong assigned this small task as Qinlei's official duty during standby, he called every day. At first, Qinlei was somewhat wary of him, given the different weight of their respective responsibilities. Over time, Qinlei got used to it and sometimes even proactively called to report the situation. After hanging up, Qinlei squinted, looking in the direction where that figure had already disappeared from sight. He could tell Captain Xiao's feelings for Zhaodi ran very, very deep. Everyone said Captain Xiao was impartial, even to the point of being impersonal and lacking human warmth. But that wasn't actually true. It seemed the only one he treated gently was this girl. Qinlei began to wonder what exactly had happened between these two. Why did he, Qinlei, have to act as the intermediary? Most importantly, Qinlei also discovered something Captain Xiao feared. He was afraid Zhaodi would find out he had been constantly concerned about her. Thinking of this, Qinlei put his hands in his pockets and smiled helplessly, a smile tinged with a hint of desolation and solace. The desolation came from wondering why he wasn't a villager from Luwezi. That way, he could have met her earlier. The solace came from being grateful he had a position that allowed him to legitimately protect her. If someone asked him what kind of girl she was, perhaps Chinlei could only smile. She was an indescribable yet very captivating girl. Chapter 128, The Big Shot Full of Hot Air. Jody returned to the stall and found Ma Baozhu weighing mushrooms for a customer with intense concentration, carefully counting each mark on the scale. Due to his clumsy technique, several mushrooms fell off the scale pan multiple times. Baozhu, let me do it. With that, Jody stepped forward, took the scale, and expertly weighed the mushrooms. Sis, what did Brother Lei say? Bao was still worried about getting a beating from their dad when they got home. $3.20. Let's just call it 3. After seeing off the current customer, Jody finally looked at Baozhu and said, It's fine. We'll just say the school is on holiday. Brother Lei will back us up. Honestly, I think it's better not to go to that school anyway. Hearing this, Baozhu's eyes welled up with tears again. Jody, annoyed, slammed the scale down in front of her. What are you crying for? Why didn't you cry back when you used to hit me? How come you've become such a crybaby now? How old are you already? You're a man, you know? Besides, with teachers at that school who bully the weak and fear the strong, I doubt they can teach students well. Once I sell this batch of mushrooms, I'll send you to the best school in the city. At these words, Ma Baozhu's tears seemed to get stuck halfway. Huh? Don't tell me you plan to stay stuck in this poor mountain ravine forever? The outside world is huge. Last time you absolutely refused to go to school. Didn't Brother Bai tell you all about the city? Ma Baozhu immediately smiled, but then he thought it seemed unlikely. Sis, schools in the city must cost a lot of money, right? Hearing this, Jody stared blankly at her brother. In the past, he never cared whether the family had money or not. If he wanted something, he would throw tantrums, cry, and even threaten to hang himself until they bought it for him. Jody truly felt her brother had grown up. He had suddenly matured. Jody pursed her lips into a smile. It's not that expensive. Besides, money is something you can never finish earning. Sis will definitely nurture you into an outstanding talent, support you through university, postgraduate studies, a doctorate. In the future, you will be the real pillar of this family. Thinking this, Jody felt a surge of passion in her heart, and her shouts hawking the mushrooms grew louder. For the first time, Ma Baozhu looked at the shabby street, his eyes shining with the light of hope for the future. When he made something of himself someday, he would definitely take good care of his sister, he definitely would. My sister grew these mushrooms herself. They're so sweet and delicious. You'll want more after just one taste. Ma Baozhu squatted in front of the stall, also calling out to customers. The siblings would occasionally exchange smiles, creating an unnoticed scene on the bustling street. Before they knew it, the large basket of mushrooms was almost sold out. Eagerly, Jody pulled out a big handful of small change, smoothing out each bill and stacking them neatly, along with a large pile of coins. There were 1 yuan notes, 10-cent coins, 5-cent coins. All of it, big and small, was money. Ma Baozhu's eyes gleamed at the sight. Sis, you're amazing. You earn more than Dad makes in a month. Hearing this, Jody smiled proudly. Of course. Who is she? In her past life, she was a timid, cowardly wretch. In this life, she was an indestructible cockroach. Hey, are you Ma Jody? Jody was smiling happily when suddenly a pair of large feet in leather sandals appeared in front of the stall. Looking up, she realized she didn't know this person at all. He looked about 40, wearing a shirt made of Dacron fabric and satin trousers. To Jody, this outfit was definitely something only a leadership-level person would wear. Especially these leather sandals, they cost over 30 yuan a pair, made of pure cowhide. Calfskin sandals like these were even more expensive. Moreover, most people in the countryside wore plastic sandals for convenience in the fields. Leather shoes that stiffened when wet were something no one could afford or would even wear. Yes, and you are? Jody stood up. Who knew this uncle would just snicker a couple of times without answering Jody's question? With his hands behind his back, he swaggered off like some big shot. What a weirdo. Wait. His face looked strangely familiar. Jody suddenly took a sharp breath. She remembered. This person was none other than Wang Yotsuan. Inside the principal's office of Taizi County Experimental Primary School, the principal was bowing and scraping, welcoming the leader here to inspect their work. He had prepared 3 types of tea, Huangshan Mafeng green tea, Pu'er black tea, and Dahong Pao red tea. These were all premium teas he had stockpiled from gifts over the years, ones he couldn't bear to drink himself. While serving the leader tea, he said, that child has already been expelled. There was no need for you to trouble yourself with a personal visit. The fat on the principal's face was creased with smiles, each fold packed with thick sycophancy. Such an ungrateful little brat. Even if he learned some knowledge, he'd just be a parasite on society in the future. You're absolutely right. That's why he's been expelled, the principal fawned. As for Wang Kai's assessment next year, I've already prepared everything. Guaranteed admission to a key middle school in the city. Wang Yotsuan nodded with an air of officialdom, looking at the 3 cups of tea before him. The principal hurriedly introduced each one, afraid of missing anything. This green tea is spring-picked Maofeng from the peak of Huangshan. This one is picked from the mother trees of Dahongpao, extremely rare. There are only 3 such trees in the entire country. And this one, well, it goes without saying. Bought locally in Yunnan, it's fully fermented Yunnan pu'er black tea. Good for the stomach and health. Please have a taste. The principal was just repeating what the parents who gifted the tea had said. Honestly, to him, tea was tea, it all tasted pretty much the same once brewed. Besides, Dahongpao from the mother trees was something even money couldn't easily buy these days. Anyway, he just parroted what he was told, feeling rather sophisticated and cultured saying it. County Party Secretary Wang Yotsuan was utterly taken in. Such fine tea even County Magistrate Ma might not get to drink it. Not bad. If you have more, pack some up for me. Regardless of the details, if he could get some, he would. Hearing this, how could the principal only pack a little? He eagerly brought out whole boxes of tea and helpfully packed them up. This time, Wang Yotsuan nodded with satisfaction, stood up, patted the principal's shoulder, and said, "You have promise. Our county has a new policy this year, school expansion. When the time comes, you won't be left out of the benefits." Hearing this, the principal almost knelt down in gratitude. This was great news. Just moments ago, he had felt a pang of regret giving away the tea, but now it seemed totally worth it. But little did he expect that just after escorting the leader out of his office, 2 people would appear, blocking the leader right in the doorway, making it awkward to go in or out. "Who are you looking for?" The principal, afraid of any misstep that might offend the leader, immediately stepped forward to speak. "Forgotten me so soon?" Jowdy stepped forward, still wearing her apron and sleeves. Only then did the pot-bellied principal take a closer look at Jowdy and recognize her. Wasn't she the older sister of that expelled student? Since the leader was here precisely because of this matter, his confidence grew. He wished he could demonstrate his loyalty even more profoundly in front of the leader, leaving a good impression. "Your brother violated school regulations and has been formally expelled. What are you doing here again? Besides, do you know the status and background of student Wang Kai? Is it something your poor, wretched kid from Lu Village can afford to offend? The fact that you haven't been held accountable is only because the leader has shown leniency." The principal berated Jowdy, while seizing the opportunity to flatter the county party secretary. Wang Yugai grunted in agreement. That's right. His nephew wasn't someone to be bullied casually. He was the county party secretary of the entire Taizhi County. Chinlei, who had been silent beside them, couldn't help but shake his head, sigh, and rub his nose, wearing an expression of pity and helplessness. Chapter 129, County Magistrate Ma. "You say my brother Ma Baozu violated school regulations? What regulations did he violate?" Jowdy asked, her voice eerily calm. It wasn't because she relied on Brother Lazy's backing, it was because she inherently despised people like this. A stench of moral decay emanated from this so-called principal, utterly pervasive, with not a single trace of someone who nurtured talent to be found. Fighting and brawling, the principal said after a few seconds of hesitation. Jowdy snorted. There was nothing more to say. When her own brother was being bullied, they said it wasn't the school's business. Now that the one beaten was a relative of an official, it suddenly became a major issue. As Jowdy thought about how she would one day reach a certain height and tear off all these hypocritical masks, she also thought that even if the school, because of Brother Lazy, was willing to take Baoju back, she didn't want him studying in such a school anymore. The atmosphere was rotten to the core from top to bottom. She didn't want her brother to be gradually influenced and turned into scum. "I'll step out for a moment." Chinlei had been holding his phone, sending texts. "My mission makes it inconvenient for me to handle this. So I have to make a trip myself? Weren't you the one who tricked me into coming to Taizhi County with just a phone call back then? All right, I'll be there soon." Chinlei looked at his phone, said something to Jowdy, and left the school. The schoolyard had a very rudimentary playground, no lawn, just a dusty open space. The children played on it, kicking up clouds of dust like 1,000 horses galloping, yet each and every one was having a great time. The soccer ball they fought over was worn out, its outer cover gone, leaving only the inflated black inner bladder. They say teachers should be role models. Are all the students educated at this elementary school just like you, climbing the social ladder by currying favor with the wealthy and using gifts to get through the back door? Jowdy's gaze withdrew from the playground outside. Her voice was calm as water, seemingly casual. But as she said this, she glanced at what the so-called county party secretary was carrying. She looked at the principal and spoke half-jokingly. "You're busy, I'll take my leave now." Wang Yugai finished speaking, exuding an official air that seemed ingrained in his bones, and left with great composure. "Let me see you out." The principal hurried to follow. This was a leader, after all. He had to be taken care of properly. He even planned to treat the leader to a lavish meal at a town restaurant at noon, which was crucial for his future development. Watching the backs of these two men, Zhao became even more determined to make something of herself and trample all these hypocritical masks to pieces. Two figures approached from across the dilapidated playground. One was Qinlei. The other, a man in his 40s or 50s, Zhao didn't recognize, but his demeanor made her feel instinctively that he was no ordinary person. You kid, you keep saying I tricked you into coming here, but haven't you been living just fine in this county? Looking at your complexion, you seem quite adapted to life up here in the big north. County Magistrate Ma finished speaking and laughed heartily a few times. With Taizhi County as poor as it is, I'm lucky if I get to eat meat at all. Better than your days in the, right? County Magistrate Ma laughed again. That was for sure. Wilderness training was about honing one's instinct for survival in nature. To put it bluntly, Qinlei had probably eaten more bugs than County Magistrate Ma had eaten rice. Surviving countless near-death experiences had forged in him an instinct to survive anywhere. If he encountered wolves, tigers, or leopards, wouldn't Qinlei fight with his life on the line? Ma. County Magistrate Ma. The two men chatted as they walked, casually entering the school. Wang Yotsuan spotted them immediately and quickly shoved the plastic bag he was holding back into the principal's hands. What are you doing here too? Didn't you take leave? County Magistrate Ma said with a beaming smile. Ahem. Qinlei pretended to cough beside him. After all, he had already explained the situation on the way over. What Qinlei hadn't expected was that when he mentioned Ma Zhaodi, the magistrate actually had an impression of this girl. He immediately asked, was she that young girl who raised rice-field eels in alkaline soil? Bai Wenjie had mentioned this to the county magistrate a long time ago. County Magistrate Ma's impression of the girl could only be described as, although they'd never met, he rather admired her. Oh, I happened to be on leave, so I came to see my nephew. That's good. I didn't expect your nephew to be studying here too. Make sure someone looks after him properly. After all, he's the descendant of a state cadre. He must be educated well, so he can become a talent in the future and contribute more to society. After speaking, County Magistrate Ma laughed again. In Zhaodi's eyes, this was her first time seeing County Magistrate Ma of Taizhi County. Her first impression was that he really liked to laugh. However, Zhaodi, with her past life's experiences, didn't consider this mere laughter. His eyes held a clarity. Having navigated official circles for many years, he had seen through many things, but chose not to speak of them plainly. This probably described County Magistrate Ma. You are Ma Zhaodi, right? County Magistrate Ma looked her up and down. Qinlei had already explained some things. What made County Magistrate Ma look at her with new respect was that this girl appeared frail and delicate, seemingly less than 1.65 meters tall. The legs beneath her apron almost made one think of a pair of compasses. To think that at her age she had the mind of an agricultural developer already astonished County Magistrate Ma. Add to that turning alkaline wasteland into something valuable, that was even more remarkable. What made County Magistrate Ma even happier was that this girl's surname was also Ma, making them practically family. The principal had been speaking all along while watching the expression of County Party Secretary Wang Yukai. Now, even Wang Yukai didn't dare speak much, so the principal dared even less. As they watched, County Magistrate Ma walked into the principal's office. He glanced at the rosewood desk and chair, which couldn't be found anywhere else in the entire school, and frowned. This executive chair, this rosewood desk, this latest trendy landline phone. County Magistrate Ma himself still used an old-style white landline that turned yellow with age. Then he looked at the school's desks, chairs, and the blackboard painted with ink, pitted with one whitish spot after another. In the end, County Magistrate Ma didn't say a word. He didn't even drink a sip of tea before leaving. Immediately, the principal and Wang Yotsuan exchanged a glance, their faces instantly darkening. They couldn't help but look deeply at the young man before them, then at Ma Zhaodi, and immediately understood something. They hurried to catch up with County Magistrate Ma, saying, County Magistrate Ma, about this matter. County Magistrate Ma's expression didn't change. He waved his hand, signaling them to say no more. Old Wang, don't trouble yourself with such a small matter. I have an important task for you tomorrow. Wang Yotsuan broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing this, he quickly put on a smiling face and said, I'll definitely handle the matter of applying for funds to build the school properly. Leave that matter to old Liu. Tomorrow, you'll be responsible for guiding him, helping him familiarize himself with your work content. This task is exceptionally arduous. County Magistrate Ma patted Wang Yotsuan on the shoulder, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Wang Yotsuan's mind instantly buzzed. The hands patting his shoulder nearly knocked him to the ground. Chapter 130, Building a School. County Magistrate Ma, what do you mean by this? Wang Yotsuan was so frightened he could barely speak, and even the principal's face was as dark as if it could wring out water. County Magistrate Ma waved his hand dismissively, then turned to look at Qinlei, who was leaning against the big tree. Suddenly, he smiled like a mischievous old child. Xiaoqin, let's go. I've been meaning to welcome you properly for a while now. Girl, you come too. Jody felt incredibly honored. This was the first time she would be eating at the same table as a leader. Qinlei rubbed his nose, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and followed them out of the school with a casual, almost slouching gait. What's going on? Wang Youcuan's face was still drained of color. He immediately called his younger brother, Wang Yukai. On the phone, Wang Youcuan was practically hopping with rage, almost crying from anger. You useless old fool, who did you offend? Are you trying to get me killed, you bastard? Wang Yuliang was stunned for a long moment before he managed to stammer out. He's just a vegetable seller. A brat from that poor mountain gully in Luwazi village. A brat? A brat, my ass. Who exactly is that guy from the government unit? Open your damn eyes and take a good look before you spout nonsense. After venting his fury, he raised his hand as if to smash his phone, then thought better of it and reluctantly stuffed it back into his pocket. Secretary Wang, what do we do now? Principal Zhu looked bewildered. It seemed he and Secretary Wang were now grasshoppers tied to the same string. However, what Principal Zhu couldn't understand was how that troublemaker Ma Baozhu had such powerful backing. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have taken it upon himself to expel the kid over such a minor issue. No, the situation was dire now that even Secretary Wang was in trouble. He had to find a way to make amends. If the county magistrate remembered this incident and made a call to the education bureau, he wouldn't have a single hair left on his head. He immediately went to check Ma Baozhu's enrollment records. For this matter, he had to have the homeroom teacher make a personal visit. Although Old Buddha's restaurant wasn't large, the food was absolutely top-notch. The meal wasn't lavish, but at least the county magistrate was personally footing the bill. The people below, including Old Buddha, had never had the chance to see the county magistrate's true face, so Old Buddha treated him as just an ordinary relative of Zhaodi. I say, Qinlei, you've had to put up with a lot during your time here in Taizi County. County Magistrate Ma smiled broadly and patted Qinlei on the shoulder. What's there to put up with? Not at all. It's just a bit boring sometimes. Qinlei ate his meal nonchalantly, occasionally urging Zhaodi to eat more meat to build herself up, maybe even gain a little weight. Well, if you're bored, go out for a walk. If you don't have any means of transportation, you can take my old relic out for a spin to clear your head. County Magistrate Ma said, tossing his head. I wouldn't dare drive your car, Qinlei said sheepishly. Even though County Magistrate Ma's car was an old model red flag sedan, it was still assigned to him by his superiors for work purposes. He had been driving it for 6 or 7 years now, maintaining it as carefully as if it were his own grandson. Other leaders had drivers for meetings, but this old fellow wouldn't let anyone else touch it on ordinary days. Qinlei wasn't fooled by the underlying meaning in those words. Then I'm out of ideas. County Magistrate Ma chuckled. He had done his best. If Qinlei didn't want to drive, that was his problem. If you have plenty of time, you could help Wenjie with agricultural and sideline products or something. Qinlei rolled his eyes. He was a member of a special organization, a People's Liberation Army soldier, no less. Instead of letting him handle guns, they wanted him to wield a spatula? Qinlei couldn't be bothered to argue and simply asked, how do you plan to handle this matter? Hey, since you, Qinlei, personally asked me, an old bone with 1 foot already in the coffin, to come here, I have to give you enough face, don't I? Qinlei felt the rice was undercooked today, the dishes were too salty, and this meal was simply inedible. This old codger, a dog's mouth that couldn't spit out ivory, his words sounded sweeter than a song. He made it seem like he was giving everyone plenty of face, as if no one had ever spared him any. Zhaodi watched the exchange between the two men, utterly confused. County Magistrate Ma's words seemed humble and sincere, without any airs of authority. Yet Qinlei's face visibly darkened. All right, you're just like your old man. Can't take a joke. County Magistrate Ma conceded, his expression turning serious. If he kept joking around improperly, this little rascal would probably throw down his chopsticks. Secretary Wang has embezzled public funds more than once. He thought I wouldn't notice or care that this old bone was useless. I've been keeping a record of every single transaction. If it weren't for the fact that I was the one who promoted him, I would have dealt with him long ago. As for his younger brother, he's also come to me more than once, leveraging Secretary Wang's influence, asking for favors. I can't directly control him, but I can deal with Secretary Wang. Understand? County Magistrate Ma wisely didn't elaborate further, but Zhaodi understood. Some matters required making an example of a reckless individual first. For the rest, they could handle it themselves. Couldn't he just pretend not to know? Qinlei wore an expression that said, that's more like it, and hurriedly pretended to be polite by serving County Magistrate Ma more food. Don't just serve me. Girl Ma should eat more too. She's the one who deserves credit. County Magistrate Ma shifted the topic to the aquaculture situation in Luwazi village, praising Zhaodi for being driven and clever despite her young age. If everyone were like Zhao, he, as county magistrate, could rest easy. In the future, for matters like this, feel free to talk to Wenjie. You can even come directly to me. I will support you, fully support you. Upon hearing this, Zhao's eyes lit up. If agricultural development gained the county magistrate's approval, she would face much less resistance in the future. Well, Taizhi County only has one experimental primary and secondary school. Children from over a dozen nearby townships and villages can only come here to study. Not to mention the time wasted traveling back and forth from early morning till late at night. Even lunch becomes a problem. I wonder if County Magistrate Ma has ever considered setting up a cafeteria at the school or something. Feeling that County Magistrate Ma was approachable, like a kindly old neighbor, Zhao couldn't help but open up and chat freely. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Ma realized it was precisely the issue he had been planning to apply for building local schools. However, building primary schools locally was no small undertaking. It couldn't be accomplished overnight. Zhao's suggestion made him feel that this was the simplest and most direct solution to address the immediate needs of children from poor mountainous areas trying to get an education. At the very least, it could solve the urgent problem. County Magistrate Ma's eyes brightened. That's a good idea, but funding is insufficient. If we add meal costs to tuition fees, a problem arises. Do you know what it is? Let's not talk about other villages. Just take your most familiar Luwazi village as an example. County Magistrate Ma straightened his back, put down his chopsticks, and pondered. In Luwazi village alone, statistics show that half the children can't afford to go to school every year. The subsidies the government can provide are only a small portion. After all, there are too many impoverished households, and it's impossible to support all of them overnight. That's why I plan to start with Luwazi village, develop agricultural and sideline products, and first improve the villagers' standard of living. We could establish a cafeteria. Not all children would need to pay for meals. From what I understand, a large portion bring food from home. We just need to hire a cook to heat the meals collectively, and that would solve the problem. County Magistrate Ma was slightly taken aback. He genuinely felt this method was worth considering. On the way back, Qinlei received a phone call and left, not returning to Luwazi village with Zhao. Ma Baozhu now followed Qinlei around like a puppy's tail. As long as Qinlei didn't mind, he stuck to him like leftover chewing gum. As soon as Zhao reached her doorstep, she heard guests inside. Ma Jiangwo's voice was particularly loud, saying something like, "This won't do, this won't do. You're Baozhu's teacher. How can you buy things for my child?" Chapter 131. The homeroom teacher personally visits to apologize. Zhao propped up the bicycle and entered the house, only to see Teacher Li, who had been watching the commotion at the school gate that day without intervening, stuffing something into her father's hands. This was a woman in her 30s, with short hair cut just above her ears. "Take it. These are all for the child, a new backpack, a pencil case, and 2 pounds of peanut candy. They're nothing valuable." Zhao smiled faintly. A store-bought backpack would still cost over 10 yuan. After all, at that time, which child's backpack wasn't sewn by their own mother? A nice cloth backpack with a fringe made from strips of fabric was considered the prettiest. "Teacher Li, how did you find my home? It must have been quite a journey." As she spoke, Zhao stepped over the threshold and politely poured a cup of tea. When Teacher Li turned and saw Zhao, her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. She forced a smile that looked worse than crying and said, "Oh, I've seen you before. You're Baozhu's older sister, right? Look, uncle, you're truly blessed, with both a son and a daughter, a capable girl, and Baozhu so diligent in his studies. In the future, uncle, you'll just have to sit back and enjoy your good fortune. By the way, Teacher Li, I happen to have a question for you. Why was my brother Baozhu expelled from school? It seems you don't have that authority, do you?" Zhao calmly turned around, poured another cup of tea for her father, and then picked up her own cup, drinking it all in one go. Upon hearing this, Ma Jiangwo's eyes widened. What's going on? Teacher Li was extremely embarrassed. If she told the truth, that she indeed didn't have the authority to expel a student, it wouldn't be right. But if she said she was the one who expelled him, she'd have a hard time explaining herself no matter how much she talked. "Uncle, no, there's a bit of a misunderstanding here," Teacher Li explained with a forced smile. "Isn't it common for children to fight? The school naturally values the students' learning environment, right? It's just that the situation wasn't clear at the time, so it was a misjudgment. A misjudgment." "What misunderstanding? Weren't you the one who said yesterday that the school isn't responsible for fights that happen off campus?" "It was clearly my brother who got beaten up, and the other child's parents even hit my brother. What's going on? And now it's a misjudgment." As soon as Zhao said this, she gave Ma Jiangwo no chance to interject, as he had no idea about the details of the matter. Teacher Li's face turned pale, then red. If she couldn't resolve this matter, Principal Zhu had said she wouldn't be allowed to teach anymore and would have to go home and farm. Seeing that she was no match for Jowdy, Teacher Lee turned to Ma Jangwo, the honest and simple uncle. Uncle, this matter is my fault. I was blind and didn't distinguish right from wrong. Look, I've come all this way to apologize in person. Could you just let Baozu go back to school tomorrow? When Ma Jangwo heard this, he thought Teacher Lee made some sense. It was normal for kids to squabble and fight, and since she had gone this far to apologize, as an elder, he should also take a step back. It's fine. Teacher Lee, have some tea. I'll send Baozu to class tomorrow. Jowdy glanced at Teacher Lee. Just as she was about to sit down and drink her tea, she caught sight of Jowdy's sharp gaze and decided against it. She put down the things in her hands, turned around, and walked out. I'd better not stay. There's still work at the school. After Teacher Lee left, Jowdy turned to her father. Dad, do you know how badly your son was beaten up at the school gate? Jowdy recounted the whole story, including the theft accusation. Upon hearing this, Ma Jangwo slammed the table and stood up. He could tolerate other kinds of unfair treatment, but accusing his son of being a thief? Ma Jangwo had been poor all his life, but he had his pride. No matter how poor he was, he never took so much as a thread from others. Damn it. Ma Jangwo cursed. If Jowdy hadn't spoken up, he would have chased after Teacher Lee and given her a piece of his mind first. Ma Jangwo wasn't like he used to be. After all, his daughter had told him many times not to always be a pushover. Being a pushover not only brought no benefits, but also allowed others to walk all over you. Dad, let's not send him to that school anymore. I've already made plans. I want to send Baozu to study in the city. The educational environment there is better. When Jowdy said this, Ma Jangwo sighed and sat down. With our family's situation and my health, I can't work anymore. How can we afford it? Don't worry, Dad. I'll handle it. Jowdy patted her chest. Besides the better educational environment in the city, coming back once a week will also help Baozu develop his independence. Ma Jangwo looked at his daughter with shining eyes, his heart churning with emotions he couldn't express. Look at this slender frame, yet at such a young age, she had become the family's sole pillar. As a father, his heart ached for her. In the evening, Ma Baozu came bouncing home, swinging his backpack. Without checking if anyone was home, he tossed his backpack aside and ran to the woodworking shed to find his sister. Sis, I found out Brother Lei is amazing. Even the officials listened to him. As soon as he entered the woodworking shed, Ma Baozu exclaimed excitedly, adding that because of Brother Lei, the officials had treated him very well and even gave him candy. Jowdy smiled faintly but didn't say anything else. However, Chin Lei was indeed shrouded in mystery. Who knew what his identity was? He had so much authority that he even dared to show displeasure in front of the county magistrate of Taizhi County. By the way, Baozu, your teacher came by today. She bought you a new backpack and other things and asked you to go back to school tomorrow. If you don't want to go, just say so. I'll go to the city tonight to arrange your transfer. When Ma Baozu heard this, he immediately lost interest in boasting about how impressive Brother Lei was. He tightened his grip on the candy in his hand. Sis, I'll just study in the county town. Before, Ma Baozu had never known how capable his sister was. Every pen he used, every cent of his tuition, and everything he ate and used were earned through his sister's hard work. Even though many students at school bullied him, he still didn't want to go to the city. That would cost even more money. Jowdy saw through Ma Baozu's thoughts and couldn't help but pat his shoulder reassuringly. Baozu, don't worry about money at all. As long as you study hard and make something of yourself in the future, that's all that matters. The sunset over Taizhi Mountain was a fiery red. Tired birds returning to their nests flapped their wings, chirping in the dense forest, as if harmoniously lulling their chicks to sleep. Jowdy and Ma Baozu carried 2 baskets of mushrooms home, only to find Ma Jangwo sighing heavily. Dad, let's have mushrooms for dinner tonight, Jowdy said. Ma Jangwo nodded silently, and then Jowdy started preparing the meal while Ma Baozu helped by adding firewood. During dinner, Ma Jangwo remained silent, pouring himself 2 ounces of baijiu. He drank and ate while sighing repeatedly. Baozu, eat more. You must be exhausted from punching the sandbag every day. Jowdy picked up some food for Baozu and then turned to her father. I've made plans. Tomorrow, I'll find someone to repair our house. The flood season is almost here in July. The thatched roof, due to years of neglect, leaked whenever the flood season arrived. When it rained heavily outside, it drizzled inside, and pots, bowls, and basins were placed everywhere to catch the water. The bed was almost completely covered, leaving no room to sleep. Though Jowdy had said this casually, Ma Jangwo reacted strongly. No, we can't repair it now. Jowdy was taken aback. She had only meant to inform her father, and besides, she had already saved up nearly 10,000 yuan. Spending a few thousand to repair the house and buy some furniture would be more than enough. Why not, Dad? Just don't repair it, even if the house collapses. Don't do any repairs for now. Chapter 132, Renovating the House. Jody slowed her chewing of the mushrooms, then put down her bowl and chopsticks to look at her father. What's going on? I've wanted to fix our house for a long time. July is the flood season, and if it rains for a week straight, how can we live here? Besides, your leg can't handle the dampness. You'll get rheumatism in the future. Ma Jiangwo had downed a few shots of liquor, his dark face now flushed red and black. Yet his eyes were clear, not a hint of drunkenness, as if he'd been drinking fake alcohol. Listen to your dad. Don't start the renovations now. At most, we'll buy a couple more wash basins to catch the leaks. Jody was speechless. Her father was acting stranger than ever today. Seeing Jody dumbfounded, Ma Jiangwo sighed and finally explained the situation. Before dark, Ma Jianjun had come over. To raise money for Ma Yuhua's fine, he had almost knelt before his younger brother, Ma Jiangwo. But Ma Jiangwo knew their own family's situation all too well. He was relying on his daughter to support him now, and after the incident with the 500 yuan for the phone, even if they had the money, he had no face to lend it out as the head of the household. Just as Jody said, an ungrateful wolf cub could never be tamed. He'd had a few drinks that evening mainly because he felt guilty about letting down his brother. But now Jody wanted to renovate the house. When that happened, his elder brother's family would surely say, "See? He said he had no money to lend, so where did the money for renovations come from? Isn't he just putting on a show for our sake? Isn't this a blatant slap in the face?" Ma Jiangwo's worries were not unfounded. After hearing this, Jody felt a knot of frustration in her chest and lost her appetite. Why? The money was hers. What was wrong with wanting to fix the house? Did she have to consider other people's feelings? What about when she and her father were down and out? Why didn't anyone care about what they were going through back then? When they had no money, they couldn't even afford oil, salt, soy sauce, or vinegar. Eating coarse grain steamed buns felt like a New Year's feast. Now, Ma Jody had the means to eat meat. Did she have to hide it? Did life have to be this hard? When you were poor, you starved and were laughed at. Now that their living conditions had improved, they still had to worry about this and that. Hadn't her aunt often said before? If your family can't afford food, does that mean the sun doesn't shine on your doorstep? Look at how others live, then look at your own family. Fine. Ma Jody was determined to renovate this house. Why shouldn't she? At this thought, Jody felt deeply wronged. Since her rebirth, she had never felt as aggrieved as she did at this moment. This house must be renovated. Jody's eyes hardened, and she spoke with unwavering determination. Ma Jiangwo was taken aback. This girl's temperament was so different from before. Jody, we really can't renovate the house now. Otherwise, how will I face your uncle later? Dad, you're at this age and still haven't figured things out. Think about how our family was treated by Uncle's family back when we were struggling. Even though Grandma is no longer here, and it's not right for me to speak ill of her, I have to say it, even Grandma looked down on us. Now that we have money and are finally living a life that doesn't invite ridicule, you're still afraid of this and that. Besides, how did Aunt treat us before? In her anger, Jody threw down her chopsticks and turned to go back to her room. Seeing this, Ma Jiangwo thought, oh no, she's really angry this time. He hurried to knock on her door. Jody, what's with the attitude? I was just saying. Come on, open the door. Eat your steamed bun before sleeping. Fine, I'll do as you say, okay? Ma Jiangwo also looked troubled. But his daughter was only 15 or 16, waking up early and coming home late to sell vegetables, supporting her useless father. Didn't his heart ache for her? Early the next morning, Jody went to sell mushrooms, taking Ma Baoji with her. After dropping him off at the school gate, she went to set up her stall. By the time she arrived, all the good spots were taken. After searching for a while, she found an empty space in front of a pork shop and decided to set up there. Hey, you're blocking the door for business. Move aside. The pork shop owner was unhappy and came out to shoo her away. But moving further aside would put her right next to a smelly ditch. Jody smiled and said, can't I just set up here for one day? Besides, if my mushrooms are stewed with your pork, it's a perfect match. If I get any customers later, I'll have them buy some of your pork belly too, alright? Jody's smile was pure and innocent, making it impossible to see any ulterior motives. The pork shop owner was left speechless. Who could blame him? Jody wasn't exactly pretty, but she had a fresh, unpretentious charm. Especially her big eyes, small nose, and petite mouth, when she smiled, revealing a pair of playful, cute canine teeth, it was hard to resist. Alright, just for one day. Find your own spot tomorrow. The pork shop owner waved his hand, wiped it on his greasy apron, and went back to cutting pork legs before hanging them on iron hooks. Since Jody had been setting up her stall for about a week, she had a dozen or so regular customers. This time, she indeed helped the pork shop owner attract quite a bit of business. It got to the point where the pork shop owner wanted to change his tune and tell her to just set up there again tomorrow. By noon, Jody packed up her stall and made a special trip to the school to check on things, buying a bowl of beef noodles for Baoju along the way. Unexpectedly, Ma Baoju happily said it wasn't necessary. His classmates and teachers had prepared lunch for him, and they were especially friendly. Jody didn't say anything else, but she thought to herself, since when did this world change from competing based on connections to competing based on fathers? Jody ended up eating the bowl of beef noodles herself. Then, since she didn't have to make another trip, she hired 2 part-time bricklayers. She bought all the red bricks needed, planning to fix the roof first. At the very least, they had to replace the thatch with red tiles. For the fenced vegetable garden, Jody also planned to build a walled courtyard with a large iron gate. Inside the rooms, she wanted to lay cement floors. The kitchen needed work too. With only 1 firewood stove, they had to cook rice first and then stir-fry dishes every day. In hot weather, it didn't matter if the rice cooled down after stir-frying, but in the depths of winter, it simply wouldn't do. So Jody also bought a coal stove and over 200 yuan worth of coal briquettes. After cleaning up half of the kitchen, she stacked enough coal to fill half the room. This would last them 3 to 5 months. After everything was arranged, Jody did the math. These seemingly insignificant items, plus labor costs, had actually cost 2 to 3,000 yuan. Of course, 400 of that was for the phone. Because County Magistrate Ma had indeed taken action, and Jody planned to expand production, it would be more convenient to have a phone for promoting sales and contacting customers when she needed to travel. Old Ma, your house renovations look great. How much did it cost? Yeah, how much? I heard you even laid cement floors. 2 to 3,000, all earned by my daughter. I'm not too sure about the exact amount. The news of Ma Jiangwo's family renovating their house had spread far and wide. The idle, gossipy older women brought their bowls to the doorway to gawk, each one green with envy. Even though it was just a renovation of an old house, it was now a red brick, red-tiled walled courtyard. Half the yard was reserved for planting garlic sprouts, scallions, and greens, while the rest was smooth cement ground. The main room and all the other rooms had cement floors, making sweeping and cleaning much easier and giving the place a neat, tidy appearance. But things were not peaceful in Ma Jianjun's household. Song Ying slapped the table, so angry she could barely catch her breath. Look at your younger brother's family. Didn't he say he had no money? Are those red tiles on the roof made of paper? Huh? Tell me, is your brother reliable? In my opinion, he doesn't give a damn about you, his elder brother. Chapter 133. The Returned Letter. Yuhua is still in the detention center. Song Ying added another sentence. We are Yuhua's guardians. You have the right to take her place. Hearing her husband say this, Song Ying refused to accept it. This wasn't the main issue at all. You're also a guardian. Why don't you go stay for a couple of days? If I go, who will raise the money? Besides, if I go, the promotion and raise at my workplace will be affected. Don't you know that? Ma Jianjun had already smoked 8 cigarettes in a row. His hair was shiny, not because he used dry shampoo, but because he hadn't been in the mood to wash it for several days. Even if you don't go, how much money can you actually raise? Look at Ma Jiangwo. What kind of thing is he doing? And you still treat him like a real brother. Does he even see you as a person? Song Ying slammed the table and roared. Wasn't it all about money in the end? With money, the country is prosperous and the people are at peace. Right now, it's just a matter of not having money. Why don't you go borrow from your mother? Giving gifts and money during the holidays is one thing, but you keep taking things from our home to your parents' place every other day. Do you think I don't know? Ma Jianjun retorted. Oh, I only go occasionally, don't I? After all, I was raised by my mother through all the hardships. What's wrong with giving her some money? Besides, when I married into the Ma family, what did you give me? Who had a higher bride price than yours? I don't care. All the money you've taken to your parents over the years, you get it all back for me, or don't you dare step into this house again. Ma Jianjun glared angrily at his wife. In ordinary times with no major troubles, giving some money was acceptable. But now, it was different. Hearing this, Song Ying felt full of grievances. She must have been blind to marry such an ingrate. Back then, if he hadn't been a permanent employee, she wouldn't have even glanced at him. Now that something happened at home, he just washes his hands of it. Fine, she won't care either. It's not like she alone had the ability to give birth to their daughter. Right then, in a fit of pique, Song Ying packed her things and went to her parents' home. To say Ma Jianjun wasn't angry with his brother was impossible. With such a big issue at home, he was his brother after all. Yet he'd rather spend money renovating his house than use it to save a life. Yes, for Ma Jianjun, this was life-saving money. Tomorrow, Ma Yuhua's deadline was up. The court summons gave a 1-month deadline. If the money couldn't be raised within a month, she would be detained for another 3 days. This would continue until the payment was settled. Oh, you bought a phone. Do you know how to use it? If not, I can teach you. Ma Zhaodi was fiddling with the phone in her room. To be honest, getting used to this era's soft key phone again felt a bit strange. In her previous life, smartphones were already widespread. This button pressing, each press making a beep, each number with a different sound. Jody was actually having quite a bit of fun with it. Looking up, she saw it was Chinlei. He hadn't come to Luozi for several days. His sudden visit meant Jody had to warmly entertain him. After all, wasn't he a sworn brother? I do, why wouldn't I? Jody replied, getting up to pour Chinlei a cup of tea. She definitely knew how to use it. It just didn't have as many functions as the smartphones from her previous life, like QQ for instance. Thinking of this, a particularly amusing idea sprouted in Jody's mind. She wondered, if there was a QQ account that could be logged into on this phone, could she still use her QQ account from her previous life? Chinlei looked around. After Jody's house was repaired, it not only looked cleaner and tidier, but also felt much more spacious. What brings you here with free time? Jody asked casually, placing the water cup on the table. Oh, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. This is for you. As he spoke, Chinlei felt around his pockets, even checking his back pockets, before finally pulling out a crumpled envelope and handing it to Jody. Jody was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the letter she wrote to Xiao Zhendong? It wasn't even opened? What did Brother Zhendong mean by this? The moment she took the letter, Jody's heart tightened. Her face immediately darkened, her eyes becoming unusually melancholic and conflicted. None of this escaped Chinlei's notice. He raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose, staring blankly at Jody. What exactly happened between her and Captain Xiao? Used to seeing Jody smile like pear blossoms, Chinlei felt somewhat uncomfortable suddenly seeing her look so grave. Oh, Brother Lazy, have some tea first. Jody said, seemingly nonchalantly and casually stuffing the envelope into her pocket. But the smile on her face was seen clearly by Chinlei. That wasn't a smile. It was clearly the expression of forcing a smile when one couldn't cry. MHM. Chinlei swung his leg over and straddled the stool, picking up the teacup to take a sip. Before even putting the cup down, he saw Laudi turn and go back to her room. In that fleeting moment, Chinlei seemed to see a glimmer of something crystalline trembling at the corner of her eye, precarious as if it might fall at any moment. The door closed. There was no more sound for a long time. So long that Chinlei felt he was completely superfluous today. What was wrong with this girl? Knock, knock. Chinlei tried knocking on the door. After all, he was a guest. If he was leaving, he should say goodbye. But Jody had entered her room and never came out. With a swish, Jody pulled the door open, smiling and saying, Brother Lazy, take me to the military district. Chinlei was startled. What for at the military district? After all, that place was full of men. Thinking this far, Chinlei finally realized the Zhaodi before him wasn't crying, but smiling exceptionally brightly. Besides, Captain Xiao was at the military district. Wasn't it only natural for her to go find him? Instantly, a trace of desolation flashed through his heart. Then Chinlei smiled and said, You'll have to wait until I finish my business these next couple of days. What important business could you possibly have? I want to go today. Zhaodi said. All right, I'll go find a car. Chinlei admitted, facing this face that wasn't exceptionally beautiful by conventional standards, it possessed a charm that made it hard to refuse. Those phoenix eyes, which wouldn't be considered aesthetically pleasing by modern standards, suddenly revealed a look of tenderness, infecting his heart like a virus, from then on no longer obeying the commands of its master. After saying this, Chinlei turned and left, but stood in the courtyard without looking back, saying, Perfect, you can also get ready. He knew she would definitely dress up beautifully to see the man she loved. Once out the door, Chinlei hummed a military song, occasionally getting pumped up and clenching his fists a few times, kicking the pebbles in front of his feet. But behind him, Ma Zhaodi was expressionlessly shedding tears. She didn't even seem to feel her tears gushing out, just staring blankly at the letter in her hand. It wasn't for anything else. She just wanted to ask Xiao Zhendong, what exactly did he mean? Yes, this letter was the one she wrote to him. He hadn't even looked at it. By what right? Did Brother Zhendong despise her that much? She had 100 questions to ask him, but in the end, what she really wanted to ask was, why, knowing she was married, knowing she killed Lu Dashing, did he still search for her so desperately? Why was there such a huge rift in this life? Chapter 134. The Silk Tree Flowers. An hour later, Chinlei indeed arrived in a beat-up old Santana to pick up Zhaodi. Once in the car, Zhaodi didn't say a word, watching the scenery fly past along the way. If something's on your mind, you can tell your brother. Don't think I, Chinlei, don't understand a girl's heart. Sienna often comes to me to talk things out. Zhaodi regained her senses but suddenly smiled. She felt that Chinlei, an outsider, wouldn't understand her heart, so she simply said nothing. But Zhaodi noticed that this road wasn't quite the same as the one to the military district last time. Wasn't that Kaming City up ahead? Brother Lei, why are you taking me into the city? Zhaodi straightened her back and stared sideways at Chinlei, who was driving. Taking you to see the silk tree flowers. Chinlei said nonchalantly. Zhao immediately wondered if Qinlei had lost his mind. I want to go to the military district. I don't want to see any silk tree flowers. It's not like I've never seen them before. But have you ever seen 10 acres of silk tree flowers all blooming together in July? Qinlei ignored her, his phoenix eyes calmly fixed on the windshield, his hands holding the steering wheel steadily. But I still need to go to the military district, Zhao said, feeling as if the whole world was bullying her. Xiao Zhendong isn't at the military district. What are you going there for? Qinlei continued speaking unhurriedly, turning the steering wheel to the right. The car turned into a field of crops. At the end of the field lay a river, its banks lined with silk trees, their lush branches faintly swaying over the water. The early silk tree flowers dotted the branches like scattered crimson stars, as if they had carelessly fallen onto the treetops. By mid-July, when the flood season arrived, these silk tree flowers would fall into the river with the raindrops, drifting with the current, a scene that sparked the imagination and soothed the soul. Sometimes, when something weighs on your heart and you feel suffocated, you just want to pull out the stopper right away. Only then will you feel better. Zhao was also captivated by the scene before her. Her heart felt cleansed by the 2 rows of silk trees stretching as far as the eye could see. Xiao Zhendong has gone on a mission. Qinlei took a deep look at Zhao's profile, trying to glimpse all the secrets hidden deep within her heart. Can you tell me about you and Xiao Zhendong? Maybe I can find a way to help you. The gentle breeze rising from the river smoothed the furrow between Zhao's brows. She let out a long sigh and glanced at Qinlei. Perhaps it was the perfect timing, the beautiful scenery, and the soothing river breeze. Zhao crouched down, hugging her knees, and spoke as calmly as still water. Zhendong and I grew up together. He once said that when he got promoted and I grew up, he would come to marry me in a grand ceremony. Zhao spoke softly, as calmly as if she were telling someone else's story. Yet, for her inner world, each word was like a sharp blade stabbing her heart over and over. Yeah, you can't be in a relationship while serving, Qinlei said, placing his hands behind his head and leaning against the car hood, half reclining as he squinted at the silk tree flowers on the river. He hadn't expected this girl to be so mature. Logically, at her age, she should still be in the playful stage of life. Yet, when she spoke about her relationship with Xiao Zhendong, her emotions ran deep bone deep. So that's how it was. No wonder Brother Zhendong said he could only marry her after getting promoted. But it was also because she wasn't old enough. After pouring out her heart, Zhao felt suddenly much lighter. Brother Lei, you're not young either. You must have a girl you like too, right? Qinlei lazily shifted his reclining posture, glanced sideways at Zhao, pursed his lips and nodded. Yes. Zhao's mood had lightened considerably, but she noticed Qinlei silently lighting a cigarette, his words noticeably fewer. I'm also in the middle of my service, so I'm not considering settling down for now. Zhao was slightly taken aback. Then you are also a soldier? Zhao had been wondering how he knew Xiao Zhendong so well. Now, hearing this, she suddenly understood. Qinlei exhaled a stream of smoke and said calmly, Xiao Zhendong is a fearless true man, but he also knows how to rein in his. Qinlei said he had once been a soldier, but only for 3 years, just for training. After retiring, he had planned to go home and help his father. Unexpectedly, a drug trafficking once grew so that it alarmed the Yunnan Provincial Department. An operation was immediately established for comprehensive. This time, Qinlei made contributions and was appreciated by Xiao Zhendong, who recommended him to the division headquarters. At this point, Qinlei stretched and said, So, damn it, I went back to the army, and it was your childhood sweetheart himself who gave me special training. I almost didn't make it out of the training department alive. Zhao listened very intently, not because of Qinlei's bravery, but because she didn't want to miss any detail about Xiao Zhendong. She even wanted to etch them firmly in her heart. Actually, I stayed at the military district for 2 days and heard that Brother Zhendong is, and few dare to act out of line in front of him. Qinlei felt a sudden pang in his heart. This darn girl didn't even ask how he almost died during training. Instead, she kept saying Brother Zhendong this and Brother Zhendong that, making him feel quite hurt. I say, little girl, I'm your sworn brother, aren't I? Can't be so, always caring about your childhood sweetheart. Zhao pursed her lips into a smile, her mood instantly lifting. Wow, you've already eaten the food I made. Isn't that good enough? Besides, you didn't die, did you? You're right here, alive and well. Qinlei rubbed his face, pretending to look disdainfully at Ma Zhao. You're happy now, but still have to return the car and refuel it. Zhao stuck out her tongue and said she'd pay for the gas, no big deal. Let's go. The silk tree flowers aren't even in full bloom yet, since it's not mid-July. What's so good about them? Qinlei said, stubbing out his cigarette and getting into the driver's seat first. Zhao felt a black line forming on her forehead. This guy was really something. Just now, he was the one who said the silk tree flowers were beautiful. Now, when Zhao found them quite lovely, he was the one. Just as Zhao got into the car, she seemed to suddenly realize something and couldn't help but take another look at Qinlei. He had deliberately brought her here to cheer her up, hadn't he? Perhaps, in his heart, he really saw her as a sworn sister to care for, no, as a real sister. Suddenly, Zhao smiled carefreely. Brother Lei, I think you're really great. Qinlei was slightly taken aback. He had just started the engine and was about to turn the car around when he paused. Great? He wasn't great to everyone. It's just that you, Ma Zhao, haven't seen his inhuman side. Thinking this, Qinlei curled the corner of his mouth slightly and continued driving. By now, the wheat fields had turned. In just a few more days, it would be harvest season. Just as Qinlei finished turning the car around and was about to leave the riverbank, about half a kilometer away, someone wearing a straw hat and holding a sickle came running toward them, pointing and shouting. You ran over my family's wheat and now you want to leave? From the voice, it was a young woman. She came running over halfway. Stop right there. Oh no, Zhao and Qinlei exchanged a glance. Chapter 135, a man of vast experience with women. Watching the girl, who looked to be in her early 20s, approach with the straw hat string around her neck and the hat hanging behind her head, she said, You think you can just run over my family's wheat and drive off? No way. As the girl in the floral long-sleeved blouse, gray gambiered silk pants, and black cloth shoes with straps drew closer, her face was flushed red from the wheat prickles. Now, with a large patch of her family's wheat flattened, even the base of her neck was red with anger. However, Zhao thought this older sister was quite pretty, pointed chin, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a wheat-colored complexion that clearly marked her as a country girl who often worked in the fields. I'm really sorry. How about I compensate you with money? That was all Zhao could say. After all, it was Qinlei who had come up with the idea to take her out to relax, and he was even covering the fuel cost. This time, Zhao felt she had to step up and handle things. There's at least 1/10 of an acre of wheat here. The girl glanced at Zhao, realized she was just a younger sister, and her tone softened considerably. But Qinlei wore a careless expression, rubbed his nose, and said with a laugh, Comrade, it's just a bit of flattened wheat, right? If I stand it back up, it won't lose any ears. Or do you really want me to help you harvest the wheat? As he spoke, Qinlei got out of the car and leaned against the hood, only to find it scorching hot from the sun and quickly pulled back. Then again, men and women working together makes the labor lighter. Zhao immediately shot Qinlei a look, her forehead practically covered in metaphorical black lines. Qinlei's phoenix eyes were not only sharp but also carried a hint of mischief. The way he looked the farm girl up and down was no different from staring at a naked woman. Farm girls were conservative by nature, and being stared at like that made her both embarrassed and angry. Forget it, consider me unlucky. Just go. With that, the girl turned and walked away, muttering under her breath about how unfortunate it was this patch of wheat had the highest yield this year. Bye-bye. Qinlei grinned as if he'd won a bet from start to finish, even waving as they left. Zhao was utterly impressed by Qinlei's personality. He had actually flirted with a farm girl. Secretly, Zhao tied 20 yuan to a wheat ear with a string before leaving with peace of mind. On the road, Qinlei whistled and asked Zhao which village this area belonged to. Before her rebirth, Zhao wouldn't have known, but now she was aware that Taizi County was just one of the counties in Kaming City. This place likely belonged to Wulian Village in Baohua County, Kaming City. Why? Brother Lei, don't you already have someone you like? Don't tell me you fell in love at first sight with that older sister. Zhao's curiosity got the better of her, and she couldn't help but ask. You think love at first sight is that easy? That girl is married. Zhao looked at Qinlei in surprise. Brother Lei, you're so experienced. You can even tell that. That's because you're blind. Not only is she married, but she also has a child. You can tell that too? Zhao stared at Qinlei as if he were some kind of monster. Qinlei said nonchalantly, she isn't wearing a bra. Zhao's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. She, a girl herself, hadn't even noticed. All right then. It seems Qinlei really has vast experience with women. Country girls during breastfeeding typically didn't wear bras, unlike in her previous life's developed society, where there were specialized nursing bras for women. Of course. Qinlei didn't hesitate to admit it, showing no modesty. But I thought you weren't allowed to date during military service? Zhao retorted. As long as the superiors don't find out, it's fine. Well, that works too. Impressive, my brother. Zhao was too shocked to speak. When quiet, she felt Brother Lei was quite proper. Who would have thought that beneath his righteous exterior lay such a roguish soul? Fortunately, Qinlei was upright and honorable. Otherwise, he might have been on par with that ruffian Lu Dashing. Zhao didn't think this was a bad thing. If only Xiao Zhendong had a little more charm. Maybe Brother Zhendong could tease her sometimes too. Thinking of Xiao Zhendong, Zhao lost her mood to joke with Qinlei and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Lei, when do you think Brother Zhendong will finish his mission and return to the army? Chinlei turned the steering wheel, leaving the rural wheat fields and heading onto the main road. How can I be sure? I'm not his superior. But it might be soon. Chinlei spoke, as if making casual conversation. Although the country had reformed and opened up, border regions still required station troops and were prone to incidents, such as near Myanmar. I don't know how those people can be so fearless of death. For money, of course. Jowdy chimed in. Yeah, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. By the way, I'll let you know when Xiao Zhendong returns to the unit. Chinlei murmured, stepping on the gas as they quickly returned to the county town. Chinlei dropped Jowdy off at the village entrance before turning the car around to return it in the county. Look, she's back. Under the tree by the village grocery store, more than a dozen older women were squatting, enjoying the cool and eating popsicles, along with a few notorious idlers from the village. Just watch. They grab hoes and sickles, head out to the fields, work for an hour or so, then gather at the village entrance to play cards behind their wives' backs. Exactly. I think this Ma Zhaodi is just average looking. How does she manage to entangle so many men? Right, she just angered the Xiao family's mother to death. Even if she's not causing trouble for the Xiao family anymore, now she's latched onto some bureau leader. She left in a car earlier. What took her so long to come back? The speaker was none other than Auntie Song, Wang Wei. As she said this, her eyes carried a knowing look. Who knows which corner she went to for a secret rendezvous. Her husband used to work in a private coal mine and could earn some money daily. Now that the private coal mine was shut down, she wanted to ask Jowdy if there were any odd jobs for her husband, but Jowdy had the nerve to refuse. Wang Yue remembered this grudge. Hee. Several women covered their mouths and snickered. Wang Yue lowered her voice, suppressing laughter as she said, any corner would do for that kind of thing. But now that the wheat has grown ears, wouldn't it prick your butt if you lay down in it? At this, the women lowered their voices and laughed, their faces turning dark red from holding it in. Suddenly, Wang Wei stopped laughing because Ma Zhaodi was standing right behind an older sister-in-law, staring at her. Wang Yue quickly signaled with her eyes to stop talking, but the neighbor sister-in-law only grew more enthusiastic. I say, Wei, you really know how to tell jokes. Nowadays, those wheat-ons would definitely prick your butt. She went in a car, didn't she? They could do it in the car too. Ahem. I'm heading back first. Need to go cut wheat in the field. Wang Wei's expression turned ugly. Her signals had failed to stop the sister-in-law. Auntie Song, why are you leaving? Keep talking. What would prick your butt in the wheat field? What did you and your husband do in the wheat field? Are you in such a hurry to leave because there's some man waiting for you there? As soon as Zhaodi said this, the two women who had their backs to her froze, their expressions turning equally unpleasant. Not only was Wang Wei stunned, but the idle farmers playing cards also found it amusing. They turned to look at the young Ma Zhaodi, seemingly quite knowledgeable despite her age. Chapter 136, Ma Yuhua returns. You little brat, what do you know at your age? Don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything or your tongue will rot. Wang Yue was furious at Zhaodi's words. She never expected such a young girl to blurt out such things. It was one thing for women their age to gossip among themselves in private, but there were 3 grown men right under the tree. If anyone's tongue is going to rot, it'll be yours first. Zhaodi said, her tone neither loud nor soft, her expression neither sad nor happy. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you here. Don't keep the farmhand waiting in the wheat field. Although Ma Zhaodi had been reborn, she was still a country girl born and raised in the mountains. Did they think she didn't know how nasty the gossip these women spread could be? If they liked to say nasty things, then Ma Zhaodi would match them, word for ugly word. With that, Zhaodi strode off toward home. You little brat, you stop right there. Explain to me what you just said clearly. Wang Yue could clearly feel the other women laughing at her. As she spoke, she even took a couple of steps forward, intending to drag Zhaodi back and make her explain. Auntie, why are you so nervous? Could it be, there really is, a man hidden in the wheat field? That's fine too. He can help you with the farm work and clear your pipes. Zhaodi suddenly curled the corner of her lips, speaking with a tone that was neither friendly nor hostile. Heavens, what was this girl saying? How old was she? How could she utter such shameless words? Good Lord. The older women under the tree covered their mouths, turning their faces away, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. The 3 men playing cards also held their cards, lit cigarettes, crossed their legs, and waited to see the drama unfold. Wang Yue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Such words, even the women who had borne children among them would be too embarrassed to say them, and grown men would be ashamed to utter them. And she, an unmarried girl, actually said such things. Furious, Wang Wei's lips trembled a few times, but she couldn't squeeze out a single word from between her teeth. Seeing her sufficiently enraged, Zhaodi continued walking home. She hadn't gone more than a few steps when a voice, seemingly having stewed long enough, came from behind. Ma Zhaodi, you cheap little thing, you'll never get married in your lifetime. What's it to you? Jody tossed the words over her shoulder without looking back. Your father must be utterly ashamed to have a daughter like you. What's it to you? Jody repeated the same phrase. This sent Wang Wei into such a rage that she flung her sickle hard onto the ground, sat down, clutched her ankle, and began to wail and sing through her tears. The tune sounded all too familiar to Jody. Wasn't that the lament sung at funerals? But was this the end of it? That evening, as Jody was preparing dinner, Ma Jiangwo returned from his stroll outside. His face was ashen with worry as he stepped over the threshold. He greeted Qinlei, who was smoking in the yard, and then entered the kitchen. Jody, what were you arguing about with your Auntie Song today? Jody pulled her hands out of the vegetable basin, shook off the water, and looked back at her father. By the looks of it, Auntie Song must have already spoken to him. Nothing much. Who told her to talk behind my back? Ma Jiangwo was afraid Qinlei in the yard might hear, as this was his daughter's fault. How could she say such things so carelessly? What a terrible impression it would give. Explain it to me clearly. Who did you learn all this from? Ma Jiangwo lowered his voice. He wasn't just pursuing the matter of her arguing with an elder, it seemed his daughter had learned some bad things. What's this about hiding a man in the wheat field? What's this about plowing fields and clearing pipes? Tell me, where did you learn all this? But for Qinlei, who had undergone special military training, his senses were sharper than an ordinary person's. How could he not hear what the father and daughter were saying? Hearing the faint words from the kitchen, Qinlei couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe his forehead, as if feeling sweat about to drip. Plowing fields and cutting wheat, of course. Clearing pipes means the drainage ditches dug underground, covered with stone slabs. They're called drainage pipes. What's wrong, Dad? What did Auntie Song tell you to make you so angry? Jody looked genuinely concerned about the source of her father's anger, then turned nonchalantly to continue washing the cabbage. Ma Jiangwo was taken aback. Really? Of course, Jody said. Then even so, as a young girl, you shouldn't casually talk about hiding a man in the wheat field. Ma Jiangwo felt something was off, but he still believed his daughter wouldn't say such unspeakable things. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. In the yard, Qinlei was holding his breath, trying not to laugh. Seeing his godfather walk out looking puzzled and offering him a cigarette, Qinlei quickly swallowed his laughter again. Ma Jiangwo was still muttering to himself, who on earth did this girl learn this from? Qinlei took the cigarette and quickly pulled out a match to light it for his godfather. Only then did Ma Jiangwo snap out of his bewilderment. He turned and called into the kitchen. Tomorrow is the 5th seventh-day memorial for your grandma. Don't forget to bring back some incense, candles, and joss paper. Got it, Dad. Jody responded. Soon after, the rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Just as dinner was ready, Ma Baozhu also finished his homework. After hastily eating a few mouthfuls, he dragged Qinlei off to continue teaching him self-defense. The next day, after selling her mushrooms, Jody bought a pound of joss paper, incense, and candles. Upon returning to the village, she heard that Ma Yuhua had come back. A terrible thought immediately sprouted in Jody's heart. She knew Yuhua's character all too well, exceptionally jealous. She definitely wouldn't let her off easily. However, her uncle had finally managed to gather over 10,000 yuan. This time, the eel pond could be properly repaired. Yuhua, pack your things. Go stay with your mother at your maternal grandmother's place. Ma Jianjun sat on a chair in the main room. The stove was cold, and he hadn't even turned on the light. In just a few days, he had become haggard, resembling a little old man. Helplessly, Ma Jianjun rubbed his face, rested his elbows on his knees, buried his head, and murmured to Ma Yuhua, who was standing dumbly beside him. Dad, where's my makeup box? And my desk? Ma Yuhua was momentarily stunned. She noticed everything that could be moved was gone from the house. Even the dining table was missing, leaving only a few broken stools. Going inside, she saw her single bed with its pretty pink mosquito net was also gone. The desk was gone. Everything was gone. Hearing this, Ma Jianjun began to sob. It took him a long time to suppress the lump in his throat before he could speak hoarsely. The house is sold. Everything has been moved to your maternal grandmother's place. Sold? Dad, have you lost your mind? Our house is so big, the only tiled house in the village. How could you sell such a good house? Where will Mom and I live then? We can't stay at Grandma's forever. Besides, Grandma's place is a thatched hut, broken down, shabby, and filthy. Despair flashed in Ma Yuhua's eyes. When their family had built this house back then, the whole village had come to watch, every one of them green with envy. Most importantly, Ma Zhaodi's family still lived in a thatched cottage. She had always felt superior to Ma Zhaodi before, but now she had nothing. No, I want to live in this tiled house. I'm not going anywhere. Chapter 137. A leopard cannot change its spots. Ma Yuhua stomped her feet in anger in front of her father, adamantly refusing to go live at her grandmother's house. Ma Jianjun immediately stood up and, without any warning, slapped Ma Yuhua and followed it up with a kick. The kick sent Ma Yuhua tumbling to the ground, where she lay for a long time, unable to get up. You troublemaker, isn't all of this because of you? You just keep asking for trouble. Ma Jianjun knew that today was the 35th day after his mother's passing. Thinking of the pent-up frustration he had been carrying all this time, with nowhere to vent it, and recalling his mother's death, he grabbed Ma Yuhua by the ear without another word and dragged her out of the house. Dad, let go, it hurts, it's going to tear. Ma Yuhua clutched her cheek, enduring the pain of her ear nearly being ripped off as her father dragged her all the way to the ancestral graves in the mountain gully. Kneel down for me. Ma Jianjun let go but added another kick, forcing Ma Yuhua to her knees. At that moment, Zhaodi and Ma Baozhu were helping Ma Jiangwo up the mountain path. From a distance, they could see the father and daughter arguing, though they didn't know why. Ma Yuhua was forced to kneel several times by Ma Jianjun, but she stubbornly refused and even started arguing with her father. If this had happened before, Ma Jiangwo would have said something. But the person lying in that grave was his own mother. Even if Ma Yuhua were beaten to death, Ma Jiangwo wouldn't utter a single word of protest. As they approached, Ma Jiangwo instructed Zhaodi to set out the offerings, light the incense and candles, and prepare to burn the spirit money. Jiangwo, I didn't prepare anything. Although Ma Jianjun was resentful that his brother had chosen to spend money renovating his house rather than lending it to him, these were private grievances, not something to be brought up openly. I've prepared it, haven't I? Ma Jiangwo said with a bitter smile. Ma Yuhua had been beaten into a sorry state by her father. Her disheveled hair clung to her face, the base of her ear was torn and bleeding, and her ear was swollen like a monkey's. Seeing Ma Zhaodi coming to pay respects at the grave, she shot a glance at her and thought fiercely. Ma Baozhu, Ma Zhaodi, just you wait. I'll settle every score with you too. I won't let you off easy. Zhaodi didn't even look at Ma Yuhua, who was beaten up like a stray dog, though she caught a glimpse of Ma Yuhua's fierce glare from the corner of her eye. Zhaodi knew she wouldn't let this go. Grandma, Baozhu, Dad, Uncle, and I are here to bring you road money. Zhaodi murmured as she burned the spirit money, following the rural custom. It was said that if you didn't call out, other wandering spirits might steal the money. There was also a belief that after death, one had to travel the Yellow Spring Road and pay off the ghost officials. Otherwise, they would suffer greatly. This spirit money was the toll for the road. The offerings would continue until the seventh day, after which the Yellow Spring Road would be passed. Ma Yuhua, come kneel and apologize to your grandma. Ma Jiangwo and Ma Jianjun knelt and kowtowed first. The entire family had kowtowed, but Ma Yuhua stubbornly remained standing with her back turned, her body rigid with defiance. She refused to kneel. Seeing that she wouldn't listen, Ma Jianjun's anger flared up again. He rushed forward, and since her mother wasn't there to protect her with her usual theatrics of crying, making a scene, or threatening suicide, he grabbed Ma Yuhua by the hair and forced her down in front of the grave. Ma Yuhua screamed in pain. Unable to resist her father's strong hands, she reluctantly knelt, tears streaming down her face, gave a perfunctory kowtow, then got up and ran. Damn it, where do you think you're running? I'll break your dog legs if you dare run. Ma Yuhua ran up the mountain and disappeared over the ridge. Ma Jianjun chased after her. Since childhood, she had been spoiled by her mother, never allowing anyone to criticize her. At the slightest reprimand, she would follow in her mother's footsteps, pack up, and run off to her maternal home. Ma Yuhua had truly inherited her mother's ways. Meanwhile, Ma Jiangwo sighed and shook his head. He called out to his mother and poured 3 cups of wine in front of the grave. Mother, drink this wine and rest in peace on your journey. Who knows when I'll join you down there. After burning the spirit money, Zhaodi and her family returned home. That evening, they heard that Ma Yuhua had disappeared again. This time was different from the last. According to those who saw her, Ma Yuhua had run straight out of the village. Luwazi village had only one exit, a narrow mountain path. The entire village was shaped like a wine bottle. Ma Jianjun thought she had gone to her grandmother's house, so he went to his wife's family home that night. For the past few days, Zhaodi finally enjoyed some peace. Every morning before dawn, she would pick mushrooms and set up a stall in the county town to sell them. She always had about a dozen regular customers who would make the first purchases of the day. Sometimes, the mushrooms would sell out before 10 o'clock. The only downside was that Zhaodi's bicycle could only carry 2 baskets, one on each side of the seat. One day, as Zhaodi was packing up her stall to go home, she was stopped by the owner of a restaurant, Old Buddha. Girl, if you supply mushrooms to my restaurant at wholesale price, how much per pound? Old Buddha was also at a loss. Recently, many customers had been asking if the restaurant served mushrooms. After all, this ingredient was rare in the countryside, both in consumption and availability. Upon inquiry, he learned that a girl was selling them at a street stall. If home-cooked dishes tasted good, restaurant dishes would surely taste even better, right? Besides, he needed to expand the menu. He couldn't keep serving the same few dishes forever. Hearing this, Zhao was startled. How could she turn down such an opportunity? She immediately set a price, 50 cents cheaper per pound than the market rate. Old Buddha requested 50 pounds daily, delivered every morning to avoid affecting the restaurant's lunch service. Zhao nodded in agreement. When she returned home, she told her father about it. Ma Jianghua was overjoyed. My daughter is so capable. At that moment, Ma Jianjun stood outside the courtyard gate, about to knock, when he heard his younger brother's laughter from inside. His expression suddenly darkened, and he slowly lowered his head. The laughter felt like knives stabbing into Ma Jianjun's heart. He had searched for Ma Yuhua for a full day and night but found no trace of her. Now, his in-laws had also gone out to look for her, and his wife had taken what little money they had and left home, still not returned. He had originally come to borrow another 200 yuan for travel expenses to search in the city. Someone claimed to have seen his daughter heading toward Kaming City. Even if it was uncertain, as her father, he had to go check, didn't he? But hearing the joyful laughter of his younger brother's family, he suddenly felt like an outsider. Just as he was about to turn away in shame, Jody happened to come out to pick mushrooms for dinner and saw her uncle. Uncle, you're here. Why don't you come in and sit? Jody also noticed that over the past month or so, her uncle had changed from his previous well-dressed self in suits, leather shoes, and slicked back hair to looking like a weary old man. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Ma Jianjun forced a smile, though it looked more painful than cheerful. Jody, uncle has something to ask of you. Jody was slightly taken aback. Why would he say, ask her for help? Then, Ma Jianjun, having no other options left, reluctantly made his request with a pained expression. Jody thought for a moment. She truly resented Yuhua, but what was done. Even if she pursued the matter further, nothing could change. Her grandmother wouldn't come back to life. So, she took out the money and gave it to Ma Jianjun. Ma Jianjun felt a lump in his throat. If he hadn't left quickly, he might have broken down in tears in front of his niece. But Ma Jiadi never expected that Ma Yuhua would not only remain unchanged, but would cause even more trouble for her. That very night, Jiadi made up her mind. Some people were like dogs that could never stop eating waste. From now on, she would never be so soft-hearted again. Chapter 138. Beat this ungrateful wretch to death. After finishing dinner, Bai Wenjie happened to come by to discuss the matter of restoring the eel pond. After all, the eels had all been poisoned to death. To put it bluntly, in this scorching summer, not even maggots would grow on their corpses. Could the soil and water in that eel pond still be used? Fortunately, the compensation from the court had already been transferred to Bai Wenjie's account. Aside from covering the losses for Zhao and the blind man, they still needed to discuss how to handle the eel pond. Under the leadership of Bai Wenjie and Zhao, the villagers held a small meeting in the bamboo hut, gathered under the only light they had set up in the darkness. The discussion concluded that everyone would work together the next day to clean out the eel pond, then refill it with fresh, non-toxic soil. After the meeting, most people went back to rest. Bai Wenjie volunteered to keep watch that night. Once everyone had left, Zhao said with a smile, Brother Bai, you've been so busy lately, you haven't had any of the mushrooms I grew, have you? Bai Wenjie adjusted his glasses and patted the pillow on the simple bamboo mat in the hut. I'll have some tomorrow. It's not like there won't be any, you've grown so many. Then, Bai Wenjie took off his glasses and rubbed his tired brow. Due to years of wearing glasses for severe nearsightedness, his eye sockets were somewhat sunken. Besides, with such a capable assistant like you, I'm not worried about missing out on mushrooms. Zhao hugged her knees and smiled, her lips pressed together. Of course. But in Zhao's heart, all her skills were thanks to him. Without Bai Wenjie, there would be no Zhao as she was today. It's getting late. Let me walk you home so your father won't worry. Bai Wenjie stood up and put his glasses back on. Otherwise, with his severe nearsightedness of 500 degrees, he wouldn't be able to see the path clearly. Zhao cheerfully stood up and followed behind him. Seriously, Brother Bai, do you ever feel like you're wasting your talent by coming to our Luwazi village as the village head? Bai Wenjie smiled gently. Not at all. I graduated from an agricultural college. If I'm not in the mountains, where else would I go? Look for experimental fields on city concrete. Zhao felt a wave of relief. Yes, in her past life, Brother Bai had been kind-hearted and broad-minded, valuing spiritual fulfillment over material desires. He had always been like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken in her disfigured, beggar self, taught her knowledge without any, and encouraged her that life was about endless learning to enrich one's soul, while appearance was merely a shell. Zhao would always remember those words. Truly, she would remember them forever. It was because Brother Bai had said those words that Zhao, even with her disfigured face, held her head high and never felt. They hadn't gone far when Jowdy sensed movement from the direction of the thatched hut. Instinctively, she turned to look. A dark figure flashed under the light and vanished into the darkness. Jowdy immediately hesitated and walked back. Bai Wenjie adjusted his glasses, unsure what Jowdy had seen. He simply stood where he was, waiting for her, turning sideways to avoid the glaring light. He noticed the girl had disappeared into the darkness. Bai Wenjie couldn't help but frown and call out to Jowdy. He wasn't afraid of any villains in the area, but he worried that snakes, common in this season, might scare her. By now, Jowdy had followed the dark figure to the edge of the woods. She immediately recognized the silhouette. It could only be Ma Yuhua because of her slightly splayed legs. Watching Ma Yuhua rush to the edge of several other eel ponds, Jowdy saw her frantically pull something from her pocket and throw it in, muttering, "I'll let you make money. Make all the money you want." Jowdy grabbed Ma Yuhua from behind and yanked her back. The powder in Ma Yuhua's hand scattered all over the ground, mixing with the alkali powder on the alkaline soil until they were indistinguishable. "You Ma Yuhua." Without another word, Jowdy slapped her. She didn't know which part of the face she hit, but it felt somewhat rough against her hand. "You really never learn. I shouldn't have spared you from the start." Jowdy was furious. Earlier that evening, she had thought everything was over and the deserved punishment had been dealt. But now, Jowdy realized she had been too soft-hearted. From now on, if there was even one more incident, she, Ma Jowdy, would crush Ma Yuhua without mercy, leaving her no chance to recover. Upon realizing she had been recognized and by that wretched girl, Ma Yuhua ignored the slap and scrambled up, darting into the dark woods. Jowdy wouldn't give such a person another chance. It would only lead to more harm. Jowdy immediately followed her into the woods, grabbing a tree branch on the way. She swung it hard at the figure darker than the air itself. The branch looked thin, but each strike left bloody marks and was excruciatingly painful. Ma Yuhua writhed in pain on the spot, trying to reach her back, but unable to. Hearing movement in the woods, Bai Wenjie hurried over. In the pitch darkness, he couldn't see much and called out, "Jowdy, are you all right?" But Ma Jowdy seemed not to hear him. As she struck, she cursed. "I gave you a way out, but you chose to court death. Someone like you doesn't deserve to live, wasting food." Ma Yuhua felt pain raining down all over her body, her face not spared either. Ma Jowdy was striking blindly in the dark, not knowing where she hit. All she felt was burning anger. In her past life, she had been timid. In this life, she was no longer afraid, but her kind heart had still left room for trouble. Letting you stay at the police station for a few days was letting you off easy. You never learn with your wicked schemes. This time, I'll accuse you of attempted murder. Make sure you never get out. Jowdy was truly enraged. Her grandmother might not have been good, but she at least had some. This cousin of hers was utterly inhuman, devoid of any humanity. Hearing that Jowdy would report her to the authorities again, Ma Yuhua, despite the unbearable pain from the beating, struggled to her feet, pushed Jowdy away, and fled. Jowdy nearly lost her balance, but Bai Wenjie instinctively steadied her. As soon as she regained her footing, Jowdy gave chase. Her ferocity was like that of a provoked hungry wolf. If she didn't finish Ma Yuhua off today, it would haunt her for the rest of her life. "Brother Bai, report her to the authorities. Ma Yuhua is up to no good again," Jowdy shouted over her shoulder. Only then did Bai Wenjie realize with a start that the person being beaten was her cousin. Her family had paid so much in compensation, even selling their house. This girl was 2 years older than Jowdy. How could she be so incorrigible? He immediately called the authorities. Due to the distance and the rough mountain roads, it took an hour for the authorities to arrive. Among them was Chinlei. Lately, he had only been concerned with matters in Luozi. With his strong background, even the station chief didn't dare order him around casually. Yet, for some reason, he cared more about Luozi than anything else. Chinlei immediately got the details from Bai Wenjie and sent people to search the mountains that very night. When he heard that Jowdy had chased into the woods like a hungry wolf, Chinlei cursed under his breath. Was this girl the reincarnation of some daredevil? Without hesitation, he plunged into the woods. The Taizhi Mountains stretched for hundreds of miles, running north to south through the entire Taizhi County and extending all the way to Kaming City. According to old customs, feng shui masters considered Taizhi County a treasure land, with the Taizhi Mountains being the so-called Dragon Vein. The entire Taizhi County was nestled among mountains and rivers, with beautiful scenery, a prime location in terms of feng shui. By now, Jowdy was panting heavily, her legs feeling like they belonged to someone else, driven only by sheer will to keep chasing. Ma Yuhua, who had stopped on a cliff ledge ahead, wasn't faring much better. As soon as she stopped, she collapsed onto a rock, gasping for breath. "Ma Jowdy, you're not human." Chapter 139, Injured. Jowdy wasn't in a hurry. Her heavy panting just needed time to gradually calm down, because Ma Yuhua had nowhere left to run unless she jumped down. During this chase, Ma Xiaodi had fallen several times. Her knees still burned with a fiery pain, and she didn't know if they were bleeding. Her palms were scraped raw, feeling sticky. Xiaodi knew they must be bleeding. Ma Yuhua, you'd better obediently go to prison. I've tolerated you again and again. If it weren't for Uncle's sake, I would have chopped you to death long ago. At this moment, Xiaodi also felt like just hacking her to death, it would be more satisfying. But Ma Xiaodi was so exhausted that her legs trembled just standing. You wouldn't dare. Ma Yuhua admitted that over the past few months, Ma Xiaodi had truly changed. Before, she wouldn't even dare to lift her head when she saw her. Later, she actually dared to argue with her. And that wasn't all, she even dared to twist words and reason with Mother. Now she was getting bold, talking about killing her. Ma Yuhua was certain that even if Xiaodi were possessed by Guangong, she wouldn't dare. Besides, wasn't she just boasting for the moment? What she held was a tree branch, not a kitchen knife. However, Ma Yuhua definitely needed to catch her breath before running again. To be honest, Ma Yuhua, doesn't your heart ache? Uncle is your father, after all. You've done so many conscienceless things, and Uncle has borne the responsibility for all of them. You just forget it. Xiaodi was now convinced. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. It's innate, impossible to change forever. Just then, beams from powerful flashlights flashed from multiple directions deep within the woods. Ma Yuhua was startled. She stood up, looked back. She had nowhere to retreat. The authorities were coming to arrest her. Don't even think about running. Seeing Ma Yuhua about to flee, Xiaodi immediately straightened up, dragging her sore, weak, and painful legs. If you leave me no way out, I'll leave you with no way out. Seeing this, Ma Yuhua's heart pounded like thunder. She never wanted to go back to that kind of place again. Fortunately, her family couldn't afford tuition now. Otherwise, she'd be laughed at by her classmates all the way to her grandmother's house. But right now, Ma Xiaodi showed no intention of letting her go. Immediately, Ma Yuhua knelt down. Xiaodi, I am your cousin, after all. Please let me go. I'll definitely remember your kindness. What I did was wrong. Xiaodi's gaze sharpened. Ma Yuhua, how quickly you change. What exactly did you do wrong? Xiaodi straightened her posture, her eyes blazing as she looked at her cousin. Even though Ma Xiaodi's frame was thin and weak, in Ma Yuhua's eyes at this moment, she was the god controlling her life and death. She immediately cried out. I shouldn't have ruined the eel pond. That was my fault. I shouldn't have mocked you for wearing rags. Is that enough? Ma Yuhua's hair was disheveled, her face covered in fine bloodstains. That pretty face, usually accentuated by nice clothes, was now completely exposed in its true form. Xiaodi, are you crazy? A series of footsteps suddenly approached. The beam of a flashlight swept across their faces. Xiaodi instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the bright light. But Ma Yuhua seized this opportunity. Whoosh, she was off, running. In the middle of the night, do you think you're with the Public Security Bureau? What are you doing in this place? Even if there's trouble, it's a matter for the authorities. Qinlei frowned as he spoke. This little girl would never know just how worried he had been. Seeing a dark figure brush past, Qinlei had no time to attend to it. He shouted for his comrades to give chase, while he himself walked up to Xiaodi and said earnestly, Do you know? You're a very capable girl, excellent in every way. But your one and biggest flaw is that you don't know how to take care of yourself. Qinlei's breathing was somewhat heavy. Xiaodi's heart turned cold. She really wanted Ma Yuhua to learn her lesson. Brother Lei, she was going to ruin the eel pond again. As she said this, Xiaodi was so anxious she began to cry. Qinlei was slightly taken aback. Seeing those large eyes clearly glistening with a hint of moisture under the light, he felt a pang of heartache. So, she didn't only cry for Xiaozhendong. In her heart, there were other things that held significant weight. Qinlei found himself feeling a bit perverse. Yes, just a little bit. Xiaodi, listen to me. Even if you really want to develop your skills, you can't disregard your own life. If you don't take care of yourself, who else do you expect to take care of you? Qinlei's heart softened, and his tone softened as well. Hearing this, Xiaodi's gaze suddenly became somewhat lost. Yes, if she didn't take care of herself, could she really expect others to cherish her? Xiaozhendong? Is it because I owed you in my past life? So, in this life, I, Ma Xiaodi, must suffer enough bitter fruit before I can be with you? Is it because in my previous life, you spent half a lifetime painstakingly searching for me? So, in this life, I must spend all my effort turning back to search for you? Thinking this, Xiaodi couldn't help but smile and say, from now on, for matters like this, I'll come find you, Brother Lei. I won't run up the mountain alone in the middle of the night anymore. Qinlei was particularly satisfied with this answer. As the flashlight beam swung, he was about to head back when he noticed Xiaodi's pant leg was torn, revealing a bloody, mangled knee. Looking at her hands, they were covered in semi-congealed dark red blood. Chinlei frowned, wanting to scold her a bit. But seeing her thin, small frame and injured state, he thought better of it. He immediately squatted down and told Zhaodi to climb onto his back. Thank you, Brother Lei. Zhaodi climbed on. To be honest, if Zhaodi didn't feel her wounds stung by the mountain breeze and her already exhausted, weak legs refusing to obey, she would have continued the chase. Chinlei had Zhaodi hold the flashlight for illumination. He stepped on the soft fallen leaves, walking step by step down the mountain. What he was really thinking was, so this girl's heart isn't only preoccupied with missing Captain Xiao. She also cares deeply about the fruits of her labor. Zhaodi, is the eel pond really that important to you? Your family background and circumstances are much better than mine, so you can't understand. The first time I sold the eels I raised, I only got 10 yuan. But I bought 2 jin of pork with it. As Zhaodi spoke, her heart was filled with emotion. Chinlei grunted in acknowledgement. So, in her heart, besides Captain Xiao, there were the achievements she had carved out with her own 2 hands. He truly couldn't understand some things, just as Zhaodi said. After all, he wasn't exactly born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but his life had been smooth sailing, and his future wasn't something he had to worry about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the army seeking excitement. But that's getting off track. He did find excitement, and now he was completely stuck. Forget it. Better not digress. Arriving home, Zhaodi signaled Chinlei not to be too loud, so as not to wake her younger brother and father. The 2 of them sneaked into Zhaodi's bedroom like thieves. Chinlei stealthily went to the main room to fetch her father's liquor bottle. This will hurt. Bear with it. Chinlei used the alcohol to disinfect the wound on Zhaodi's knee. That sensation, Chinlei understood it better than anyone. It wasn't much less painful than using gunpowder to disinfect a wound during field training. Zhaodi gritted her teeth, not making a sound. She truly understood a principle now. She would never be soft-hearted again towards those who bullied her. Chinlei couldn't help but glance up at Zhaodi as he cleaned the wound, afraid she might suddenly cry out in pain. Then he would have to be gentler or maybe blow on it, anything to lessen the pain a bit. But this glance was a mistake. Chapter 140, Xiao Zhendong returns home on leave. A trace of ferocity and hatred for evil flashed in Ma Zhaodi's eyes. Her mind wasn't on the wound at all. Chinlei's heart trembled. This little girl, so young and so thin, how could she not be afraid of pain? Coupled with the tenacity in her gaze, Chinlei felt that if she were to become a soldier, she would undoubtedly be a heroic female sharpshooter. Chinlei thought that even if he poured the remaining 3 liang of baijiu onto the wound on her knee, she might not even feel the burning pain. Just as he was thinking this, Chinlei's phone rang. He quickly answered, afraid the ringing would disturb his godfather and Baozhu. What? You didn't find her? Did you all grow up eating shit? Chinlei hung up the phone in a furious rage, unwilling to listen to any further explanations. The phone call, however, snapped Zhaodi back to reality. She immediately felt the pain in her knee and pinched her thighs hard, trying to control it. You didn't find Yuhua? Chinlei grunted in affirmation and continued disinfecting the wound. The local public units are really useless. Chinlei snorted. Was it that they couldn't find her, or that they couldn't be bothered to look? Last time, when that short guy kidnapped Zhaodi, as soon as they heard the opponent had a gun, every one of them ran outside the assembly point. Later, each report was louder than the last, with excuses like having an urgent need to relieve themselves, or searching the opposite hilltop for fear of accomplices. Otherwise, why would Chinlei have gone alone to arrest the short guy last time? He even ended up getting grazed by a bullet on his shoulder. Thinking about this, Chinlei felt that the report he just received over the phone about failing to arrest a defenseless little girl was something no one would want to hear excuses for. It was a waste of battery. Zhaodi, however, fell into deep thought. The fact that she had suddenly appeared in Luwazi village today meant she might come again. Zhaodi was only worried about her own hard work and Brother Bai's efforts. If she encountered her again next time, Zhaodi would make sure she suffered a fate worse than death. That was the greatest torment for a person, just like her own past life. I'll do it myself. When Zhaodi regained her senses, she suddenly felt a piercing pain and quickly took the alcohol-soaked cloth from Chinlei's hand, wiping it on her palm. That pain truly seeped into the marrow of her bones, as if a knife were adding cut after cut to the wound. Gritting her teeth and sucking in cold air, Zhaodi disinfected her own palm. Several times, the pain made her want to clench her fist tightly. Chinlei had rarely seen a girl like this. Clearly in such pain, yet she hadn't shed a single tear, nor had she uttered a single word of complaint. Chinlei had already rushed back to his unit overnight. Early the next morning, Bai Wenjie bought 2 packets of soy milk powder and came to see Zhaodi. Seeing her limping, Bai Wenjie sucked in a cold breath and told her not to go out recently, entrusting any matters to him instead. Zhaodi voiced her concerns. Someone needed to watch the eel pond day and night, for fear of further sabotage. Otherwise, all of Brother Bai's hard work would be ruined. Bai Wenjie sighed. As poor as Lu Wazi was, it truly lived up to the old saying, barren mountains and turbulent waters breed unruly people. How could Jyoti stay idle? The skin on her knee was broken, and after a night's sleep, it began to dry out. With the slightest movement, the dried skin would crack and tear, causing pain. But once she started moving, Jyoti didn't feel the pain. After all, she had just established a cooperative relationship with Old Buddha's restaurant and needed to deliver vegetables on time to avoid affecting their business. A little after 8 in the morning, Jyoti went to deliver mushrooms. When she returned, she heard that Ma Jianjun's house had been sold to a wealthy outsider who even had a car. Jyoti wasn't concerned about these matters, they were other people's business. But when passing by her uncle's house, she indeed saw a red flag sedan parked at the door. The gate was tightly shut, and from inside, a woman's crying could be heard from time to time. Returning home, while preparing lunch, Jyoti's phone rang for the first time. The call was from Chinlei. Actually, Jyoti didn't have many numbers saved in her phone, aside from Chinlei's and Bai Wenjie's, of course. The first number she saved was the landline for Xiao Zhendong's military district office. I have good news for you. What good news? Jyoti asked. Chinlei paused and said in a low voice, Xiao Zhendong has returned to the army. He's coming back home on leave the day after tomorrow. Jyoti's mind instantly buzzed, and her heart surged with turbulent waves. Overwhelmed with excitement, she couldn't speak for a long time, finally stammering. Really? Is the news reliable? Chinlei sniffed symbolically. Great. Jyoti said, completely disregarding Chinlei's feelings, and hung up after a quick thank you. Then, Jyoti excitedly paced back and forth in the room, feeling she needed to prepare. But how? Looking at herself, should she dress up? No, between them it seemed. Thinking of this, Jyoti let out a long sigh and sat on the edge of the bed in the room, looking up at the newly renovated beam. Her mind was instantly filled with all the scenes from after Xiao's mother passed away, and the rift that had formed in Xiao Zhendong's heart. The Xiao family's opinion of her was no longer simply that her reputation was bad. Instead, they believed she had personally caused his mother's death. For a filial person like Brother Zhendong, how could he possibly forgive her so easily? As her thoughts deepened, Jyoti's eyes grew increasingly dim. She and Xiao Zhendong seemed to have entered a dead-end alley, with no way back and no path forward. Suddenly, Jyoti was afraid to face him, afraid of his return the day after tomorrow. At the entrance of his unit, Chinlei looked at the hung-up phone, a sly curve forming at the corner of his mouth, yet it also concealed a trace of weathered helplessness. This girl, she really forgets her brother when she has a man. Well, it seems she's still very happy. Happiness is good, much better than secretly crying alone, which would be far more worrying. Just as he was thinking this, Chinlei suddenly remembered he hadn't called home in a long time. He dialed the number immediately, perhaps this would distract him. The call was answered by Chen Xianer. As soon as she heard her big brother's voice, she chirped happily like a magpie, chattering away, asking when he would come home, and if he could take her out to play. Before Chinlei could even speak, hearing this little bird chirping endlessly, he laughed heartily. I'll take you out to play when you're on vacation. Sometimes, Chinlei reflected on whether he had always been someone who doted on his younger sister since childhood, which was why his feelings for Ma Xiaoti weren't the kind of affection between a man and a woman. After all, Chinlei could talk nonsense in front of Xiaoti about having countless romantic experiences, but in reality, he had never been in love. Growing up, his mind was filled with nothing but military matters. The only person who held a higher place in his heart than anyone else was his sister. Perhaps he really did see her as his own younger sister, which was why he felt such a strong urge to protect her. Forget it, Chinlei decided not to dwell on it. After all, Captain Xiao wasn't driving back this time, he was taking a long-distance bus. Chinlei needed to make arrangements to pick him up. Ma Xiaoti seemed to have figured it out too. If he had feelings for her, she didn't need to prepare anything. If he didn't, no matter how beautifully she dressed up, she would only be a joke in his eyes. Sorting out her thoughts, Ma Xiaoti went out to the carpentry shed to spray water on the mushroom caps. As soon as she stepped out, she ran into Lu Dashing, whom she hadn't seen for several months. Xiaoti almost didn't recognize him. What was this guy doing here? An instinctive sense of foreboding rose in Xiaoti's heart. Chapter 141, Lu Dashing comes to collect a debt. Hey, your family's house is fixed up pretty nice, Lu Dashing said, crossing his arms. It had been several months since she'd last seen him. Xiaoti couldn't help but frown as she looked Lu Dashing up and down. He had become sallow and emaciated. He'd always had a weaselly face, but now his chin and jawbone looked like they were molded from red clay, all sharp angles and edges. What do you want? Spit it out, I'm busy. Seeing him beat around the bush, Xiaoti simply turned around, locked the door, picked up the sprayer, and prepared to leave. Your cousin owes me over 1,000 yuan. Your family's doing pretty well now, so how about you help pay it back? Zhao was stunned. Asterisk, damn it, don't even mention Ma Yuhua to me. Just hearing her name pisses me off. Her debt, and you want me to pay it back. Asterisk, Zhao really felt like she'd have to have shit for brains to help her repay that debt. Zhao snorted, couldn't be bothered to engage, turned, and walked away. Seeing this, Lu Dasheng uncrossed his arms and followed her. About what happened before, I'll just consider myself unlucky. But if you won't help pay the money, you could at least tell me, where the hell has that deadbeat woman Ma Yuhua run off to? Lu Dasheng was in a tight spot financially. After all, his old man used to be the village chief and could skim a lot of money. But now the old man was locked up. He'd been living off the family's savings, and after these few months, the house was almost out of food. If he didn't find someone to get this money from, Lu Dasheng, his mother, plus that good-for-nothing brother of his, Lu Ping'an, who could only eat and sleep, would be eating shit next month. Ha ha, Zhao laughed coldly. Even the Public Security Bureau can't find her, and you think you can? Lu Dasheng was taken aback. Then what about her parents? How should I know? They sold the house and left. How could I know where they went? Zhao felt a headache coming on just looking at him. Didn't they say in TV dramas that losing that thing turns you into a eunuch? Like the old eunuchs of the Eastern Depot, their voices becoming all effeminate. So why hadn't she noticed Lu Dasheng's voice turning effeminate? Hearing this, Lu Dasheng's eyes widened. This girl seemed to be getting angry. Honestly, he was quite intimidated by Ma Zhaodi now. He immediately slunk away. On the road, Lu Dasheng kept cursing inwardly. Asterisk, that bitch Ma Yuhua better not let me catch her. If I do, I'll absolutely make her life a living hell. How dare she play me? Asterisk. Asterisk, doesn't she know who Lu Dasheng is? Even if my old man can't protect me anymore, my buddies are still around. I don't believe we can't find that bitch. Asterisk. Fuming, Lu Dasheng kicked the door open and immediately came face to face with his brother, Lu Ping'an. Just seeing his stupid face made Lu Dasheng want to hit him. He didn't know why. Lu Ping'an had just called out Big Brother to tell him someone was looking for him at home, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Dasheng started beating him over the head. You damn motherfucker, what do you do all day at home? Lu Ping'an was beaten until he crouched on the ground, holding his head, not daring to move. Only after his big brother finished did he shakily stand up. He first peeked at his brother from under his armpit, then let go of his head, sniffed his snot, and said, "Aren't we from the same cunt? Get lost." Enraged, Lu Dasheng kicked Lu Ping'an again, directly kicking him out of the house, then slammed the heavy iron gate shut. Lu Dasheng finally understood now why his old man always wanted to beat this idiot when he was home. Damn, he's just too damn infuriating. Lu Dasheng strode into the kitchen, lifted the pot lid. The half of flatbread that was left earlier was now gone, not even a crumb remained. Furious, he slammed the lid down. Lu Ping'an, if you dare come back again, if I don't break your damn legs, I'll call you dad. Lu Dasheng cursed this pig inwardly, entered the main room, poured a cup of tea to stave off the hunger. He just brought it to his lips without drinking when he heard a rustling sound behind him. Brother Dasheng. Lu Dasheng turned to look, startled so badly his hand shook, spilling tea all over the table. Instinctively, he threw the teacup at the female ghost. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Lu Dasheng jumped onto a chair. He saw the woman with disheveled hair, her clothes in tatters. The face faintly visible was covered in many fine, scabbed-over wounds. Brother Dasheng, it's me, Yuhua. Look, if you don't believe me. Ma Yuhua pushed aside her hair, revealing that face, half of which was covered in fine whip marks. This time, Lu Dasheng didn't recognize her as Ma Yuhua. He just found her even more terrifying. Don't come any closer. That money. I don't want it anymore. You can go wherever you want. Brother Dasheng, please help me. I really have nowhere else to go. Ma Yuhua plopped down on her knees. Only then did Lu Dasheng calm his nerves a bit. It really was Ma Yuhua's voice. What happened to you? Didn't your family have plenty of money? You know you owe me money, right? Ma Yuhua tearfully recounted the whole story from beginning to end. Whenever she mentioned Ma Zhaodi, a murderous hatred flashed in her eyes. After finishing, Ma Yuhua said, "What right does she have? She gets all the good things. Where am I worse than her? She just has a bit of stinking money now, right? I want to make money too. If you want to make money, why come to me? You still owe me money, don't forget." Lu Dasheng snorted. Beaten to this sorry state, and still thinking about revenge? Honestly, this wasn't the first time Lu Dasheng had experienced Zhaodi's ruthlessness. He could only say from the bottom of his heart, you getting beaten up like this by that chili pepper Ma Zhaodi is actually getting off light. If I make money, I can pay you back, Brother Dasheng. Please, I want to have money too. I want to be richer than her. Ma Yuhua shuffled forward a few steps, pleading. Lu Dasheng's gaze sharpened, landing on Ma Yuhua's brutally beaten face. An idea suddenly sprouted in his mind. This path, isn't it also a way to make money? He immediately told Ma Yuhua to go wash her face and clean her wounds. Looking back, the wounds weren't deep. At most, they'd leave marks like nail scratches. With some makeup, they could be covered. If you listen to me, I guarantee you'll have money and earn much more than that Ma Zhaodi, many times over. Hearing this, Ma Yuhua knew she'd found the right person and quickly nodded in agreement. Zhaodi was pressing the handle of the sprayer, using the nozzle to spray water inside the carpentry shed, when Lu Ping'an arrived looking utterly embarrassed. As soon as he entered, he hung his head, sniffing his snot, playing with his fingers, his voice as low as a mosquito's. Zhaodi, I'll help you work. Zhaodi turned to look at Lu Ping'an. You can't do this work. I can. Lu Ping'an said resolutely. All right. Zhaodi took the sprayer tank off her shoulder and handed it to Lu Ping'an. Lu Ping'an immediately brightened up. He strapped on the sprayer tank and started pumping. With one press, the water that shot out almost blew the nozzle off. Zhaodi quickly told him to press more gently, not like he had a grudge against it. Lu Ping'an immediately corrected his pressure with extreme seriousness. Zhaodi sat unhurriedly on the floor bedding. Ping'an, did your big brother hit you? Hearing this, Lu Ping'an immediately freed one hand to wipe his tears first. His pouting mouth was thrust out so high you could hang an oil pot on it. That aggrieved look almost made Ma Zhaodi burst out laughing. Then eat at my house tonight. I'll fry some meat for you. Hearing this, Lu Ping'an immediately smiled through his tears. When spraying water, he became even more careful, afraid of not doing it well. When eating dinner that night, he didn't dare eat heartily. Zhaodi, elbows on her knees, cupped her cheeks and watched Lu Ping'an's millstone-like big butt. Fortunately, his pants today didn't reveal his butt crack, otherwise, Zhaodi's train of thought would have been disrupted. Tomorrow, Brother Zhendong would be back. Her heart had prepared itself 10,000 times, even her breathing had been rehearsed countless times. In her mind appeared Brother Zhendong's handsomely smiling face and his thick, warm hands. It seemed like his hands, even in the depths of winter, from childhood till now, Zhaodi always felt they were hot, especially warm. Chapter 142, going to ask Xiao Zhendong for a clear answer. That evening, because Lu Ping'an had come, Zhaodi specially switched to a larger basin to serve the food. It was almost as big as a wash basin. Seeing the amount, Lu Ping'an scratched his head and smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed at first. But then, as he watched the large bowl of porridge disappear without him even pausing for breath, Zhaodi was stunned. 5 large steamed buns were placed in front of him, and he finished one in 3 bites. Oh my goodness, Ping'an, how many days has it been since you last ate? Are you starving? Ma Jianghua watched, feeling like he would choke just seeing it. If it were him, he was sure he'd choke to death. He immediately told Zhaodi to quickly bring more porridge, or at least pour a bowl of water. Lu Ping'an was too busy eating to talk. Hearing his uncle's words, he just shook his head, indicating he wasn't choking. Zhaodi couldn't even laugh at his eating manners now. Ping'an ji, have you not eaten properly these past few days? Lu Ping'an nodded and said his mother had gone back to her mother's family/home and hadn't returned for 2 months. His older brother cooked a little food, but only made enough for himself and didn't give him any, even hitting him. Good child, didn't we say last time that if you had no food, you could come to your uncle's house? Why didn't you come? Ma Jianghua said with deep feeling. Hearing this, Lu Ping'an's chewing slowed down. He looked on the verge of tears, saying that last time Baozu got into a fight with someone, he didn't do a good job as a bodyguard. He was afraid that if he went to find Baozu, she wouldn't play with him anymore, so he didn't come. Hearing this, both Zhaodi and Ma Jianghua laughed. Our Ping'an has promise. He's got what it takes to be a policeman in the future. Hearing this, Lu Ping'an truly admired that police uncle, Qin Lei, who had stood up for Zhaodi and Baozu that day. From that moment on, he really had a dream, to become a policeman and fight bad people. Now, hearing his uncle say this, his heart was practically bursting with joy. 5 large steamed buns, half a basin of mushroom and meat slices were bowls of thick porridge, but there was still 1 bun left on the table. He had only eaten 4. Holding the 5th bun in his hand, he lowered his head somewhat awkwardly and said, This one, can I keep it? Zhaodi and Ma Jianghua exchanged a glance. This child looked 18 or 19, maybe even 20, but his mind seemed only 7 or 8 years old. Even a 7 or 8-year-old has their own little schemes. Ma Jianghua immediately agreed, figuring he was probably afraid of getting hungry at night with nothing to eat. Seeing the permission, Lu Ping'an split the bun open, picked up chopsticks to put a few slices of meat and some mushrooms inside it. Then he said he would come back later to play with Baozu. Once out the door, Lu Ping'an waddled with his plump rear, one hand holding the bun with meat, the other occasionally hitching up his pants. He jogged all the way home and banged on the gate. Big brother, open up. I brought you a bun, there's meat inside too. The door slammed open with an air of anger. Lu Dashing immediately wanted to hit him. Didn't I tell you not to come back? Go die wherever you want. Lu Ping'an looked longingly at the bun with meat in his hand, and then at the gate that was locked again against him. He was so wronged he was about to cry. After all, he was his big brother. Lu Ping'an just wanted to bring him something to eat. On the way back, Lu Ping'an wiped his tears and took a big bite of the bun. Actually, he could probably eat another one. That night, Zhao lay on the cool mat, unable to sleep at all. She sent Qinlei a message, asking about the confirmed time Xiao Zhendong would arrive at Luozi tomorrow. Qinlei called back directly. He wasn't in the habit of texting, finding it troublesome. Why bother typing when a phone call could solve the problem? Why didn't you call? I was afraid you were asleep. Zhao said softly. The air during the dog days was stiflingly hot, especially now in July during the flood season. Outside, dull thunder rumbled, but no rain fell. The cool mat against Zhao's back felt exceptionally refreshing. I usually don't sleep until after midnight, Qinlei said. Sometimes, he felt it was nice just chatting casually with her like this. However, Qinlei clearly knew why she had texted him, so he couldn't avoid answering her actual business. Oh right, I asked. He should arrive at Kaming City around 5 a.m. tomorrow, transfer to a long-distance bus at 6 a.m., and probably won't reach the county until after 7 a.m. I'll go pick him up then. So early, Zhao murmured as if to herself. Haven't you been looking forward to seeing him? Qinlei said. A pang of bitterness rose in his heart, but he still added in a teasing tone. What? Now it's too early. No, I mean the time is early. Won't he get home without having had breakfast? Zhao muttered. Qinlei fell silent. After a long while, he said, What? Do you want to give him a surprise and prepare a sumptuous breakfast? Zhao shook her head and sighed. No. Then what? I'm not ready yet. I feel like he won't see me. Zhao's tone was low, filled with deep helplessness. He will. He definitely will. Really? How do you know? Hearing Qinlei encourage her like this, although it was supportive, wasn't it too far from reality? Of course I know. Trust me, I'm right. So, you should get a good night's sleep now. Otherwise, you'll definitely look terrible tomorrow, Qinlei said. How could he not know? Although he had heard about her complicated feelings with Captain Xiao last time by the silk tree flower forest riverbank, one thing was undeniable. Captain Xiao still cherished her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used his, Qinlei's, hand to give his gift to Zhao. He was certain that in Captain Xiao's heart, there was definitely a soft spot reserved only for this girl. If not, why was he so harsh with his subordinates in the army, almost never touching women? Even the division commander said he wasn't the leader of the Wild Wolf Regiment, but the head monk of the monk gang, Abbot Xiao. Okay, thank you, Lazy G. I'll trust you then. Although Zhao still felt the gap with reality was too big, Qinlei had always looked out for her. If she didn't trust him, who else could she trust? Saying goodnight, Zhao happily went to sleep. Qinlei looked at the phone that had been hung up again, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He hoped this girl would be treated gently by Captain Xiao. She really had it too hard. Once asleep, time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Close your eyes, open them, and the sky was light. Today, Zhao was especially energetic. After washing up, Ma Jiangwo, who rarely saw her dress up, watched as Zhao carefully tied her hair in front of the mirror. He couldn't help but laugh. Hey, girl, what's with you today? After all, usually Ma Jiangwo saw his daughter busy as soon as she got up, so the speed at which she tied her hair was incredibly fast. Sometimes, a strand would fall loose and she wouldn't bother with it. Today, if a single hair wasn't secured, she would redo it. Anyway, the girl was slowly growing up. Those who married early were already discussing marriage prospects at her age. You're all grown up now, it's time to dress up a bit. Dad, the hot water on the coal briquette stove in the kitchen is for making tea. Don't forget to pour it into the thermos when the pot boils. Also, there's porridge, steamed buns, and minced meat stir-fried with dried radish on the stove. Zhao took the hair tie she was holding in her mouth and started tying her hair. She even put on the hair clip her father bought her for New Year, which she had never been willing to wear before. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo felt his daughter today was like she was giving final instructions. But seeing her smiling face, he thought otherwise. Got it, Zhao. Where are you going today? Why so happy? Brother Zhendong is back. I'm going to find him. As Zhao spoke, she was about to leave, not noticing the change in Ma Jiangwo's expression. Chapter 143, Why Can't I Like You? For Ma Jiangwo, his daughter worked hard every day to earn money, completely unaware of what the village was saying about her. Everyone said that the Xiao family's mother had been brought to her death by her, and now she was going to look for Zhendong. Ma Jiangwo sighed. He admitted that Zhendong was a loyal and righteous boy who had always been good to his daughter since they were young, but he didn't want his own daughter to suffer, did he? Ma Jiangwo immediately wanted to talk to his daughter about this matter. He had heard about it before, but hadn't said anything because his daughter was still young. Recently, Ma Jiangwo felt that she was different from before. She had become the pillar of the family, and she had her own opinions about everything. If he talked to her now, she would surely listen. Who knew that his call received no response? When he stepped outside, he found that his daughter had already walked far away, heading toward the western road leading to the Xiao family's village. Soon, Zhaodi arrived at the entrance of Xiao Zhendong's home. She noticed many villagers gathered outside the Xiao family's gate. Zhaodi was aware of this, as Xiao Zhendong was well known throughout the surrounding villages. He had done well for himself and had even become an officer in the military. Now that he was back, everyone naturally came to see the commotion. Just as Zhaodi timidly watched from a distance, that all-too-familiar face appeared outside the gate. "Auntie Wang, please come inside and sit." Xiao Zhendong's face, cold and sharp as if carved by a knife, carried a healthy wheatish complexion. His height of 1.95 meters was accentuated by the camouflage uniform he wore, making him appear tall and imposing. Even from a single glance, one could still sense the unintentional sharpness and overwhelming aura of righteousness emanating from him. Zhaodi's gaze trembled, and she felt an impulse to hide, yet she couldn't escape. Because Xiao Zhendong inadvertently looked up and had already spotted Ma Zhaodi standing over 10 meters away in the fields. He hesitated for a couple of seconds, invited a few relatives inside, and never came out again. Zhaodi's expression darkened. He had clearly seen her, and she felt unsettled. Didn't she want to ask him for an explanation? Why was she so afraid? Zhaodi repeatedly steeled herself. She told herself that she hadn't done anything wrong, so why should she willingly endure this cold treatment and neglect? Thinking of this, Zhaodi glanced at the semi-new, semi-old broken Passat parked at the entrance. Presumably, Qinlei had driven Xiao Zhendong to his doorstep, which meant he must be at Zhendong's home. Zhaodi took out her phone and made a call. After hanging up, Qinlei walked out from the Xiao family's courtyard. The sunlight outside had already risen to mid-sky as the sun climbed, bleaching the golden wheat pail. The light fell on Qinlei's neat short hair, emitting a healthy dark sheen. Squinting his eyes, Qinlei looked at Ma Zhaodi. His steps were orderly, neither hurried nor slow, as he walked toward her, but his mind was preoccupied with what Xiao Zhendong had just instructed him to do. "Qinlei, go take Zhaodi home." Xiao Zhendong had felt a pang in his heart when he saw Zhaodi in the distance earlier. Under such intense sun, standing there for an hour or so would surely lead to heat stroke. At the moment, because he had returned home to visit, several uncles and aunts had come over. His family already held strong prejudices against Zhaodi. Thus, at this time, he couldn't show himself. Upon hearing this, Qinlei, who had originally planned to go out, happened to receive Zhaodi's call. Now, Qinlei stopped about 3 steps away from Zhaodi. Under the scorching sun, he looked at Ma Zhaodi. Nowadays, free love was the norm. It should be a beautiful thing. Why had she and Captain Xiao reached this point? Looking at her face, already flushed red from the sun, her thin face no larger than a palm revealed a melancholy and heaviness that didn't match her age. "What's wrong?" Qinlei asked. Zhaodi lowered her head to look at her toes, then pursed her lips and looked up to meet Qinlei's phoenix-like eyes. "Brother Lei, is Brother Zhendong very busy?" Qinlei wasn't surprised. "Yes, the uncles and aunts are all here. Can you ask Brother Zhendong to come out for a moment? I have something to ask him. It won't take too long." Zhaodi's eyes sparkled, filled with hope. Originally clear and transparent like a galaxy, her eyes now revealed a charm that made Qinlei unable to bear refusing her. His task was to take her home, but even so, he agreed to Zhaodi's request. All right. After speaking, Qinlei turned and went back into the Xiao residence. Not long after, Xiao Zhendong appeared in Zhaodi's line of sight. Zhaodi's heart raced wildly. She took a deep breath to calm her excitement. Had he lost weight after not seeing him for so long? Had he gotten darker? Zhaodi even wanted to see every slight change on his face, but in the end, all she saw was a Xiao Zhendong who seemed even colder and more resolute than before. That face seemed as if it had never smiled. "What is it?" Xiao Zhendong asked coldly. But how could his heart not be filled with thoughts? On the battlefield, Xiao Zhendong was fierce and fearless, disregarding danger and life and death, never showing a hint of retreat or timidity. Yet, as he drew closer to this girl, he felt the air grow thinner. This frail figure was exposed under the scorching sun. How he wished he could soar into the sky and tear down the sun so the girl wouldn't have to endure the heat. That helpless heartache made Xiao Zhendong unconsciously clench his fists. Zhaodi faintly noticed this inconspicuous movement, and her heart sank. Did he hate her to the bone? Did he wish to crush her? Zhaodi took a deep breath. "Brother Zhendong, I just want to ask you, why are you so cold to me? Weren't we fine before? About your mothers." "Enough." Xiao Zhendong turned his back. Xiao Zhendong hadn't seen Zhaodi look so soft and vulnerable in a long time. It wasn't just that he didn't want to bring up his mother, it was that every extra glance at her made him fear he might lose control. Jyoti opened her mouth but didn't continue. She just stared blankly at this familiar yet unfamiliar back. Her large eyes quickly misted over, but beneath the haze lay a firm determination. Xiao Zhendong, what do you take me for? Someone you can summon and dismiss at will. Jyoti's voice wasn't loud or soft, but it was filled with resilience. She hated this kind of cold treatment. If they were truly destined to be apart, and if their past life was all just a dream, then wasn't she even entitled to a reason to wake up from that dream? Xiao Zhendong was slightly taken aback. He took a breath to calm his emotions. When he turned slightly to look at Jyoti before him, his heart nearly lost control. She had indeed been soft and vulnerable before, but Xiao Zhendong had rarely seen her cry. Especially now, with tears held back and her eyes filled with determination and disappointment. This was something Xiao Zhendong had never seen before. What is it then? What do you take me for? Even if I were a dog, you should at least tell me the reason for the death sentence. Otherwise, you're just a robber, a bandit. What right do you have to take away my right to like you? Jyoti pushed him. Xiao Zhendong's physique was sturdy. Pushed by such slender, willow-like arms, he didn't budge an inch. What right do you have? Jyoti bit her lower lip and pushed him again. This time, Xiao Zhendong symbolically took a step back. Chapter 144, When Will You Marry Her? But Ma Jyoti had been holding it in for far too long. She had controlled herself so many times, and she was sick of it. Xiao Zhendong watched as, without him saying a word, that girl seemed to transform into a different person, relentlessly pushing him. It wasn't until Xiao Zhendong had been pushed back 3 or 5 steps that he finally frowned, seized the hands that were still trying to push him, and gripped them tightly. Jyoti, don't be like this. Xiao Zhendong's hands were trembling slightly. He stared blankly at this girl. Before, she had never said things like, I like you. It had always been his own wishful thinking. Yes, she used to be a very shy, reserved girl. Even when Xiao Zhendong promised that after he got promoted and she grew up, he would come to marry her, she had only silently acquiesced, never once saying she liked him. Jyoti suddenly felt her hands being gripped tightly. They were those familiar hands, always so strong, so warm and solid, giving her a sense of security for over a decade. But now it was different. Jyoti tried with all her might to pull her hands back, but he only gripped them tighter. Jyoti, stop making a scene. The fault in this matter lies with me, not you. Why are you torturing yourself like this? Xiao Zhendong's fingers were trembling. He admitted it. He had compromised again. He still couldn't control his own heart. In truth, Xiao Zhendong knew everything. He knew even more that the most innocent victim of his mother's passing might not just be himself, but also her. Xiao Zhendong just couldn't pull himself out of that despairing environment for a while. He didn't know how to persuade his family to accept Jyoti. All he needed was a period of time to heal and recover on his own. But he never, ever expected that this girl would say she liked him. This was the first time she had ever said such a thing, even if it was prefaced by words scolding him. I'm not making a scene. Hearing that word, Jyoti's anger flared even higher. In the end, was he saying she was the one making a scene? Jyoti struggled fiercely to free her arm. Seeing her exert so much force, Xiao Zhendong quickly let go, afraid he might dislocate her hand. That's not what I meant. Xiao Zhendong didn't know how to explain. Then what do you mean? Since Jyoti had already started making a scene this time, she might as well go along with it. She would truly make a scene to the end. She wanted an answer. What I mean is, all the fault lies with me, not you. Xiao Zhendong realized he was utterly incapable of explaining things to a girl. He feared nothing in heaven or on earth, but sometimes, the moment he saw Jyoti, the words he wanted to say just wouldn't arrange themselves properly. Fine. Didn't you say before that you would marry me? You've been promoted now. When will you marry me? Hearing him speak like this, Jyoti felt her heart grow cold to the extreme. Couldn't he just explain? Since that was the case, Jyoti did the most shameless thing of her life and said the most brazen words. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Zhendong's stern face grew even darker. If he could marry her, Xiao Zhendong would marry her right now. He wished he could have tied her to his side long ago, so she could never escape in this lifetime. That way, the idle gossip in the village would cease. But, right now, I still can't marry you. You need to give me some time. Jyoti felt she had truly done something shameful that she had never done in this life or any past one. Faced with Zhendong's words, Jyoti had only one feeling, overwhelming shame. She wished she could burrow into a crack in the earth and never come out. Xiao Zhendong, from today on, you are you and I am me. Jyoti's voice suddenly became very low, sinking into the dust. Then, under the gaze of several villagers who had already come out and were standing at the Xiao family's doorway, Jyoti turned and walked away. She was afraid that if she didn't turn away now, he would see her crying. She had already said such shameless words. If she were seen crying on top of that, she felt her existence would be too. Xiao Zhendong's heart sank. He raised his hand to stop her, opened his mouth to say something, but could only watch as Zhao jogged away, disappearing from sight. Xiao Zhendong slowly lowered his arm, a thick wave of worry furrowing his brow. He muttered to himself. It's all my fault. I never blamed you. Zhendong, you did the right thing. You can't want a girl like that. Exactly, look at her. She's not tall, and she's as skinny as a monkey. They say a big, sturdy girl standing at the door looks good even if she can't work. Tomorrow, Auntie will find you a girl, guaranteed to be better than this one. The aunties and elder women began to enlighten Xiao Zhendong. But Xiao Zhendong was always a man of few words and didn't like to smile. Even though his mind wasn't on this at all, in the relatives' eyes, they believed he was taking it in. Qinlei. Xiao Zhendong glanced at Qinlei, who exuded a roguish air and was leaning against the porch smoking, and called out to him sternly. I know. Qinlei naturally knew what he was being asked to do. He immediately said goodbye to the Xiao family relatives and headed to the Ma house. This time, it was the hardest Ma Zhaodi had cried since her rebirth. However, she was hiding in the carpentry shed, crying while looking at the mushrooms she had planted. So much so that when Qinlei arrived at the Ma house, he couldn't find her at all. Zhaodi cried for a long time. Only when Qinlei checked the eel pond and finally found the carpentry shed did Zhaodi stop crying. She cupped water from the sprayer to wash her face, then busied herself pinching off the withered roots from the mushrooms. These yellowed roots were small caps that couldn't continue growing. To prevent infecting other mushrooms, they had to be removed in advance. Qinlei watched the busy figure with a sense of speechlessness, feeling an indescribable emotion. Was she really okay? Didn't her heart ache? Cut some mushrooms. How about I eat the stewed mushrooms you make for lunch? Qinlei also spoke with forced casualness. Zhaodi grunted in agreement, her voice clearly sounding like someone with a bad cold and a stuffy nose. It was evident the girl had been crying very hard. There's a knife hanging by the door. Cut some yourself. Zhaodi said, leaving only her back to Qinlei. Just moments ago, she had so shamelessly forced Xiao Zhendong to marry her and was rejected. Zhaodi's heart felt torn apart all over again, aching fiercely. Once such shameless words were spoken, Zhaodi felt like a rat scurrying across the street. From now on, she probably wouldn't even dare to look up when she saw him. Qinlei didn't say much more. This girl's strength was heartbreaking. He then took down the kitchen knife hanging by the door, cut some mushrooms, lit a cigarette at the doorway and waited for Zhaodi to go home and cook. Honestly, sometimes Qinlei wondered if pretending to be strong was exhausting for her. He truly hoped her strength came from within. Only such a girl could be immune to all poisons. Thinking this, Qinlei exhaled a plume of smoke, unconsciously glanced at the busy amidst the mushroom clusters, shook his head with a helpless smile, and looked up at the sky. Dark, oppressive clouds, like 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, swept in from the east. In an instant, the sky darkened considerably. What kind of day is today? How can it just decide to rain like this? Qinlei asked Zhaodi as if talking to himself. Chapter 145, Explanation. In the morning, the sun was blazing, almost hot enough to give someone heat stroke. But just before noon, dark clouds gathered as if rushing to a market, blotting out the sky. The dull rumble of thunder rolled in. With Qixi festival approaching, raindrops as big as beans began to patter down, slowly at first, then faster and faster. Soon, the rain fell like drumbeats and in an instant, a torrential downpour poured from the sky. It was like tears held back for a very, very long time, suddenly all falling at once. Aren't the cowherd and the weaver girl an old married couple by now? Why do they still shed so many tears when they meet? Exactly. I need to go check if the rubber shoes at home are still wearable. Zhaodi was busy preparing lunch. She had deliberately spent the whole morning in the carpentry shed, afraid that her red, swollen eyes would be noticed by her father and cause him to worry. Only Qinlei knew about this. Zhaodi had already warned him in advance not to say anything, just act as if she had been busy all morning and hadn't gone to the Xiao family at all. Ma Jiangwo naturally didn't quite believe his daughter's words and kept watching her during the meal. Dad, why do you keep staring at me? If you don't believe me, ask Brother Lazy. Zhaodi said. Ma Jiangwo couldn't help but look at Qinlei, who nodded and said, yeah, she was busy in the carpentry shed all morning. Outside, the rain poured down as if the sky had sprung a leak, beating against the newly repaired red tiles with a continuous, crackling sound. To Zhaodi, however, it was quite pleasant. After all, she no longer had to scramble for pots and pans to catch the leaks whenever it rained. Who would have thought this rain would start at noon and continue without stopping into the evening? The downpour was so heavy that streams of water gathered throughout the village, rushing toward the Taizi River. Zhaodi looked at the vast, rain-blurred landscape and felt a pang of worry for Baozhu. He hadn't even brought an umbrella that morning. Seeing that school would be out soon, and knowing her father's legs weren't steady, Zhaodi decided to take an umbrella and a raincoat and head out herself. In such heavy rain, even an umbrella wasn't much use. Before she even left the village, half of Zhaodi's body was soaked through. Fortunately, it was the height of summer, so even drenched, she didn't feel too cold. Zhaodi didn't dwell on it. After crossing 2 hills, Zhaodi could see torrents of water rushing down the mountainsides, converging in the valley and submerging many trees in low-lying areas. Even a section of the mountain path in a low-lying spot was flooded, forcing Zhaodi to roll up her pants and wade through. Looking at the sky, she thought that if it kept raining like this for 3 days, the people of Luwazi village probably wouldn't be able to leave. School would likely be cancelled tomorrow too, Zhaodi mused, carefully stepping on the stones beneath her feet to avoid slipping. Just as she reached the slope, Zhaodi saw a tall figure standing motionless in the curtain of rain up ahead, occasionally glancing back in her direction. Zhaodi's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Zhendong? She immediately halted, but it seemed Xiao Zhendong had already spotted her and was waiting for her to catch up. What should I do? This morning, I shamelessly asked him to marry me, even though I said we'd go our separate ways. But it's almost 6:30. What if he just stands there and doesn't leave? What should I do? Zhaodi's heart was uneasy. Should she stay where she was, or just ignore him and walk past? With that thought, she steeled herself and moved forward, ignoring the mud underfoot. The closer she got to him, the stronger the pressure in her heart grew. Finally, with her head still lowered, Zhaodi saw his large feet. Without looking up, she brushed past him. Xiao Zhendong was also soaked from the waist down, his knees dripping wet. Seeing Zhaodi walk past without a word, he couldn't help but frown. Zhaodi could feel him behind her, following at a steady pace, making her feel restless and uneasy. Zhaodi! Xiao Zhendong's low call pierced through the rain and struck Zhaodi's eardrums, like lightning exploding in her mind. Zhaodi took a deep breath, stopped, clutched the raincoat in her arms tightly, and turned to look at Xiao Zhendong. Her eyes held not a trace of warmth. What happened this morning was my fault. How could it be your fault? It was all me, Ma Zhaodi, being shameless and persistent. Zhaodi said with a bitter smile, her tone faint. Then she quickened her pace toward the town, unsure whether the drops hitting her face were rain or tears. There were only a few parents left at the school gate. Just as Zhaodi was about to enter to find Baozhu, she saw Teacher Li carefully escorting Ma Baozu out under an umbrella. I'm really sorry. I originally planned to take him home, but several sections of the road to Luwazi are flooded, so. Teacher Li wore an ingratiating smile. Nowadays, not just her as the homeroom teacher, but even the principal treated Baozhu with special regard. Even among this year's nominations for guaranteed admission to key middle schools, Ma Baozhu's name was a sure thing. Zhaodi didn't have much fondness for such sycophantic people. Coupled with her earlier encounter with Xiao Zhendong, she still felt somewhat unsettled, so her expression remained cold. Seeing Zhaodi's unfriendly look, Teacher Li quickly added, but don't worry, for the past hour or so, I've had him resting in the dormitory, and he ate quite a bit of fruit. Thank you, Zhaodi replied indifferently, then helped Ma Baozhu into the raincoat she was carrying. Sis, why did you come? Ma Baozhu couldn't help but ask. If I didn't come, how would you get home? I was planning to wrap my backpack in a plastic bag. I could have walked home in the rain just fine, Ma Baozhu said. Of course, boys his age were mostly full of energy and mischief, and carrying an umbrella in the rain felt like a burden to them. Don't push yourself. If you catch a cold, you'll have to take medicine again. As she spoke, a man and a woman stood in the middle of the town street not far ahead. The man was tall and burly, about 1.95 meters, and the woman was also quite tall, wearing a military green camouflage uniform with the words Song and Dance Troupe of the Cultural Troupe embroidered on the chest. Zhaodi's heart ached instantly. In her past life, he had said that once he got promoted, he would marry her. Zhaodi had always thought it was Madame Xiao's death that made Xiao Zhendong change his mind, but she never imagined it was all just an excuse. Otherwise, why would Ma Wenli follow Xiao Zhendong to Taizhi County so soon after he returned home on leave? He hadn't brought Ma Wenli home immediately, probably afraid of village gossip. Were they meeting secretly now? Well done, Xiao Zhendong. Zhaodi had truly misjudged him. Baowu, let's go. Zhaodi's heart ached so much she could barely breathe. She took Ma Baozhu's hand and headed back toward the mountain path to the village. Xiao Zhendong took out some money and handed it to Ma Wenli, saying calmly, "This is for your travel expenses. You can pay me back when we return to the unit." Ma Wenli lowered her head, biting her lower lip as she looked at the money as if it were charity. Suddenly, she raised her head. "What do you take me for, Ma Wenli? Do you think I care about this dirty money?" With that, Ma Wenli crossed her arms and turned away. "I want you to take responsibility for me." Xiao Zhendong frowned, his brows furrowing with deep resentment. "What responsibility? What do you mean, what responsibility?" "Of course, for a lifetime. Don't play dumb with me." Ma Wenli stamped her foot in frustration. Chapter 146, Playing Both Sides. "Please, Comrade Ma Wenli, have some self-respect. I haven't laid a finger on you." Xiao Zhendong's face at this moment was as gloomy as the weather, both covered in a layer of ice. This Ma Wenli was quite cunning. On the phone earlier, she had said she had come to Taizhi County but had her money stolen, so she asked Xiao Zhendong to bring her some money for travel expenses. Wasn't this clearly a scam? Perhaps for Ma Wenli, the previous incident had been her deliberately setting Xiao Zhendong up. This time, she had finally managed to find out Xiao Zhendong's home address, but upon arriving in Taizhi County, she realized she had no idea how to get to the village. With no other options and afraid Xiao Zhendong would ignore her, she decided to paint herself as utterly pitiful. Unexpectedly, she actually managed to trick him into coming out. "You still say you didn't touch me?" Everyone in the entire military district saw it. Deputy Regimental Commander Li can testify. "Are you trying to shirk responsibility by saying this?" Xiao Zhendong was infuriated by her words. If she weren't a woman, he could have slapped her dead. "Since you don't need travel money, forget it." Without another word, Xiao Zhendong, his face dark, turned and walked away under his umbrella, leaving Ma Wenli alone in the curtain of rain. Ma Wenli stamped her feet in anger. "Xiao Zhendong, you're a coward, not a real man. No real man is as irresponsible as you, not admitting to what he's done, not daring to face the consequences. You're a worthless scoundrel. I really don't know how someone like you got promoted to regimental commander." Xiao Zhendong suddenly stopped, turned sharply to look at Ma Wenli. His gaze was exceptionally cold and hard, like a blade unsheathed, a flash of chilling light. It scared Ma Wenli into sucking in a cold breath, and she immediately shut her mouth. The rain seemed to be falling harder. On the horizon, the last trace of pallor before dusk remained, casting the tall, straight figure stepping into the rain-soaked woods like a lost wanderer. Xiao Zhendong lowered his head slightly. Yes, he really wasn't much of a man. Hadn't he always strived to be the girl's hero? But now he, Xiao Zhendong, hadn't even been able to take good care of her. Wasn't this exactly a sign of irresponsibility? "Xiao Zhendong, what do you take me for?" "Someone you can summon and dismiss at will." "What is that?" "Then what do you take me for?" "Even if I were a dog, you should at least tell me the reason for the death sentence. Otherwise, you're just a robber, a bandit. What right do you have to take away my right to like you?" Her words flashed through Xiao Zhendong's mind. Now, remembering the heart-wrenching look on her face then, and the despair in her eyes that was heartbreaking to see, Xiao Zhendong's heart ached as if carved by a knife. In Luozi, someone knocked on Ma Zhaodi's door. Zhaodi was inside heating water to wipe Baoju's body, to prevent her from catching a cold and getting a fever. "Zhaodi, you should wash up too and drink some ginger tea. Don't think just because it's the dog days of summer you can be careless." Ma Jiangwo got up to answer the door, telling Zhaodi to hurry up and get ready as well. Older folks knew that winter diseases are treated in summer. In fact, many people's poor resistance in winter is closely related to catching colds and chills during the dog days of summer. Zhaodi acknowledged and went back to her room. Putting down the wash basin, she heard a familiar voice outside. "Zhendong, come in quickly, it's raining hard outside." Where's Zhaodi?" Xiao Zhendong asked casually, taking the hot tea Uncle Ma handed him. She's in her room. You'll have to wait a bit." Ma Jiangwo didn't say Zhaodi was bathing, to spare the girl embarrassment. "It's so late, have you eaten? Do you need something from Zhaodi?" Ma Jiangwo naturally wanted to know the answer. The Xiao family had always looked down on his daughter. Even though Ma Jiangwo thought Zhendong was a good kid, he couldn't ignore the bigger picture. Nothing major, just want to talk to her." "All right, then have a seat. Uncle will go find some clothes for Baoju in the room." With that, Ma Jiangwo went to the room to find a change of clothes for Baoju. Zhaodi gently wrung out the hot towel to wipe herself. She heard Xiao Zhendong hadn't left and was still pacing back and forth outside. After all, Zhaodi's home now had a cement floor, making footsteps easy to hear. What was he here for? When had this man become so fussy? Didn't he say he wouldn't marry her? Wasn't everything already over? Zhaodi put the water basin under the bed. She had no intention of going out, leaving Xiao Zhendong waiting outside for over an hour. Ma Jiangwo came out and saw this, forcing an awkward smile. "Zhaodi, Zhendong is here." "What are you doing in your room?" "Dad, I'm not feeling well. I've gone to bed," Zhaodi said. Ma Jiangwo felt slightly embarrassed. See, this girl might have caught a chill from the rain. "Maybe you should come back tomorrow." Zhaodi pressed her ear to the door, waiting for him to leave. Who knew he didn't go? Instead, there was a knock on the door. "Brother Zhendong, my sister's already asleep. Come back tomorrow." Baowu came out in his big shorts to pour out water. Right now, Baozu just felt sorry for his sister. What does a kid know? Go back to your room and sleep. Ma Jiangwo sensed something. If Zhendong didn't want to leave, he must have something to say. Besides, his daughter did like this brat. He immediately shooed the clueless Ma Baoju back into the room. Father and son closed the door and pretended nothing was happening. "Zhaodi, open the door. I'll leave after I say what I need to say." "Brother Zhendong, it's best if you don't say anything. Anyway, I'm still young and don't want to think too much about things." I also want to earn some money for a few more years and take care of my dad and brother a bit longer. Since you have someone else, why keep? Since you keep, why be of two minds? Jyoti thought bitterly. She must have misjudged the person and dreamed the wrong dream in her past life. That's not what I want to talk about. Jyoti was stunned. Had she misread the situation again? Then just say what you want outside. I just finished bathing. It's not very convenient. Xiao Zhendong lowered his head slightly, his cold, handsome face calm. It's not that I don't want to marry you, it's... Hearing this, Jyoti immediately felt angry. What was there left to explain? Without thinking, Jyoti pulled open the door and glared angrily at Xiao Zhendong. Didn't you say that's not what you wanted to talk about? Besides, what's there to explain? If you have someone else, just admit it. That's the real Xiao Zhendong. Are you not admitting it now because you want to play both sides? Let me tell you, Xiao Zhendong, I'm not the old Ma Zhaodi anymore. Don't you dare pretend to be a good guy in front of me. After saying this, Zhaodi slammed the door shut, all in less than half a minute. Xiao Zhendong was slightly taken aback, his eyebrows raised like butterfly wings about to take flight. He had no idea what was going on and had just been cursed worse than a dog. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. The moment Zhaodi swung the door shut, he swiftly placed his large, well-defined hand in the door crack. Although the force of slamming the door itself wasn't great, due to the lever effect and the force applied, Zhaodi still heard a thump. Then, the door was actually pushed back by the flesh shield. Xiao Zhendong's face, gloomy enough to drip water, appeared before Zhaodi, especially his eyes, which held a chilling air. Xiao Zhendong asked, word by word, in an absolutely resolute tone. In your heart, am I really that despicable? Chapter 147, Ma Wenli pays a visit. Zhaodi's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the hand still braced against the doorframe. The back of that hand bore a horizontal, bruised mark from the impact. Zhaodi drew in a sharp breath, a faint ache throbbing in her heart. Why, even now, did she still feel pain for him? Ma Zhaodi, oh Ma Zhaodi, even if you can't forget this man, even if you can't let him go, the truth is he already has another woman. This face, even if it still haunts your midnight dreams, Ma Zhaodi, you should strangle those feelings in your heart. You are no longer the Ma Zhaodi from your past life, you're not so easily fooled anymore, right? The words echoed in Zhaodi's mind as she spoke to herself. She raised her hand to press against the door and said, I need to sleep. What would people think, having a grown man in my house in the middle of the night? Xiao Zhendong hadn't expected her to avoid answering his question directly. A slight curve touched the corner of Xiao Zhendong's mouth. Indeed, the village gossip was all about how you, Ma Zhaodi, were improper in various ways, flirting with men everywhere. Of course, Xiao Zhendong had never paid any mind to such rumors. But now, the most important thing was that he, Xiao Zhendong, the man with a rightful claim, stood before her, and she wanted to avoid suspicion? Wasn't that just laughable? Get some rest early. Xiao Zhendong said nothing more, turned, and left the Ma household. Outside, the rain showed no sign of letting up. Zhaodi went to close the door. Watching the man's figure disappear into the curtain of night rain, an ache of parting from her past life unexpectedly surged in her heart. Only after Zhaodi closed the door and returned to the main room did she notice her father, a coat draped over his shoulders, looking at her with concern as he asked, Did you have a fight? Is Zhendong seeing someone outside? Zhaodi glanced at her father's bedroom door, which wasn't fully closed, and understood he had secretly witnessed everything just now. Zhaodi nodded, doing her best to control herself and not cry. That rascal. I used to think the boy was quite fond of you. Never expected he'd turn out like this. No, someone like this definitely isn't worth entrusting your whole life to. Right then, Ma Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. A man who doesn't care for his family, no matter how successful or how much money he makes, it's all for nothing, utterly useless. Dad, don't worry. Anyway, I'm still young. I'll stay home and be filial to you for a few more years. Zhaodi forced a smile as she spoke. Hearing his daughter say such words naturally warmed Ma Jiangwo's heart. But he knew his own daughter. Look at that smile. It was clearly put on while she was unhappy inside, yet afraid this old thing, would worry. I think Lazy is pretty good too. As for Bai Wenjie, well, he's... Dad, what are you talking about? Zhaodi interrupted before her father could finish. Are you that eager to chase me away? Besides, Brother Lazy comes from a high-ranking official family. And Brother Bai, forget it. Zhaodi didn't want to explain. Her fondness for Chenlei was merely that of a little sister for a big brother. As for Bai Wenjie, Zhaodi had never entertained such thoughts. In her past life, thanks to him, Zhaodi had the life she had today. This person held an incomparable, almost mission-like status in Zhaodi's heart. He was the person, besides her father, whom she respected most in both her past and present life. Like a lofty bodhisattva, a living Buddha, his radiant light enveloped Zhaodi. Inviolable, not to be profaned. The woman worthy of brother by must be among the very best, a phoenix among people. Dad doesn't mean it that way. I'd be happy to have you stay by my side your whole life. Ma Jiangwo chuckled and patted Zhaodi's shoulder. From now on, your lifelong matters are yours to decide. Dad absolutely won't interfere. Dad, you're the best. Early the next morning, the rain had lightened somewhat. School was suspended for 2 days because the classrooms had flooded, and the roads out of the village were intermittently submerged in low-lying areas. But Zhaodi couldn't let the natural disaster stop her from delivering mushrooms to the old Buddha restaurant. So, this trip was quite an arduous journey for her. Luozi was the place that gave Zhaodi the biggest headache. Transportation was extremely inconvenient. She still wanted to raise fish and grow vegetables in the future. When the time came for transport, that would be a major issue too. Brother Bai, you see, without land, even my best ideas are useless. I wonder if you could help. After a day and night of torrential rain, all the village paths had turned into muddy trails, the legendary cement roads. The alkaline land by the rice field eel pond was still the cleanest surface. Seizing the chance after finishing her work, Zhaodi shared her thoughts. Bai Wenjia's very mission was to develop agricultural byproducts and boost the economy of Luozi village. Since Zhaodi had this idea and had planned it out quite meticulously, he naturally supported it. He immediately compiled statistics on the deceased and newborn population of Luozi village, refiled the land that should be reclaimed from population changes, and reallocated the land due to Zhaodi's family. Although it was only 2 mu of land, Zhaodi was already very satisfied. At the entrance of Luozi village, a girl dressed in army green took advantage of the break in the rain. After asking for directions along the way, she finally found the Xiao family. What's that girl asking about the Xiaos for? Look at her clothes. Probably a female soldier from the cultural troop. Might be the girl Zhendong's seeing in the army. Oh, could be. That Ma family's second daughter, she's probably lost all hope this time. Not to be mean, but how could that girl ever match up to Xiao Zhendong? Zhendong's a big official now. In the dog days of summer, the weather had just been pouring rain. As the rain passed, the fierce sun broke through the clouds, and the temperature of the earth rose sharply. The few old women under the tree at the village entrance were practically fanning themselves with palm leaf fans as they chatted. Xiao Zhendong thought it over, but still couldn't figure out what was going on in that girl Zhaodi's head. Might as well make another trip to the Ma house. Not long after he left, Ma Wenli followed closely and arrived at the Xiao household. Excuse me, is this Xiao Zhendong's home? Old man Xiao took a look. He hadn't seen this girl before, and she spoke standard Mandarin. No need to guess, she wasn't a local. Looking at her army uniform, he immediately welcomed her inside. Well, girl, the roads in this village are tough. How did you come all by yourself? Why didn't you have that boy Zhendong come meet you? Upon seeing old man Xiao dark, thin, fairly tall but with a severe stoop, and looking at this house, Ma Wenli thought, why is it so shabby? Halfway along the mountain path, she had almost decided to give up. The mud caked on her shoes was nearly as thick as a wash basin. But now, finding old man Xiao being especially polite to her, she immediately stopped caring about all that. Uncle, look at me, coming here and not bringing anything for you. No matter, no matter. You and Zhendong are both soldiers, it's like being family. Hearing this, old man Xiao thought this girl was sensible, truly sensible. He immediately fetched a stool for Ma Wenli to sit on, then turned to pour her a cup of tea. But Ma Wenli looked at the dark, stained surface of the stool, awkward and unsure whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know if it was dirty or how long it had been used. Why was it all black? Have some tea, have some tea. Ma Wenli reluctantly perched only half her bottom on the stool. Looking at the teacup, it even had a small chip. Heavens! Was this hell or a dungeon? You drink your tea. I'll go outside and call Zhendong back. Old man Xiao said politely, rubbing his hands together as he prepared to go find Xiao Zhendong. He needed to properly interrogate that boy. Always silent and not saying a word. He's found a girl in the army and didn't even tell him. I really must teach that boy a lesson. Old man Xiao said this, but in his heart, he was quite pleased. Chapter 148, Taking Ma Wenli out to eat. After her uncle left, Ma Wenli quickly stood up, tilting her head to check if her pants had gotten dirty from sitting. As for that cup of tea, Ma Wenli found it utterly distasteful no matter how she looked at it. Since none of the rooms had their doors closed, she casually glanced around, wanting to see which room Zhendong lived in. To her surprise, the furnishings inside were simply appalling. How could anyone be so poor? Then she noticed the hand pump outside the door. They probably relied entirely on that thing for water. Good heavens, were there bugs in it? Out in the fields, Zhaodi was filled with contentment as she looked at the newly allocated plot of land. Bending over with enthusiasm, she used a hoe to dig irrigation channels along the boundaries. Otherwise, the accumulated water in the field wouldn't dry up anytime soon. With each strike of the hoe, she pulled up nothing but mud. How could anyone grow vegetables in this? Jody straightened her back and wiped the sweat from her forehead, genuinely thinking it might be better if it rained. At least it wouldn't be so hot then. Sis, Brother Jindong came looking for you at home, but you weren't there. Ma Baozhu, who had been playing enthusiastically with Lu Ping'an, ran to the edge of the field shouting, still holding a stick in his hand. Jody put down her hoe and shouted back, I'm busy. Okay. Ma Baozhu drawled out his reply before heading back. A tall figure was slowly approaching, eventually stopping on the small country path at the edge of the field. He narrowed his eyes, watching the slender, frail frame of the young girl putting all her strength into raising the hoe and bringing it down heavily. Each time she did, the man's gaze dimmed slightly, gradually softening until it was filled with tenderness, followed by an unbearable heartache. Only when the petite figure of the girl in his sight grew blurry did he realize his gaze had long pierced through everything before him, settling on that undisturbed, pure land. Brother Jindong, that quail seems to be male. It won't lay eggs. Really? Then next time I'll catch a female one for you. Perfect, they'll make a pair. Then came the clear, bell-like laughter, as pleasant and pure as an oriole emerging from a valley, just like her. Somehow, without anyone noticing, this girl had grown so resilient it hurt to see. Splash! A sound from the field snapped the man out of his thoughts and his gaze instantly sharpened. Ma Zhaodi had struck the water with her hoe, unexpectedly digging up a water snake. In one swift motion, she raised the hoe and chopped the snake in two. With a flick of her wrist, she flung the upper half of the snake to the edge of the field, where it landed right at Xiao Jindong's feet. It splattered mud and snake blood all over his pants. Xiao Jindong frowned slightly and looked up at the equally startled girl. Zhaodi was stunned. When had he arrived? Was his hand okay? Had he broken any bones? Just then, from the far end of the muddy path, Xiao's father came jogging over, waving his hand. Jindong, you rascal, how could you leave your sweetheart alone at home? That's not right. Xiao Jindong was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Zhaodi again. But before he could say anything, his father, who had rushed over, grabbed him and dragged him away. Dad, what sweetheart? Xiao Jindong felt a headache coming on. You little rascal, stop playing dumb. She's already come all the way to our home, and you still want to hide it from your old man? Besides, you're not getting any younger. After August, you'll be 25 in nominal age. It's time to settle down and start a family. I'm waiting to hold my grandson. Xiao's father teased his son with a mischievous smile, feeling as delighted as if he had found money. If it weren't for his son's usual reticence, he would probably have gotten married at 17 or 18. By now, his grandson might already be old enough to run errands. At that moment, Zhaodi's heart sank. There were already people to care for him and love him. Why was she overthinking things? It would be better if his hand were broken. The hoe she raised now went even higher, and the force with which it came down grew stronger. Tears welled up, stinging her eyes, but Zhaodi refused to let them fall. It was all in the past. She had to work even harder to make her life appear at least superficially glorious. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhaodi's phone rang. It was old Buddha calling. Old Buddha said that since Zhaodi had been drenched and covered in mud when delivering mushrooms that morning, she should deliver them now while it wasn't raining. What if it rained again tomorrow morning? Zhaodi felt a warmth in her heart. All right, but mushrooms don't keep well. You'll need to spray them with water tomorrow morning. They'll be fine overnight. Zhaodi packed up and prepared to deliver the mushrooms to old Buddha. Xiao Jindong was dragged along by his father. Seeing how happy the old man was, the first time he had smiled so brightly since his mother passed away, Xiao Jindong swallowed the words he had intended to say. He had thought a lot, pondering all night. He truly wasn't much of a man, lacking responsibility. If he wanted to be the girl's hero, he should protect her for a lifetime. But now he was letting the girl bear the pain he couldn't resolve in his own heart. Was he really being too selfish? He just wanted to say that Zhaodi was the only girl in his heart. He had never thought of marrying anyone else. Without her, he wouldn't even know what he was living for. Dad, stop dragging me. I can walk on my own. Just looking at you irritates me. You're already seeing someone, so why didn't you bring her home earlier? And now you're still dawdling. Xiao's father rubbed his hands together, feeling utterly delighted. As the saying goes, if your children haven't settled down and started families, you can't even die in peace. Now everything was fine. Jindong had a sweetheart, and in no more than 2 years, he'd be holding his grandson. Xiao Jindong's mind was heavy, but his face, which never showed any emotion, remained unreadable even to his father. As soon as he stepped through the door, Xiao Jindong knew without looking that it was Ma Wenli. Ma Wenli, upon seeing Xiao Jindong return, quickly smiled and said, "Brother Jindong, I had to ask around to find your home." Xiao Jindong remained silent. He didn't even know why his father had dragged him back. Seeing his son so unresponsive, Xiao's father naturally stepped in to smooth things over. "Girl, you must be tired after all this. I'll make you a nice meal for lunch." As he spoke, Xiao's father nudged his blockhead of a son with his elbow, then changed his tone, speaking stiffly to Xiao Zhendong. Go to town and buy some pork belly, and maybe a roast chicken or something. Xiao's father felt that since this was the girls' first visit to their home, they should prepare a feast with 8 large bowls and 6 plates of dishes. I'll take you to a restaurant in town to eat. Xiao Zhendong's tone wasn't a question but a statement. As soon as he finished speaking, he called Qinlei and asked him to arrange a car. Xiao's father's expression darkened upon hearing this. How could they go to a restaurant on her first visit? Wouldn't that violate the Xiao family's hospitality etiquette? Great. Ma Wenli agreed immediately. Why? Wasn't it because she found Xiao Zhendong's home too shabby? She was probably worried that the food wouldn't be clean. They still used firewood for cooking. Wouldn't there be a layer of ash? What if she got poisoned from eating it? Defying military orders? Xiao Zhendong said darkly, his expression grim. Qinlei could only sigh helplessly. Why were the tasks assigned to him always so daunting? He'd rather stand guard at the border, occasionally catching a few guys trying to sneak across to unleash his fists. How could I dare? Qinlei replied sheepishly. Wasn't he doing this for someone? This time, Qinlei had commandeered the best SUV in Taizhi County. With higher ground clearance than ordinary private cars, it could easily navigate mountain roads and muddy paths. In about an hour, Qinlei drove into Luwazi village and parked the car right in front of the Xiao family's door. Little did anyone know, the dishes served at the restaurant were all personally cooked by Ma Zhaodi. Chapter 149. Zhaodi cooks. Zhaodi didn't even have time to change or wash her clothes. After all, the rain had delayed her schedule, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. She calculated that even if everything went smoothly, it would take over half an hour to get there. She'd be back just in time to make dinner. By the time she arrived in town, it was already past 4:40. Zhaodi carefully propped up the bicycle with the vegetable baskets hanging from it. Then, gritting her teeth, she unloaded 2 baskets of mushrooms from the back seat before stepping inside and calling out Old Buddha. But instead of Old Buddha, it was his wife who emerged from the back room, a woman in her 40s wearing an apron. Auntie, what's wrong? Zhaodi asked, noticing she was wiping away tears. Where's Uncle Old Buddha? The aunt sniffled, wiped her hands on her apron, and went outside to move the vegetable baskets, explaining as she went. He's at the hospital. This county restaurant wasn't like those in her past life, with fancy private rooms and impeccably dressed waitstaff. The head chef was Old Buddha, while his wife handled washing dishes, serving tea, and other tasks. The couple worked together, supporting each other in their small business. Even as the aunt settled the bill with Zhaodi, her tears wouldn't stop. What happened to Old Buddha? He just called me earlier. Zhaodi took the payment for the vegetables, but didn't rush to leave. While prepping ingredients, the stove broke. A pot of hot oil spilled all over him. Then why aren't you at the hospital with him, Auntie? Zhaodi's heart tightened. Hot oil wasn't like boiling water. It could reach over 300 degrees. Restaurants usually prepped ingredients in advance, chopping, blanching, or frying as needed. Old Buddha had probably been scalded by the boiling oil not long after calling her. At this, the aunt broke down in tears. Her husband had insisted that no matter what, they had to fulfill the evening's reservations. They couldn't break their word. Zhaodi felt a heavy weight in her chest. But Old Buddha was the chef. Then, what will you do? When the guests arrive later, I'll kneel and beg for their forgiveness if I have to. The aunt crouched down, lifting her apron to wipe her tears. What dishes were ordered? Maybe I can give it a try. As soon as Zhaodi said this, the aunt stared at her in surprise. This girl was just a vegetable delivery person. Could she really cook? Even if she could, she was here to earn money. It wouldn't be right to ask her to cook, would it? The aunt immediately waved her off. It's not dark yet. You should hurry back. The road to Luwazi is flooded in so many places. Go now while you can still see the way. We're all just trying to make a living, scraping by as best we can. Old Buddha has always looked out for me. I feel it's only right to help him cook a few dishes. The aunt's eyes suddenly gleamed with hope. You really know how to cook? Then thank you so much. I wanted to call and cancel, but my husband is so stubborn. He said since they chose our place, it means they like our food, tasty and affordable. So he absolutely refused to cancel. The aunt wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes and pulled a menu from the counter drawer. Zhaodi looked it over. Braised bream, distinction, 3 delights from the earth, spicy and sour cabbage, drunken peanuts, and a pot of tripe and quail egg soup. Zhaodi entered the kitchen. Without bothering about her mud-splattered clothes from the delivery, she tied on an apron and began prepping the ingredients. The reason spicy and sour cabbage was both cheap and delicious was because it was cooked with lard. Adding a bit of the crispy residue left from rendering the lard not only enhanced the flavor, but also left a lasting, satisfying aftertaste. Of course, the lard residue had to be finely chopped. As for the drunken peanuts, Zhaodi was all too familiar with them. Soak the peanuts in water beforehand to rehydrate them. This kept them from burning too easily in the hot oil and ensured they fried through evenly. After removing them from the wok, leave a little oil in the pan, add sugar, and stir until melted. Then toss in the fried peanuts, quickly stir to coat, and plate them. As they cooled in the air, the sugar coating naturally formed a frost-like layer. Distinction was even simpler. The 3 ingredients varied by region, but they all shared one thing in common. They were 3 vegetables grown underground. Sweet potato chunks, and taro chunks. Coat them in starch, fry until crispy, and set aside. Then season with salt and a pinch of sugar to balance the saltiness. Stir-fry quickly, trying to preserve the crispy texture from frying. This way, the saltiness, refined by the dissolved sugar, blended perfectly. The result was a dish with a crispy exterior and tender interior, smooth on the palate and utterly memorable. Old Buddha, your cooking has improved so much. The person who'd made the reservation was none other than Qinlei. 3 people sat around a square table. Qinlei faced Xiao Zhendong and Ma Wenli. Xiao Zhendong didn't say a word, managing to finish 2 bowls of rice and 3 steamed buns just with the dish's sauces. Ma Wenli ate quietly but couldn't help praising. I never expected such a delicious meal from a restaurant in such a poor area. After saying this, Ma Wenli called out, "Boss, bring us some tea." Qinlei was taken aback. This wasn't the kind of place where waitstaff stood by to refill your tea at any moment. Song Dekai remained expressionless, keeping his head down as he ate. "Coming." The aunt from the kitchen hurried out, rubbing her hands together apologetically as she thanked Zhao. "Thank you so much. I'll go attend to the customers now. You haven't had dinner either. Feel free to make whatever you like from what's in the kitchen." "Don't be shy. Go ahead, auntie," Zhao replied. Once the aunt left, she planned to take off her apron and head home. But then another commotion broke out outside. "Can you pour tea properly? You spilled it everywhere." That voice sounded so familiar, so very familiar. Zhao froze, then peeked out from the kitchen. Wasn't that Ma Wenli? And wasn't that Xiao Zhendong? From her angle, their backs were to her, but she made direct eye contact with Qinlei, who sat facing them. Qinlei's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, was this girl the reincarnation of a monkey god? How did she turn up everywhere? They'd come to this county town for a simple meal, and she'd somehow appeared in the kitchen. Unbelievable. Qinlei rubbed his forehead, excused himself to use the restroom, and slipped into the kitchen. "Zhao, are you part monkey? What are you doing here?" Zhao casually set the apron she'd taken off on the counter. "You ask me what I'm doing? I cooked the meal you just ate. If I'd known it was for you, I wouldn't have lifted a finger." As she spoke, her curiosity, the kind that kills cats, got the better of her. She stole another glance at the couple outside. Seeing the look in Zhao's eyes after she peeked, Qinlei felt a pang of heartache. If you'd known Xiao Zhendong was here with another woman, you probably wouldn't have cooked, you'd have poisoned the food. And even if that poison could kill, Qinlei would have willingly eaten it. What's so great about them anyway? Zhao scrubbed the counter vigorously. It was a habit of hers. Even when cooking at home, if she saw any splattered oil, she'd instinctively wipe it up with a cloth. "Boss, do you still have stir-fried mushrooms? Bring us a large portion and 2 other dishes as well. It's not our first time here, you know what we like." Another customer had arrived, calling out as soon as he entered. "I'm sorry, my husband isn't here today, Mr. Wang." "I'm truly sorry." Wang Yukai was taken aback. "Then where did the food for that table over there come from? If they can eat, why can't I? My older brother is the county party secretary." Chapter 150, Country Bumpkin. The woman looked troubled. Not to mention that he relied on his older brother being the county's high-ranking official to eat, drink, and run up tabs at the restaurant, owing over 1,000 yuan already. She couldn't afford to offend him now, and she felt too embarrassed to ask the girl for help again. "Xiaoma, hurry home. It's getting late. It's already dark anyway. Once it's dark, it's all the same." But this man never pays for his meals. After deducting electricity, rent, and all sorts of miscellaneous expenses, I make at most 500 yuan a month. That man alone owes over 1,000. I really can't afford to lose any more. "Auntie, go to the hospital to see old Buddha. I'll make a few more dishes. I'll keep track of the bill." Zhao's sharp gaze pierced through the small window to the outside. Although the glass was blurred by grease and smoke, she still recognized Wang Youtsai's wretched face at a glance. Accompanying him were 2 unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman in their 30s. They looked like a couple, yet also like lovers. Zhao had no idea what was going on today. The first time she finally got to cook a big meal, it was for these people she despised the most. If it weren't for old Buddha's usual kindness toward her, Zhao would rather smash the pot than cook for them. The aunt thanked her profusely, took off her apron, and hurried to the hospital. Afterward, Zhao got busy. Qinlei, leaning against the corner with his arms crossed, lit a cigarette and said leisurely, "If you don't want to do it, then don't. Why pretend to be nice? It was too obvious. Who couldn't see through it?" "I'm not pretending." I treat people well if they treat me well. Old Buddha has been good to me, so I'm doing this entirely for his sake. Jyoti angrily stoked the fire to boil water for scalding the mushrooms. Hearing this, Chinlei frowned slightly. Isn't that simple? Step aside. What are you doing? Jyoti glanced at Chinlei, who was rolling up his sleeves as he spoke, and he pushed her aside. The dishes I cook personally are more expensive than what you sell. As he spoke, Chinlei didn't even wash his hands. He grabbed 3 handfuls of rice directly from the rice cooker, threw them into the wok, and only then added oil. Then, with unskilled hands, he poured half a pack of salt into the wok, stir-fried it twice, and served it. Heavens, Brother Lei, are you trying to poison them? Jyoti's eyes widened in shock. Watch and learn. Chinlei clapped his hands, divided the less than a plate of fried rice into 3 portions, each less than half a bowl, and went to serve them, holding 2 plates in one hand and pinching the third between them. Walking out of the kitchen, Xiao Zhendong couldn't help but glance at Chinlei, wondering what he was up to. Zhendong, I thought your dad liked me quite a bit? Xiao Zhendong ignored him. Hey, what's going on with your restaurant? What is this? We ordered dishes. The commotion outside erupted instantly. The middle-aged woman slapped the table and stood up. Good heavens, what was this? Half a bowl of rice per person? 100 yuan per portion, not a cent less. Chinlei stared at Wang Yukai. Wang Youcai's face immediately changed. He secretly tugged at his friend's woman, signaling her to say less. Today was just unlucky, they'd have to make do. Even his older brother couldn't afford to offend this man. Why? Is this how you do business? The woman was displeased and immediately shouted, Where's the boss? Is he dead? With that, she stormed into the kitchen. Did you make this? How do you run a business? What is this? Try eating 2 bites yourself, old lady. Auntie, don't yell at me. The boss is over there. He's the one in charge. Jyoti was also utterly confused. Who would have thought that Brother Lei, who usually seemed so proper, could be no different from a hooligan when he decided to be bad? As soon as Jyoti said this, Song Dakai, who was eating, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but look back, and what he saw startled him. What was this girl doing here? When did she open a restaurant and become the boss? How did he not know? Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Zhendong couldn't help but stand up, only to be pulled back by Ma Wenli. Where are you going? I haven't finished my meal yet. Ma Wenli never expected to run into her here either and couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Xiao Zhendong's gaze turned icy. He brushed off Ma Wenli's hand and walked into the kitchen, where he saw Jyoti, whose apron couldn't hide her mud-covered clothes. Chinlei mission. Chinlei shook his head in agony. Heavens, he still wanted to eat a few more bites of Jyoti's cooking. But this mission was particularly tough. No matter what it took, even if he had to tie her up, he had to bring Ma Wenli back to the military base after the meal. As he walked past Ma Wenli, Chinlei added, 100 yuan per portion, not a cent less. Otherwise, when I settle accounts with you later, it won't just be about these 300 yuan. Yes. Being able to eat the fried rice cooked by Mr. Chen is my honor. I'll eat it. Wang Yukai broke out in a cold sweat. This guy's background was unclear, but even the county magistrate treated him with respect. Otherwise, how could his older brother, the high-ranking county official, have been removed from his position? Wang Yukai was the first to pick up the bowl of rice and take a big mouthful. The overwhelmingly salty flavor exploded in his throat, and he even crunched on a lump of salt. Instantly, his face twisted as if he had swallowed poison, making it hard to swallow. The 2 friends looked at Wang Yukai as if he were an idiot. The woman stopped making a fuss and couldn't help but glance at Chinlei again. I'm not leaving. Why should I? Ma Wenli was furious now. How could she run into Ma Jyoti even while eating? Watching the 2 in the kitchen gazing affectionately at each other, even without a word spoken, anyone could sense that his cold, stern face had suddenly softened with tenderness. When had he ever shown tenderness to another woman? Never. What are you doing here? Xiao Zhendong studied Jyoti for a moment before speaking. Helping old Buddha entertain guests. Jyoti said as she took off her apron. Xiao Zhendong looked at Ma Jyoti without the apron covering her. She was covered from head to toe in mud, and with her movements, her black cloth shoes squelched, oozing muddy water. The tops of her feet were pale from being soaked in water. He didn't care about old Buddha or anything else. Immediately, he reached out, grabbed Xiaoti's slender, willow-like wrist, and pulled her toward the exit. Xiao Zhendong, what do you take me for? Ma Wenli wouldn't have it. She pushed Chinlei aside and rushed forward, blocking Xiao Zhendong and Xiaoti. Xiaoti was still struggling to break free from his grip. She didn't want to follow him just like that. Why did he always get to decide everything? She, Ma Jyoti, wasn't the same Ma Jyoti who used to listen to everything he said. That Ma Jyoti had long been dead. Let go of me. Why do you get to control me? I'm happy to cook for old Buddha. What's it to you? Besides, your woman is right here waiting for you. What's the meaning of dragging me away? Jyoti struggled. Chinlei glanced at her. On the surface, she seemed to reject Captain Xiao, but her eyes couldn't deceive him. Hearing this, Xiao Zhendong's gaze turned cold, and his hand subtly loosened its grip. Ma Wenli's eyes blazed with fury. A moment ago, she had wanted to bite Ma Zhaodi's hand to separate them. But upon hearing Ma Zhaodi's words, she couldn't help but feel smug. She pushed Zhaodi aside and positioned herself next to Xiao Zhendong. You know your place. Look at yourself. What part of you looks human? You're just a country bumpkin, a hick. Chapter 151. Forcing a kiss. Old wine, you eat by yourself. This lady has no time to eat. With that, Wang Youcai's two friends turned and left in a huff. Wang Youcai, however, stood holding his plate, forgetting to eat, his eyes glued to the drama of women fighting over a man. It was quite a show, he had to admit. If only he, Wang Youcai, had a few women fighting over him. Heh. When he finally snapped out of it and looked down at the rice in the 3 plates, Wang Youcai's face instantly crumpled into a mass of wrinkles. He really wanted to die. If you're finished eating, you should leave quickly. I need to clean the tables. Zhaodi seemed not to have heard the insults hurled at her. So, what if she was from the countryside? What of it? Zhaodi's tone was calm as still water. Ma Wenli immediately felt that this dirty country bumpkin was still afraid of her. See? She's backing down. Ma Wenli promptly hooked her arm through Xiao Zhendong's, further solidifying her stance. Who would have thought that Xiao Zhendong's other hand would emerge from behind his back, his palm formed into a knife shape. With a subtle application of force, Ma Wenli's smug face froze in place. Then, Ma Wenli's eyes rolled back. She looked at Xiao Zhendong with disbelief before her head lolled forward and she passed out. Take her away. Xiao Zhendong glanced at Qinlei. Hadn't they agreed? Use any method, as long as it didn't kill her, just get her out of here. Qinlei cleared his throat deliberately, then took the unconscious Ma Wenli, hoisted her over his shoulder, stuffed her into the back seat of the car and drove off. The entire little restaurant suddenly became quiet. Even Wang Youcai's small table was quiet. 2 of the 3 plates of rice remained uneaten. Under the empty plate lay 300 yuan, but the person was gone. No one knew when he had left. Presumably, Wang Youcai would rather pay 1,000 yuan than eat that rice. Damn thing was probably toxic. He was afraid eating it would give him kidney stones by tomorrow. In Xiao Zhendong's calm eyes was reflected the figure of the young girl bending over to clear the bowls and chopsticks and wipe the tables. This figure was like opium poppy, toxic yet addictive. But a slight curve appeared at the corner of Xiao Zhendong's mouth, and a hint of satisfaction brimmed in the corners of his eyes, because he seemed to have understood something. His long legs took a few steps forward. From behind, he pulled that frail figure into his embrace. The bowls and chopsticks in Zhaodi's hands shook as her body trembled, a few chopsticks clattering to the floor. Let go. Zhaodi remained motionless. Although this embrace was a place she had yearned for in both her past and present life, she had to stay calm. She couldn't let foolish emotions cloud her judgment. Xiao Zhendong's voice was low and gentle, yet carried an unyielding determination. Not only did he not let go, he held her even tighter. To be honest, this girl was far too thin. He felt one of his arms could encircle her against his chest. Those pliant bones, with just a little more force, he could crush her entire frame. He really wanted to crush her, then tuck her into his own body, so they would never be apart again. What do you want exactly? Zhaodi's voice remained calm. She slowly put down the bowls and chopsticks. Tears welled up in her heart, a surge of bitterness rushing up her nasal passages, relentlessly stimulating her tear ducts. She felt she had been holding back for a very, very long time. She was almost unable to control her own heart. Yet, her rational mind kept reminding her over and over that this man was not to be had. I don't want anything. I've just made up my mind. You're coming back to the army with me. Zhaodi's body trembled. She then turned around and looked up at his chin. Zhaodi could feel the heat of his breath falling on her forehead. Before Zhaodi's words could leave her mouth, she instantly felt overwhelmed by a domineering yet gentle pressure. The corners of her lips twitched. She struggled, trying to push him away. But Xiao Zhendong was 1.95 meters tall, while Zhaodi was small and thin. One of his arms securely locked both her shoulders and her 2 arms. His other hand promptly scooped up the lower half of Zhaodi's body, holding her horizontally in his arms. Even though her legs struggled fiercely, like 2 fish just pulled from the water, they were soon restrained by that powerful arm. In his embrace, Zhaodi was like a zonzi. Aside from her torso writhing, other parts couldn't move. Don't move, Xiao Zhendong murmured, his lips not leaving hers. But to Ma Zhaodi, this was simply a complete violation of her rights? Why must whatever he said go? Who knew the bitterness that had been in Zhaodi's heart all these days? Yes, she dreamed of nestling in his embrace, but everything had long since changed. Yes, in both her past and present life, Ma Zhaodi believed she was destined from birth to be Xiao Zhendong's only woman, but everything had changed. Zhaodi stopped struggling. 2 lines of tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes, flowing into her ears, itchy and burning. Xiao Zhendong suddenly frowned and straightened up. He suddenly felt deeply sinful. How could he force her? Bowing his head, Xiao Zhendong felt a sense of guilt for the first time. After setting Jiaodi down, she cried, on the table, her shoulders shaking with sobs. I'm sorry. Xiao Zhendong's heart ached a little. He might have been too overjoyed. He really had been too overjoyed just now. He finally understood why this girl had scolded him last night. It was because she cared about him. This silly girl must have thought there was something between Ma Wenli and him, which was why she scolded him like that. Wasn't that jealousy? Wasn't this something for Xiao Zhendong to feel gratified about? Besides, hadn't she also asked him when he would marry her? So, Xiao Zhendong thought kissing her was acceptable, wasn't it? But now he felt he had been too overjoyed, forgetting how much of an insult this could be to a young girl, especially since it was her first kiss. In the future, for such matters, should he report in advance? Give advance notice and obtain permission before. Alright, he, Xiao Zhendong, was truly a blockhead when it came to emotions. He understood nothing. Go away, Jiaodi said through her sobs. Don't cry. I'll leave, alright? Xiao Zhendong was even more clueless about how to. Immediately, as if receiving a superior's order, he spoke while backing away until he was out of the restaurant. Hearing the sound of his departing footsteps, Jiaodi cried even louder. Xiao Zhendong, standing outside the restaurant smoking, heard it in his ears, but the pain was in his heart. He felt some self-reproach. He shouldn't have been so rash. Thinking this, Xiao Zhendong shifted his position. Standing in the darkness, he peered through the small glass window. He saw she had stopped crying, though she was still hiccuping slightly. Xiao Zhendong finally let out a long sigh of relief. After tidying up the 2 tables, Jiaodi sat alone in the restaurant, waiting for old Buddha while feeling the turmoil in her heart. Sometimes, the deeper the love, the sharper the pain. Jiaodi subconsciously raised her hand to touch the corner of her lips. His scent seemed to linger there. In the quiet night sky, the drop of a pin could be heard. Jiaodi heard the vibration of a phone, thinking she had accidentally set her own phone to silent. Where are you? Xiao Zhendong's voice came from the darkness outside the small restaurant. Jiaodi was slightly startled. He hadn't left? Xiao Team, this woman is simply inhuman. Should I hit her or should I hit her? It turned out that after Ma Wenli regained consciousness, she acted like a shrew, making a scene and demanding Qinlei turn the car around, or else Xiao Zhendong would be tricked away by that country bumpkin. That wasn't the worst of it. Reportedly, when words didn't work, Ma Wenli even bit Qinlei's shoulder. If not for Qinlei's strong composure, the car would have careened off the overpass due to loss of control. Chapter 152, The Mother Quail. Qinlei slapped his forehead, truly regretting not having gagged her mouth with a smelly sock, and best of all, tied her hands with nylon rope. This assignment, for Qinlei, was still, as he put it, better to transfer him to the border for guard duty. Well, he did have the right to protest, but wasn't it all because of that sky monkey? That gaze of hers was as if it could speak. One look could pierce straight into Qinlei's heart. Outside the restaurant, Xiao Zhendong, who was answering a phone call, slightly furrowed his brows. I'll send you a phone number. Give her father a call and tell him it's from me. If she disobeys orders, she'll be sent to the administrative department. After saying this, Xiao Zhendong sent a number via text message. This woman was truly the most troublesome he had ever encountered, traveling thousands of miles to Taizhi County just to make him take responsibility. Little did she know, that incident had truly implicated Xiao Zhendong. Ma Wenli somehow managed to trick the dorm supervisor and forced her way into his single dormitory. When Xiao Zhendong returned to his dorm, exhausted, and turned on the light, it didn't matter. A woman stripped right in front of him. As a result, the matter spread, leaving Xiao Zhendong unable to justify himself clearly. It even brought pressure from his superiors, who said a soldier should act like a soldier. Anyway, the fact that Xiao, the abbot of the monk regiment, now had a woman had somewhat tarnished the good name of the monk regiment. Since it was done, there was no point in denying it. That wasn't the style of a soldier. Xiao Zhendong, who originally disliked explaining too much, merely observed the matter coldly. He couldn't shut others' mouths. All he could do was ensure his own conduct was upright, fearing no slanting shadows. But in the end, Ma Wenli used it as an excuse and even came to demand responsibility from him during her family visit leave. At this moment, inside the restaurant, Jiaodi had already wiped down the kitchen and all the tables and chairs in the dining area, cleaning everything spotless. As soon as she stepped out of the restaurant, Jiaodi acted as if she didn't see Xiao Zhendong. With her heart pounding wildly and her cheeks burning, she disappeared into the darkness. The night was like water, the moonlight like silver. Where there were puddles on the mountain path, they reflected pools of silvery white. To avoid the puddles, Jiaodi walked like a snake, stepping left and right, unpredictably. Xiao Zhendong followed while talking on the phone, one hand in his pocket, moving at a leisurely pace. Okay, understood. Xiao Zhendong hung up the phone and quickened his pace. Zhao, you might have some misunderstanding about me. What misunderstanding? It's right in front of my eyes. It's not like I'm blind. Perhaps, for Ma Zhao, that kiss was forceful, yet it lingered in her mind. She truly wished Brother Zhendong would say the words she most wanted to hear. Love sometimes makes people retreat step by step, in constant compromise and withdrawal, until they fall into the dust, unable to claw their way out. She, Ma Zhao, would never in this lifetime humble herself to such an extent. What you see isn't necessarily true. If everyone were like this, then soldiers would lose all judgment when carrying out missions. If they could see through enemy situations just by visual observation, they could easily fall into traps set by the enemy's deception tactics. Xiao Zhendong didn't know how to explain. He really wanted to use a metaphor or get to the point, but he didn't know where to start. So, he felt this description was the most fitting. Zhao was baffled. Couldn't he just act normal? The moment he opened his mouth, it was all about military matters. Why don't you just fly to the sky? Is dating like fighting a war? Why didn't she notice in her past life that Brother Zhendong was such a blockhead? Humph. Zhao snorted heavily through her nostrils and quickened her pace, no longer distinguishing between puddles and the road. With a splash, she stepped right into one. Now it was Xiao Zhendong's turn to be baffled. Was his description not fitting enough? This was such an obvious matter. Well, women could really be annoying sometimes. He couldn't understand what was going on in their minds, yet this darn girl was the one Xiao Zhendong cherished so much. There's only you in my heart, no one else. Xiao Zhendong added. Zhao's heart sank. She really didn't want to humble herself to the point where a single kiss could melt her heart, but this guy was just too much. No one else? Then what about Ma Wenli, who was all over him? Was she some super realistic inflatable doll? Zhao remained silent, her steps growing faster and faster. I know you're jealous. I can tell. Xiao Zhendong originally wanted to say more, but Zhao cut him off. You think you, Xiao Zhendong, are some kind of prized catch? I'm not jealous at all. Just look at yourself. You're not even good looking, and your face is as thick as iron. In my opinion, Ma Wenli would regret marrying you for the rest of her life. After saying this, Zhao glared at him fiercely. Then, stepping on the water underfoot, she splashed water everywhere with loud splashes. Under the moonlight, the ripples spread out, as if shattering one moon after another. Ma Zhao. Xiao Zhendong flared up at this. Wasn't this jealousy? Immediately, Xiao Zhendong called out in a commanding tone. Ma Zhao ignored him completely, snapping Xiao Zhendong back to reality. He wasn't in military training or in the army. All military orders were useless on this darn girl. Xiao Zhendong felt that the authority he wielded in the army was utterly worthless in front of Zhao. No, not even worthless. At least a fart had a smell. You won't admit it, Xiao Zhendong quickened his pace, ignoring the mud and puddles underfoot. He grabbed Zhao from behind, lifted her horizontally into the air, spun her around, and then hoisted her over his shoulder like a sack. Xiao Zhendong, put me down. Zhao was so frightened that her hair stood on end. Will you admit it or not? Xiao Zhendong refused to let go, deliberately jostling her a few times on his shoulder. At most 70 pounds, maybe a pound or two more. Fine, I admit it. I'm jealous, okay? I'm jealous, just jealous that Ma Wenli is so close to you. Is that enough? Zhao was almost in tears before Xiao Zhendong finally set her down from his shoulder. As soon as her feet touched the ground, the girl began to sob. Was there anyone like this? Clearly, he had done something wrong, yet he was so self-righteous. Why? Seeing her sobbing, Xiao Zhendong smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. Afterward, the two of them didn't exchange another word and soon entered the entrance of Luwazi village. Zhao's home was at the east end of the village, while Xiao Zhendong's was at the west end. As soon as they entered the village, they had to part ways. Zhao couldn't help but look back, biting her lower lip. In the past, he would have taken the initiative to walk her home first. After all, it was almost 10 o'clock, and it was so dark, though there was moonlight, so it wasn't actually dark. But unexpectedly, he left first without even looking back. Zhao gritted her teeth and turned to walk home. Just as she reached her doorstep, before she could steady herself, she heard a heavy panting sound. Xiao Zhendong handed over a quail with full, lush feathers. This one is definitely a female. I had someone check. Zhao was stunned. Although Luwazi village was poor, with only about 200 households scattered about, it was still a distance from the west end to the east end. Normally, it would take half an hour, but it had only been about 5 or 6 minutes. Zhao numbly took the soft, delicate little quail. It felt warm and cozy in her hands, just like his hands used to feel. Where did you catch it? Zhao felt as if she had suddenly returned to her childhood, following Brother Zhendong around the village all day. They would raid bird nests, play marbles, of course. Brother Zhendong took marbles very seriously. She was responsible for carrying the little wooden bucket, following behind him, and collecting the marbles he won. Jyoti would often count them. At most, she had saved several thousand marbles. Chapter 153. Learning to Trust Him. That year, he left to join the army. Before leaving, he said that when the Taisi River froze over in winter, he would return to play with spinning tops on the ice, and he would definitely take Jyoti along to play. But by the time he came back, everything had changed beyond recognition. Jyoti's eyes suddenly felt scalding hot. Looking at the little quail in her hand, it instantly became blurry. I found it on Taisi Mountain. Jyoti bit her lip, holding back her tears, but it seemed she couldn't quite control her heart anymore. She buried herself in Xiao Zhendong's embrace, crying like a child drenched in tears. And she kept murmuring apologies through her sobs. Xiao Zhendong frowned slightly. Why was she crying again? Was she moved? Maybe he should catch 2 more for her tomorrow? So it was this easy to move her, this silly girl. He raised his hand and pulled the beauty into his arms, letting her tears soak his chest. Xiao Zhendong looked up at the sky. A bright moon hung high, outshining the surrounding stars. Thin clouds drifted leisurely like silk veils across the moon, causing the moonlight to flicker between dim and bright. Chirp chirp. The little quail, not yet fully grown, flapped its wings restlessly, fidgeting in Jyoti's palm. From now on, you must learn to trust me. I have never thought of marrying anyone else. If I cannot marry you, I, Xiao Zhendong, would rather remain alone for the rest of my life. Under the moonlight, Xiao Zhendong's eyes shone with a resolute light as he looked down at Jyoti. Jyoti just kept her head lowered, gazing at the little quail in her hand, gently stroking its soft feathers. She trusted him deeply, yet she was also afraid of misplacing that trust. But Jyoti's heart was still shaken. In her past life, hadn't he remained unmarried all along? Suddenly, she felt she could trust him again. The next morning, dawn broke. Jyoti carefully placed the quails into a birdcage, lining it with some straw. Outside, she placed a tile with a little millet sprinkled on it. As the morning sun rose, Jyoti made chirping sounds, amusing the 2 quails, one big, one small. The male had already grown full plumage. At first, the bigger one fought for food, but later, it stopped competing with the smaller one, letting the little quail eat its fill before eating itself, making a cooing sound in its throat like a duck yawn. It seemed as if the 2 quails were talking to each other, making Jyoti giggle. Ma Jiangwo looked suspiciously at the girl in the yard. So early in the morning, laughing like a fool, what was she up to? Jyoti, have you lost your mind? Huh? Dad, I'm fine. Then why are you grinning foolishly at the birdcage? I'm not grinning foolishly. It's just funny watching these 2 huddled together. Ma Jiangwo's face darkened. What was so funny about that? A young girl playing with birds, when she grows up, her palms will sweat, and she won't be able to do needlework. I have to go out today. Keep an eye on Bao Zhu, and don't forget to check his homework. Ma Jiangwo was neatly dressed. Although his shoulders and knees were patched, his overall appearance was clean, tidy, and spirited. Where are you going? Jyoti stopped playing with the quails and looked back. Found some light work, doing odd jobs for a furniture store in town. Can earn a few bucks a day. Ma Jiangwo emphasized the word light very clearly. Jyoti was taken aback. Dad, it's not like we're short of money at home. Besides, I can earn money. Ma Jiangwo waved his hand. For the older generation, labor seemed like a deeply ingrained tradition. It wouldn't kill you, but idleness could make you sick. They're all old acquaintances. Besides, I feel restless staying at home. Isn't there the TV to watch? Jyoti genuinely didn't want her lame father to go out and work, but she couldn't persuade him otherwise. Fortunately, the work wasn't heavy. He said he'd just be sitting, peeling bark off wood. Well, Dad, if you get tired, just stop. I can support our family. All right. Ma Jiangwo agreed, and with his limping gait, he headed out the door, tools in hand. When he reached the county town, Ma Jiangwo squinted and looked around, finding the place with the sign furniture store. He walked right in. Once inside, he was stunned. Coffin making? He rarely came to the county town, but since when did furniture stores start making coffins? Hurry up, no slacking, a middle-aged man barked with a dark expression. The shop was filled with several coffins, big and small, some plain wood, others painted. Hey, old man, you're the one La Wazi recommended, right? Perfect. Here's a piece of wood. See if you can patch it up. All right, sure. Ma Jiangwo limped into the workshop. Whatever. He was just a carpenter. Making furniture or making coffins, it was all the same. He immediately put his old skills to work, showcasing his craftsmanship. The rough, square wooden blocks under Ma Jiangwo's hands were joined seamlessly without a single nail, using the mortise and tenon technique passed down from his ancestors. Master, you've got great skill, the middle-aged man couldn't help but praise happily, quickly handing Ma Shifu a cigarette. Ma Jiangwo chuckled humbly. Not at all. I used to just make wooden stools, chairs, and tables. Nothing special. Though he said so, Ma Jiangwo felt content inside. He could finally earn money on his own and not let Zhao carry the burden alone. She was still young, at least in Ma Jiangwo's eyes. Once he earned some money, he'd send Zhao to school. Even if she refused, he could at least prepare a dowry for her so she could marry with dignity and grace, right? Thinking about all the good things, he worked with renewed vigor. The sun was blazing today. By midday, the 2 acres of land Zhao had irrigated the day before were half dried. The girl, hoe in hand, began loosening the soil and breaking up clumps. Before long, her back was drenched in sweat. But Zhao didn't slack off at all because at noon, Brother Zhendong would come to eat the mushrooms she had grown. Before 10 o'clock, Zhao shouldered her hoe and headed to the woodshed, cut some mushrooms, and went home early to prepare lunch. She pulled up the bucket of meat from the well in the yard and cut a piece. Truth be told, for Zhao, this well was warm in winter and cool in summer. Storing meat in it during the summer kept it from freezing and preserved it just as well as a refrigerator from her past life. Thinking about what Brother Zhendong had said to her last night, Zhao sat on the stool in front of the stove, humming a nursery rhyme as she lit the fire. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhendong arrived quite early. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao busy lighting the fire. Oh, Brother Zhendong, you're too early. I just started the fire, and the mushrooms haven't even been blanched yet. Zhao was a bit nervous. It was the first time she was properly cooking for Brother Zhendong, and at her own home too. She had planned to start preparing 2 hours in advance. Xiao Zhendong's face showed no expression, except for the joy and tenderness in his sharp eyes. At noon, I have something to do. I can't eat the mushrooms you made. Zhao's heart sank immediately. She had been ready to show off her skills. Oh. Xiao Zhendong saw the disappointment in the girl's eyes, and his heart ached. Tonight, Brother Zhendong will cook for you. Zhao's heart warmed slightly again. Xiao Zhendong paused, glanced around Zhao's home, and then, instead of leaving, walked into the kitchen. Before he even got close, Zhao could feel his intense, longing gaze. Chapter 154, Coffin Shop or Furniture Store. You. Zhao was just about to ask what he wanted to do. But before her words could fully leave her mouth, Xiao Zhendong crouched down, subtly cupping Zhao's head in his hands and bringing it towards his lips. Instantly, Zhao felt a warmth on her forehead. His breath brushed against her bangs, ticklish and warm. Believe me. Xiao Zhendong's lips lingered on Zhao's forehead for a moment before he pulled away, looking seriously into her eyes and speaking in a low voice. Zhao's face suddenly became burning hot. After Xiao Zhendong left, Zhao touched her forehead, then somewhat flustered, touched her lips. She had thought this man would kiss her on the mouth. With her heart pounding, Zhao neurotically slapped her own face. What was she thinking? Why did she feel disappointed? Why? Did it have to be a kiss on the lips to be good? Ma Zhao, your thoughts are so shameful. For a fleeting moment, Zhao wished she would grow up quickly. She even calculated, 16 this year, 17 next year, wait, no. In this era, girls were often betrothed at 15 or 16. Thinking this, Zhao's face flushed all the way down to her neck because her mind had already wandered into the wicked territory of imagining intimate, zero-distance contact with Xiao Zhendong. Good heavens. Zhao wanted to slap herself again, but looking at the leaping flames in the stove, she just hugged her knees and let her imagination run wild. For example, his figure must be very good. For example, he must have abs, right? This was too much. If she kept thinking like this, Zhao felt her face could fry an egg without needing any fire. What delicious food are you planning to make for lunch? A voice suddenly came from the main room, interrupting Zhao's train of thought. The blush on Zhao's face, like morning clouds, hadn't yet faded. She saw it was Qinlei at a glance. Brother Lazy, how come you're back so soon? Didn't he escort Ma Wenli back to the military unit last night? It's a long story. The moment Qinlei heard Zhao ask about this, he felt the place on his shoulder where that crazy woman had bitten him tear open again. He immediately poured himself a cup of tea, sat down, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and then asked where that rascal Baozhu had run off to. Out playing with Lu Ping'an. Oh, what exactly are you making that's so delicious? Hurry up and tell me, I'm starving. Qinlei took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled a plume of smoke, and took a big gulp of water. Stir-fried mushrooms. Brother Zhendong said he'll cook something delicious himself tonight. Zhao said happily, noticing the water in the pot was boiling. She poured in the torn mushrooms to blanch them. Qinlei was momentarily stunned for a few seconds, his phoenix eyes revealing a gentle, deeply buried sorrow as he watched Zhao's busy back, wiping sweat as she worked. It was clear that she and Captain Xiao had undergone earth-shattering changes overnight. The corners of his lips curled up slightly in a faint, wry smile as he muttered to himself, well, that's good too. This girl's smile is particularly infectious. I truly hope she lives a carefree life forever and never again lets Chinlei see that heartbreakingly melancholic look she had by the silk tree flower river. What about my godfather? Chinlei quickly pulled himself out of his reverie. Finding a topic to chat with Xiaodi about was good too. My dad? He can't sit idle. Said he went to work making furniture for someone at the Fuguei furniture store in town. But the work isn't heavy. Thinking of her dad also made Xiaodi's heart ache. His leg had just gotten better, not even fully recovered, and he was off to work. Thinking of this, Xiaodi suddenly froze. She didn't know if the furniture store provided lunch. If they didn't, with her dad's temperament, he definitely wouldn't be willing to spend 20 cents to buy something to fill his stomach. Xiaodi immediately sped up, stir-fried the dish, cooked some porridge, steamed a few buns, and set the table. She first handed Chinlei a bowl and chopsticks. Brother Lazy looked like he was famished too. Xiaodi hurriedly took off her apron, found a lidded lunchbox, washed it clean, put in some of the stir-fry, took 3 buns and a pair of chopsticks. Brother Lazy, you eat first. I'm going to take lunch to my dad. After saying this, Xiaodi put the lunchbox in a plastic bag, tied it up, hung it on the bicycle handlebars, pushed the bike, and went out. Chinlei watched the girl leave, then sighed softly and shook his head. Not long after, Baolu and Lu Ping'an came rushing back noisily. Watching the pot of braised meat with mushrooms Xiaodi had made disappear like magic from the moment Lu Ping'an sat down, it visibly diminished. In less than 5 minutes, it was scraped clean. Chinlei's forehead twitched as he stared at Lu Ping'an with a face full of black lines. She arrived in town around 12:30. Every household was eating lunch, and even the flow of people outside the small restaurants was livelier than at other times. Xiaodi asked for directions to the Fuguei furniture store all the way, but everyone said they hadn't heard of a furniture store opening. Asking around, she only found a Fuguei Changsho coffin shop. Holding a try-anything attitude, Xiaodi found the Fuguei Changsho coffin shop. A few coffins were displayed at the storefront. Business was slow. Peering inside, several workers in the work area were sitting on the floor eating. Only one hunched-over figure, accompanied by the shwa-shwa sound of stripping bark from wood, caught Xiaodi's eye. Come in and take a look. Our Changsho coffins are all good quality. We have everything you need. We even have rosewood ones. A lot of the timber is shipped from the south. A bald, middle-aged man in his 30s at the counter, gnawing on a duck's trotter and shoveling rice, greeted Xiaodi. I'm not here to buy a coffin. I'm looking for my dad, Xiaodi said. The bald, middle-aged man's head had several uneven, obvious scars. He now clearly looked displeased, continuing to eat his meal without even glancing at Xiaodi. Xiaodi walked towards her father, who was hunched over stripping wood. By the time she reached him, her eyes were already slightly red. Dad, eat. Ma Jiangwo suddenly looked up and saw his daughter. He hadn't expected her to find him here. Of course, afraid she would worry, he glanced at the lunchbox and said with an embarrassed smile. It's my first day working, sort of a trial. They'll provide food starting tomorrow. Don't bring me food tomorrow. Ma Jiangwo felt bad. He had told his daughter he was making furniture, but after all that, he ended up making coffins. He simply wanted to earn a bit of money to prepare a dowry for his daughter later, to fulfill his duty as a father. He didn't know if his daughter would think he had lied to her. Thinking this, the already starving Ma Jiangwo still opened the lunchbox lid and began wolfing down the food. He could finish a bun in 3 bites at most, but ate very little of the side dish. In the past, when times were tough at home, there weren't many dishes to eat. A small bowl of pickles could last the whole family for a meal. Now the family's situation was better, but Ma Jiangwo still couldn't bear to eat much. This small bowl of food could last him for 5 buns and 2 meals. Even if they don't provide food on the first day, everyone else is resting. Why are you still working? Don't you know to take a break? Xiaodi said softly. Ma Jiangwo gave a simple, honest chuckle. Dad wants to make a good impression, so I can get more pay later. Xiaodi suddenly felt a dryness in her throat, as if she had swallowed a piece of charcoal. It hurt so much it was hard to breathe. Instantly, the tip of her nose turned sour. This dish can be reheated and eaten for another meal tonight. In a few quick bites, Ma Jiangwo wiped his mouth, smiling as he handed the lunchbox back to Xiaodi. Inside, more than half of the mushrooms and meat slices remained. Stop dawdling. Get back to work, or I'll dock your pay. The bald man at the counter outside couldn't stand it anymore. All this dilly-dallying, was he going to work or not? Xiaodi instinctively looked back and realized this middle-aged man seemed to be targeting her and her father specifically. Chapter 155, Quail Meat. At this moment, everyone else who hadn't eaten quickly finished their lunch, and without even time to burp, they immediately started working. Ma Jiangwo wore a forced smile, awkwardly waving his hand to the boss as he said, "We've eaten well, we'll start working right away." Then, with a tone of earnest concern, he told his daughter not to come and deliver food tomorrow, as he would have a meal provided then. Jody held the empty lunchbox without saying a word, turned, and walked away. Ma Jiangwo sighed behind her. This girl. Don't come tomorrow, you're delaying the workers. As soon as Jody stepped out the door, she heard the bald boss add that remark. Jody immediately stopped and turned to look at the bald man. If you don't provide meals, how will they have the strength to work? The bald man was slightly taken aback. How could such a young girl have that kind of look in her eyes? It was as if they were like knives, piercing straight to the heart. If you have money to spend, then don't come work here. I never begged your old man to come work for me. Jody was left speechless by these words. Right then, she didn't want her father to work there anymore. She wanted him to go home with her. In her previous life, Ma Zhaodi had lived a worthless existence, but in this life, she could support the whole family. Who would have thought that as soon as Ma Jiangwo saw his daughter arguing with the boss outside, he quickly put on an ingratiating smile and humbly apologized to the man. Then he pulled Zhaodi aside and said earnestly, Zhaodi, we're working for someone else here. What they say goes. Be good, don't come tomorrow. Dad will have food to eat, alright? You just take good care of Baozhu, that's enough. Dad, how is the wage calculated? Is there a contract? Zhaodi sensed from the bottom of her heart that this boss wasn't a good person. In her past life, she might not have known, but the current Zhaodi, while not claiming to have seen countless people, could recognize that some people naturally exuded a villainous aura. Hey, don't worry about all that. You go back first. Ma Jiangwo glanced back and noticed the bald boss was looking at him sideways. Zhaodi didn't know what that look meant, but Ma Jiangwo did. If he made even the slightest mistake, his pay would be docked. He might not even get lunch, have to work overtime for free, and not get a single cent. He had learned all this after working the whole morning, when his skills had amazed several of the workers, and after they got familiar, a coworker told him. Ma Jiangwo didn't have time to explain in detail. He turned and gave the bald man a simple, honest smile, then hurried off to work. Zhaodi carried the lunchbox, looked at the shop, and sighed. She couldn't afford to be lazy or weary. She needed to have endless money. Only then would her old father not have to grovel and work for others. On the way back, Zhaodi pedaled her bicycle hard. The sweat from the heat contrasted with the gentle breeze blowing against her face. She didn't even know when she started crying. But Zhaodi quickly wiped her tears dry. By the time she got home, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Ma Baozhu had finished eating and, along with Lu Ping'an, had run off to who knows where again. Qinlei, however, was quite leisurely, sitting on the edge of the well in Zhaodi's courtyard smoking. When he saw Zhaodi return, he teased. Is my godfather doing all right at work? Zhaodi's cheeks were slightly flushed, partly from the heat and partly from the sting of tears. She immediately propped up her bicycle with a kickstand, carried the lunchbox, and went inside. She noticed 2 extra dishes on the table. One was stir-fried cabbage with tiny bits of minced meat, chopped very finely. The other plate held some kind of meat with bones, like chicken, but the pieces weren't as big as chicken meat. Zhaodi's previously gloomy mood instantly lightened considerably. She couldn't help but glance at Qinlei again. Thank you, Brother Lei, for remembering I hadn't eaten. As she spoke, Zhaodi went to get bowls and chopsticks, incidentally emptying the mushrooms from the lunchbox. She picked up a steamed bun and began eating heartily. Of course. Your Brother Lei cares so much about you, you have to treat me like a real brother. Absolutely. Zhaodi happily took a bite of the bun and reached her chopsticks into the plate of unknown meat. Immediately, she felt something was off. She poked around a few times and found a bird's head, slightly larger than a thumb pad. No, this was a bird's head. Instantly, Zhaodi's brows furrowed tightly. Thwack, with a crisp sound, Zhaodi slammed her chopsticks on the table, stood up, and ran out of the main room. She looked back at the birdcage. Was it empty? Qinlei. You. Zhaodi's eyes immediately reddened. She glared at Qinlei, too angry to speak, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Where are my quails? Zhaodi stamped her foot hard, tears falling freely. She roughly wiped her eyes and looked at the birdcage again, afraid she was hallucinating or seeing things wrong. But this look confirmed it. It was still empty. The birdcage, which Ma Jiangwo had made for her, still had a tile inside with some uneaten millet on it, but the quails were gone. Qinlei was startled, his cigarette falling from his hand in surprise. Yet he put on an innocent face and said, That's what you're eating. Qinlei said nonchalantly that a big, fat guy had come to the house and eaten all the food. He didn't know what else to cook. Seeing the meat hanging in the birdcage outside, though one was big and one small, the big one looked quite plump. Qinlei, don't come to my house anymore. I don't want to see you. Furious, Zhaodi went into the main room and slammed the door shut with a bang. Looking at the meat in her bowl, her heart ached as if she had lost someone dear. Sobbing sounds drifted from behind the door. Qinlei's expression changed. He had only been afraid the girl would go hungry. He hadn't realized those 2 birds meant so much to her. In their Yunnan, such quails were everywhere. You could just shoot them down and stir-fry them for wild game before animal protection laws were widespread. Jowdy, don't cry. I'll go catch two for you right now. Chinlei felt utterly unsettled by the sobbing. Heavens, it was as if Chinlei had committed the most heinous act in the world. Just yesterday, Chinlei had thought he hoped she would be happy all her life, preferably never shedding a tear. Luwazi village seemed to have seen more four-wheeled vehicles in the past 6 months than in any previous half-year. Villagers used to find four-wheeled cars a novelty, but now, whenever a car entered the village, it was definitely from the Xiao family. Sure enough, a military off-road vehicle bumped along into the village, turned onto the west side, and parked horizontally in front of Xiao Zhendong's house. Xiao Zhendong, you're no man at all. How can you shirk responsibility? Are you going to deny what you did to me? In the Xiao family courtyard, Ma Wenli had been forced to return. But Xiao Zhendong's father's fondness for her was useless. Xiao Zhendong had remained coldly watching and made a direct call to the military district political department. Now, people from the political department had come. Being taken back meant either expulsion from the party or being sent back to her hometown in disgrace. Compared to being sent back, expulsion from the party was more severe. After all, it was an honor, the glory of the entire family. Moreover, Ma Wenli's family had 3 generations of soldiers. By her generation, being expelled from the party meant that when Ma Wenli saw the political department personnel coming personally to take her, she went mad, wanting to appeal for justice. She insisted that Xiao Zhendong had taken advantage of her but refused to take responsibility. Even if the consequences were severe, she wanted to drag someone down with her to share the punishment. Chapter 156, Soilless Cultivation. Zhendong, what have you done? Even if you don't say it, I understand perfectly well. Look at this girl, she's not bad at all, definitely better than old Ma the second's daughter. Besides, you've already, how's she supposed to face others from now on? Father Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but say a few words. Xiao Zhendong frowned tightly, not saying a word, just staring at Ma Wenli, as if to say, don't you know in your heart whether I touched you or not? A long time later, Xiao Zhendong finally spoke in a low voice, his eyes sinisterly exuding a murderous aura. His face seemed frozen over. Ma Wenli felt guilty and involuntarily leaned closer to Father Xiao. Yet, she couldn't suppress the fear she felt towards Xiao Zhendong, who at that moment looked like he wanted to devour someone. This man, the beautiful and privileged Ma Wenli with her superior background, actually couldn't control him? Look at this family background, look at this dilapidated house. If Ma Wenli hadn't genuinely fallen for Xiao Zhendong, she would never, ever live in such a place even if beaten to death. Xiao Zhendong, if you don't know how to cherish it yourself, don't regret it later. For once, Ma Wenli suddenly saw things clearly. What qualifications did Xiao Zhendong have to be worthy of her? Just look at how poor he is. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhendong didn't even have the mind to respond. Forget about regret, even knowing her was something he regretted so much he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Ma Wenli, her arrogance soaring, walked out of the Xiao family's gate with her head held high and got into the military off-road vehicle. The soldier in the driver's seat got out and saluted Xiao Zhendong. Xiao Zhendong waved his hand, and the off-road vehicle swayed as it traversed the bumpy, potholed country road, heading towards the village exit. She was convinced that one day, Xiao Zhendong would definitely beg on his knees for her to return to him. She hadn't been sure before, but now, having seen his family's situation, Ma Wenli suddenly felt confident. She had never met anyone who didn't like money, including Xiao Zhendong. Xiao Zhendong, however, stood with his hands on his hips, watching the departing vehicle, and let out a long sigh. Father Xiao anxiously followed a few steps outside, only to realize 2 legs were no match for 4 wheels. He couldn't help but frown and interrogate his son. Zhendong, are you dead set on making your mother die with her eyes open? Such a good girl, why can't you see her worth? Dad, actually, Jiaodi is a really good girl. It's just that you're prejudiced against her. Xiao Zhendong looked at his frowning father. He felt deep down that even if he said it, his father might not immediately accept Jiaodi, so he simply stopped talking. This led Father Xiao to gather his brothers, Xiao Zhendong's aunts and uncles, that very night for another family meeting. He had originally promised Jiaodi to show off his cooking skills that evening, but now he could only entrust it to Chinlei. In the woods of Prince Mountain. After hanging up the phone, Chinlei put his hands on his hips and looked up at the bird's nest in the treetops. He had a headache. In this remote, impoverished place, where was he supposed to find a pair of quails, 1 male and 1 female and 1 big and 1 small at that? For now, he first returned to Ma Jiaodi's house, unsure how to tell her. To his surprise, no one was home. After searching around, he found her in the fields. That duck-headed Lu Ping'an was swinging a hoe, helping to loosen the soil. Ma Baodu was lazily working, half-heartedly. Ma Jiaodi, like a little wildcat, was working diligently, huffing and puffing. Chinlei rubbed his forehead. It seemed she wouldn't be in the mood for dinner tonight either. He turned and left, planning to go to the county town's flower and bird market or somewhere to buy a pair of quails. Zhao worked until the sun set behind the western hills. Ma Baozhu and Lu Ping'an were both exhausted, sitting at the edge of the field panting. Zhao, however, tirelessly shouldered her hoe and went home first to cook. The text message had made it clear, Brother Zhendong had family matters tonight. Oh well, Zhao had also come to understand. It was just 2 quails, right? If 2 people truly loved each other, even mountains of gold and silver couldn't prove anything, just like the diamond ring in her past life. In the evening, Ma Jiangwo returned home, happily talking about work matters. Starting tomorrow, he could get his wages. Seeing her father happy about work, Zhao couldn't help but feel relieved. Dad, I'm going to the city tomorrow. I probably won't be back the same day. Zhao said to her father during dinner. What are you going to the city for? Brother Bai said he wants me to go to Kaming City to visit someone's soilless cultivation technology, listen to the experts' lectures, so I can help him out later. Oh? What's soilless cultivation? Can vegetables live without soil? They can, Dad. There are many things you haven't seen. This trip is a good learning opportunity, Zhao said. That afternoon while working, Bai Wenjie had come to find her. Originally, Bai Wenjie had hesitated, given Ma Zhao's educational background. She hadn't even finished elementary school. She probably wouldn't understand many professional terms. But after thinking it over, she was the smartest girl in the whole village. Otherwise, how could she have turned the alkaline land from waste into treasure? The next day, after much thought, Zhao decided to send a text message to Xiao Zhendong, saying she was going to the city to study and would be back at the earliest tomorrow. What could she do? This shabby county only had 1 bus, and it was so dilapidated that you could hear the sheet metal rattling when it accelerated. When it hit potholes, the leaf springs groaned under the strain. She was really afraid it would tip over if it took a turn unsteadily. On the road, Bai Wenjie said the lecturer was his former professor from the agricultural university. This time, the soilless cultivation technology had made a new breakthrough and had just been introduced. Zhao listened along the way without speaking, only occasionally nodding. Because Zhao roughly understood what was going on. After all, she had experienced her past life. When they arrived, the farm was indeed large, with various soilless cultivation technologies. But as Zhao had anticipated, the investor was just using the agricultural university professor's name to promote and attract investment. To put it bluntly, he wanted others to invest in this project. At the time, the investor spoke eloquently about how vegetables grown with soilless cultivation were sweet and delicious. The lunch they ate was the product of soilless cultivation. Zhao picked up a piece of cauliflower with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. She immediately concluded this wasn't a vegetable cultivated with soilless technology. In this era, although soilless cultivation and grafting techniques had emerged, they were still relatively immature in terms of widespread adoption. Especially the soilless cultivation technology of this era, which used chemically formulated nutrient solutions without extracting harmful substances and residues. So, it was still in a semi-mature stage. Soilless cultivation technology truly became widespread only after land shortages and rural urbanization, because by then, land had become scarce. However, the soilless cultivation technology of this era produced vegetables with plenty of moisture, but they were definitely not crisp and tasty. In rural terms, they were like overnight bean sprouts, with a watery taste. Seeing that Zhao hadn't spoken throughout the whole process, Bai Wenjie thought she hadn't understood. He decided to explain, saying soilless cultivation was an inevitable trend for the future development of green agricultural products. Brother Bai, are you planning to invest in soilless cultivation technology? Zhao asked lightly. I have that idea. But since you asked that, you probably understood. So, tell me, what's your opinion? Zhao smiled faintly, calm and composed. If I had money, I'd rather invest in a vegetable market. Bai Wenjie adjusted his glasses, slightly taken aback. How so? I'm already growing seedlings now. At the latest by September or October, a large batch of fresh vegetables will be ready for harvest. As for this soilless cultivation technology, I think it's not mature enough. Look at that investor's face. You can tell he's losing money and wants to find someone to share the burden. Bai Wenjie drew a sharp breath. How do you know? Chapter 157. Hair Salon. It won't become widespread, Zhao said plainly. For Zhao, who had lived through it all, the history of soilless cultivation was particularly long. It continued until after the reform and opening up, then into the 1970s, the 1980s, and it wasn't until 1999 that there was a real breakthrough. For today in 1993, losing money was almost a given, and it wouldn't become widespread. The reason was simple. Among the older generation of this era, even finding someone literate was difficult, let alone someone who understood soil nutrient composition. Even if they understood, didn't it still rely on adding nutrients to make vegetables grow healthily in water? The cost was definitely no less than soil cultivation, and the taste still couldn't compare to soil-grown produce. At least at this stage of development, Jody was certain of that. Jody analyzed it all, her words calm as if discussing trivial matters after a meal, yet it made Bai Wenjie look at her with new respect. He always felt this girl must have studied agriculture at university. Otherwise, how could a country girl like her understand things so thoroughly? However, for Jody, she actually had a new idea. Originally, she was supposed to return according to plan that day, but Jody stayed in Kaming City. She investigated Kaming City's vegetable markets, vegetable prices, including the stall rents for farmers at the markets. She even found out who the developer of the vegetable market was. It turned out to be Wu Qing, the owner of that wealthy hotel from back then, though the real estate development was handled by Wu Qing's elder brother. Remembering her past life working as a cleaner in that wealthy hotel, Jody felt a pang of sadness, along with the strange looks the hotel manager gave her. Yes, she had killed someone. But she was forced into it. Unexpectedly, all her colleagues at the hotel avoided her like she was a plague. Until one day, the hotel manager, Wu Qing no, to be precise, she later became the manager. Because her family had money and connections, she was just there to experience life and learn hotel management. In the future, Wu Qing would be the owner of the wealthy hotel. Jody was framed multiple times, all to get rid of her, because she was simply too ugly. Even when cleaning rooms, she scared several guests who hadn't left yet after their rooms were tidied. But thinking of this, Jody had to admit that Wu Qing's methods were truly sinister. If the Bai family hadn't later met with disaster and declined, and if elder brother Bai hadn't died, she would never have been forced to work as a hotel cleaner with her undergraduate agriculture degree. Thinking of this, Jody let out a long sigh. She really couldn't stay holed up in a poor mountain village forever. She had many things to do. On the afternoon of the third day, Jody was waiting for that one dilapidated bus that went directly to Taizhi County. Many people at the station were carrying large and small woven plastic bags, all waiting for the bus. Across the street were several hair salons. Jody used to think they were just places for haircuts and shaves. Later, she learned they were so-called red light districts. Women in revealing clothes flirted and solicited customers. In a daze, Jody noticed a girl in a fiery, eye-catching red bodycon miniskirt who looked very familiar. She was greeting passing men, asking if they wanted a haircut. A man asked, "How much for a haircut?" "That depends on whether you're getting a haircut for the big head or the little head." Jody broke out in a cold sweat. The girl didn't look much older than herself, but her face was heavily made up. Jody kept feeling it was someone she knew, but she just couldn't believe it. Soon, the exclusive dilapidated bus for Taizhi County arrived at the station, blocking Jody's view. By the time the bus turned around to depart, the girl in red at the salon entrance had already pulled a man inside. Jody only caught a glimpse of her retreating back. The more she looked, the more familiar it seemed, especially the outward-turned gait of her legs. Then a wave of people, waiting for the disembarking passengers to get off, rushed into the bus. Jody had no choice but to follow the crowd onto the bus. The good seats were already taken. Jody could only sit in the back row. Fortunately, it was by the window. Many of the Later, the germination rate of the mushrooms would gradually decrease until the nutrients in the cultivation bags were exhausted. Chirp chirp. Jody was startled. She looked up. In the wooden birdcage under the eaves, 2 quails were chirping. Seeing Jody enter, they seemed shy, tucking their heads almost into their necks, only their pointed little beaks visible. Jody's thoughts about future plans were suddenly interrupted. She couldn't help but mimic bird chirps to tease the quails a few times, while with her other hand, she took out her phone and dialed Chinlei. "I never said you had to compensate." The girl heard one sentence, and her expression immediately changed. "Brother Zhendong caught them for me?" Jody was taken aback. She glanced back at the pair of quails. Although their plumage and size were different from before, Jody's heart bloomed with joy like a flower. But Chinlei knew these quails were ones he had bought after borrowing a car and driving for a whole day to the Kaming City flower, bird, and antique market. The girl carefully entered the room, grabbed 2 pinches of grain, and tossed them onto a tile. Chinlei looked at the girl's satisfied face and finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Chinlei stayed for dinner that evening. Early the next morning, Jody went to Guigong village. As soon as she entered Guigong village, Jody smiled. It truly lived up to being the village in Taizhi County with the best development of agricultural byproducts. Every household had red brick walls and gray-tiled roofs. In front of the houses were small, grid-patterned vegetable gardens. In the distance, field after field of vegetables stretched endlessly as far as the eye could see. But according to Majodi's understanding, the first group of people in Guigong village who got rich from growing vegetables had long since moved to the city. Other villagers, seeing their success, also started growing vegetables. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. Now, the vegetables from the entire Guigong village had severely depreciated. Jody had actually discussed this issue with County Magistrate Ma before coming this time. Jody still remembered how County Magistrate Ma had chuckled, slapped the table, and said, "Good." His old face had flushed red down to his neck, insisting that Jody, despite her young age, actually had such a business mind. That night, the village head of Guigong village, Fong Bainyo, and the village head of Luozi village, Bai Wenjia, met at the brigade office to discuss this matter. Which big boss has such good vision? Took a liking to our village's vegetables. Along the way, Fong Bainyo felt anxious. He came carrying the sincere hopes of all the villagers of Guigong village. But when he saw Zhaodi, he couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. Not only was she not some big boss, she was just a young girl. Chapter 158, Selling the Farm Vehicle. Fong Bainyo sniffled and looked Zhaodi up and down, feeling somewhat disappointed. Bai Wenjia naturally noticed this. He adjusted his glasses frame and proceeded to introduce her. Soon, despite Zhaodi's seemingly young age, Fong Bainyo realized that her demeanor, speech, and the planning for developing the city's vegetable market all displayed a remarkable maturity. Her vision and thoroughness in considering matters were far beyond what someone her age should possess. Gradually, Fong Bainyo also calmed down. When it came to transportation issues, Zhaodi had already thought everything through. She only said one sentence. "Regarding transportation, Village Chief Fong, you don't need to worry. Just make sure the villagers are ready with their vegetables when I say it's time to prepare. However, payment will be settled once a month." Zhaodi also wanted to pay the vegetable farmers immediately, but the less than 10,000 yuan she had on hand was intended for buying a farm vehicle. Only after the city market opened and she saw profits could Zhaodi distribute money to the villagers. However, on her way back, Zhaodi was filled with excitement the entire journey because the vegetables from Guigong village were incredibly cheap. Radishes and potatoes were only 20 cents per jean, sweet potatoes 10 cents per jean. Selling them in the city, potatoes could fetch at least 50 cents per jean, and sweet potatoes 30 cents. As for cauliflower and cucumbers, the prices were relatively higher due to lower yields and higher land costs. Even so, Zhaodi felt this investment was guaranteed to be profitable, and the villagers were particularly happy about it. However, there was one point. Bai Wenjia seemed to have some reservations. He seemed to think Zhaodi had no intention of helping Luozi get rich, but was instead helping Guigong village develop its future prospects. But Bai Wenjia didn't voice this thought. After all, the villagers of Luozi had already developed an indomitable folk custom. Each harbored their own schemes, always feeling that any investment suggestion was a trap for them. Thinking of this, Bai Wenjia sighed and shook his head. Even though Ma Zhaodi felt this business venture was absolutely guaranteed to profit without loss, she didn't get carried away. As soon as she got home, Zhaodi told her father about her plans. Ma Jiangwo's face darkened. "What did you say? You want to buy a farm vehicle?" "Yes, Dad. I plan to get into vegetable transportation now to earn more money," Zhaodi said, bringing a basin of foot-washing water to her father. But Ma Jiangwo showed no intention of taking off his shoes. He stared at his daughter for a long time, always feeling that their family's living conditions were much better than before. Moreover, he had found a place to work and earn money. Life would definitely get better and better from now on. But this little girl actually wanted to do business in the city. To put it bluntly, that was something for big bosses. What did a young girl like her know? Do you know how much a farm vehicle costs? 4 or 5,000 yuan. What if it ends up being a dead investment? In my opinion, it's better to save that money. In case of some emergency, you'll have this sum to fall back on. For the honest, uneducated Ma Jiangwo, who had never left the mountains or seen the world, saving money was the safest option. But for Ma Zhaodi, money saved was always dead money. Furthermore, for Ma Zhaodi, this life was just beginning. She had too many things to do. At the very least, she wanted to prove her capabilities to the Shao family. One day, she would make the Shao family elders beg for Ma Zhaodi to marry into the Shao family. Of course, thinking of this, Zhaodi still couldn't sleep all night. The day before yesterday, Zhaodi went to find Jindong, but unexpectedly, he had been sent by his father to help with farm work in the fields. Instead, since Xiao's mother passed away, it was Xiao Zhendong's aunt who helped with cooking at home. This Xiao family aunt was no easy person either. It was said she had a falling out with her husband and was sent back to her for some unknown reason. Of course, for Zhaodi, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that she was particularly sharp-tongued and venomous. At that moment, without even looking at Ma Zhaodi, she muttered, not even looking at what she herself was like. Forget about her small, thin frame. Just looking at her flat buttocks, you could tell she couldn't bear sons, with that husband-scorning appearance. Zhaodi was now too lazy to argue with the Shao family elders. After all, she had already made up her mind to use her own abilities to increase her value. She didn't believe that one day, she, Ma Zhaodi, wouldn't rise above them. Zhaodi turned over and looked at the time on her phone. It was already past 11 at night. Insects chirped outside, and the moonlight was like water. Her phone rang. Jody answered and said, "Brother Lei, you're not asleep yet?" I heard you want to buy a farm vehicle?" Jody was slightly taken aback, thinking to herself about that phone returned by her aunt. Jody had gotten a SIM card for her father, so he could contact her in case of emergencies while working alone outside. Unexpectedly, she had just taught him how to make calls the day before yesterday, and now, with his first call, he had already learned to tattle to his godson. Jody rolled her eyes. "Yes, so what? What did my dad say again?" Chinlei chuckled awkwardly on the phone. "He didn't say much. Later, I'll send you a contact. Coincidentally, I have a friend in Kaming City who used to be in transportation. The vehicle is 70 to 80% new, and he's selling it cheap." Goodness, Jody had already guessed what her father told his godson. The thinking of the older generation and her, Ma Jody, really had a generation gap. Forget it, it was a good thing anyway. 70 to 80% new? How many years has it been driven? Less than a year. Then how much is your friend willing to sell it for? Are the purchase invoice and procedures complete? He's a good friend. Your brother Lei says how much it is. But I want to know how much you're planning to offer. Wow, such a big tone, Jody thought. After understanding the model, Jody said, "If it hasn't had major repairs, I think 3,000 to 3,500 is worth considering." "No problem. But who's going to drive it for you after you buy it?" Chinlei thought to himself that if there was no driver, he could be her driver when he was bored. "I'll drive it myself." "I can't afford to hire anyone now," Jody said. Chinlei gasped. "You? Haha, are you still dreaming late at night? Forget about whether you can even drive being a wonder. Such a big farm vehicle, with your build? Are you going to stand and drive, or plan to squat on the seat to drive? Can you even reach the steering wheel?" Hearing this, Jody's face flushed with anger. Late at night, the sweat had just subsided, but now angered, she felt her cold shower earlier that night was wasted. "Brother Lei, how can you insult people like that? I can still grow taller. I'm not of age yet. Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue talking like that?" As Jody spoke, she lowered her head to look at her chest, which was like flattened steamed buns. Actually, Jody herself was quite anxious inside. She was already 16. Why weren't her steamed buns growing? Jody thought about her figure in her previous life. It was quite impressive. But, from memory, it seemed she only shot up in height around 17 or 18, with a curvaceous figure, right? Jody comforted herself like this. Besides, it was just a farm vehicle. In her previous life, she had gotten a driver's license. Moreover, through years of experience delivering vegetables and transporting aquatic products for the Bai family, she, Ma Jody, had even upgraded to an A license. Thinking of this, hearing the uncontrollable laughter on the other end of the phone, Jody couldn't help but snort. "Brother Lei, you better be careful. Tomorrow, I'll drive the vehicle back." Little did she know, the next day when Jody found Chinlei's good friend, she almost couldn't make it back. Chapter 159, Drifting with a Farm Vehicle. Haha. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. You should get some sleep early. Chinlei simply didn't believe that Jody could drive a farm vehicle. After all, in the entire Luwazi village, only one household owned a tractor, the former village chief. Think about it, a young girl who had never left the mountains, who had never even touched a tractor. Well, what Chinlei really wanted to say was, why didn't she just turn into a skyrocket and blast off into the sky? The next day, Jody got up very early. She had to get to the county town first, and then squeeze onto that dilapidated long-distance bus that only made one round trip per day. Who would have thought that just as Jody squeezed onto the bus, she received a call from Chinlei. He said he had borrowed a car and, since he had nothing else to do anyway, he would drive Jody to the city. To be blunt, Chinlei just didn't believe she could drive. Besides that, he was worried she might overestimate herself. If an accident happened on the road, it wouldn't be as simple as a few bumps and scrapes from riding a bicycle. But by now, Jody had figured out Chinlei's temperament. She adopted a tone of regret and said, you should have said so earlier. You could have saved me the bus fare." Truthfully, Jody didn't want to keep troubling others. Chinlei had already helped her too much. Besides, Jody wasn't some delicate young miss. She felt she could endure any hardship. Hearing this, Chinlei pulled the car over to the side of the road and immediately called his friend Tizi. He repeatedly emphasized that if this girl didn't know how to drive, Tizi must personally bring her back and not let her drive the vehicle over herself. At worst, Chinlei would treat Tizi County as his own home and play the gracious host to entertain Tizi. Tizi promised repeatedly, almost raising 3 fingers to swear to the heavens, before Chinlei finally let him off. "When the hell did you become such a mother hen? Is she your little wife, or something?" Finally, Tizi couldn't resist, inquiring. "Get lost and cool off somewhere." Chinlei seemed to have been hit where it hurt and hung up the phone immediately. But by noon, Chinlei couldn't help calling again to ask. At first, no one answered. Later, when Teasy called back, his first words were, "Lazy, have you ever seen someone drift with a farm vehicle?" His tone was completely devoid of emotion, as if he had been stunned by what he witnessed. He was merely stating a fact. Chinlei broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. Was this kid still half asleep or just talking nonsense? Drifting with a farm vehicle? Wouldn't the tow bar in the middle snap off? The tow bar didn't break, really. You have to come see it to believe it. Jodi's first impression of Teasy was that his beer belly arrived before he did. That belly could stick out for 2 miles, okay? That's a bit of an exaggeration. People often say fair and plump, but this friend of Brother Lei's was both dark and fat. Perhaps because of Chinlei, this dark, stout man was very enthusiastic towards Jodi, repeatedly emphasizing whether he should deliver it for her. Jodi was naturally grateful. She had already saved a lot of money on this used vehicle. How could there be a reason for door-to-door delivery? How would he get back to Kaming City then? Left with no other choice, and also wanting to touch the steering wheel and feel that familiar sensation from her past life, Jodi agreed. When she sat in the driver's cabin, especially when she engaged the clutch, shifted into gear, and released the clutch, Jodi could only say that this dark, stout man had maintained the vehicle exceptionally well. The engine made no noise at all. After the sound of it starting up with a vroom, Jodi had to admit, even the windshield was wiped clean as if licked by a dog. The only shortcoming, if it could even be called that, was that the vehicle's body and the outer frame of the cargo bed had severe paint peeling, just as the dark, stout man had said. He wasn't in the transport business anymore. He had moved to a new home and lived in a Western-style building in the city, so this large farm vehicle had been left exposed to wind and sun. Logically, he had only used it for about half a year. Later, after Jodi got to know him better, she found out it was because he had a falling out with his wife. Apparently, his wife ran off with a rich boss. So, from that point on, he decided to spend his money on his own enjoyment. He stopped driving for business, spent whatever he had, and most importantly, didn't want to live a life he would regret. After all, you couldn't rely on anyone. Jodi understood very well. In fact, the worldview and values a person develops in a lifetime depend on what they experience. If someone is a survivor of war, they absolutely revere world peace. It's the same principle. Lazy, I've done my utmost, you hear? Your little wife's driving skills could leave me in the dust by 18 blocks, haha. You can rest assured this time. Teasy called Chinlei from the side. It wasn't just because Jodi's driving skills had genuinely shocked him, but also because he had a date with a young girl tonight. As Teasy put it, when you die, your dick points to the sky anyway. The key is not to mistreat that little bird, right? Chinlei frowned. He knew that beneath that rough exterior lay only one thing, women. But he was still a bit worried about Jodi. Could she really drift with a vehicle? He guessed this kid was just making excuses to avoid helping out with the delivery. By then, Chinlei was already on the road. He straightforwardly told Teasy the name of the restaurant, saying it was his treat. To respect his brother's preferences, he added directly, "Bring your woman along for your little brother to see." Teasy was delighted to hear that. He was only one step away from getting that young girl. Jodi was in a bit of a hurry to return. She had already made arrangements in Kaming City. The vegetables she was purchasing were cheaper than those of other vegetable vendors. When the time came, the entire vegetable market would prioritize her produce. The vegetable sellers would be happy too, since they could earn a few extra cents per pound. At one of the few seafood restaurants among Kaming City's limited selection of eateries, Chinlei had already arrived. He knew his brother's taste. He loved seafood. Because he was from Shandong, and his hometown was near Qinghai. Back home, he used to eat seafood as often as northerners eat noodles, to the point of getting sick of it. Being away from home for so long, eating seafood now felt like returning to his hometown. Jodi was the second to arrive because Teasy had to pick up the little woman he mentioned. So, Jodi and Chinlei chatted for a few moments first. "You drifted with a farm vehicle?" Chinlei stared at her for a long time before speaking. "Your friend has a peculiar personality. He insisted I test drive the vehicle. If I didn't drive well, he wouldn't let me leave." At first, Jodi really felt like she had boarded a pirate ship. What kind of cellar was this? Requiring an on-site inspection? And you couldn't leave without it? In her past life, Jodi felt that sellers would rather you didn't inspect on the spot. At worst, they could just deny it later. Chinlei held his forehead, preventing the cold sweat from dripping down. Good heavens, if this girl wasn't the reincarnation of a skyrocket, he'd write his surname chin backwards. Just as they were talking, Teasy's voice, as rough as his appearance, rang out. It also carried a tone of careful gentleness reserved for girls. "My iron brother. We're having seafood today." Jodi had her back to the door. She heard Teasy's voice first, then saw Chinlei's suddenly serious expression. Following Chinlei's gaze, Jodi turned to look. That glance was startling. The woman was wearing a shoulder-bearing, body-hugging dress that revealed her thighs clad in black fishnet stockings. On her feet were red high heels as thin as chopsticks. Her face was heavily made up. Her eyes were so heavily painted that it seemed there was no difference whether they were open or closed. That face shape was familiar, too familiar. When Ma Xiaodi saw the outward-turned walking posture, her head buzzed. For a few heartbeats, it felt like her heart had stopped. Chapter 160, Ma Yuhua Today. Xiaodi immediately remembered the red-dressed young woman she had seen in the red light district across from the bus station a few days ago, during her first trip to Kaming City to investigate the market. Back then, she had found her strikingly familiar. Now, Xiaodi didn't know whether to feel sorry for her cousin or to feel relieved. After all, Xiaodi had lived a past life, one wrong step, and a whole life could be ruined. As for relief, Xiaodi could only say that the path was one her cousin had chosen herself. At that moment, Xiaodi calmed her emotions. Tizi held Ma Yuhua's hand as they took their seats. At first, Ma Yuhua felt somewhat embarrassed, but upon seeing Xiaodi, she suddenly gained confidence. Just as Lu Dashing had promised her, as long as she obeyed, she would definitely earn more than Ma Xiaodi. Whenever a new girl arrived in the red light district, many regular customers would shift their attention. Xiaodi had to admit that this line of work brought in money exceptionally fast. But everyone has their own aspirations. How one acquires wealth is directly linked to their moral principles. As Ma Yuhua sat down, Tizi was about to introduce her, but she took off the small leather bag that matched her outfit, placed it on the table, crossed her legs, and said, "We've known each other for a long time. Isn't she just Ma Xiaodi, the one who sells eels in the countryside? And this one, I know him too, Qinlei, right?" Xiaodi looked at her insincere smile, which concealed an attitude of, "If you have the guts, send me to jail. Otherwise, just stay down." Ma Yuhua was now acting all high and mighty. With a spread of her legs, even the guys who didn't pay could have their fun, and if she wanted someone dealt with, those guys would take care of it. "We've known each other for a long time." As she said this, Ma Yuhua hugged her arms, pulling down her already off-shoulder dress even further, revealing a deeper cleavage. Ma Xiaodi was almost afraid the dress hanging on her shoulders would slip right off. However, for Ma Xiaodi, she had seen plenty of women like this in her past life, even more open than now, hadn't she? So, Xiaodi calmly turned her head to look at Qinlei. "Let's eat. I'm starving." This was the truth. Xiaodi had taken an early bus and after getting off, she only had a leftover bun from a breakfast shop. It counted as both her breakfast and lunch. In the afternoon, she looked at cars, test drove them, and up until now, that bun was still all she had in her stomach. And then, Qinlei frowned but didn't say anything, unfolding the menu for Xiaodi to order what she liked. Ignored, Ma Yuhua snorted and turned her face away. "It's just seafood, isn't it?" As if it were as precious as gold. Not to mention, Ma Yuhua deliberately made a show of flashing the gold bracelet on her wrist. Unaware of the context, Tizi immediately flattered her. "If you like this bracelet, wear it every day. Another day, I'll buy you another one, but you're not allowed to take it off." Ma Yuhua immediately struck a signature pose, playfully hitting his chest with her hand, swaying her waist and flashing the gold bracelet on her wrist. "Of course I like it. I wear it every day." This made Tizi laugh heartily. He immediately grabbed her delicate hand and brought it to his chest, rubbing it incessantly. "Gold? You, Ma Xiaodi, probably don't have the fortune to ever be that wealthy, do you? See? Shining gold." Ma Yuhua deliberately showed off the bracelet. Such an obvious gesture, even Qinlei noticed, and he instinctively glanced at Ma Xiaodi. But Qinlei was disappointed. Throughout the whole process, Xiaodi was carefully studying the menu, completely disregarding those flashy but hollow things. Yes, for Ma Xiaodi, a person's life can only be lived splendidly by what they give themselves, not by filling themselves with such flashy but hollow things. The emptier a person is inside, the more they like to show off. "I'll just order these. They're cheap and tasty, but I'm afraid the chef at this restaurant might not make them well." Xiaodi handed over the menu. Qinlei looked at it. He had thought Xiaodi would either order affordable dishes or low-priced ones, but looking at her choices, she really knew how to eat. For example, the egg-stewed clams and the stir-fried squid tentacles. Among the low-priced options, she still knew how to enjoy herself. Squid, but only the tentacles? That's a bit unusual. "Today's my treat. You all order." Qinlei handed the menu to the other side. Tizi chuckled and took it, leaning over to whisper intimately to Ma Yuhua. "Sweetheart, see what you'd like to eat. Order whatever you want. My buddy here lacks many things, but money isn't one of them." Ma Yuhua took the menu and couldn't help but glance at Qinlei, just a glance. He's very rich? But his attire. Doesn't he work at the Township Public Security Bureau? How much money could he have? Ma Yuhua skeptically took another look at Qinlei. He was indeed good-looking, but she couldn't sense any wealth about him. Anyway, he's in the same league as Ma Xiaodi. It would be a joke if they couldn't pay the bill later. Ma Yuhua immediately ordered king crab, crab roe rice, and sea shrimp, items that could cost hundreds each if priced individually. Xiaodi's face immediately turned pale, but when she looked at Qinlei, He calmly lit a cigarette, appearing as if he didn't care what they ordered, and started talking to Teasy sitting opposite him. Alright, Jowdy had never even eaten king crab in her past life, let alone crab roe rice. Just rice stir-fried with crab roe, how extravagant. Since he wasn't saying anything, why should Jowdy speak up? She immediately called the waiter to serve the dishes. Ma Yuhua spread her hands, admiring her nail-polished fingers with satisfaction, eagerly awaiting the feast. Could a country bumpkin like Ma Jowdy have ever eaten such fine things? The men Ma Yuhua associated with were all high class, picking her up and dropping her off for every meal. Looking at the rustic Ma Jowdy before her, Ma Yuhua snorted. I say, Lei, why don't you go back to your hometown? You've been in Kaming long enough. Could it be that your old man is pressuring you to get married, scaring you from going home? Chin Lei rubbed his nose, leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and squinted with a half-smile, waving his hand dismissively. However, he was quite interested in this Miss Ma Yuhua. If not for local regulations regarding insufficient evidence and statutes of limitations, Chin Lei couldn't imagine how Ma Yuhua could appear so composed. When all the dishes were served, Teasy shook his dark, chubby head, rolled up his sleeves, and proactively peeled the shrimp shells for Ma Yuhua, caring for her as if she were his own daughter. But Ma Yuhua whined about how unpalatable it was, claiming this was the worst restaurant she had ever been to. Chin Lei couldn't help but frown. Jowdy let out a long sigh. If you think it's not good, then don't eat it. Jowdy had long been fed up with her flirtatious demeanor. Not only was she picky when someone else was treating, but just look at her now. If her uncle found out, she wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Teasy was also taken aback, glancing at Chin Lei as if to say, "What's the meaning of your little wife's words? How awkward." Ma Yuhua slammed her chopsticks on the table and stood up. "What's it to you? It really is terrible. But for a country bumpkin like you, it must seem like a feast." That, I can understand very well. Chapter 161, Red Mama. Jowdy slowly stood up, picked up the bowl of sauce in front of her, and splashed it over. Chin Lei also couldn't sit still anymore. This girl was really something when she got fierce. Ma Yuhua froze on the spot. The bowl of sauce dripped from her beautiful face down to her exposed shoulders, with some splashing onto her red dress, leaving stains everywhere. With sauce still dripping from her hair, Ma Yuhua clenched her fists in anger, closed her eyes, and let out a howl. "Zhang Tai, did you see that? She bullied me. If you teach her a good lesson for me today, I'll marry you." As soon as these words were spoken, they attracted the attention of diners at other tables in the restaurant. Even several waiters froze and looked over. Hearing this, Chin Lei calmly glanced at Teasy. He didn't need to think to know that if this guy dared to lay a finger on someone under his protection because of a woman, then their brotherhood, forged through life and death, would truly be fake. "Ma Yuhua, you'd better watch your mouth. Aren't you a country bumpkin yourself? Do you think you come from some noble background?" Jowdy stared at her blankly. Teasy naturally wouldn't lay a hand on Jowdy. Just look at his background. He and Chin Lei were true brothers who had survived countless battles together. Immediately, Teasy grabbed a few tissues to wipe Ma Yuhua's face. Unexpectedly, Ma Yuhua turned and ran away on the spot. Nothing was more serious than her makeup being ruined. If it was, the delicate scars on her face would be exposed. After running out of the restaurant, Ma Yuhua grew angrier the more she thought about it. This face of hers was all thanks to her. Returning to the messy hair salon, a woman in her 30s with heavy makeup and a swaying, plump rear quickly asked, "Oh my Yu, what happened? Didn't Boss Zhang take you out to eat? How did you end up like this?" To be honest, even the madam felt a bit disgusted looking at Princess Yu with her ruined makeup. But there was no choice. Regular customers all liked the new girls. At least recently, Yu had been stealing the spotlight, so she had to treat her like a treasure, calling her daughter and sweetie all the time. "Red Mama, I just ran into someone trying to steal business. I want to kill her." Red Mama was furious upon hearing this. She had considerable influence in Kaming City. How dare someone try to steal her business? She immediately began comforting Princess Yu, telling her that in this line of work, she needed to stay calm. Didn't so-and-so latch onto a big boss last year? Now she's a wealthy woman and even gave him a child this year. At the same time, she inquired about the details. Most people in this line of work had connections with nightclub bouncers and, to some extent, were linked to third-rate underworld figures. Dealing with a country bumpkin? That was as easy as snapping one's fingers. At that moment, Ma Yuhua felt she had followed the right person. She also had to thank Lu Dashing for introducing her. Now, she was no longer the old Ma Yuhua. The money she earned from men alone could crush Ma Zhaodi to death. Of course, Red Mama still took the lion's share. Since money was so easy to make, only a fool would follow in the footsteps of that worthless bastard Ma Zhaodi and farm the land. One day, she would use her money to crush that dead girl to death, crush her hard. "Are you okay?" Chin Lei finally spoke up. Aren't you going to check on her? Only after Ma Yuhua left did Tizi's expression darken. Just a woman, nothing to worry about. Let's eat. Qinlei didn't say much either. They ate as they pleased. Between grown men, things were simple. If you didn't say anything, I wouldn't ask. If you spoke, I'd listen. Few words were needed, as long as they understood each other. However, glancing at Ma Zhaodi beside him, Qinlei couldn't help but laugh. Your smile isn't the least bit nice. Zhaodi was truly terrified. Every time he smiled, something bad was bound to happen, or he'd say something unpleasant. I just suddenly realized our little Ma still has quite a temper. Only a turtle stays still and has no temper. Zhaodi said, breaking off a crab claw and crunching into it. You two are chatting so warmly, and I've turned into a third wheel, shining so brightly it hurts the eyes. Tizi helplessly poured himself a glass of beer as he spoke. Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. Qinlei calmly glanced at Zhang Tai. She's my sworn sister. Hearing this, Tizi perked up. Oh, my apologies for the misunderstanding. Since she's Lei's sworn sister, from now on, she's also my sister, Zhang Tai's sister. If you ever need anything, just say the word, and I'll handle it neatly. With that, he downed his drink first as a gesture of respect. Zhaodi could tell that Zhang Tai was a man of great passion. If placed in water margin, he would definitely be no less impressive than the tattooed monk, Lu Zhishan. On the way back, under Qinlei's helpless gaze, Zhaodi climbed into the driver's seat of the big truck. Without any modesty, she raised an eyebrow at Qinlei, started the engine, and took off first. Qinlei chuckled awkwardly and got into the car's driver's seat, following behind. However, Qinlei had to admit that this damn girl's driving skills were quite proficient, not at all like a beginner. Even for an experienced driver, she'd need at least 5 or 6 years behind the wheel. Otherwise, she wouldn't drive so effortlessly. Every aura this girl emitted was so enigmatic and unpredictable, like a magnet, deeply captivating. The morning in Luozi was shrouded in a white mist. Just as the horizon began to lighten with the dawn, a string of firecrackers crackled and popped, scattering red paper all over the ground. It's not a holiday or festival. Whose family is setting off firecrackers so early in the morning? Last night, Zhaodi didn't return until midnight. To pray for safe travels and good fortune, Ma Jiangwo had hung a string of 500 firecrackers on the massive front of the truck and lit them early in the morning. Those who had stayed up late last night had also heard the sound of the big truck. I heard Ma Lauer's daughter bought a big truck, huge, several times bigger than a tractor. Really? Let's go take a look. Where did their family get so much money to buy a big truck? Driven by curiosity and the desire to see the spectacle, even before the Ma family had eaten breakfast, a crowd of villagers had gathered at their door. Many children tried to climb up to get a look. And indeed, it was true. Wow, Ma Lauer, you're doing great now. Absolutely. This big truck must have cost a fortune, right? Ma Jiangwo laughed until his face turned red and his neck thickened, his mouth unable to close. Although he had initially disagreed with his daughter spending so much on the truck, now his heart was as sweet as if he'd eaten honey. But no one noticed Ma Jianjun, lingering uncertainly outside the crowd surrounding Ma Lauer's house. The entire family had been searching for their daughter for about a month, but there had been no leads. Ma Jianjun's work at his unit had also been affected. Once neatly dressed with slicked back hair, he now looked disheveled, with silver strands seemingly sprouting at his temples overnight. He never expected that upon returning home, he'd hear that Lauer's family had bought a big truck. And indeed, lifting his head, he could see the truck's front, towering like a small mountain, looking quite impressive. Hey Jianjun, long time no see. Look at your younger brother, he's bought a big truck. He's really doing well. Ma Jianjun forced a bitter smile, took out a pack of Dujiang cigarettes, costing 1.5 yuan, from his pocket and offered one. He couldn't bring himself to smoke one, instead lighting a cheaper pack of Tuanjia cigarettes, without filters, costing 0.9 yuan. Behind him, Song Ying, haggard and anxious for her daughter, couldn't help but tug at her husband's sleeve, her heart filled with unease. She wanted to remind her husband why they had come to Lauer's house in the first place. She couldn't afford to lose face over what others might say. Chapter 162, Setting Their Sights on the Old House. The excitement had died down, and the buzz had faded. The villagers had all dispersed, but the news that the Ma family's second son had bought a big car spread through the entire Luozi village in an instant. Even the Xiao family found it unbelievable when they heard. Where did the Ma family's second son get so much money? After all, Ma Jiangwo's leg was crippled in a work accident. As for that girl who always wore her mother's old, tattered clothes, it was even more impossible for her to earn that much money. Big brother, sister-in-law, please sit. Ma Jianjun and his wife, Song Ying, entered his brother's house. Song Ying looked around left and right. Truth be told, she hadn't seen the place since the second brother's family renovated their house. Looking at it now, it was surprisingly clean and tidy. The courtyard walls were up, The old broken fence was gone, and the vegetable garden inside the fence was now paved with cement, leaving only a small patch where a few cabbages and chili peppers were planted. The main room, which originally had an earthen floor, was now covered with cement. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed spacious and clean. Ma Jiangwo invited his elder brother and sister-in-law inside, then turned to pour tea, casually calling for Zhaodi to get up quickly as her uncle and aunt had arrived. Zhaodi had actually been woken up by the firecrackers outside earlier, but she didn't feel like moving. Last night, after returning, she had received a call from Xiao Zhendong. He had returned to the military unit. Zhaodi had barely slept all night because of one sentence from Xiao Zhendong. He told her not to work so hard on her business, that women were naturally meant to be taken care of by men. He asked Zhaodi to think it over and give him a reply, and then he would take her to the military unit. But Zhaodi had struggled with it all night, thinking it through from beginning to end. She longed to be with her Zhendong-ji, but she couldn't live just for love, could she? If a woman couldn't support herself and couldn't survive without a man, then Zhaodi naturally wouldn't choose to stake her entire life solely on marriage and love. It's good for the girl to sleep more. Don't bother calling Zhaodi to get up. I came here just to discuss something. Once I'm done, your sister-in-law and I will head back. Ma Jianjun said awkwardly, cautiously glancing at his wife's expression. Song Ying shot him a look, carrying a hint of threat as if saying, "Didn't we agree on this before coming? Now that we're here, you're not going to speak up? Are you a man or not?" Ma Jianjun was currently living at his wife's parents' home. To put it bluntly, he wasn't even considered a proper live-in son-in-law. He had to watch their moods all day. If he didn't keep his head down and act humble, his wife's family would gang up on him, and their scolding alone could shame him to death. "Second brother, sit." Ma Jianjun's smile was uglier than a frown. After getting his brother to sit down, he rubbed his hands together, his conscience uneasy, and said, "This house was left by our father, right?" "Yeah." Ma Jiangwo didn't think much of it, only wondering why his brother was suddenly bringing up something from so many years ago. He waited seriously for his elder brother to continue. "You see, I'm the eldest. This house, in principle, should have a share for me, right?" Why did this sound more and more off? Even if Ma Jiangwo was the most honest, even if he was a bit simple-minded, he should understand what this was about by now. He held his breath, still listening seriously as his elder brother finished speaking. "You also know, it's not a solution for me to keep living at Ingzi's parents' place. So, either you find another place to live and vacate this house for me, or the two families can." He was about to say, or the two families can squeeze in together. It's still better than suffering at the in-laws. Unexpectedly, Song Ying, from behind, inconspicuously but fiercely pinched Ma Jianjun's lower back and twisted it with all her might. The pain literally forced the rest of Ma Jianjun's words back down. "What? Big brother, what you're saying isn't right. Back then, you got married first. It was you who didn't want the old house, so Dad spent his burial money to build you a new one. How can you now?" Ma Jiangwo stood up in agitation. Whenever he got worked up, his face would turn a dark red, and even the base of his neck flushed red with urgency. Seeing this, Ma Jianjun quickly said, Jiangwo, don't get upset. Listen to me finish." Ma Jiangwo sat back down, fuming and snorting, turning his face away. But in his heart, he was filled with indignation, thinking about how when his elder brother was marrying his wife, their father had been so desperate he'd have sold a kidney. After building the house, the woman's family looked down on it, insisting on a tiled roof house. They emptied the family savings and borrowed money from everywhere to build that tiled roof house. The unmarried Ma Jiangwo had to work to help pay off the debt for his elder brother's new house. Let's not even mention that. By the time he, the second son, got married, his own wife, Zhaodi's mother, was essentially exchanged for a single quilt. Thinking of this, Ma Jiangwo felt deeply hurt. If the old man were still alive, he'd probably be infuriated to death by this elder brother and his wife. "Jiangwo, don't be angry either. Look at the kind of life I'm living now. We're still brothers, after all. With Yuhua running away and still no trace of her to this day, do you know how pathetic I feel as a father?" As he spoke, Ma Jianjun was deeply moved. Beside him, Song Ying was genuinely crying, constantly wiping her tears. After all, Ma Yuhua was the apple of her eye. To have a daughter raised for so many years just disappear like that, not knowing if she was kidnapped or, to put it harshly, even dead or alive. The hearts of parents are the same everywhere in the world. "Uncle, these are two separate matters. The old house is about the old house. Sister Yuhua running away is about Sister Yuhua running away." Zhaodi came out of her room while gathering her long hair, casually smoothing it and tying it into a ponytail that hung down her back. Zhaodi knew her father had principles but was soft-hearted. The anger he felt just now might easily soften if her uncle and aunt played the sympathy card here. Seeing his daughter speak up, Ma Jiangwo, who was already furious, didn't want to say another word. Ma Jianjun glanced at Zhao, forced a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, and managed a strained smile. I've heard Zhao is capable. It seems you're blessed, second brother. Ma Jiangwo snorted. He'd heard plenty of nice words, but never ones that made him so uncomfortable, fake, as an old lady's false teeth, making Ma Jiangwo want to shiver. Zhao ignored it too. She poured water, washed her face, wiped her hands, everything as usual. If uncle wants this old house, that's fine. At market price, I can represent my dad and sell this house to you. However, don't try to use Sister Yuhua running away from home to fool my dad. Zhao spoke frankly. Ma Jiangwo sighed. Ma Jianjun and his wife exchanged a glance. They had discussed this matter for several nights. The second brother had many faults, but one thing about him was his soft heart. They thought it would go smoothly, but who knew they'd be seen through by this young girl? How can you say that? He's still your uncle. Song Ying tried to mediate. I'm telling the truth. Besides, Sister Yuhua is now dressed in gold and silver, richer than anyone. Zhao wrung out the towel, hung it on the washstand, turned, and tossed the wash water onto the vegetable patch in the yard. As soon as these words were spoken, even Ma Jiangwo couldn't help but look at his daughter. Ma Jianjun and his wife exchanged another glance. Before Ma Jianjun could speak, Song Ying stood up, her face pale, her gaze sharp as she looked at Zhao. Zhao, what did you say? You've seen Yuhua? Where is she? Where? Chapter 163, The Lobby Manager from Her Past Life. Looking at the incoherent Song Ying, Zhao simply said, Kaming City. At that moment, the couple exchanged a sharp, meaningful glance. What were they waiting for? They should hurry and go look. The couple immediately rushed out the door, but before they had gone far, Song Ying grabbed her husband's arm. We've searched the city for so long without any news. Could it be that girl is trying to trick us into leaving on purpose? After all, their main purpose for coming this time wasn't really expecting the second brother's family to help find someone. Their primary goal was this old house. And now, because of one sentence, they were about to leave? Thinking it over carefully, something did seem off. Ma Jianjun had just returned and happened to overhear the father and daughter talking. Zhao, did you really see her? Don't you dare lie. I really saw her. We even ended up having a meal together. Ma Jianjun stopped in his tracks. Hearing this, he turned and left. On the way, he told his wife that this information was definitely reliable. They immediately headed for Kaming City. In Guigong Village, the first major harvest had arrived. Every household began gathering vegetables, working with great enthusiasm and care, arranging them in baskets like stacking mahjong tiles, one by one. Their own vegetables didn't look as good as others. Over in Kaming City, because the vegetables from the countryside were priced low, they easily managed to secure deals with all the vendors at the city's vegetable market. This time, Zhao was full of drive. She personally took the wheel, while Fong Bainyo, carrying the hopes of the entire Guigong village, went along as the escort. Firstly, he wanted to see the city's sights and find out where the vegetables were being sold. Secondly, and more importantly, he was still somewhat uneasy, worried there might be some trickery involved. They made the journey to Kaming City. After the vendors eagerly took their allotted shares and dispersed the entire vegetable shipment, Fong Bainyo was so happy he was practically drooling. He suddenly felt that earning money wasn't that hard at all. But Ma Zhao, calculating the accounts, her palm-sized face serious and absorbed, didn't think the money came easily. Every bit of it had to be earned through hard, down-to-earth effort. Once the accounts were mostly settled, Zhao found that the commission profit margin was quite substantial. Even after deducting fuel costs, they still made nearly 1,000 yuan. If Zhao's own vegetable plot became abundant, then the money earned wouldn't just be from commissions. Thinking of this, Zhao's heart suddenly grew warm. On the way back, Zhao settled the capital with the villagers. She would let the village chief handle distributing the money according to the previously recorded list and quantities. This time, back in Guigong village, Zhao became the center of attention. Many villagers' fondness for her instantly multiplied. They all said that without this girl, their vegetables would probably have rotted in the ground this year. Auntie, I can't take this. You keep it for yourself. Faced with the cured meat Auntie Nyo was holding out, Zhao really felt too embarrassed to accept it. Everyone knew Auntie Nyo's husband had died of illness when she was young. She had raised her son alone, which wasn't easy. Now that he was finally married and settled, this woman in her early 50s looked worn out, like a grandmother in her 70s. Zhao eyed this piece of cured meat. It had to weigh over 10 jin. In the countryside, that was worth quite a bit of money. Take it, girl. You must take it. Steam it when you get back. It tastes wonderful. Zhao felt somewhat awkward. Half resisting, half accepting, she finally took it. Later, Zhao sent over some mushrooms she had grown herself. This time, it was Zhao's turn to insist. They don't cost anything. If you want to eat them later, my family has plenty. Zhao said, firmly placing them on the table in the main room. Auntie Nyo felt a bit embarrassed, but turned away with moist eyes. Jody said goodbye and was about to leave when she ran into Auntie Nyo's son, Nyo Ben, entering the door. They said he was born in the year of the ox, hence this name. His childhood nickname was San Nyo, 3 oxen. It was said this character, Ben, was decided upon with the help of a literate, educated person. Brother San Nyo. Jody greeted him and left. Mom, did you know? That Fugachangshu furniture store in the county town has reopened. San Nyo, in his early 30s, was as sturdy as his name suggested. As he spoke, he carried an honest, simple air. While talking, he went to support his mother. Women his mother's age usually still seemed quite energetic, but his own mother, having toiled most of her life, was already bent over in her early 50s. What? That unscrupulous boss dares to operate again. Auntie Nyo also sighed and shook her head. Isn't that right? I saw several newly made coffins being transported out when I went to sell vegetables at the market this morning. Don't know which families they're for. Alright, you used to work there, but you don't anymore. Don't meddle in so much idle business. Auntie Nyo didn't want her son getting involved. This matter went back 3 years. Back then, the Fugue furniture store really did make furniture, but it was small scale, just a dark, little storefront. There was a small workshop inside. Later, it switched to making coffins. Fortunately, San Nyo was strong and sturdy back then, otherwise, he might have been in trouble. But then again, it was lucky Auntie Nyo hadn't let San Nyo get involved back then. Otherwise, if he had seen something he shouldn't have, would the boss have let him off? Okay, I'll listen to whatever you say, Mom, San Nyo said, bending slightly to support his mother as they went out for a stroll. Oh, by the way, that girl you just saw is really good. From now on, you don't need to go sell vegetables anymore. This girl helped our village chief find some, found sales channels. They come to pick up the vegetables. You, starting tomorrow, just pick vegetables in the field. San Nyo nodded. Got it, Mom. Looking at such a filial and obedient son, Nyot Ceylon's heart was sweet. At least her efforts weren't in vain, an illiterate woman burdened with gossip about being a husband killer, raising him through thick and thin. Her daughter-in-law was also filial. Nyo Ceylon felt her life was complete now. She just wished for the family's peace and safety. On this day, the first light autumn rain arrived, fine as silk, neither too heavy nor too light, bringing a chill as it fell. In the back door lounge of the Fuhao Hotel, Jody leisurely tidied her damp hair, calmly waiting for the arrival of Wu Mingjie, the elder brother of Wu Qing, the lobby manager from her past life. Wu Mingjie was the owner of the Fuhao Hotel. In his 30s, relying on his family's foundation, he could be considered one of the first-generation rich kids of this era. However, he was also the developer currently supplying the vegetable market for Jody. When negotiating the vegetable supply, they had spoken on the phone. So, this meeting was without restraint. What surprised Wu Mingjie was that the person he had discussed cooperation with on the phone turned out to be a young girl. He thought he might be mistaken and looked around, but didn't see anyone else who seemed to be waiting. Now certain it was this girl, Wu Mingjie felt somewhat awkward. Had he known it was a young girl, he wouldn't have had her wait in the back door lounge. He had assumed someone so business-savvy must be a shrewd, seasoned business expert. Feeling a hint of self-mockery, he led Jody to his office on the 3rd floor. As soon as she entered the office, Jody saw that familiar face, Wu Qing, the lobby manager from her past life. She wasn't much older than Jody, but her clothing, style, and family background all highlighted how incompatible Ma Jody was with her. Otherwise, why would Wu Qing shoot Ma Jody a disdainful look the moment she entered? She even muttered childishly, "Big brother, why do you bring just anyone into the office? Aren't you afraid they'll dirty it? I'm the one who has to clean up." Chapter 164, Wu Qing. Wu Qing was also quite helpless. Who told her father to insist on sending her, Wu Qing, who only knew how to spend money but not how to earn it, to the hotel for practical experience? If she had known it would be like this, Wu Qing wouldn't have wanted to bear the Wu surname at all. She had already made plans to go to karaoke with her buddies. Every time it felt like a robbery, which was really annoying. "Xiaoqing, if you're not happy, you can find someone else to do the cleaning," Wu Mingjie said as he took a seat. After all, this younger sister of his was over 10 years his junior. He doted on her all day long as if she were his own daughter. Otherwise, he really had no other way. After sitting down, Wu Mingjie waved his hand and said, "Your brother has business to discuss. You go out first." Wu Qing stomped her foot in anger, thinking, what's there to talk about with that wretched girl? She snorted coldly, turned around, and went out to have some fun. At worst, if the old man later asked whether she had been behaving, she would just say her eldest brother kicked her out. She immediately took out her phone and invited a few girlfriends to go have fun at karaoke. "My treat, everyone. Eat and drink as much as you want." As the office door closed, Wu Mingjie finally got into the zone. His expression turned calm and mature as he began discussing the cooperation. "Your vegetables are very cheap, I admit that. However, my hotel has 3 branches. Is your supply sufficient? Zhaodi's heart surged with excitement upon hearing this. If she could make money, why wouldn't she do it? It seemed all the vegetables from Guigong village could now leave the village. Zhaodi didn't show excessive joy. She simply took out the agreement she had prepared in advance, which made Wu Mingjie's eyes light up. Interested, he took it over to look at it. Immediately, Wu Mingjie frowned and asked, "Have you worked in hotel management before?" Zhaodi shook her head. "No, I'm just a vegetable-selling businesswoman." Although Wu Mingjie didn't believe it, he still nodded silently and continued reading. He couldn't shake the feeling that this girl in front of him had experience in hotel management. Otherwise, how could these clauses vaguely involve management strategies for his own hotel? Moreover, the contract stance was very clear. Vegetables were only supplied upon inspection and acceptance. After acceptance, no further responsibility was taken, along with many other details, big and small. While it wasn't directly targeting hotel management, without knowledge of hotel management, it would be difficult to formulate such indirectly relevant terms. The contract was signed very smoothly then and there. Guigong village once again ignited a wave of enthusiasm for growing agricultural and sideline products. Almost every household started planting vegetables. As for Bai Wenjie, he still remembered how County Magistrate Ma, upon finding out, laughed so hard he almost smashed his old-fashioned telephone. Haha, I realized long ago that this girl has a particularly sharp mind. However, Bai Wenjie still harbored some reservations in his heart, perhaps because he had gotten too deeply into his role after becoming the village head of Luozi. For Ma Zhaodi at this moment, even though driving to deliver vegetables every day was exhausting, she felt very fulfilled. At night, Zhaodi groggily answered the phone, mumbling a vague hello. After all, she had been utterly exhausted these past few days. Even though Baozhu, despite her young age and the strong but simple-minded Shun Ping'an helped with the work, Zhaodi at this hour felt like her eyelids were weighed down with lead. As soon as she answered, roaring came from the other end. "Ma Zhaodi, if you've got guts, don't act like a coward. Let's see who has more money." Zhaodi was stunned. Who the hell is this? It took her a moment to shake off her sleepiness before she vaguely recognized Ma Yuhua's voice. "I'm sleeping." Hanging up. Zhaodi just wanted to get enough rest to deliver vegetables tomorrow. It might look easy sitting in the driver's seat, just moving your arms and legs to drive. But try making 2 round trips a day, plus collecting vegetables, and see if you don't get worn out. On top of that, driving requires intense concentration. Right now, Zhaodi just wanted to sleep. Not even the King of Heaven should disturb her dreams. Zhaodi immediately hung up the phone and casually tossed it to the side of the pillow. However, within 2 minutes, the phone rang again. Zhaodi frowned, grabbed the phone, and cursed. "Are your mother's peppers endless? If you have money, go spend it. Calling me in the middle of the night just to tell me you're richer than me? Are you that bored?" Zhaodi was so furious she felt like tearing the roof off. Disturbing her sleep? Asking for death. "You bitch. If you've got guts, don't play tricks. What did you mean by telling my parents you saw me in Kaming? Get lost." Zhaodi hung up and simply turned off her phone. Her slender frame curled up on the bed, her breathing gradually easing as she calmly drifted into dreamland. Ma Zhaodi hated being woken up the most. This habit had developed recently, and she herself didn't really know why. It wasn't until one day when Zhaodi fainted that she discovered she had severe hypoglycemia. Early the next morning, the biological clock in Zhaodi's mind urged her awake. Before dawn, she got up to deliver vegetables. The headlights of the farm vehicle swayed as it left the mountain road of Luozi. When she hit the cement road, Zhaodi shifted gears and yawned. She picked up her phone, pressed the power button, and then a flurry of missed call notifications and messages piled up. All were from Ma Yuhua, over 50 of them. It seemed she was really furious. Zhaodi didn't have her number saved in her phone and had no idea how she got it, so naturally, Zhaodi hadn't stored it in her contacts. She immediately freed one hand to save the number, then blocked it. Just as she put down her phone, she received a call from the Riverside Market urging for the goods. Zhaodi stepped on the accelerator. Taking advantage of the few cars on the road in this era and the fact that it wasn't fully light yet, she sped unimpeded all the way, heading straight for the market first. Most of the vegetable vendors had been waiting for a long time. Zhaodi weighed out the vegetables for each family according to their orders, mainly aiming for stability and peace of mind. She didn't want anyone complaining later about short wait. After finishing up at the market, Zhaodi had half her vegetables left for the hotel. But dealing with the hotel was trickier than the market. After all, the market was one-on-one business. If there were some rotten leaves, you just peeled them off. The hotel was different. They kept peeling the cabbage until it was almost down to the heart. "If you peel them like this, I won't even cover my costs. Either I stop delivering." Facing the kitchen staff, Zhaodi was finding it hard to tolerate. Peeling cabbage was one thing, but they were even trimming the lettuce and cauliflower so much it seemed ready to go straight into the wok. "This is necessary for delivering to our hotel." Otherwise, our boss would say something too. The head chef of the kitchen sat to the side smoking, directing the kitchen assistants and the cleaning aunties and grannies. His tone was unhurried, yet it seemed to carry a hidden warning: either don't deliver to our hotel at all. My vegetables are all pre-peeled. If you waste them like this, I'm not willing. Jyoti was well aware of the legal effect of the contract. She didn't show any intention of unilaterally breaking it. What's going on? What's all the noise? The sound of high heels tapping on the clean floor tiles approached as Wu Qing walked over, her face filled with intense impatience. She glanced at the kitchen staff, always feeling they were slacking off behind the scenes. Then she looked at the country bumpkin Ma Jyoti. Instead, Wu Qing's brows relaxed, and she said with a faint, mocking smile, "So you're the one who just signed the contract with our hotel to deliver vegetables." Chapter 165, Breach Penalty. In Jyoti's mind, Wu Qing from her past life was already in her 30s, with a face that looked old and stern. Now, she was fortunate enough to see her youthful self. Recalling her past life, when Jyoti's family, the Bai family, suffered a great calamity and fell into ruin, she found herself with nowhere to turn and ended up working as a cleaner in this hotel. Because her face was disfigured and she was considered ugly, no matter how hard Jyoti worked, she was still ostracized by Wu Qing, who led those colleagues who liked to flatter her in ganging up against Jyoti. Thinking of this, Jyoti smiled faintly. "Yes." Wu Qing rolled her eyes. "Don't talk nonsense like that. Someone like you isn't even worth her attention." With a sidelong glance, she changed the subject. "What are you all making a fuss about instead of working?" Even though Wu Qing was now just a young girl not much older than Jyoti, this hotel was, after all, the foundation built by her ancestors. Even with her elder brother Wu Mingjie in charge, this younger sister was still a minor boss. Immediately, many people began offering various excuses to exonerate themselves. The problem was simply that the appearance of the dishes wasn't good, making it difficult for the kitchen staff. Then, when the accounts were settled at the end of the month, the kitchen would be blamed for wasting ingredients. It was only then that the head chef extinguished his cigarette and stood up, saying, "Young miss, if you have nothing better to do, just take a stroll around. I can handle such minor matters." From small restaurants to large hotels and banquet halls, the head chef's skill is what supports the establishment's reputation. Therefore, head chefs and kitchen managers are usually highly valued. "Brother Su, I'd rather not step foot in here," Wu Qing said in a complaining tone, crossing her arms. She had been forced by her father to study hotel management. She had no desire to do it, feeling trapped like a bird in a cage every day. Back and forth like this, Jyoti felt as though she had been left standing in the sun for half a day with no one paying her any attention. "These vegetables, either return them or accept them. Give me a clear answer." Jyoti's voice was calm, yet an underlying sense of authority inadvertently emanated from within. According to the contract terms, every item that has been separated must be weighed, and not a single cent can be off. Everyone was astonished. Even when buying vegetables at the market, you pick and choose. Even Wu Qing, who had only recently arrived at the hotel, understood this logic. Suddenly, all eyes were on Jyoti. Wu Qing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, sizing up Jyoti. She hadn't expected this young country girl to speak with such confidence, radiating a powerful aura. What Wu Qing despised most were people who didn't know their own worth yet pretended to be important. Today, precisely because this girl was so arrogant, she really wouldn't accept the vegetables. "Well, I really don't plan to take your vegetables. There's more than one vegetable seller in all of Coming City," Wu Qing said smugly, crossing her arms, her disdainful gaze sweeping over Jyoti's face as if looking at her for even a moment longer would dirty her retinas. After speaking, as she turned to leave, she muttered to herself, wondering what her elder brother Wu Mingjie was thinking. Countless vegetable vendors fought tooth and nail to supply the hotel, all having to curry favor with the boss. How on earth did this girl become a supplier? The landline phone in the third-floor manager's office rang. While checking this month's sales curve chart, Wu Mingjie picked up the phone and answered with a hello. "Breach penalty?" Wu Mingjie couldn't help but frown. "This must be a misunderstanding. I'll handle it properly." Before Jyoti's call had ended, the office door was kicked open. Wu Qing, her face dark, slammed both hands on the desk and said, "Big brother, what are you playing at? How can you bring in anyone? Haven't you seen what she's like?" Wu Mingjie let out a long sigh, hung up the phone, and looked at his sister with a grim expression. Deep down, he doted on his sister immensely, but he wouldn't indulge her unreasonable behavior. "Father sent you here to learn. When will you be in a position to make decisions for me? Do you know who recommended her?" Wu Qing was cut off. Seeing her brother's livid face, this was the first time he had ever been so harsh with her. Who could it possibly be? After all, the Wu family was a prominent household in Coming City. Their ancestors had expanded the market, moving in upper-class circles. Whether in official circles or the underworld, they had more or less solid connections. In short, it's someone we can't afford to offend. Even father would have to show some respect if he met them, Wu Mingjie said with a frown. Then, right in front of Wu Qing, he called the head chef and immediately instructed him to accept the vegetables and to be more careful in the future. Hearing this, Wu Qing was even more shocked. The head chef was a first-class cook. Many restaurants wanted to poach him with hefty offers. Their hotel had spent a fortune to secure him. Her brother, who had always been polite and amiable to the head chef, had actually scolded this VIP-level figure because of some country girl. She really wondered why father had entrusted him with managing the hotel instead of her second brother. Although her eldest brother Wu Mingjie doted on her the most, in matters like this, Wu Qing felt that her cold, ruthless, and decisive second brother, Wu Shaojie, was more suited to managing the hotel. But he was unreliable. After graduating high school, he often clashed with father and would run away from home for 10 days to half a month at a time. Now, no one even knew where he had gone off to. At that moment, in the back hall on the first floor, head chef Ma Maofeng hung up the phone, his face dark and the thick flesh on his cheeks twitching uncontrollably. This was the first time he had ever been scolded by the manager. He wasn't boasting. In this hotel, if Ma Maofeng stamped his foot, the ground would tremble 3 times. Immediately, Zhao Di sensed that Ma Maofeng's eyes had turned extremely vicious after he took the call, as if he wanted to crush her to death. For a moment, Zhao Di felt a strange sensation about that look, as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through her mind. In that instant, Zhao Di saw herself wearing that bloodthirsty expression and was startled by it. She felt strongly that the look wasn't her own, definitely not. Although this vegetable delivery hadn't gone smoothly, Zhao Di's ultimate goal in calling Wu Mingjie earlier was to invoke the contract clause. If one party breached the contract, they had to pay a penalty to the other party. At worst, she could take the money to compensate the villagers for their losses, and then find another supply channel. Unexpectedly, Wu Mingjie had been so accommodating and had even scolded the head chef. Zhao Di believed that in her past life, she had never interacted with Wu Mingjie. Back when she was desperate and working as a cleaner in this hotel, disfigured, she would always lower her head whenever she heard someone say the manager was coming. Besides, as an insignificant, expendable minor character, how could Wu Mingjie possibly remember her? Lost in thought, Zhao Di jumped into the driver's cabin, ready to leave the back courtyard, when the door was pressed shut by a left hand covered in thick calluses. Zhao Di glanced sideways. It was head chef Ma Maofeng. Is there something else, head chef? The palm of that left hand was exceptionally thick, with a heavy layer of calluses at the base of the thumb, clearly the result of years of wielding woks and ladles. Chapter 166, The Capture Technique. There wasn't a trace of a smile on Ma Maofeng's rough, scowling face. He looked as if he wanted to devour Zhao Di alive. Little girl, what's your relationship with our manager? As he spoke, Ma Maofeng tilted his neck and spat casually, as if it were nothing, calmly waiting for Zhao Di's reply. He simply refused to believe it. He had never seen this little girl before, so how could Manager Wu possibly make a big deal out of this over him? To put it bluntly, even if Ma Maofeng openly manipulated the kitchen to cut corners or accepted red envelopes from apprentices, Manager Wu would turn a blind eye. No special relationship, just a simple business partnership. Upon hearing this, Ma Maofeng clicked his tongue a few times, raised his hand to pick at his back teeth, and nodded with a sneering smile. Good, that's good. We'll see about that. He wasn't afraid of trouble. He was only afraid the trouble wasn't big enough. Then, Ma Maofeng released his hand from the car door, turned around, and returned to the kitchen. Only then did Zhao Di start the car and head home. On the way, wasn't Ma Zhao Di pondering the very same question? But, fortunately, the business could continue. Zhao Di needed to prepare to go back and load the vegetables, delivering them first thing tomorrow morning to save time. Just as she was about to leave Kaming City, she saw 2 people squatting by the roadside. When they spotted Zhao Di's car, they quickly waved. Driver, can you give us a lift? Zhao Di was slightly taken aback. It was uncle and aunt. Zhao Di immediately stepped on the brake and leaned her head out of the car window. At that moment, Song Ying realized the driver was Zhao Di. Instantly, her face darkened, looking as if it could drip water. She glanced uneasily at her husband and whispered, How is it Zhao Di? Ma Jianjun sighed and didn't say much. Zhao Di, what a coincidence, just in time to hitch a ride back. Zhao Di promptly cleared the passenger seat, letting the couple get in. Ma Jianjun climbed in first. Song Ying, head lowered, squeezed in with some effort before finally closing the door. But once in the car, she didn't speak another word. Ma Jianjun had intended to make conversation, but he was stunned by Zhao Di's skillful handling of the gearshift. He couldn't help but take another look at the young Ma Zhao Di. When did she learn to drive? Even he, Ma Jianjun, had never driven such a large truck. Another glance at Zhao steering technique confirmed she was definitely an experienced veteran driver with years on the road. I never noticed our Ma family produced a child who can handle a big truck. Quite promising. These words truly came from Ma Jianjun's heart. Song Ying, who had remained silent, interjected flatly, just never seen a woman drive before. Why were you two squatting there? Zhao couldn't help but change the subject. After all, in these times, not many women could drive. Even if they could, driving a big truck in public was seen as slapping men in the face. Women shouldn't overshadow men's prowess. As soon as Zhao said this, Song Ying swallowed her next words. Wasn't it all because searching for that wretched girl Ma Yuhua had used up all their money? Not only could they not afford bus tickets, but they hadn't even eaten lunch. They'd only had some noodles at home in the morning, and even that was more broth than noodles. Oh, this city, it's really not as good as our mountain folks. Pickpockets everywhere, even the money we had on us was stolen. Song Ying pondered for a long while before speaking. After all, she used to look down on the second brother's family the most, so poor they couldn't even afford meat during the holidays. But now that they were doing well, she didn't want others to laugh at her, so she just said the money was stolen. Oh. Zhao didn't think much of it. It had little to do with her. Soon, around 3 in the afternoon, they arrived at Taizhi County. But Song Ying insisted on getting off before reaching home, saying she wanted to stop by the town to buy some pork hind leg meat to make dumplings. Ma Jianjun knew exactly what his wife was thinking. As the head of the household, what could he do besides sigh? It was his lack of ability, having to accompany his wife in pretending to have money outside. To put it bluntly, forget hind leg meat, they didn't even have money to buy a bun to fill their stomachs now. The couple got off in the town. Zhao bid them farewell and drove the truck, bumping and swaying along the mountain road, traversing the mountains until she entered the small mountain village. As soon as she got home, Zhao found Qinlei and Ma Baozhu in the yard, eagerly practicing. Zhao was slightly taken aback. Ma Baozhu, why aren't you in class? Sis, it's Sunday today. Zhao was speechless. She wasn't in school anymore and had lost track of the days. Seeing it was still early, Baozhu had Sundays off, but their father didn't. Zhao would have to wait until 5 or 6 to start preparing dinner. She washed her face, rinsing off the dust, and simply sat in the yard watching Qinlei teach Baozhu self-defense techniques. She didn't know when, but a hole the size of a rice jar had been dug in the cement floor of the yard. A wooden stake was buried inside, divided into 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower, wrapped layer upon layer with hemp rope. Watching Ma Baozhu learning with great enthusiasm, his fists and palms striking the wooden stake without any sign of pain, instead leaving his elder sister Ma Zhao completely ignored on the side, Qinlei stood with arms crossed, observing him, offering pointers now and then, and occasionally glancing at Ma Zhao, wishing to find time to talk with her. After all, the girl had been busy these past few days, never home whenever he came. Now, the girl was resting her chin in her hands, staring intently as Ma Baozhu practiced his somewhat unskilled Tai Chi palm techniques. Qinlei taught with even more enthusiasm. Originally, for the capture techniques, Qinlei had only planned to teach some simple self-defense. But now, Qinlei felt he should showcase his abilities. Perhaps even he wasn't aware of this little thought. Do you remember those crucial pressure points from the capture technique I taught you last time? Zhao shifted her posture, continuing to watch. For some reason, Zhao felt these capture moves were very familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Even before Ma Baozhu pointed out the pressure points, Zhao already knew their locations. Xiuqi, Pianli, and Higu. Zhao interjected, seeing Ma Baozhu scratching his head. Ma Baozhu immediately remembered. Right, Higu, the tiger's mouth. Zhao frowned. The Xiuqi point could be considered the numbing bone of the arm. Following down from Pianli to the Higu point, then this arm, connected to the person's shoulder and half the body, would be in a numb state. It was a technique of using minimal force to counter a stronger opponent's upper body attack. If the person struggled forcefully, there would only be one result: dislocation of the collarbone and shoulder joint. Zhao understood this perfectly clearly, yet she also felt as if she were in a dream, dazed and confused. Qinlei couldn't help but look at Zhao. She was exactly right. Could it be that this girl also knew some capture techniques? Qinlei was somewhat convinced. He immediately had Ma Baozhu continue practicing and swiftly raised his hand toward Zhao, bringing a gust of wind with his palm. Zhao was startled, widening her eyes to look at the hand shaped like a blade hovering below the bridge of her nose. Then, following its movement upward, her gaze finally settled on Qinlei's face. Are you crazy? Qinlei frowned, withdrawing his hand as if he really had a problem. If this girl knew capture techniques, then that move just now should have been enough to seize her throat, causing suffocation and unconsciousness. She should have dodged. Why was there no reaction at all? Immediately, Qinlei changed his approach. In a flash, his blade-shaped palm flipped, back of the hand upward, bypassed her neck, and aimed to strike the back of Zhao's cervical vertebrae. Chapter 167. Severely Frightened. If the force was applied just right, due to the reflex of internal acupoints, one could bite their own tongue. If it was too strong, the person would faint. As a result, Jody looked at Chinlei with an expression as if he were an idiot. Brother Lei, have you gone crazy missing home? Are you hallucinating? Chinlei stared intently at Jody's eyes for a long moment. He found nothing wrong except for a look full of confusion and doubt, as if he were an idiot. He scratched his head. Brother Lei, why don't you test my little throwing knives first? Baoju, who was nearby, dreaded Chinese class the most because it involved memorizing texts. Those acupoints were also something he had to rote memorize. For now, he still felt playing with small knives was more enjoyable. Chinlei collected his thoughts. It couldn't be, could it? Was he really hallucinating? Or was it because this damn girl always surprised people with unexpected behavior? Like pulling off a drift with a farm vehicle. Even if she knew these grappling techniques, Chinlei wouldn't find it strange. After all, there were countless mysteries surrounding this girl. But right now, it seemed she really didn't understand. Jody rolled her eyes, looking like a bear waiting for Chinlei. I'm not your disciple. Hurry up and test Baozu. I need to go prepare dinner. Jody had already notified the villagers to pick vegetables. After dinner, she would load the vegetables onto the truck and set off early tomorrow morning. Jody, watching the flames in the stove, idly took out her phone to check. Actually, phones in this world were quite boring. There was no function to log into something like Sun account, only calls and texts. So why did Jody still check it from time to time? She could fool others, but not her own heart. She always felt she might miss a call from Brother Zhendong from the army. This glance didn't matter much. It was still as calm as if Xiao Zhendong didn't exist. Why couldn't he find a moment to call her? She remembered a popular saying from her past life online, time is like water in a sponge. You can always squeeze some out, unless the other person doesn't value you. Jody's gaze suddenly became somewhat unfocused. Her pupils still reflected the leaping flames from the stove. Her face, flushed from the heat, made one want to give her a towel soaked in cold water, preferably as cool as freshly drawn well water. All of this had long been noticed by Chinlei. He originally intended to lend a hand, saying he'd eat at home tonight, but this glance stunned him. He couldn't quite understand where the mysterious aura around this girl came from. No matter what it was, she always gave people unexpected surprises, constantly stirring his heart. He felt that he had fallen in love with this girl. It was definitely not the simple affection he once had for a younger sister. Once again, he felt that not having been her childhood sweetheart was the biggest reason for the loss in Chinlei's heart, and also the regret that kept him tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Seeing Jody's unfocused, dazed eyes, the fire from inside the stove had even spread outside. Only then did Jody feel the heat, quickly snapped back to reality, and used the fire poker to push more firewood inside. Brother Lei, help me tend the fire. At the same time, Jody also noticed Chinlei outside the kitchen. Chinlei entered the kitchen without hesitation. Jody patted her bottom and returned to her room. She immediately called Xiao Zhendong. No one answered his mobile, so she called his office number. It was Xiao Yang who answered, saying Regimental Commander Xiao had taken the brothers to Vietnam. Jody's heart sank. Vietnam? Is it that chaotic there? Yes, it's a border area after all. For soldiers, protecting the homeland is the most basic psychological quality. Then, when will he be back? It's hard to say. Many brothers are stationed at the border. Sometimes they don't come back for 3 to 5 years. Of course, it's really hard to say for sure. Jody's heart sank. She was silent for a long moment before saying, then, when he returns, tell him to call me back. Okay, sure. Then, you are. How should I address you? I'm Ma Jody. We've met before. Oh, it's sister-in-law. You should have said so earlier. I couldn't recognize your voice over the phone. My fault. Jody smiled bitterly, exchanged a few pleasantries, and hung up. Jody knew in her heart that, even though many years had passed since the reform and opening up, the border areas had always been quite unsafe. It was said there were many human traffickers, smugglers, and drug dealers. Well, who made her wholeheartedly fall in love with a soldier? It was destined to be more time apart than together. Jody took a deep breath before leaving her room. Calculating the time, there were about 8 hours left before her dad would finish work and return. Jody quickly stir-fried 2 dishes. Even after the food turned cold, Ma Jiangwo still hadn't returned. Jody grew worried. While urging Baoju to eat more to grow taller, she kept anxiously glancing outside. In Chinlei's own words, his understanding of Ma Zhaodi was one of endless surprises. But now he could also see Zhaodi was worried about her godfather. Let's go check on him later. Maybe the work got delayed. MHM. Zhaodi responded, eating without tasting the food. After dinner, Ma Baoju went back to his room to do homework. Normally, Zhaodi would definitely scold him, saying he didn't know to do his homework during the 2-day break, and now that Monday classes were tomorrow, he finally knew to cram at the last minute. But now Zhao was genuinely worried about her father. He had never been back this late before. Don't worry. We'll see when we get there. Qinlei, pedaling Zhao's bicycle, felt she hadn't said a word the whole way and couldn't help but offer some comfort. Zhao hummed in acknowledgement. But before they even reached the county town, Zhao felt the bicycle suddenly brake. She quickly jumped off. There's someone ahead, Qinlei said, handing the bicycle to Zhao. He stepped forward first, went down the mountain path, ran into the ditch beside the road, and immediately pulled up a dark shadow. Zhao was stunned. She quickly propped the bicycle stand and ran over. Seeing it, her heart turned cold. How could Dad have fallen into this drainage ditch? Without another word, Qinlei immediately carried Ma Jiangwo on his back and ran towards the county hospital. Ma Jiangwo's whole body kept trembling. His lips chattered against his teeth with a clacking sound. His eyes sometimes widened, sometimes revealing a look of inhuman terror. Zhao was already so anxious her palms were sweating. A doctor was examining Ma Jiangwo's pupils, his blood pressure, heartbeat, and breathing. Where does Godfather work? Qinlei was relatively calm, having undergone special training. Fugui Changsho Coffin Shop, Zhao said. Later, the doctor said Ma Jiangwo had fainted due to severely elevated blood pressure caused by extreme fright. Apart from the bump on his forehead, there was nothing else abnormal. However, his spirit was still in a state of extreme tension, so he needed quiet rest. Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her father on the hospital bed fall into a peaceful sleep after the doctor administered a sedative, her heart ached again. Her father came home on time from work every day. What could he have encountered to scare him like this? Didn't you say Godfather's work wasn't heavy? Qinlei muttered to himself, though he also knew that right now, the issue wasn't whether the work was heavy or not. To find out the reason, they had to wait for him to regain consciousness and ask clearly. That night, Zhao stayed to keep watch. At least after her father's condition stabilized and the doctor said he could be discharged for rest at home, she would feel at ease taking him back. Who knew that around 11 o'clock at night, while Zhao was dozing off drowsily by the bedside, a sudden, sharp scream erupted. Chapter 168, Wu Qing's Power Play. Not only did Zhao jump in fright, but even the other patients in the ward and their accompanying family members nearly tumbled out of their beds. Zhao's drowsiness vanished instantly as she watched her father sit up like a corpse rising from the dead. His eyes were wide open, fixed unblinkingly on a certain direction, flickering with uneasy fear. Sorry, my dad got scared. Zhao apologized to the others and immediately tried to soothe her father back into lying down. Soon after, Ma Jiangwo, still jumpy and without a word, lay back down. It was only then that Zhao realized her father wasn't truly awake. He was terrified out of his wits. What should she do? What exactly had happened to her father? She had to find out. But right now, she still had to deliver vegetables to the city first thing tomorrow morning. Feeling uneasy, Zhao called Qinlei. Brother Lei was always easy to talk to and immediately agreed to come to the hospital before dawn the next day to help watch over her father. In the early hours of the morning, Ma Jiangwo woke up, but his vacant stare was enough to startle anyone. Zhao grew even more puzzled. Although her father wasn't educated, he was still an experienced man. What could possibly frighten a grown man so badly that he lost his composure? It wasn't like a child being scared out of their wits. When Qinlei arrived, Zhao was in a hurry to rush back and deliver the vegetables first, but Qinlei stopped her. Zhao, I'll talk to Tizi later and have him help you drive the delivery truck. Zhao pressed her lips together. How could she trouble someone like that? If she offered payment, he was much wealthier than her anyway. But thinking about the mystery surrounding her father's condition, Zhao had no choice but to agree for now. They arrived in Kaming City at 8 in the morning. After transferring the vegetables from the market to the Fuhao Hotel, Zhao parked in the backyard warehouse area. In the courtyard of the warehouse area, Zhao pulled the handbrake and waited for someone to unload the goods, but there wasn't a single person in sight in the back hall. Surprised, Zhao couldn't help but walk into the kitchen. The kitchen of the Fuhao Grand Hotel was quite spacious, with 3 chefs alone. Below them were apprentices for chopping and prepping ingredients, miscellaneous helpers, and vegetable cleaners. Including the head chef, Ma Mao Foam, there were over a dozen people in total. But now, it was so empty it felt as if the hotel had gone out of business. In a hurry to return, Zhao didn't overthink it and walked straight through the back hall and kitchen to the front lobby. There, she saw a few staff members cleaning tables. Sitting at the front desk cashier spot was none other than Wu Qing. Zhao walked over to ask about the situation. Without even looking up, Wu Qing said, "How should I know? If no one's unloading the vegetables, don't you have hands?" Zhao snorted, immediately understanding the whole story. "I have an emergency at home. I won't be taking the truck back today. The vegetables were delivered according to the order and have already been weighed." With that, Zhao turned and left. She refused to believe such a large hotel wouldn't open for lunch. Watching Zhaodi's resolute departure, Wuqing gritted her teeth in anger. She had wanted to make things difficult for Zhaodi by making her unload the vegetables herself. Zhaodi didn't bother winding her way back through the back hall. Instead, she left directly through the main lobby entrance, intending to hail a taxi back to the county. From a distance, Zhaodi saw a passenger getting out of a taxi. She quickly waved, only to realize the person stepping out was Ma Yuhua, heavily made up. Well, what a coincidence. Ma Yuhua said through gritted teeth, forcing a smile. This wretched girl, she hadn't even settled the score with her yet, and she dared tell her parents she'd seen her in Kaming City. Given her envy and jealousy, she must have told her parents about her profession. Now, she didn't even dare go home. Looking at Zhaodi's outfit, with a stray vegetable leaf still stuck to her forehead, Ma Yuhua felt nothing but disdain. Driver, are you going to Taizhi County? Zhaodi ignored her. All she wanted now was to hurry home. Ma Yuhua noticed the little brat wasn't even paying her any attention and comforted herself, thinking, asterisk, she probably knows how shabby she looks. Now, sis is someone you can't even hope to reach, asterisk. Zhaodi got into the taxi, while Ma Yuhua's phone rang. She had upgraded to a high-end Motorola with a colorful ringtone, this year's most popular sapphire blue flip phone. Oh, boss Song, I'm already here. I'm downstairs now. I just ran into a beggar, had to spare some change, right? With that, she hung up, straightened her posture, and walked into the lobby. I'm not here to eat. I'm looking for someone. A waiter promptly led the way to the third floor, room 302. While riding the elevator, Ma Yuhua still felt a bit irritated about what had happened earlier. She generously took out 50 yuan as a tip and asked what Ma Zhaodi was doing there. She definitely couldn't afford a standard room here. And judging by her outfit, she probably had less style than even a hotel cleaning lady. Most of the staff working at the Fuhao Hotel hadn't finished middle school and had left home to work at a young age. Their monthly wages weren't high, barely over 200 yuan including bonuses. 50 yuan was already a significant tip. She delivers vegetables to our hotel. Immediately, Ma Yuhua understood the whole story. Asterisk delivering vegetables? How much could she earn in a month? No wonder she still looks so poor even after all this time. Asterisk. Ma Yuhua recalled how her father used to praise Zhaodi endlessly. Look at Zhaodi. She knows how to earn money and support her family. Asterisk, wasn't she being sneaky? Didn't she tattle on me to our parents? Well, I earn money now. I'll give mom and dad some cash, and I'll definitely outdo that girl. Asterisk. Ma Yuhua sneered coldly. As for Ma Zhaodi, she hadn't told her uncle and aunt about her current profession simply to avoid unnecessary trouble. Her primary goal after being reborn was to earn money, lots of it. Even though she had watched plenty of TV shows, movies, and read novels in her past life, she didn't complain about being reborn. Although she didn't gain any special abilities, she was already content. Driver, could you go a little faster? Zhaodi urged. The driver was steady, but Zhaodi was genuinely in a hurry to return. Sure. I thought you were carsick. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had noticed Zhaodi leaning back in her seat with her eyes closed as soon as she got in. Since she wasn't carsick, the seasoned driver couldn't fathom what a girl her age, supposedly in the prime of her youth, could possibly be so troubled about. If there was ever a carefree time in life, it was surely at this age. When they arrived in Taizhi County, Zhaodi paid the fare and headed straight to the hospital. Seeing Qinlei smoking outside the hospital, Zhaodi walked over to ask for an update. Qinlei sighed and said, he was given another sedative shot. Zhaodi was stunned. In her past life, she wouldn't have understood, but now she knew many things. It seemed her father had relapsed. But sedatives were Western medicines that affected the central nervous system. Overuse could be harmful, much like sleeping pills. Did he wake up at all in between? Did you ask him what happened? Qinlei took a final deep drag of his cigarette, stubbing it out before replying. He woke up, muttered some nonsense, vomited a lot of stomach fluid, and was so agitated we could barely hold him down. What did he say? Zhaodi was taken aback. What on earth had frightened her father so badly? Chapter 169, Food Poisoning Caused by Vegetables. Someone died. Qinlei said. Seeing Zhaodi's eyes widen as if she didn't understand the context, he added. Godfather said, someone died. Someone died? Where? Zhaodi asked in return. For someone of her father's age, it was impossible not to have seen death. Their own family had even held 2 funerals. Her stepmother's remains were even more gruesome, yet her father couldn't possibly have been frightened to such an extent. I'll look into the coffin shop later. Hopefully, I'll find something. Qinlei said calmly, though he felt very grave inside. He also noticed a piece of rotten vegetable leaf stuck to the girl's forehead. He reached out and removed it for her. She must have been so busy that she didn't even take care of herself. Zhaodi didn't speak, her gaze wandering aimlessly because an image unrelated to her inexplicably flooded her mind. A coffin painted black and waxed with brown polish, its lid shifted open a palm's width. A girl in her early 20s, with a high ponytail and wearing pristine white gloves, reached into the coffin and pushed with force, opening the lid a few more inches. Light fully illuminated the interior of the coffin, revealing piles of bones indistinguishable from one another, as if several people had been bound together and burned in a fire. The flesh and bones were tightly fused together by melted skin, making it impossible to tell which skull belonged to which body, let alone which arms or legs. Jowdy? Chinlei watched as Jowdy's face turned pale, her lips bloodless, her eyes shifting slowly and restlessly from side to side, devoid of focus. Why did Jowdy feel she had seen such a scene somewhere before? But she just couldn't remember. The girl with the white gloves felt like herself, yet not, because Jowdy remembered all her past life's memories clearly. After killing Lu Dashing, Jowdy began her life on the run. Later, she was taken in by the Bai family. Then, the Bai family encountered disaster, losing all their wealth overnight. Even Bai Wenjie left his hometown without a trace. Jowdy, not being a member of the Bai family, avoided the calamity and later worked as a cleaner in a hotel just to put food on the table. It was that simple. Jowdy knew it was that simple. After all, in her past life, she was just a grain of sand low in the dust, without such dramatic ups and downs. Her life was merely about clinging to survival, just for a mouthful of food. But Jowdy suddenly frowned. She seemed to have thought of something. Between her time on the run and being taken in by the Bai family, Jowdy couldn't seem to remember what had happened. It was in a particularly vague state. What had Jowdy been doing during those years? She actually couldn't recall. Also, how did Wu Qing from the Fuhao Hotel recognize her on the spot as a fugitive? How did she know? Most importantly, why hadn't the government authorities issued a wanted notice for her all those years she was on the run after killing someone? Thinking of this, Jowdy felt as though she had experienced something in her past life that even she had forgotten. Ma Jowdy. Chinlei watched her lost in thought for that brief moment, her facial expressions changing unpredictably, like someone in a martial arts novel who had lost control during cultivation. He couldn't help but reach out and grasp Ma Jowdy's thin shoulders, shaking her a few times. Jowdy jolted awake, looking at the frowning Chinlei. She gave a weary, faint smile. Were you possessed? Chinlei had to admit that for a moment there, her eyes and expression had changed to resemble a stranger's. Even when a fierce look flashed in her eyes, it sent a chill down Chinlei's spine. How could such a fierce look appear in this little girl's eyes? Now that she had calmed down, Chinlei wondered if it had just been an illusion. What were you thinking about? I've never seen anyone have a nightmare while standing. Chinlei couldn't help but joke, though his words were 3 parts jest and 7 parts serious. I just feel that coffin shop might really have a problem. Jowdy said. You're probably too tired. I'll look into this matter. If you do everything, what will I do? Being overly frightened isn't a big deal as long as someone is around to watch over him. The worry is if his blood pressure gets too high and uncontrollable, then it'll be troublesome. Don't worry too much. Your father's bodily functions are still quite good. These are blood pressure medication, and here's a prescription. You can get some calming herbs for him from an herbal medicine shop outside. If he really can't sleep, I can prescribe some sleeping pills for you. Listening to the doctor's words, Jowdy felt quite warm inside. Although modern society wasn't as developed as the new century, doctors still maintained the mindset of treating patients with parental care. Jowdy took the prescription and the medicine and left. Seeing her father lying motionless on the hospital bed with his eyes open, her heart ached. Dad, we're being discharged. Let's go home and rest. As Jowdy spoke, Chinlei quickly came over to help, getting the old man onto the hired tricycle. Get married. Marry far away. As the tricycle jolted along the bumpy mountain road, Ma Jiangwo's body swayed with it. But he suddenly murmured these words. Why was he suddenly telling her to get married? What was he thinking? Jowdy's nose stung with emotion. Could Dad have been scared into some nervous disorder? Dad, if you're sleepy, just sleep. We'll be home soon. Jowdy comforted him, but a heavy stone weighed on her heart, refusing to lift, making her feel somewhat chest-tight. Then, her father began to murmur softly, Wanner, Wanner. Now, she was the only one in the family who could take charge. If her mother hadn't died back then, her mother's word would definitely be effective now. She knew her father had always missed her mother, Guowan. After all, she had heard that back in the day, her mother's family background was nobler than her father's. Her mother's family had disapproved, so it was only because her mother was determined that she married over. One cotton quilt symbolized their brief marriage before they were separated by life and death. Of course, Jowdy had never met her maternal grandmother because since her mother's wedding day, she had severed ties with her maternal family. She had heard since childhood that during the wedding banquet, none of the bride's family had come. So, Jowdy had no impression of her maternal grandmother's family at all. Jowdy turned her head away. As the tricycle swayed, she felt the wind blowing from the valley, at least enough to dry the tears that almost fell. Chinlei happened to be sitting on the opposite side of the tricycle's edge, with Ma Jiangwo lying between them. How could he not see Jiaoti's state? You didn't drive back? Chinlei thought changing the subject was better than comfort. After all, the more you comforted this stubborn girl, the more it would annoy her. To put it bluntly, her ability to heal herself was beyond his imagination. No, I took a taxi back. Jiaoti didn't mention the hotel deliberately giving her a hard time, only saying the car was left in the backyard of the Fuhao Hotel. Immediately, Chinlei took it upon himself to call Tizi, asking him to drive the car over and help Jiaoti deliver vegetables for a few days starting tomorrow morning. After Jiaoti got home and settled her father in bed, Tizi called to say the car wasn't allowed to be taken and that Jiaoti needed to come in person. Upon detailed inquiry, she learned that the vegetables delivered today were said to have problems, and the hotel had compensated the customers a significant amount. Chapter 170, An Improvised Palm Technique. Chinlei felt slightly troubled. However, after glancing back at Jiaoti, who was bent over wiping her father's face in the room, he couldn't help but walk out of the main hall. He only spoke once they were in the courtyard. First, find out what this is all about. I'm saying you're not doing your proper job, and now you've switched to housekeeping? Don't you have any missions, damn it? My superiors haven't given me any tasks. I'm bored out of my mind. Chinlei couldn't be bothered to explain. God sister, huh? Looks pretty wet to me, and you still won't admit it. Chinlei patiently let out a sigh, calmly lit a cigarette, and said, Xiao Zhendong's fiancé. There was silence on the other end for a long moment before the call was hung up. After all, Zhang Tai and Chinlei used to be like the black and white twin terrors. Whenever they went on missions, the two brothers cooperated so seamlessly it was beyond words. But Zhang Tai had an exceptionally fiery temper, always ready to throw down at the drop of a hat. In the end, he caused a major incident, was expelled from the party, and went back home to farm. This all happened many years ago. Chinlei didn't like to bring it up, but he held deep feelings for this comrade in arms, having shared life and death situations. So right then, Tizi agreed without another word. They'd figure out the situation first. After hanging up, Chinlei turned around and saw Jiaoti step over the threshold with a basin of hot water. She splashed the water out by the drain at the base of the wall. Then, carrying the basin and wiping sweat from her forehead, she went into the kitchen. Brother Lei, if you're not busy, could you help cut some mushrooms? We'll have mushrooms tonight. Jiaoti coughed as she lit the fire to cook. The smoke wouldn't be thick once the fire got going properly. Chinlei grunted in acknowledgement and went out. Jiaoti's phone rang. Freeing one hand, she answered. Upon hearing the voice, her face immediately darkened. How's that possible? My vegetables don't even get chemical fertilizer. I only use manure. How could they possibly cause food poisoning? Besides, your hotel kitchen's hygiene should also be investigated. How can you just decide it's my vegetables that are the problem? Jiaoti didn't need to think twice. She knew exactly what kind of people those kitchen staff were. With a head chef like that, what could you expect from the people under him? A fierce glint appeared again in Jiaoti's eyes, as if what lay before her was a lifeless corpse. If she had the mood to look in a mirror right then, she'd probably be startled by her own expression. She hung up immediately. Her father was sick, and for the first time, she felt the illusion of being pulled in too many directions. She might have to trouble Brother Lei to look after things again. She truly wondered, if she hadn't met Brother Lei, would she be caught between a rock and a hard place right now? From the bottom of her heart, she was grateful to Chinlei, just as she had been grateful to Bai Wenjie in her past life. In a hurry to leave, without properly explaining to Chinlei, Jiaoti rode her bicycle to the county town. Taxis were a rarity there, so she could only find a motorcycle to take her to the city. By the time she took a taxi and arrived at the Fuhao Hotel, it was already past 10 at night. But today, the Fuhao Hotel seemed truly in turmoil. All the staff were standing in the lobby. Not a single customer was in sight. There were also several officials in Health Bureau and Procuratorate uniforms conducting routine inspections, along with local public security officers maintaining order. They were managing the victims who had suffered vomiting and diarrhea after the noon meal, along with their family members. A crowd had gathered outside the lobby to watch the commotion. Even a few taxi drivers by the roadside couldn't resist braking to look over. Unfortunately, it was already packed solid. Even Jiaoti would have a hard time squeezing in. Jiaoti bypassed the front lobby, planning to enter through the back door warehouse to check the situation in the back. As soon as she reached the back, she saw Tizi sitting by the tea table smoking gloomily. Opposite him sat head chef Ma Maofeng. Sitting next to Ma Maofeng was Wu Qing. It seemed Wu Mingjie was already handling matters in the front lobby, leaving the back area surprisingly quiet. So, what's it gonna be? Give me a straight answer. Tizi scratched his scalp, stubbed out his cigarette, and said, No need to wait for the person involved to arrive. I'll make the decision. Tizi thumped his chest with righteous fervor, the sound like muffled drum beats. Don't even talk about you having no authority. Even if you did, would you dare take responsibility for the consequences? Head chef Ma Maofeng glanced at Miss Wu Qing and spoke up proactively. The knuckles of his hand, resting inverted on the table, rapped against the tea table with sharp taps. Kid, don't get too cocky. You might not know what kind of rice your granddad here eats. Zhang Tai crossed his arms. The dark, plump flesh of his face suddenly tensed, a faint trace of contempt visible in his eyes. He crossed his legs, sucked his teeth, and actually spat a mouthful of phlegm into the ashtray. A puff of ash burst into the air, landing on the tea table outside the ashtray, immediately dirtying the surface. Wu Qing frowned. She had seen people spit into spittoons and into trash cans, but never into an ashtray. Her expression changed instantly. Seeing the young lady's face darken, the head chef immediately slammed the table and stood up. The biggest reason was also that he was in his late 30s, and this brat looked to be in his 20s or early 30s at most, yet he dared call him a kid? The flames of anger shot up. All the people under the head chef, except for the older women responsible for washing and prepping vegetables, moved closer in unison. It was as if, at their boss's command, all the men, young and old, were ready to go all out. This time, Teasy didn't spit into the ashtray. Instead, he spat into his own palm, rubbed his hands together, smoothed back his slicked-back hair, snorted, and shook his fleshy face. You bunch of little brats, when your granddad here was carrying a sniper rifle, you were all still in your mother's wombs learning how to kick. These words were too arrogant. But who would have thought that after saying this, Zhang Tai flipped over the sofa in a single leap, actually darting towards the back door to make a run for it. Beat him to death. Not only were Wu Qing and head chef Ma Maofeng present utterly dumbfounded, even Zhao was stunned. The whole sequence wasn't particularly long or short, it happened in the moment Zhao stopped in her tracks. Seeing brother Tai about to run, Zhao quickly moved to give way. One had to understand, with his build charging forward, Zhao felt it would be like a giant black bull, nothing would survive where it trampled. But Zhao didn't clear the path completely. Her right shoulder was bumped. Instantly, her body spun, and before she could steady herself, the group led by the head chef came charging out like 1,000 stampeding horses. Zhao didn't even have time to see their faces clearly. She immediately stuck out a leg to trip them. The group tumbled like stacked building blocks, pushing each other until the head chef at the front was shoved, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. Then, the head chef turned back with a bewildered look and cursed, "Who the hell isn't watching where they're going? Stepped on my heel." Turning to look, he saw not only a pile of fallen people, but also that damn annoying girl standing right there. An image of herself with a vicious glare flashed in Zhao's mind, as if in a dream, yet she felt the events happening now had appeared in her dreams before. Zhang Tai, who was about to flee, also paused and looked back. He clearly saw a girl not only stick out her leg to trip someone but also, with her palms pressed together and fingers interlocked behind her back, give a slight, seemingly effortless push that amplified the effect. The force appeared light, yet it achieved twice the result with half the effort. Using full strength would have been obvious, it was clearly Tai Chi Palm. Chapter 171, Proving with Her Body. One of the disciplines for cultivating mind and body in Tai Chi includes Tai Chi Staff, Tai Chi Fist, Tai Chi Sword, and Tai Chi Palm. It was probably taught by that kid Lazy, yet it didn't seem quite like it. Because when Lazy was receiving training, he happened to meet a gracious master who taught him some methods for strengthening the body. But when it came to actual use, that kid probably couldn't perform as well as this girl. Zhao looked at her own hand. Just now, she seemed to have pushed unintentionally, yet the technique resembled one of the Tai Chi moves. "I believe you." An aged voice echoed in Zhao's mind. She seemed to recall a little bit. When she escaped from Lu Wazi village, she was pursued by the local authorities and the forces of Lu Dasheng's father. She didn't even dare to let people see her face clearly while begging for food. As a result, Ma Zhaodi, who hadn't eaten for days, still went out to beg under the cover of darkness. In the end, she was mistaken for a thief and beaten up. Later, an old man dispersed the crowd with a few words. Zhaodi was unconscious, but could hear someone asking her why she came out to beg and which village she was from. Zhaodi could only cry. Her life had been too unjust. Then, the old man simply said, "I believe you. Rest well." In her memory, he was an old man who particularly enjoyed practicing Tai Chi. However, Zhaodi couldn't remember his face or what happened afterward. When her memories connected again, Zhaodi had already been taken in by Bai Wenjie, and then everything that followed occurred. Sometimes Zhaodi felt as if she had suddenly jumped from 16 or 17 years old to over 20. She truly couldn't remember how those years in between passed. Meanwhile, Ma Maofeng thought to himself, so this girl knows a thing or two. No wonder manager Wu has so many taboos about her. He also felt that Wu Mingjie wasn't suited to manage the hotel business, apparently due to a timid nature. Ma Maofeng wasn't afraid of trouble. He immediately kicked aside an apprentice and strode steadily toward Zhaodi. Jody was still pondering when she suddenly felt a gust of palm wind against her face, like someone using their hand as a fan in summer. Jody swiftly turned her face away, and only then saw that the black shadow flashing past the bridge of her nose was a fist. Jody took 2 steps back, steadying herself, only to see Ma Maofeng stumble forward 2 steps before regaining his balance, having thrown a punch at empty air. The look he shot back was filled with disbelief and resentment. Hey, when the hell are you coming? Things have already kicked off here. Are you waiting to eat dumplings filled with human flesh? There are over 10 of them on the other side. Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I couldn't hold out. Are you fucking the big yellow maggot that plays with shit in Transformers? Nearby, Zhang Tai was watching the chaotic scene and called a buddy. Since being expelled from the party, he had mixed in society and knew a few gangsters. You still have time to call me? I don't think this is a big deal. The sound of shuffling mahjong tiles came from the other end. Hearing this, Zhang Tai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, thinking none of these gangster idiots were reliable. Zhang Tai rubbed his forehead hard and said, "Just pretend I never made this call." He didn't even hang up. He directly smashed that little black PHS phone. Anyway, he'd just curse and fight, damn it. This fight was no small matter. The authorities conducting inspections in the front hall were right inside the hotel. Hearing the commotion, they all swarmed over. Little sister, run. Stop fucking fighting. Zhang Tai was afraid of the authorities because back when he was in the army, he had been too reckless and hit the division commander. Later, he was expelled from the party, leaving an indelible stain on his life. If he got dragged into this now, regardless of whether it was his fault, he'd have to take the blame. Jody was slightly stunned as she watched Zhang Tai, swinging his 2 sausage-like legs and rounding his arms, run extremely fast. His thighs were so far apart that his crotch seemed probably burst. Soon, the authorities controlled the scene. Jody had no intention of running. She was the victim, okay? Officer, she hit me. Seeing the authorities arrive, each holding a baton, Ma Maofeng was so scared he quickly squatted down. The dozen or so brothers behind him also squatted. The leader of the authorities was a little fatty with a black mole on his chin, like a big black bean hanging there, trembling when he spoke. Black Mole looked at Jody and couldn't help but frown. She hit you? Hit all of you? Really, my arm is dislocated. A cook stood up, dangling his arm like a noodle to show everyone. And my hand. A hand with 3 fingers twisted together, looking like half a twisted dough stick, was also extended. Next, a disabled man with a collapsed shoulder stepped forward. Black Mole took a sharp breath and looked again at this thin, weak young girl. Judging by her face, she was only 15 or 16. Her? Beat up this group of men? Did you do it? Black Mole still asked somewhat incredulously. Jody shook her head. Black Mole was quite satisfied with this answer. After all, it didn't seem like something this girl could have done. He then took everyone away for questioning. When passing through the front hall, Wu Qing's face was so gloomy it could wring out water. She quietly grabbed Ma Maofeng and asked, "What happened?" "That girl is not simple, Mississippi. You really need to watch out for her." Wu Qing took a sharp breath. Was he talking about that country girl who delivers vegetables? For now, Wu Qing couldn't hinder the authorities' work. But when did that girl arrive, and what abilities could she possibly have? She really had to go check. Immediately, she strode in her high heels to the back hall and saw Ma Zhaodi just climbing onto her farm vehicle and starting it up. Wu Qing immediately blocked the front of the vehicle, refusing to let it leave, saying the vegetable poisoning incident hadn't been resolved yet, and there was no way she'd let the vehicle drive off so easily. Zhaodi turned off the engine and simply jumped down from the vehicle. "Wu Qing, why the vegetables caused food poisoning, I think you know better than anyone. Don't end up lifting a stone only to drop it on your own foot." Wu Qing was shocked. What capability did this little girl have to dare speak to her in such a tone? "What do you mean? Are you saying I deliberately put medicine in the vegetables? Just to harm you? And ruin our hotel's reputation? Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy?" Zhaodi was actually just testing, because even if she guessed who it was, she didn't have solid evidence yet. And if it wasn't Wu Qing, it still didn't prove that the person who tampered with things wasn't someone from their hotel. Just then, Zhaodi's phone rang. It was Wu Mingjie asking if she had arrived. Zhaodi hung up and went to the front hall. Before going to the front hall to cooperate with the health inspectors on this matter, Zhaodi climbed into the farm vehicle's cargo area and casually gathered some wilted, rotten vegetable leaves from under the vehicle and from the vegetable baskets. Around a large round table seating 15 in the front hall sat many authorities. Wu Mingjie was among them. Seeing Zhaodi arrive, he gave a brief introduction. Zhaodi placed the rotten vegetable leaves on the table and said, "I can prove my vegetables are absolutely fine. These are leaves I just picked up from the vehicle, also from the same batch of vegetables I delivered at noon today. Miss Wu Qing can attest to that." Mentioning Wu Qing turned her head away and snorted coldly. Without another word, Zhaodi, in front of everyone, stuffed the vegetable leaves into her mouth. Chapter 172, County Chief Ma's precious treasure meets a miserable end. Heavens, it's not even washed. Look, there's still mud on it. The few hotel service staff watching nearby all furrowed their brows. Wu Mingjie also drew a sharp breath. Looking at the girl's resolute eyes, he frowned deeply. He actually hadn't suspected her vegetables were the problem. He just wanted her to clarify things according to the official procedures. The officials were thoroughly convinced. Since she was eating it right in front of everyone, without cooking or washing it, there clearly couldn't be anything wrong. Wu Qing's face was a picture of rapidly shifting expressions. This girl, is she human or a rabbit? Good heavens, isn't she afraid of eating herself to death? After Zhaodi finished eating 2 cabbage leaves and some scattered cauliflower florets, she finally spoke. I wonder, how long after the guests ate did the food poisoning symptoms appear? Zhaodi remained calm and composed, which in contrast made the group of grown men seem rather alarmist and undignified. Within half an hour, Wu Mingjie said. This was the most direct and simplest way for Zhaodi to clear her name. Everyone fell silent, knowing full well this girl was determined to wait out the half-hour. During the half-hour wait, Ma Zhaodi's face was serene, neither anxious nor impatient. It was the officials who grew somewhat restless, excusing themselves to go out for a smoke to relieve the boredom. Wu Mingjie interlaced his fingers on the table and said gently, how are you feeling now? Where's the restroom? If it really gets bad, I can call an ambulance for you. This is the city. The medical facilities are far superior to the countryside. Wu Qing interjected from the side. Wu Mingjie glanced at his sister, signaling her to go do whatever she wanted. For the first time, Wu Qing wanted to stick around for the show. Normally, hearing such a dismissal, she'd be off faster than a rabbit. Later, after the officials finished their smoke, the leader checked his wristwatch and saw that Ma Zhaodi was completely fine. Wu Qing frowned slightly. Wu Mingjie was also taken aback. If it wasn't the vegetables themselves, then... At that moment, Wu Mingjie didn't state his position in front of the inspectors. Instead, he very sincerely said he would continue to cooperate with the official investigation, available at any summons. After the officials left, Wu Mingjie's expression darkened. He made a phone call, summoning a close friend to thoroughly investigate all the ingredients in the kitchen. While samples of these ingredients had already been taken by the relevant departments for testing, Wu Mingjie's reason for having his own people check was that if there really was a problem with his hotel, he needed to handle it preemptively. Otherwise, if such a large, established hotel were ruined under his watch, the old man would surely strike him down with one blow, sending him on a one-way trip to oblivion. After Zhang Tai ran out of the Fuhao Hotel, he found a newspaper kiosk, grabbed the public telephone, and dialed Qinlei's number. While waiting for the call to connect, he worriedly glanced back to see if any officials were following him. More importantly, after running about a kilometer, Zhang Tai realized the girl hadn't run with him. Not only had he failed to help his sworn brother with this matter, but if he ended up causing trouble for the girl. He was a grown man, a soldier trained by the state after all. Running off like this didn't sit right with his conscience. As soon as the call connected, TZ smacked his own head hard. Damn it, you finally answered the phone. Something's happened. No, wait. What the hell are you doing? Zhang Tai heard the other person's voice, sounding breathless. You bastard, you're not fucking some woman, are you? Piss off. What's the matter? Spit it out. Qinlei clamped the phone between his shoulder and ear, using both hands to heave the battered red flag sedan, which had been knocked off the road into a ditch, back up onto the tarmac. Blood was visible on the back of his hand, trickling down his sleeve. TZ grumbled, that godsister of yours, she's really something else. Zhang Tai still couldn't believe it. That little girl actually knew Tai Chi palm techniques, and her moves were incredibly, Shulian, skilled/proficient. That wasn't all. She had beaten several people up pretty badly. He didn't even know now if she had been taken in. Plus, given his own blemished record, if he got taken in, he'd definitely face a court-martial directly. He wouldn't even know how he died. After listening to Zhang Tai's lengthy account, Qinlei was stunned. What are you talking about? What Tai Chi palm? Are you even my brother? What I'm telling you now isn't the main point, damn it. Can't be bothered with your nonsense. My pager's busted too, you owe me a new one. I owe you my ass. Skip whoring once and you'll have enough for a phone. Qinlei snorted, not giving Zhang Tai a chance to say more. He hung up immediately, got into the car, tested the engine, which seemed more or less intact, and finding the car drivable, set off for Kaming City right away. It's just that this beat-up red flag was County Chief Ma's precious treasure. Having wrecked it like this, it seemed Qinlei would have to bleed his family dry for money again. After all, the Fuhao Hotel in Kaming City, especially in this era, was considered one of the top 5-star establishments. A comprehensive hospitality business integrating restaurant, hotel lodging, and luxury private dining rooms. Consequently, it attracted significant social attention. Many newspaper reporters with old-fashioned cameras were doing live broadcasts outside the hotel. These people really were everywhere. Wu Mingjie naturally wouldn't reveal a single word about the Fuhao Hotel at a time like this. Unexpectedly, Ma Zhaodi, who had driven out the back door, got surrounded. When Zhaodi saw the reporters, she felt a sense of familiarity. The only difference was, in her previous life, reporters from that looks-obsessed era were mostly dressed to the nines, the men handsome and dashing. But now, the female reporter wore simple, plain clothes, her face bearing the marks of hardship, all for the sake of good sales for tomorrow's headline, even willing to go sleepless and without food or water. Zhaodi was no saint. Although she had a cooperative relationship with the Fuhao Hotel, she had already proven her vegetables weren't the problem. If there were an issue, since Zhaodi also supplied vegetables to the market, her business would be ruined because of this. All the recent hard work and the Xiangqin men, fellow villagers/folks, expectations would go down the drain. Seizing the opportunity, Zhaodi got out of the car and accepted the reporter's interview. It's true I'm a vegetable supplier. But just now, in front of the officials, I ate the vegetables myself, proving my produce is indeed harmless. Miss Ma, since this food poisoning incident has nothing to do with you, do you think it might be due to internal sanitation issues at the Fuhao Hotel? Zhaodi couldn't answer that question. Even though she knew it must be someone inside causing trouble, Zhaodi understood the power of public opinion. Even if Wu Mingjie later used his family's influence to settle the matter, if he turned around and sued Zhaodi for defamation instead, she would have a hard time defending herself. I'm just a vegetable vendor, so I don't know anything about the hotel's affairs. Zhaodi wasn't foolish enough for that. The brief interview ended there. Zhaodi hopped back into the driver's cabin, ready to set off, but her path was blocked by a red flag sedan coming in from the front. Zhaodi honked the horn, signaling him to reverse first. Her vehicle was large and not easy to maneuver. Who would have thought the car not only showed no intention of giving way, but also turned off its engine? Then, Qinlei stepped out from the driver's side. The moment he pushed the car door open, the door handle came off in his grip, and the door clattered to the ground with a bang. Only then did Zhaodi notice the door was badly dented, and the front hood was wobbling precariously. Qinlei looked awkwardly at the door handle in his hand, then at the car door lying on the ground. Chapter 173, Hurry up and take your clothes off. Qinlei glanced at the door handle in his hand and casually tossed it aside, not caring where it landed. With a crack, Zhaodi watched as the windshield instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, the entire piece collapsing into the driver's cabin. Zhaodi quickly got out of the car to check. Brother Lei, how did you get here? Were you in an accident? Are you hurt anywhere? Qinlei narrowed his phoenix eyes. Was this little firecracker actually concerned about him? Zhaodi looked down and saw his left hand was covered in blood. Clearly, it was flowing from his arm. Oh, you're bleeding. Qinlei's heart skipped a beat. Good girl, you finally know to worry about your big brother. It's nothing, just a bump. Qinlei waved his hand. Getting this moment of care was enough for him. How did things go? Are they resolved? Basically, all settled, Zhaodi said. Seeing him act so nonchalant, she still couldn't help frowning and glancing at his hand. She kept thinking it wouldn't do to not stop the bleeding. Frowning, Zhaodi immediately found someone to tow away the almost totaled Hongqi sedan that was the accident vehicle. Zhaodi looked at Brother Lei in the passenger seat as they headed to the nearest hospital. The vehicle was too big, most hospitals wouldn't let it drive in. So, Zhaodi had to find a place to park, and then the two of them went to the emergency room together. After all, at this hour, any clinic would be closed. Throughout the whole process, Qinlei didn't speak. He just glanced at her occasionally, thinking that right now she really did seem like a little housewife. He'd already said it was fine, but she insisted on dragging him to the hospital. Well, it was rare for Ma Zhaodi, this little firecracker, to treat him so kindly. Might as well enjoy the process. Doctor, please take a look quickly. Where is he hurt? Is it serious? As soon as they entered the emergency room, Zhaodi spoke first. The doctor on duty was an orthopedist in his 40s. Qinlei unhurriedly sat down on a stool, looking at her with an expression that said he was ready to follow all of the little firecracker's orders. Take off your jacket. The doctor told you to take off your jacket. Zhaodi frowned. Why did Qinlei seem like a block of wood today? The doctor on duty was still at his post at this hour. In the society from her past life, he'd probably have sneaked off to some operating room to sleep by now. She'd said it twice, but Qinlei acted as if he hadn't heard. Really take it off? After a long pause, Qinlei finally squeezed out those words. The doctor needs to see your wound. If you don't take it off, should I take mine off instead? Zhaodi really hadn't thought much about it. But as soon as the words left her mouth, even the doctor was stunned. Zhaodi's face instantly burned hot, and she hurriedly stepped outside. She leaned against the wall, holding her forehead. Good heavens, she little horse, who had died and come back from her previous life, had momentarily forgotten that this era was still quite conservative. A young woman like her standing there would make any man feel too embarrassed to take off his clothes. Oh, Ma Zhaodi, you need to be more careful in the future to avoid such awkwardness. Oh, your scapula is dislocated. Yeah, I popped it back in myself. Just help disinfect the wound. That'll be enough. All right. The doctor looked up at Chinlei again, then proceeded to disinfect the tendon wound. It had to be said, this young man was quite sturdy. Otherwise, looking at this external injury, if it were on an average person, half their arm would probably be useless. Young man, you're quite robust. Chinlei put his clothes back on, covering the 8-pack abs and the 2 symmetrical lines of his obliques, and said with a smile, just exercise regularly. Once outside, Zhaodi, having regained her composure, asked about the situation. Chinlei said nonchalantly that it was nothing. Zhaodi frowned. Chinlei understood. He felt this little firecracker really was an insecure little housewife. Fine, Chinlei decided to explain in more detail. Altogether, it cost 2 yuan. 50 cents for the disinfectant, 30 cents for the antiseptic solution and cotton swabs, bandaging tape, and then I bought a box of anti-inflammatory medicine for 1 yuan 20 cents. Chinlei shook the small plastic bag in his hand. The car was smashed up like that, and he's fine? Zhaodi looked at Chinlei with some suspicion. Before she could figure it out, a large hand reached out in front of her. Lend me 5 yuan. Oh. Without thinking, Zhaodi took 5 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Chinlei. Only afterwards did she react. Aren't you richer than anyone? That table of seafood cost 5 or 600. What's 5 yuan? Where's your money? I came in too much of a hurry, didn't bring my wallet. Just found a few yuan in my pocket, leftover bills from last time I did laundry and didn't notice they got washed. Alright, Zhaodi was speechless. What could have flustered him so much? Forgetting his wallet was one thing, but also getting into an accident? Zhaodi was exasperated. With the 5 yuan, Chinlei bought a bottle of medicinal wine, as the doctor had suggested. After all, for a dislocated bone, it's good to promote blood circulation, or it won't heal well. For an ordinary person, even if it was reset immediately, it could still cause periosteal abrasion and swelling, leading to future suffering. With the medicinal wine, Zhaodi walked ahead. Chinlei, with a half-smile, walked behind, arms crossed, watching the slender little figure under the streetlights at night. Her ponytail was messy from a day of running around, but it still swung back and forth on her straight back with each step. Chinlei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhaodi climbed into the driver's seat and couldn't help saying, "Hurry up and get in. It's already midnight. By the time we get home, there'll be no time to sleep, and you still have the mind to laugh." On the way back, Chinlei truly gained some insight. He really learned what it meant for a little firecracker to make an agricultural vehicle drift. She drove that car like the wind, like fire, earning Chinlei's genuine admiration. The trip to Taizhi County, which should have taken 2 hours, was completed in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Chinlei specifically checked his watch to confirm. The main reason Zhaodi drove so fast was that every evening, Guigong village prepared the vegetables. Previously, they loaded the vegetables in the morning. Now, to save time, Zhaodi loaded the greens the night before, sprayed a layer of water over them, covered them with a large tarpaulin, so the next day, as soon as she woke up, washed her face and brushed her teeth, she could set off directly. Today's food poisoning incident at the Fuhao Hotel had been too sudden. So, Zhaodi was certain that over there, the vegetables had already been picked and were waiting for her to come collect them. Therefore, she couldn't afford to delay. By the time she drove Chinlei back to her place, it was already around 2 a.m. Zhaodi hurried to catch some sleep. After only 3 hours before dawn, she drove to Guigong village. As expected, the villagers had more or less a few grumbling words. "I thought you weren't coming. My family had everything ready last night and you didn't show up. I had business outside," Zhaodi said with a smile. With the villagers' help, the vegetables were quickly loaded onto the truck. After covering them with the tarpaulin, Zhaodi was ready to leave. But she was stopped by the village chief, Fong Bainyo. He gave an awkward smile and led Zhaodi to the side of an alley entrance. Then, rubbing his hands, he said, "Well, little ma, yesterday when you didn't come, the folks all thought you didn't want our village's vegetables anymore. So, this isn't me trying to make things difficult, you see?" Zhaodi's expression remained calm. "Uncle Fong, if you have something to say, please say it directly. I still need to get to the city. If I'm delayed, that's when there will be real trouble." "Well, this is the villagers' opinion, you see." Fong Bainyo rubbed his hands, blinking somewhat anxiously and uneasily. It's not good for you to hold back the payment for the previous day's vegetables. If the villagers pick the vegetables in advance and you don't come to collect them, then they'll all rot, won't they?" When Zhaodi heard this, initially it was indeed a funding issue. But now, Zhaodi had earned a sum of money and wasn't afraid of daily settlements. However, after the incident at the Fuhao Hotel, even if Zhaodi had the funds, she wouldn't settle on the same day. Chapter 174, Planning to Soar to the Sky and F***CK the Dragon? I've thought about the future too. For everyone's peace of mind, how about we pick a day and sign an agreement? But the money issue, settlements must be every 3 days. That's the minimum time frame. Fong Bainyo was taken aback. Originally, it was 1 day's holdback, now it's 3? But then he thought, if they could sign an agreement, get it in black and white, they wouldn't have to worry about her running off, right? The muscles around Fong Bainyo's eyelids twitched uneasily a few times. I'll go back and discuss it with the villagers at a meeting. This matter wasn't so easy to explain. Fong Bainyo, after all, had a junior high school education and understood a thing or two about legalities. But the villagers were different. Most were illiterate. Being able to read a scales markings or operate a sewing machine already made you a well-known literate person in their eyes. As expected by Zhaodi, the villagers disagreed. All they could think about was one thing. Before, the money was held back for 1 day, now it's 3 days. Who would agree to that? Isn't it more reassuring to have the cash firmly in your own hand? The most troubled was still Fong Bainyo. These country folks who'd never seen the wider world were really a handful. He immediately slammed the table, put his hands behind his back, and walked off with an air of aged authority. He left behind one sentence: those who don't agree, don't sell your vegetables. His face was flushed red with anger, neck bulging. On the way back, he ran into old Lu's big yellow dog and kicked it, sending the dog yelping and howling. Aunt Nyo hadn't spoken the whole time. She said to her honest and simple son, Nyo Ben, I think that girl seems quite sincere. Think about it, she's so young and already learning to do business. She can't be a bad person. Let's just agree. It's better than letting the vegetables rot in the field. Nyo Ben immediately nodded. He'd listened to whatever his mother said. After all, she had single-handedly toiled, making shoe inserts for others, to raise him, her 3 oxen. The villagers, having dispersed from the village meeting, carried their small stools, gesturing and discussing animatedly, full of fervor. Why should they? It's all vegetables we worked so hard to grow. Why hold back our money? They were so angry they almost felt like hitting anyone they saw with the stools they brought to the meeting. Exactly. Who knows how much money she's making in the middle? First it was 1 day, now 3 days. Anyone who agrees to this is a damn grandson. Nyo Ben supported his limping old mother as they walked home. Neither mother nor son said a word. Once home, Nyo Ben quickly asked his wife to fetch a stool for his mother. She hadn't managed to get a stool at the meeting today, and they'd forgotten to bring one from home. His mother's old rheumatic legs couldn't take standing for so long. After Aunt Nyo sat down, she let out a long sigh. Pain throbbed deep within her knee joints. She subconsciously rubbed her knees and said earnestly, 3 oxen, maybe you should find some work? Every bit you earn helps. A thoughtful look appeared on Nyo Ben's honest face, his thick brows furrowed. He knew too, his wife was pregnant, soon to give birth. There would be many expenses then. Scratching his head, Nyo Ben remembered that just a couple of days ago, the Fugue Changsho coffin shop had asked him to come back to work. The pay was exceptionally high, 800 a month. But that place, even thinking about it, made 3 oxen scalp crawl. Yet he didn't dare tell his mother the truth. Right now, with his wife's belly growing bigger every day, the burden on his shoulders felt heavier and heavier. On one end of the carrying pole was his wife and child, on the other end, his own mother. 800 plus was 3 times his previous salary. That 800 yuan was enough to support the whole family, with some left over. So 3 oxen nodded and said he'd found work, could start the day after tomorrow. He might look honest and simple, even a bit foolish, but actually, he didn't say he could start any time because he was afraid his mother would suspect. No one knew how 3 oxen felt about going back to work at the Fugue Changsho coffin shop for money. He truly couldn't imagine dealing with the dead. But, well, it was okay. He didn't know carpentry. He'd just be helping the boss unload timber. At most, he'd just avoid contact with the coffins later. Anyway, he had plenty of strength. He'd just simply help unload goods. 3 oxen could only comfort himself this way. By the time Zhaodi finished delivering vegetables and returned, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and that was early, since she didn't have to deliver to the Fu Hao restaurant lately. It had been closed for the past few days. The next delivery day after reopening was set for 3 days later. These few days, Zhaodi planned to stay home and keep her father company. Dad, how are you feeling today? Looking at her disoriented father, Zhaodi felt a pang of heartache. If her mother were here, her father would probably be cared for meticulously. These past few days, how was Zhaodi any different from a dog? Zhaodi helped her disoriented father up and sat him at the table in the main room. She had specially made porridge and fed it to him spoonful by spoonful. Now, Ma Jiangwo was emaciated, with heavy dark circles under his eyes eye sockets sunken. Dad, tell me, what happened? Zhaodi clutched the rice bowl in her hands, tears streaming down. Even if she had to kneel and kowtow to her father, as long as he told her the truth, Jody would settle this score. At these words, Ma Jiangwo's nearly demented expression shifted. The porridge in his mouth wasn't swallowed. It flowed out from the corner of his lips as he opened his mouth, staining the front of his jacket with red beans and rice grains. In the coffins, so many dead people, so many, too many, countless. Before he could finish, Ma Jiangwo turned his head and vomited, because he felt what he was eating in his mouth was human flesh, and rotting human flesh at that. Jody quickly patted her father's back, but unexpectedly, her father himself stuck his fingers down his throat and vomited again, this time blood. Dad, stop that. Jody was terrified. If this continued, he would tear up his own throat. Jody patted her father's back with one hand while still holding the porridge bowl with the other. But her eyes were like those of a bloodthirsty demon. She seemed to remember something. Immediately, she raised her hand and chopped at the back of her father's neck. Her father instantly fell unconscious. Jody dragged her father's body backward into the bedroom, settled him on the bed, and covered him with a quilt. She patted his body. Dad, you wait. Those who owe debts will pay back every last cent. Jody didn't say much. After speaking, she got up and left. As soon as Jody stepped out the door, she almost collided with a dark figure coming towards her. If it weren't for Chinlei's quick reflexes, pulling Jody aside, both of them would probably be squatting on the ground holding their noses and crying. Of course, with Zhaodi's small frame, she would have just bumped into Chinlei's chest. Where are you going? Chinlei asked. Nothing much. Going to Uncle Blind Man's to get some herbs. Zhaodi lied. She planned to go to the county town's Fugue Chengshou coffin shop to see what was really going on. Chinlei rubbed his chest and said, You go ahead. I'll check on Dad. Okay. After saying that, Zhaodi watched Chinlei enter the main room, then immediately pedaled her bicycle towards the town. Chinlei didn't think much of it. Being able to help Zhaodi take care of her biological father gave him a reason to stay, that's all. But after entering the house, he found his foster father breathing weakly, his face deathly pale. Chinlei jumped in alarm, his brows shooting up. He quickly felt for Ma Jiangwo's carotid artery. At that moment, Chinlei drew a cold breath. This was the rapid blood cutoff technique. The blood and veins in the human body circulate endlessly. If the flow is directly cut off, causing temporary insufficient blood supply to the brain, the person will faint. Chinlei determined this was man-made. Thinking of Ma Zhaodi rushing out so urgently, he suddenly felt in his heart, is this skyrocketing monkey planning to soar to the sky and F***CK the dragon? Chapter 175, Really Going to Heaven. Chinlei fell into deep thought. The mysteries surrounding Ma Zhaodi were even more numerous than he had imagined. Foremost was her exceptional driving skills. Now, what astonished him even more was something Tizi had mentioned that he hadn't believed before, but now he had no choice but to believe it. When did she learn this set of self-defense techniques? Before, whenever he saw her get into fights, she would either pull hair or bite. If she had known these skills from the start, why didn't she use them for defense? Zhaodi, her eyes bloodshot and fixed straight ahead, pedaled the bicycle vigorously with her slender legs. By the time they reached the county town, it was already around 9 in the evening. The Chengshou Fugue coffin shop had already closed for the day. After all, the county town wasn't like the city, with its brightly lit streets and nightlife that never slept. If it happened to be pouring rain, shops would close even earlier. Zhaodi parked her bicycle in front of the coffin shop and slipped into the alleyway based on her memory. The storefronts in the county town weren't like the commercial properties specifically designed for business in the city. Most of the storefronts here were extensions built by residents in front of their homes, with the backyard serving as the shop owner's courtyard and living quarters. If a tenant wanted to run a business, they usually didn't need to live on the premises. Typically, only the storefront was rented, not the backyard or rooms. But Zhaodi was certain that the owner of this coffin shop had rented the entire property. The last time she came looking for her father, she saw a work area right behind the back door. Beyond that was the courtyard, piled with lumber and freshly made, unpainted coffins. Zhaodi entered the alley and, after just a few steps, heard voices coming from the courtyard. Your mother's cunt, this round I'm calling landlord. You'd lose even worse as the landlord. It's only about $100, no big deal. Zhaodi thought to herself that these guys were playing for pretty high stakes. In the village, people usually played for 50 cents or a yuan, sometimes even as low as 10 or 20 cents. Zhaodi looked around outside the courtyard wall and finally spotted a pile of firewood. She climbed onto it and peeked secretly into the courtyard. A fluorescent lamp, about 25 watts, hung from a bamboo pole, its wire loosely connected to the main room inside. 3 workers from the coffin shop were playing cards on stone stools, surrounded by a few onlookers who gestured and directed from time to time. Bomb him. Watching you play is so agonizing. Use the double jokers on him. Fuck off. If I bomb him, how am I supposed to play my 2 single cards? If you don't know how to play, shut the hell up. The guy who spoke up shrank his neck, not daring to say another word. The group was playing enthusiastically, completely unaware that a dark figure had already climbed along the courtyard wall and onto the roof of the main room. Typically, in houses like these, the toilet and vegetable garden were located in the backyard. The courtyard also had a back door, which was convenient for tenants who only rented the front storefront and didn't rent the courtyard for renovations. At the very least, the landlord could open another door, not interfering with the tenants' business in the front or their own daily life in the back. Jody climbed over the roof and, following the low wall of the outhouse, dropped into the backyard vegetable patch. Unexpectedly, just as Jody stepped through the back door to check the situation, before she could even steady her footing, someone knocked on the front gate. "Lao San, open up. Time to work." Jody quickly crouched and ducked into the outhouse. Immediately, a foul smell filled her nostrils. Next to the outhouse was a broken chamber pot, its stench stinging her eyes. Carefully, Jody closed the rickety wooden door of the outhouse from the inside, sliding the wooden bolt into place. She peered through the crack in the door to see what was happening. Soon, a stream of curses came from the front yard. "Nobody better cheat. I'm definitely winning this round." Amid the sound of footsteps, the middle-aged man called Lao San responded and hurried to open the main gate. Then, for men, carrying a horizontal pole on their shoulders, brought in a black wooden coffin. With a thud, the coffin landed heavily on the ground, placed in the vegetable patch of the front yard. "Where's the boss?" the leading man asked casually. Lao San, too busy to latch the gate, went back to continue the card game, tossing over his shoulder. "There was a bit of trouble a couple of days ago. Our boss was worried something might go wrong, so he went back to handle it." The man leading the coffin delivery, wearing sunglasses despite the darkness, made it impossible for Jody to guess his age or appearance. She only noticed his particularly burly build and his deep, low voice. Hearing this, the sunglasses-wearing man waved his hand, signaling the coffin carriers to go inside and rest. "Everyone, get some good rest. We have a burial to take care of tomorrow." With that, the men, rubbing their sore shoulders, all went to the front yard to find rooms to sleep in. Jody was puzzled. Weren't they coffin makers? Why were they involved in burials? At that moment, everyone had left the front yard, leaving only a solitary coffin haphazardly placed in the courtyard. Under the moonlight, it emanated an eerie aura. Jody took a sharp breath and instantly, a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. The image of charred, fused-together corpses flashed vividly in her mind. And in that image, those sharp, knife-like eyes. Jody stared at the coffin for a long time. The longer she looked, the more uneasy she felt. If those inexplicable memories were real, then there must be a dead person inside that coffin. Her father must have accidentally seen what was inside the coffin, which was why he was so terrified. After all, it wasn't just ordinary horror, it was beyond what an average person could psychologically endure. But what exactly were these people involved in? A couple of days ago, there was a bit of trouble. But that old man was scared out of his wits. Otherwise, our boss would have taken care of that guy. Scared out of his wits? Are you sure? Positive. The boss went to the hospital secretly to check. This noon, one of our brothers also went to the village to see. He's so scared he can't even speak. What's there to worry about? But didn't the boss say a couple of days ago that we were shorthanded? He found that big dummy to help unload the goods. Found someone. Yeah, someone who used to work here before. Don't let his size and strength fool you, he's as timid as a pinhead. Even Xiao Liuzi bullies him for fun when there's nothing else to do. He used to work here? What's his name? Maybe I know him. Sanyo. His real name is something like Nyoben, I think. At the mention of this person, Lao Si burst into laughter, doubling over. That idiot was nothing but a block of wood, doing whatever he was told. Exactly. If he weren't so honest, how could someone have shoved his head into the outhouse, leaving him covered in shit and piss, and he still didn't lose his temper? Oh my god, I can't hold it anymore. Gotta take a leak. After that, I need a good rest. We've got work to do tomorrow. With that, Lao Si stopped laughing and headed toward the backyard, undoing his belt as he walked. Jody heard every word of this conversation. She never imagined that Brother Sanyo had also worked here. Just as she was lost in thought, the footsteps grew closer. Jody snapped back to attention just as the rickety wooden door was shaken from the outside. Who the hell is in there? Hurry up and come out. I'm about to burst. Jody remained silent. Bang, bang, bang. Lao Si, growing impatient and holding up his pants with both hands, kicked the door a few times. Lao Wu, I know it's you, damn it. Whenever there's work, you've got to take a shit or a piss. There's hardly any work today. What are you squatting in there for? Sweat beaded on Jody's palms, and her hands twisted nervously. The last time she fought outside the rich man's hotel, she felt like her Tai Chi moves were really good, as if she had known them all along. But Jody wasn't sure if she could perform under pressure like this. Fourth brother, what do you need me for? It's not my turn to keep watch tonight. This voice came from the backyard. Lao Si was taken aback. Who the hell was in the outhouse then? Immediately, Lao Si's face darkened, and he shouted, "Brothers, grab your tools. We've got work to do." Chapter 176, The Worrisome Sky-Soaring Monkey. What's going on? At the mention of work, everyone except the boss and the second in command, the man with sunglasses, rushed over the third, fourth, fifth, and even the sixth, that clumsy kid. They exchanged glances and noticed the fourth brother staring intently at the outhouse. After a few meaningful looks, everyone understood. Jowdy was nearly suffocated by the stench in the outhouse. She seriously wondered if men's waste smelled worse than women's. Well, at this moment, Jowdy had no time to dwell on that. She had no intention of opening the outhouse door because she sensed something fishy about this coffin shop. Initially, Ma Jowdy had only wanted to seek justice for her father, but now her thoughts seemed far more complicated. With a leap, she climbed onto the low wall of the outhouse. It was an outdoor toilet and the wall wasn't high. Jowdy pushed herself up with both hands and scrambled over. The men saw a dark figure climb onto the wall and then onto the roof along the courtyard wall. The third brother immediately shouted, "Sixth, you stay here and keep watch. The rest of you, head outside to cut her off." Armed with clubs, they rushed out into the alley, only to see the dark figure sway a few times on the roof before disappearing. Jowdy took a deep breath and had already made her way across the roof to the opposite alley entrance. Seeing no one there, she jumped down from the courtyard wall. "Over there." The sharp-eyed fourth brother spotted her, never expecting she'd come from the other side. The jump was unfortunate. She twisted her ankle again in the same spot as last time. Immediately, hurried footsteps echoed in the quiet night. Jowdy breathed rapidly, ignoring the pain in her ankle. She broke into a run, grabbed her bicycle, pushed it for several steps, and then jumped on, pedaling furiously without even sitting properly. The chain made a clattering sound, unable to keep up with the pace. Jowdy had no time to worry about whether the chain would fly off. Her only thought was to get home first. But the mountain road was rugged. As the footsteps behind her grew closer, Jowdy didn't dare look back. Just from the sound, she knew they were only a dozen meters away. Damn it, it's a woman. The fourth brother led the chase, worried that if she saw something she shouldn't, the boss would never let them off. Jowdy realized that on the mountain road, riding a bicycle was slower than running. Without hesitation, she dismounted, threw the bicycle behind her, and sprinted toward Lu Wazi with all her might. The bicycle tripped the fourth brother, who cursed as he picked it up and flung it into the mountain ditch. "God damn it, catch her." Jowdy ran, panting heavily. The wind whistled past her ears, drowning out all other noise. Just as she felt she couldn't go on any longer, she turned a corner and dashed into the woods of Prince Mountain. Outside, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, but inside the dense forest, it was pitch black, impossible to see even one's own hand. Even Ma Jowdy, a local, couldn't navigate the terrain clearly, let alone outsiders. Of course, Jowdy was no fool. She ran only through areas she had been to before, skillfully weaving her way into the forest. Soon, the footsteps gradually faded into the darkness. The mountain is so big. Where do we look? If you don't find her, you're as good as dead. Everyone feared the boss's wrath upon his return. Even if they didn't die, they'd be skinned alive. Meanwhile, in the Ma family courtyard, Chinlei had already smoked 4 or 5 cigarettes, pacing back and forth with his hands on his hips. Where had that damn girl gone at this hour? He had sent Ma Baoju to ask at Blind Man's house, but they said they hadn't seen Ma Jowdy at all. This girl wasn't just a sky-soaring monkey, she was also an earth-burrowing monkey, lying and deceiving, slippery as an eel. No, he had to go out and look for her. He instructed Ma Baoju to take good care of his father before heading out. Outside, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The chirping of insects filled the air, the cricket's sharp cries weaving a melody that would have been pleasant under other circumstances. But Chinlei was weighed down with worry. Because Ma Jowdy was different from others. Too many unexpected things happened around her. Suddenly, Chinlei realized he didn't understand her at all. He couldn't even guess where she might be now. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He made an emergency call to the authorities, requesting help to find her. Who was Chinlei? His orders carried more weight than even the police station chief's. Within half an hour, there was news. After receiving the call, Chinlei rushed to the scene. At first glance, he recognized the mangled bicycle as Ma Jowdy's. Where was it found? Chinlei's heart leaped into his throat, his face darkening, his phoenix eyes turning icy. In this mountain ditch. Then why aren't you down there looking for her? Chinlei's voice rose sharply, his eyes wide with anger. Chinlei rarely lost his temper. He remembered how he had survived hail of bullets in the past without so much as flinching. The first time he had lost his temper was when Chen Xianer, his own sister, went missing for over 10 days, and every unit seemed powerless to help. That was the first time he had ever erupted in anger. But now he was trembling with rage. Seeing that the others were stunned by his outburst, Qinlei grew even angrier. What were they waiting for? Without hesitation, Qinlei took the lead, sliding down into the mountain ditch to search. The other officials, seeing this, removed their hats and followed him down. The search lasted the entire night. Qinlei combed through every blade of grass in the ditch, as if the sky-soaring monkey might have turned into a cricket hiding under a leaf. By the time the sun rose, illuminating the mountain ditch as brightly as day, the flashlight batteries had died. Qinlei scanned the mountains with a dazed expression. The officials were exhausted, collapsing on the ground, but seeing Qinlei still searching, they felt as if they had turned over every stone in the ditch to see if Ma Zhaodi was hiding in the crevices. They had conducted a carpet search throughout the night, leaving no stone unturned. Qinlei's gaze grew vacant. Where was she? What had happened? Ma Zhaodi, you sky-soaring monkey, when will you ever stop making people worry? Baozhu, time for breakfast. Hurry up, you still have to go to school. Zhaodi had sneaked back home after discovering the men had left in the latter half of the night. As soon as she entered, she noticed Qinlei was gone. Fortunately, her father was sleeping peacefully. Otherwise, she would have had to confront Qinlei about his lack of filial piety, despite calling her father godfather left and right. Ma Bao lazily got up, took a bite of food, and then went to wash his face and brush his teeth. Where's Brother Lei? How should I know? Zhaodi replied while eating breakfast. Didn't Brother Lei go looking for you? Ma Baozhu mumbled through a mouthful of, gargled, and spat it out. Then, he hastily ate a few more bites, grabbed his school bag, and headed out. As soon as he stepped outside, Zhaodi heard Ma Baozhu's voice. Good morning, Brother Lei. I'm off to school. Zhaodi paid no mind, but when she saw a disheveled and vacant-eyed Qinlei appear in the main room, she was taken aback. What's wrong with you, Brother Lei? You look like you just lost a battle. As she spoke, Zhaodi picked up a piece of dried radish with her chopsticks, stuffed it into a torn-open steamed bun, and took a crisp bite. Suddenly, her wrist was seized tightly. The steamed bun fell onto the table and rolled onto the floor. Qinlei gripped Zhaodi's wrist firmly, his sharp eyes locking with Ma Zhaodi's innocent gaze. Chapter 177. Trying to run? Not so easy. Qinlei's gaze felt like a knife, slowly flaying Zhaodi's face. Zhaodi was startled. After a moment, she realized she still had a mouthful of steamed bun. She chewed a couple of times before asking, Brother Lazy, what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Can you stop making me worry for once? What if you had died? Qinlei wanted to say, if you died, what would I do? But he forcefully held back the words. He had searched for her all night, wishing he could turn the entire Taizi mountain upside down. In that moment, Qinlei realized he liked her. As long as she appeared before him now, he wanted this girl to be the only woman in his life for the rest of his days. He had originally come home to get something, but the moment he heard her voice, an indescribable surge of emotion crashed against Qinlei's heart. He had thought she was dead. But this girl suddenly appeared at home, safe and sound, eating so heartily. His relaxed heart was once again seized by the tension he felt last night when he couldn't find her. He felt he would go crazy because she had really appeared so suddenly. Yet he was desperately trying to control himself. This woman he loved, he couldn't have any improper thoughts about her, let alone think about marrying her. Reality and ideals were always too far apart, too far, so far it made Qinlei feel suffocated. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Zhaodi remembered what happened last night. Looking at Qinlei's unusual behavior today, her voice trembled slightly. What on earth had stimulated Brother Lazy? Glancing down at her wrist, still tightly gripped by him, Zhaodi finally remembered to try and pull her hand back. After experiencing the most tumultuous internal struggle of his life, Qinlei finally let go. Instantly, Qinlei let out a long sigh, shoved his hands into his trouser pockets, and became nonchalant. Where's your bicycle? Lost it in a mountain gully. Zhaodi told the truth. Facing the Qinlei, even her ability to form coherent sentences was disrupted. Qinlei frowned slightly. What were you doing last night? Zhaodi was taken aback. Was he interrogating a criminal? Last night oh right. Mentioning last night's events, Zhaodi immediately stood up. Brother Lazy, didn't you say last time you'd look into the coffin shop? Found out anything? Qinlei frowned again. This girl was clearly deliberately hiding things from him. When talking to him, she just brought up irrelevant stuff. Well, actually, from beginning to end, Qinlei felt he had no right to question what she did. At that moment, a strange sense of distance rose in his heart. Since she wouldn't say, why should he keep pressing? I had my subordinates check. Nothing special. They sell coffins, sometimes hire out as mourners, that sort of thing. They hire out as mourners too? Immediately, an image popped into Zhaodi's head. She had indeed heard of the profession of professional mourners. The more tragic the crying, the more money the family paid, and they might recommend you for future business. These were old customs, especially for happy funerals, meaning for elderly people who died of natural old age. The more fiercely you cried, the more it would bring prosperity to the descendants. Of course, Zhaodi didn't know where this custom came from or how it started. Anyway, the impression in Zhaodi's mind was this: you enter the door, white cloth covering your head, regardless of who died, without asking any questions, you flop down on your knees and wail. You cry until the heavens and earth go dark, practically clutching your own ankles and wailing your heart out. Wah, my dear departed relative of the family. You left without even saying goodbye. Oh, heavens above. They could even sing their cries with a tune. Thinking of this, Zhaodi couldn't help but shiver. Damn, they probably didn't even know who they were crying for. Wasn't that true? At that very moment, a real-life version of professional mourning was taking place in Taizhi County. 8 men carried a horizontal pole on their shoulders, crying, beating gongs and drums as they headed into the mountains of Taizhi County. Hey, what's going on this year? Why are people dying so often lately? Don't know. There was just a funeral a few days ago and now another one so soon. Don't know which village it's from either. People by the roadside watched the funeral procession passing by, those carrying funeral banners, the mourners, the gong and drum players. It was quite a grand affair. A group of over a dozen people carried the coffin into the Taizhi Mountains. The Taizhi Mountain Range ran through the entire Taizhi County, connecting to Guangping City above and Kaming City below. The ancestral graves of several villages in Taizhi County were mostly located within the county. They handle quite a lot of funeral business, Qinlei said casually, but his gaze was still drawn. At this point, Qinlei raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhaodi's profile with disbelief. Good heavens, could it be that this little girl ran to the coffin shop in the middle of the night last night? Why, are you looking at me? Zhaodi noticed Qinlei was especially today. Usually, they could banter a bit, make harmless jokes, tease and mock each other. But today didn't seem like that at all. Unable to bear his stare, Zhaodi could only tell the truth. However, regarding the shady dealings of the coffin shop, Zhaodi had no concrete evidence. She couldn't prove her suspicions were correct based on things in her mind that even she herself wasn't sure were real or illusions. I'm going back to the unit. You eat slowly. Remember, next time don't be so impulsive. Can't you at least keep your sworn older brother in mind? Qinlei suddenly perked up. It seemed that coffin shop really wasn't simple. Maybe it was related to his godfather's extreme fright. Immediately, Qinlei left Zhaodi's house and went straight to the coffin shop. While selecting a coffin, he kept observing them closely. He even pretended to be a customer buying a coffin, asking to open one to check the quality inside, to see if the coffin boards had wormholes or anything. He asked about prices, but everything seemed perfectly normal. After Qinlei left, Zhaodi stood up, poured a cup of the medicinal wine she had brewed earlier, first poured a little into her palm, and vigorously rubbed it onto her sprained ankle. A faint sound of a semi-dislocated joint snapping back into place was heard. Zhaodi broke out in a sweat from the pain. She drank the remaining medicinal wine, and instantly her throat felt like it was on fire. Afterwards, Zhaodi went to Guigong village to find Niu Ben. As soon as she entered, she politely called out, "Auntie Niu." But upon asking, she was told third brother Niu had gone to work and wouldn't be back until evening. "Auntie, where is third brother Niu working?" Zhaodi asked. Auntie Niu had thought Zhaodi came about the vegetables, but instead she was asking about her son. "He's working at a construction site. First day on the job." Zhaodi made a doubtful sound. It seemed Auntie Niu didn't know third brother had gone to work at the coffin shop. Thinking of this, Zhaodi said goodbye and left. After all, she wasn't leaving her dad alone at home. Zhaodi jogged back home. Just as she reached the doorway, she heard a loud yell from inside. Her scalp tingled, and she rushed into the main room in one swift stride. At that moment, a strange man came out of Ma Jiangwo's room and ran right into Ma Zhaodi. Immediately, Zhaodi recognized this man as Old Fourth, one of the men playing cards in a group last night. Old Fourth had just come face-to-face with Ma Zhaodi. He turned sideways to run, but Zhaodi reached behind her back with A and instantly grabbed the man's elbow. Chapter 178. No room to fight back. Her fingers appeared slender, yet they were as tough as resilient bamboo. Using her thumb, middle finger, and index finger, she slid them down from Old Fourth's elbow all the way to his wrist, then suddenly exerted force. Immediately, Old Fourth's hand went numb and was involuntarily twisted over. With a crack, the back of his hand was forced inward and his entire palm dislocated on the spot. Old Fourth's eyes widened in shock. He had no time to process that this girl actually knew a thing or two. Instinctively, his right hand swung toward Zhaodi's face. Zhaodi's other hand wasn't idle either. She raised it to block, then followed the momentum of his raised arm, driving 2 fingers together into his armpit, striking with her knuckles. Instantly, a sharp, knife-like pain shot from his armpit through half his ribcage. Old Fourth stumbled back 2 steps, the pain rendering both arms useless. They hung limply by his sides, trembling uncontrollably. To say Jody wasn't excited would be a lie. Cold sweat broke out on her back. She felt strongly that these techniques were no coincidence. In her memories from her past life, there were several missing years. Jody truly had no idea where she had been during that time. Right now, Jody couldn't afford to dwell on it. She grabbed a stool and smashed it against the man. Old Fourth never dreamed that after all his years running the streets, a mere slip of a girl could render him completely helpless after just one encounter. Now, looking at the girl again, her eyes were like blades fresh from a kill, gleaming with a hint of bloodthirsty cruelty and ruthlessness. That look extinguished any remaining thought of resistance he might have had. It was terrifying. Those eyes, it was as if she wasn't looking at a living person, but a corpse already gone cold. I haven't wronged you. Why are you going for the kill? Old Fourth still tried to probe for an escape, but he felt this was the most pathetic moment of his life, being scared out of his wits by a single glance. Jody had never felt so calm. It was as if another self resided within her, constantly bolstering her courage. She quickly walked over and closed the main gate, then returned to ask, "What are you doing in my house?" I just wanted some water. I saw no one was home." Jody seemed to have developed a taste for hitting him. She didn't want to hear his nonsense. She immediately stepped forward, grabbed his other arm, pressed down with one hand, twisted with the other, *crack star. Accompanied by Old Fourth's scream and Jody releasing her grip, his other arm suddenly hung limp like a noodle, the shoulder visibly lower than the other. "Tell the truth. Don't think I don't know what you're up to in that coffin shop," Jody said, her voice steady. Old Fourth's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but scrutinize Ma Jody carefully. Her figure suddenly reminded him of the person who had appeared in the coffin shop's backyard last night. And she happened to be the daughter of that scared stiff old man Ma. Considering the current situation, Old Fourth decided getting out of here was the priority. After all, dead men tell no tales. He could always deal with her later. So, Old Fourth revealed part of what went on at the coffin shop. Of course, just to escape, he didn't tell the whole story. He repeated several times. He and his brothers knew nothing. They just took money to solve problems for people. Jody fell into thought. She didn't do anything further to Old Fourth. His legs were fine, after all, so she let him go. This was a society governed by law. In Jody's mind, if she knowingly broke the law, how would she be any different from her past self? However, this coffin shop dared to engage in such activities right under the Emperor's nose, in broad daylight. Probably even if she told Chinlei, he might not believe such criminal methods existed. As soon as Old Fourth returned to the coffin shop, he collapsed upon entering. His brothers turned pale with fright. Learning his arm and wrist had been dislocated, they immediately called a bone-setting traditional doctor to put them back in place before asking what happened. Old Fourth paced anxiously, scratching his head and ears in agitation, but his arm and wrist still throbbed with pain. Especially the spot under his arm where she had struck. Now half his ribcage down to his hip bone ached dully. It felt like he'd done several days of hard manual labor. After he finished recounting the events, second brother, third brother, fifth brother, and sixth brother looked at each other in disbelief. "You're saying what? A 15 or 16-year-old girl? She did this to you?" Sixth brother, the youngest and newest to the trade, was a distant cousin of the boss. So even though he was usually a bit simple and lacked experience in life or death situations, they all treated him like a kid. "Yeah, you're a grown man over 1.7 meters tall, and you got taken down by a little girl? Crippled, just like that." Old Fourth burned with shame, but he was also furious. Who knew that little girl knew those moves? His eyes reddened with anger. Ignoring the pain in his arm and his whole body, he shot to his feet. "Go try it yourselves if you're so tough. I'm already like this, and you lot don't have a single decent thing to say. Hey, Old Fourth, don't get mad. We're just concerned, aren't we? Tell us the details." Sixth brother was still curious about the specifics. But this set Old Fourth off. The details weren't the point. Besides, it was just one encounter. Who knew she'd react so fiercely? "Little Six, if you don't believe me, why don't you go try it yourself, damn it." Old Fourth waved his arm, *crack*. It dislocated again. The pain made him kick over a stool. Second brother, Qin Lihai, had been listening to the whole story, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. He took off his sunglasses and said slowly, "Tell me how she attacked." Qin Lihai was also puzzled. His brothers weren't professional fighters, but they were all grown men, no strangers to street fights. They weren't experts, but most had some skills. How could he have been completely overpowered in one encounter, with his arm and wrist dislocated? And that's without even mentioning the opponent was a teenage girl. Old Fourth noticed second brother seemed obsessed too. What was so important about the details? Wasn't the humiliation enough? Despite his impatience, second brother was still second brother. So he reluctantly described it again. The more he talked, the brighter Qin Lihai's eyes became. He seemed to recall an old man he'd heard about. Others practiced Tai Chi for health and cultivating their nature, but that old man had practiced for most of his life. By the way, Old Fourth, did you say anything to that girl? Qin Lihai suddenly changed the subject. Old Fourth shuddered. Second brother, I had no choice. Before he could finish, Qin Lihai's expression darkened. If this implicated everyone. Without another word, he picked up a wood-chopping cleaver and swung it at Old Fourth's hand. Old Fourth stumbled back in terror. No one dared to speak. Just then, fifth brother whispered, that guy who bought the coffin came again today. He brought a 15 or 16-year-old girl with him. Chapter 179, Crazy. The second brother threw the machete in his hand aside. The young man who came to look at the coffin today clearly wasn't there to buy one. Based on his experience, the coffin shop had been secretly targeted. He immediately instructed his brothers to keep their eyes sharp when doing business from now on. They weren't really selling coffins, they could even keep the shop closed if needed, but they absolutely couldn't let their guard down. After giving the orders, everyone dispersed and went about their business as if nothing had just happened. By the time Zhaodi and Qinlei walked in, there was no sign of anything unusual. The staff were in the backyard, some planing wood, others applying varnish, and the rest doing odd jobs. On the way, Zhaodi had already explained the situation to Qinlei. Without solid evidence, they probably couldn't take down the whole operation at once. This was a lesson Qinlei had learned from previous missions. The purpose of this trip was to lure the snake out of its hole, and secondly, to prevent Zhaodi from getting into trouble. So, as soon as they entered, Qinlei flashed his badge. Qin Lihai immediately put on the act of an honest businessman. Officer, this is just a small business, barely making ends meet. I don't know what I've done wrong to warrant your personal visit. But in his heart, he thought his judgment had been accurate. However, being targeted by the authorities was a never-ending headache. He probably wouldn't be able to take on any jobs for a while. Qinlei had also told Zhaodi on the way that, given the circumstances, any evidence they might have had was likely already moved. So, the two of them calmly walked around the coffin shop. The staff occasionally glanced their way, while the second brother, Qin Lihai, followed them closely, even proactively opening coffins for inspection. Everything was exactly as Qinlei had predicted. The coffin shop appeared to be just an ordinary coffin shop. All right, get back to work. I'm just doing my job and have to check everything, Qinlei said before leading Ma Zhaodi away. Brother Lei, I have a feeling this is a big deal. Don't worry, no matter how big it is, it can't trouble me for now. It's you I'm mainly concerned about. Qinlei stopped, turned his head, and gave Zhaodi a deep look. He raised his hand and patted her thin shoulder, continuing. Don't worry too much about Godfather's condition. I'll find an old military doctor to take a look at him later. A flicker of warmth passed through Zhaodi's heart. In her past life, she had left her hometown. In this life, her only father had ended up like this, with no one to care for him. Brother Lei was the first person to show concern for her father. For a moment, they fell into a wordless silence. Sometimes, Qinlei really wanted to take care of her meticulously. He believed he had the ability to do so. But this girl wasn't just a firecracker, she was a firecracker that could shoot to the sky and dive into the earth. If he had to describe her, she was quite like the currently popular character Sun Yuking from Journey to the West. Moreover, this girl had an innate drive. He felt that, even if she worked herself to death, she would fight for the happiness she wanted on her own, completely uninterested in how well off his family, the Qin family, was. Perhaps this was also her most captivating quality. Girls like her were rare. And for all this, Qinlei could only help her by going with the flow. But if one day the flow stopped, what excuse would he, Qinlei, find to get close to her? Thinking of this, Qinlei, in a somewhat self-deprecating way, almost wished Zhaodi would keep him worried for a lifetime. So what if she was a firecracker? Let her shoot up into the sky, he'd be right there on the ground to catch her. Qinlei smiled faintly, a somewhat inexplicable smile, as if the sky had suddenly cleared. By the way, Zhaodi, if you have things to attend to, I can find a trustworthy aunt to take care of Godfather. Zhaodi was taken aback. She stopped in her tracks and looked up at Qinlei, who stood 1.85 meters tall. Find an aunt. Zhaodi thought only of the postnatal caregivers, cleaners, and domestic helpers from her past life, and their expensive fees. Zhaodi wasn't afraid of spending money. What she feared was a repeat of her past life, where nannies and such only cared about the money and didn't properly look after people. Hadn't she seen plenty of news stories about hired nannies who, through carelessness, ended up causing harm to children? Weren't there enough of those? Besides, this was the countryside. If she really hired an aunt, people might gossip about her father being an old lecher. This was nothing like the city. That might not be a good idea. I can just do less business and stay home to watch over Dad. Zhaodi still wasn't reassured. Forget about village gossip. Just the thought of someone not taking proper care of her father was enough to make her uneasy. Chinlei looked at her small, palm-sized face. He raised his hand, appearing natural on the outside, but feeling nervous inside, and placed it on Zhaodi's shoulder, saying, "What's there to worry about? Isn't your dad also my godfather? The aunt I find will definitely be someone trustworthy." Zhaodi glanced sideways at Chinlei. In her heart, she truly wanted to strive hard and make this life worthwhile. But she wanted even more for her father to get better. "How about this, Brother Lei? First, find an old military doctor to take a look. If Dad gets better, we won't need to find someone else to care for him." "All right, I'll make a call right now to arrange it." With that, Chinlei made a phone call. Zhaodi had no idea what was said on the other end, but after the call connected, Chinlei didn't speak for a long while. His face grew calm, but the hand on Zhaodi's shoulder didn't let go. "Okay, we'll talk tomorrow." He hung up the phone, then turned and met Zhaodi's calm gaze. Chinlei said lightly, "We'll connect tomorrow. This old military doctor served at the front with my father back in the day. His medical skills are exceptional, but he's gotten old and his hearing isn't great. Every time I call, I have to listen to him ramble for a while first." Chinlei said helplessly, "What does he ramble about?" "Mr. Hua's son was at the front during the Korean War 30 years ago. He says my voice sounds a lot like his son's, so every time I call, he thinks I'm him." All right, Zhaodi thought. This was another elderly veteran who had sacrificed for the country, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. Chinlei would always listen quietly for a little while each time until the old man himself remembered who he was. When Zhaodi returned home, she found Baoju squatting by the door, crying. Zhaodi was startled. She peeked into the main room and saw congee spilled all over the floor, soup, water, and rice grains scattered everywhere, along with a bowl broken in two. Ma Jianguo was sitting at the table, staring blankly in one direction, his clothes also stained with congee. "Godfather, what's wrong?" Chinlei didn't comfort Baoju first. He quickly stepped over the threshold and squatted beside Ma Jianguo to ask, "Baoju, stop crying. You're a grown-up now. What are you crying for?" Zhaodi squatted down in the courtyard and asked, Wah. Dad hit me, wah, boo-hoo." Ma Baoju hugged his knees, crying as if the sky had fallen. "Why did he hit you?" Zhaodi's heart immediately ached. Dad never hit the children. This was probably the first time, which was why Baoju was crying so heartbrokenly. How should I know?" Baoju caught his breath and started crying again intermittently. He wiped his tears with his hand and continued. "Dad's gone crazy. He hits without warning and doesn't say a word." "Why?" Chapter 180. Can't miss the rich big boss. As she spoke, Ma Baozu started crying again. Zhaodi frowned. "Baozu, Dad only went out to find work for our sake. How can you call him crazy? When we were little, who is it that carried you on his shoulders everywhere?" Zhaodi truly felt heartbroken. If Ma Baozu knew he wasn't their father's biological son, wouldn't he turn the world upside down? One shouldn't be so ungrateful. "He hit me." "So he hit you. What's the big deal if a father hits his son? How old are you already?" "Still causing me worry." Zhaodi could hardly continue. Saying more only made her own heart grow colder. She had been planning that once the market in the city expanded and stabilized, she would transfer Ma Baozu to a city school. Knowledge could change one's fate, especially in this era. In her previous life, college graduates were a dime a dozen. If a lamppost fell, it could crush a whole bunch of them. In this day and age, having an education was extremely important. It was tied to Ma Baozu's entire destiny. "Sis. Wah. Look, is my head broken?" Ma Baozu threw himself into Zhaodi's arms, asking her to look at his head. One look was enough. Blood had matted his hair roots together. Looking at the rice bowl broken in two in the main room, Zhaodi understood. "Baozu, you're not a little kid anymore. Your sister runs around outside every day trying to earn money. Just bear this hardship for a little while. Our dad will get better." Having gained someone's sympathy, Ma Baozu cried even harder in Zhaodi's embrace. Finally, someone understood the grievances in his heart. "Don't move. I'll clean it with some liquor and then cut the hair away." As Zhaodi cleaned the blood from her brother's hair with alcohol, she blew on it gently. After all, alcohol stung terribly on a wound. "It hurts." "Sis, be careful." Ma Baozu gritted his teeth in pain. Zhaodi quickly blew several puffs of cool air and then took scissors to cut away the hair around the damaged scalp. A wound about the size of a little fingernail was revealed. "This scab here is fresh. When did you get hurt?" Zhaodi noticed a fine scar on her brother's scalp. The wound was pinkish, clearly having scabbed over not long ago. "I fell by accident," Ma Baozu said. Zhaodi was skeptical. Could an accidental fall hit the front of the head? What kind of fall would that be? Face first? If he fell face first, his nose and cheeks should have taken the brunt of it. All right, Ma Zhaodi was sure he was lying. "You mustn't learn to fight with others at school, understand?" Ma Baozu nodded uneasily. At school now, even the teachers were afraid of him. Over time, the students feared him too, yet couldn't help but curry favor with him. So, with his vanity flaring up, Ma Baozu felt invincible. Combined with his youth and a mindset still in an unstable state needing guidance, he led a fight against older students. The next day, Qinlei was true to his word. He borrowed the police chief's car and brought Ma Jiangwo to Kaming City. Upon arriving at the first military district general hospital, Qinlei, relying on his relationship with the old military doctor Mr. Hua, found Hua's former apprentice. The apprentice was already in his 50s now, nearing retirement. That day, Qinlei ran back and forth handling the entire hospitalization process. Zhao Di wanted to help, but Qinlei said, "Just keep an eye on things here. Don't worry about anything else." Zhao Di saw a trace of fatigue on Qinlei's face, as if he hadn't slept a wink all night. How could Qinlei sleep? Last night felt like an entire lifetime had passed. He thought mostly about the girl, especially recalling his feelings when he was searching for her in the mountain gully. He really had an impulse to tie her to his belt and carry her everywhere. But, coming to his senses, Qinlei knew it was absolutely impossible. Military regulations strictly forbade it. If he had any improper thoughts about Ma Zhaodi, it would violate the military marriage protection law. His own life would be ruined, and he'd probably anger the old man so much that not even the coffin lid could hold him down. After completing all the procedures, Qinlei finally returned to the ward and sat down. He explained the treatment process. Further checks were needed, but fortunately the hospital's senior doctors would give face to Mr. Hua and personally oversee Ma Jiangwo's condition. Zhao Di was so moved she didn't know what to say. It was just a drunken promise recognizing a godfather-godson relationship, yet Qinlei treated their family as his own, even more filial than some biological sons. Compared to brother Jindong, even he couldn't match this level of filial piety. Seeing that they had rushed over early in the morning and it was now noon, with none of the three having eaten breakfast, Zhao Di decided to go out and buy some food, as well as toiletries and other items needed for the hospital stay. Zhao Di went to the department store, familiar with the route. It had everything: mugs, toothbrushes, bedding, hardware, and general merchandise. Right outside the entrance were several small eateries, perfect for buying some food to take back after shopping. The store was packed with people. After all, the prices were affordable, making it the preferred shopping spot for ordinary folks, unlike the expensive brand name stores of her previous life. The clothes here were varied and diverse. Some were 10 yuan apiece and came with a free pair of socks. A nice dress cost only about 20 yuan. However, this kind of place also attracted all sorts. Many heavily made-up women bought cheap clothes here, just for the sexy, good looks. Most weren't washed and were discarded after being worn a few times to entertain clients. "Kaya, you pick first," Ma Yuhua said to the girl beside her. Turning around, she saw Zhao Di enter an underwear store. She hadn't seen her face clearly and wasn't sure if it was her. Zhao Di was thinking about buying a couple of items. She hadn't brought a change of clothes when she came, so she might as well buy a few undershirts and sandals for her father too. Zhao Di bought several pairs of cotton trousers, old-fashioned undershirts, a white t-shirt for herself, and eyed a popcorn-patterned short skirt she really liked. But Zhao Di felt it wasn't quite suitable for her. That kind of skirt was for girls who didn't do manual labor. After much deliberation, Zhao Di chose a pair of knee-length denim trousers instead. After buying a whole pile, it cost less than 70 yuan, incredibly cheap. Carrying the plastic bags, Zhao Di turned and left. Ma Yuhua quickly hid in a shop across the way, pretending to browse clothes. After Zhao Di left, Ma Yuhua cautiously followed her out. She watched as Zhao Di bought several portions of wontons from a shop outside the department store, then crossed the street heading towards the military district general hospital. Ma Yuhua wondered suspiciously. Why was she appearing in Kaming City? Wasn't her business failing? Thinking of this, Ma Yuhua raised her hand and touched her own face. She immediately made a call to Madame Hong. Hanging up the phone, Ma Yuhua curled the corner of her mouth into a cruel smile. She had been with Madame Hong for a while now and knew she had some tricks up her sleeve in the underworld. Madame Hong hated nothing more than rivals poaching business from her girls. Ma Yuhua had already exaggerated the previous incident to Madame Hong. This time, Ma Zhaodi would probably end up dead or crippled. "Yu, what are you doing? We've got several bosses booked for tonight. Aren't you going to pick out clothes? If they don't want you later, you'll miss out on a lot of money. I heard they're all big bosses. If we can latch onto one, maybe we can live the easy life as wealthy ladies in the future." The girl called Kyer searched for a while and found Ma Yuhua at the entrance. Chapter 181. What on earth is that girl's background? Inside the luxurious VIP room 302 of Huihong nightclub sat three men with a significant age gap. Several bottles of red wine were placed on the coffee table. Wu Mingjie poured a glass for one of the men, who was in his 50s, and handed it over. The man, portly with a beer belly, lazily accepted the glass of red wine. He clinked glasses with Wu Mingjie, took a small sip, and then set it back on the table. Wu Mingjia's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He knew this old lecher was naturally lustful. If the hotel weren't currently in a precarious situation, needing him to say a few words in front of the reporters, he would never have indulged him by arranging several hostesses. At the moment, no matter how displeased Wu Mingjie felt inside, he had to keep a smile on his face. If he didn't settle this matter, the old man could slap him to death with one blow. Boss Wu, the girls are here. Each one is a stunning little beauty. Madame Hong, beaming as if she had seen her own father, swayed her ample hips into the private room. She turned and clapped her hands a few times, and 6 girls of varying ages filed in one after another. Only then did the old man's eyes light up. See that? This is the one I told you about, Boss Wu. Handsome, rich, and, more importantly, not married yet. His family is loaded, probably even sleeps on a bed paved with money. Kaya, standing next to Ma Yuhua, glanced at Wu Mingjie and couldn't help but whisper cautiously. Looking at the other 2 men, one in his 50s, the other in his 40s, they were truly unsightly, dressed like country bumpkins. The older bumpkin immediately scanned the girls and pointed at the ones with long legs, keeping 2 for himself, one on each arm. Boss Wu, don't you want to pick a couple? Seeing this scene, Madame Hong felt somewhat awkward. 3 grown men, 1 old coot had called for 2. Today's host was Boss Wu, so why wasn't he picking any? Wu Mingjie had always been principled, but to accompany the bumpkin, he decided to play along for the occasion and casually called for 2 to stay. Kaya watched as only she and another older sister were left. She left the private room sullenly, thinking to herself that Yu had really lucked out this time. If she really managed to latch onto Boss Wu, she'd have to ask her for a big red envelope. Ma Yuhua leaned in close to Wu Mingjie as she sat down, deliberately and subtly hiking up her already short, leg-revealing skirt a bit more. Those 2 are guests I'm entertaining today. Go keep my guests company. Wu Mingjie frowned slightly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen women before, but he was choked by the perfume scent on this woman. It was osmanthus fragrance, probably costing at most 2 yuan a bottle, similar to floral water, but the smell wasn't even as pleasant as floral water. Ma Yuhua winked at her sister, signaling her to go entertain the guests. Ma Yuhua wouldn't let go of the dashing and wealthy Boss Wu. Boss Wu, let me have a drink with you. Ma Yuhua raised her arm and draped it over Wu Mingjie's shoulder, pressing her body tightly against his. Her short skirt was hitched up so high it might as well have been taken off. Wu Mingjie called out to the boss and reluctantly drank a glass of red wine. As he set down his glass, he noticed the woman pressing even closer against him, so close he could almost hear each other's heartbeats. But just then, the private room door opened. Madame Hong, with a forced smile, beckoned to Ma Yuhua. Though unwilling, Ma Yuhua still put on a smiling face and said she would be right back. Once outside the private room, Ma Yuhua stamped her foot. Madame Hong, what's so urgent? I'm with Boss Wu. In her heart, she thought, what if Boss Wu took a liking to her? As for Zhang Tai, she just wouldn't contact him anymore. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Madame Hong's face was as dark as if it could drip water. Was this jade girl getting arrogant because she was favored? To put it bluntly, with her makeup off, that face was probably disgusting to look at. If it weren't for the regular customers liking them young, she wouldn't indulge her like this. Ma Yuhua didn't dare complain anymore and hurried to an empty private room. After closing the door, she instantly blocked out the heavy bass of the DJ music from outside. What's the matter? That girl you said was stealing your business. What on earth is her background? Where does she operate? Madame Hong found it strange. In Kaming City, especially in this line of work, if she, Madame Hong, stamped her foot and said no one else could do this business, no one would dare disrespect her. But oddly enough, the few men sent over that evening were beaten black and blue and were now waiting for bail at the police station. Huh? She's just a vegetable delivery girl from that remote mountain village, Luwazi Village in Taizhi County. Ma Yuhua looked puzzled. A vegetable delivery girl? Didn't you say she was in the same line of work? Did she, Liwa Hong, look like an idiot? A vegetable delivery girl who knows martial arts? All 6 men were beaten up, not a single one left unscathed. Madame Hong strongly suspected that this arrogant little bitch in front of her thought she, at her age, had been muddling through society for nothing. Clearly, she had been set up. Hearing this, Ma Yuhua gasped. She had actually forgotten the lie she told before. Now she was done for. Although Madame Hong took special care of her, all the sisters knew her methods. Once you crossed her bottom line, there would definitely be no good outcome. Even that older sister she often mentioned before, the one who supposedly landed a rich man, became a wealthy wife, and even had a child, there were rumors among the sisters that it never happened. That sister did get married, but she was beaten badly by the legal wife. Madame Hong here thought she was pretty and didn't want her to marry so early, so she would lose a flagship attraction in her hands. So, many people speculated that woman was killed by Madame Hong using some means. In any case, not even a body was ever seen. Thinking of this, Ma Yuhua's heart trembled. She was so scared she could barely stand steady. Immediately, she earnestly told the truth, tears streaming down her face as if they cost nothing. Madame Hong patted Ma Yuhua's shoulder. Stop crying. It won't look good if your makeup runs. Let's forget about this matter. I'll just spend some money later to find an acquaintance and get the men out. As for that girl, don't worry. Since she dared to touch my Li Yuehong's people, I'll absolutely make sure she doesn't dare set foot in Kaming City again. Ma Yuhua felt immensely grateful. Madame Hong hadn't scolded her or punished her. She quickly touched up her makeup, forced her facial nerves into a smile, and returned to the private room with a laugh. Li Yuehong, however, opened her phone's text messages. This particular text was received a few days ago, and she couldn't help but read it again. The business here has caught the attention of the authorities. Temporarily closed. The following details included mention of a 15 or 16-year-old girl also having connections with the authorities. She sneaked into an official's residence at night. Old Fourth suffered a loss. This girl is quite unusual, not easy to deal with. Investigating her background. Li Yuehong had called back at the time to understand the general situation. She knew she was a vegetable seller, but it was only hearsay. She had never seen the girl in person. So, beforehand, she really hadn't connected these two incidents. Now, after Yu told the truth, Li Yuehong suddenly realized what on earth is this girl's background. Chapter 182, Ma Jiangwo disappears. Military District General Hospital, 9 p.m. Jody was taking her father for a walk in the rehabilitation area's back garden. In the afternoon, thanks to the old military doctor's acupuncture treatment, Ma Jiangwo's condition had improved quite a bit. Sitting on the edge of a flower bed, Jody held her father's arm, but her mind was preoccupied with the several people who had suddenly appeared and tried to attack her earlier that evening. In this life, Jody only wanted to earn money steadily and support her family. She couldn't think of anyone she might have offended. Of course, aside from the group from the coffin shop. But this was Kaming City. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't possibly know she had suddenly come to Kaming City. That didn't make sense. Ma Jiangwo coughed violently a few times, moved his fingers, raised his hand, and touched Jody's hair. Jody was startled. She looked intently at her father, wondering if he had recovered from just one acupuncture session. But this glance was unsettling. Ma Jiangwo's eyes were filled with extreme fear. His mouth moved several times, and he mumbled a few indistinct words. Don't worry about Dad, you. Go, otherwise, you'll end up, like, them. Dad, what are you saying? Go where? Like who? Jody was shocked. Her father's spirit had finally calmed down somewhat, so why was he telling her to leave? Go far away. Ma Jiangwo spoke again, his eyes full of reluctance and terror, as if he clearly knew the person before him was his beloved daughter, yet he still had to tell her to leave. Dad, don't scare me. Jody's heart sank. Was her father getting better, or was he getting worse? She quickly helped her father back to the inpatient department and called for a doctor to examine him. The doctor said Ma Jiangwo was indeed improving. The traditional Chinese medicine department requested that Jody fetch the medicine decoction prepared for the evening. Since Ma Jiangwo was a patient admitted through Chinlei's connections, the pharmacy had specially prepared the decoction for the old man. The medicine wasn't particularly expensive Chinese herbs. Its main purpose was to calm the nerves and refresh the mind, containing ingredients like borneol and mint. The real problem was that Ma Jiangwo often couldn't sleep at night, his spirit constantly in a state of tension. His foundation had long been depleted. To avoid the error of ineffective tonification making things worse, they added many mild tonic herbs. Otherwise, even if the illness was cured, the old man would likely be left weak, just skin and bones, with no vitality. Jody went to get the medicine and fed it to Ma Jiangwo spoonful by spoonful. Dad, drink this so you can sleep well. Here's some white rabbit milk candy. After you finish, put a piece in your mouth and it won't taste bitter at all. Jody fed him carefully. Today, Ma Jiangwo seemed much better. He took the bowl himself and gulped it down in one go. Jody smiled, quickly unwrapped a piece of candy, and put it in her father's mouth. Her smile was sweeter and more content than that of the person eating the candy. Dad, after you get better, you can tell me anything. For now, don't overthink things. If you tell me, I'll help you get even. Jody said, clenching her fist. For the first time in a long while, a glimmer of light appeared in Ma Jiangwo's previously unfocused eyes. He stared blankly at his daughter's face. Images flashed through his mind, her in swaddling clothes, learning to walk, up to the present. He wept. His daughter, Ma Jiaodi, was the most filial, the best. Dad, lie down now. This medicine helps calm the nerves. I'll return the bowl. With that, Jiaodi took the empty bowl to the kitchen. Honestly, she was very grateful to Chinlei this time. If not for him, Her father probably wouldn't have received such treatment. However, thinking of Chinlei, Xiaodi frowned. He had disappeared for half the day, and she had no idea where he went. Unbeknownst to her, Chinlei had taken the time to return to Taizhi County. Taizhi County, County Mayor's office. Mayor Ma looked grimly at Chinlei, then at the key Chinlei had placed on his desk. The key's bow bore a 3-bullet emblem. I wrecked your son, and now I'm giving you back a Buick. Any other complaints? Thinking back to the sorry state of that red flag sedan, Chinlei couldn't help but shudder. The teacup in his hand steamed, wafting the aroma of green tea foam, filling the entire office. That was my first car in this life, Mangdiching. I cherished it more than my own son. Couldn't you at least have left me the corpse to see? Mayor Ma was exasperated. Although the car was a bit old, he personally washed and maintained it every day, keeping it like new. You really don't want to see the corpse. I was afraid you'd have a hypertensive crisis on the spot. I can afford to compensate for the car, but not your life. Mayor Ma snorted. Looks like it was smashed beyond recognition. I couldn't bear to look. Had it towed directly to the scrapyard and crushed. Crushed? Exactly. Flattened like a sheet of paper. If you really want to see it, go look at the Kaming scrapyard. Mayor Ma rubbed his forehead, looking pained. He glanced at the Buick key and pushed it toward Chinlei. Take it and keep it for yourself. Save you from always borrowing cars. You really don't want it? Think carefully. Once I take it, there's no discussion. Chinlei joked. Mayor Ma often had meetings in the city. How could he manage without transportation? Chinlei, certain Mayor Ma would accept the car, couldn't resist teasing him. But before Mayor Ma could respond, Chinlei's phone rang. Seeing it was the girl calling, Chinlei's heart stirred. For some reason, any information related to the girl always sent ripples through his usually calm heart, lingering for a long time. Chinlei's expression changed the moment he answered the phone. He only said one sentence, I'll be right there. Don't go anywhere. He immediately took the Buick key from the desk. Mayor Ma's face darkened. This kid wasn't sincerely trying to compensate him for the car at all. This trip was just to make fun of the old man. Outside the military hospital, 11 p.m. Xiaodi stood helplessly on the roadside, looking around, desperately hoping one of the silhouettes under the neon lights was her father. She had only gone to return the medicine bowl. When she came back, she couldn't find her father. Thinking he might have gone to the restroom, Xiaodi waited outside for over 10 minutes. She even asked someone to check and called out, but there was no response. City restrooms were separated by gender, unlike the rural outhouses where a closed door meant someone was inside, regardless of gender. So, Xiaodi initially felt too embarrassed to go in and ask. Now, her father was missing. This moment of confusion suddenly reminded Xiaodi of her past self, the one who had just killed Lu Dashing in Lu Wazi village and escaped. The world was vast, but she had nowhere to go. That kind of confusion poured down on Xiaodi like a torrential rain, drenching every single hair on her body. She had searched within a 10-mile radius of the hospital. Finally, clinging to a sliver of hope, she feared her father might have already returned to the hospital. When she returned, she found her father wasn't there. He hadn't even had a chance to wear the new undershirts and riding breeches she had just bought. Immediately, Ma Xiaodi crouched helplessly by the roadside. Watching the traffic and bustling crowds, a sense of confusion left her directionless. Until 11:30 p.m., when a new car, so new it didn't even have license plates yet, pulled over by the roadside. Until the moment Chinlei suddenly appeared, Xiaodi felt that the collapsed sky suddenly held a glimmer of hope. Chapter 183, Kidnapped, but it's a tiger they've taken. Brother Lei. Xiaodi, looking utterly haggard, hurried forward. Dad is missing. Chinlei's heart sank instantly. It was the first time he had seen her cry so hard in front of him that her eyes were swollen. At that moment, Chinlei's ears seemed to block out all sound. His Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously, the movement feeling dry and painful. Don't cry, Xiaodi. How many times had he wished he could be the support for this girl who soared like a skyrocket? Yet she was as resilient as bamboo. No matter how fierce the storm, even if it bent her waist, she would not break. Her strength had once been heartbreaking, so formidable it seemed impenetrable, leaving not even a crack for him, Chinlei, to step into a corner of her world. But now, wasn't this girl giving him just such a crack? Immediately, Chinlei pulled Ma Xiaodi up and wrapped her in his arms. Using her slender frame to soothe his own restless heart, even if just for a little while, a brief moment was enough to satisfy him. There, don't cry anymore. Chinlei enveloped that fragile body in the crook of his arm, feeling her bones that seemed as if they could be crushed at any moment. He let out a long sigh. For some reason, holding her for the first time gave him this feeling, solid, incredibly solid, as if he had grasped the fate of his remaining years. For an instant, he had the thought of telling the old man that he, Chinlei, had found the most important woman for the second half of his life. In Kaming City, within a single day, the frequency of police and auxiliary police patrols became unusually high. Those unaware might have thought they were hunting some major criminal. But a little inquiry revealed they were actually searching for someone. The person they were looking for was an old man around 45. Missing person notices were plastered all over the streets. By the third day, Zhaodi's hope had also dwindled. She seemed to sense something. If her father had run away on a sudden impulse, he would eventually return. But with missing person notices covering every street, he couldn't have missed them. Clearly, he had run away intentionally. No matter how sincere one is, you can't wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. Why? Why would father run away? What if he had an episode in some deserted alley and was mistaken for a madman and beaten to death? At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Zhaodi's back. Thinking this, Zhaodi quickened her pace, focusing solely on searching every street and alley, holding the missing person notice and asking everywhere. Several times, Zhaodi felt so lost she was on the verge of tears, but she knew life was like this. She had to be strong. Zhaodi searched with single-minded determination. Crowded places would surely know the authorities were looking for someone, so Zhaodi specifically chose neglected alleys. The alleys were piled with garbage, but if Zhaodi found no trace of people, she would move to another area. Just as Zhaodi entered another alley entrance, she suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck. Her mind went numb for an instant, and her subconscious already registered an attack. Instinctively, she turned her head, but just as she clearly saw the person's face, a damp cloth was pressed over it. A pungent smell rushed into her nostrils, and then Zhaodi lost all consciousness. Sounds echoed in Zhaodi's ears, but that acrid smell spread through her body until even her fingertips grew numb. Zhaodi knew the gaseous anesthetic had taken effect throughout her system. Immediately after, the whole world fell silent. In Zhaodi's mind, endless whirlpools began to circle in the depths of her subconscious. Dare to steal from my family, see if I don't beat you to death. A thick club swung down through the air, carrying the bitter cold of deep winter, getting closer and closer to the frail girl in front. With a crisp snap, a palm steadily caught the descending club. The thick palm, calloused and firm, twisted slightly along the club's handle and then gave a seemingly gentle push forward. It sent the person wielding the club stumbling back several steps. After steadying himself, the man looked the old man up and down with belated fear, not daring to approach. The old man, in his twilight years, glanced at the beaten girl. Her face bore a clear, deep gash, distorting half her nose bridge and part of her face. But her eyes held an indescribable sorrow and despair. It seemed this girl had endured experiences beyond ordinary human suffering. When those thick, calloused hands pulled her up, Ma Zhaodi suddenly regained consciousness. But she found that opening her eyes made no difference from keeping them closed because the space was pitch dark. The room was filled with an indescribable, unpleasant fragrance, as if various scents were jumbled together and forced into her nostrils, making her want to retch. Faintly, as if real or imagined, the tune of a dance song drifted to her ears. Zhaodi groggily opened her eyes, trying to see where she was, only to find her hands and feet bound. Zhaodi leaned against what felt like a padded wall base. She struggled, rubbing against the ground until she finally managed to kick off her shoes and free her feet. She was just about to try and untie the ropes on her hands. Unexpectedly, the door opened. That wretched girl is in there. You better not go in. That girl knows a thing or two. Madame Hong said to wait until she gets back from the police station. Pfft, that's because you're all too useless. What could a vegetable seller possibly know? I grew up with her, don't I know what she can and can't do? Immediately, Ma Yuhua entered the room, turning on the light. Only then did Zhaodi see clearly where she was. It was a room resembling a KTV private room, but clearly abandoned, hence filled with lots of junk, discarded broken sofas, and tea sets. A few bottles of air freshener were also scattered in the corner. Seeing Zhaodi before her, Ma Yuhua couldn't help but feel overjoyed. She closed the door, lifted her chin, walked over, squatted down, and said, Ma Zhaodi, let's see how tough you are now. As Ma Yuhua spoke, her gaze held a vicious glint, staring fixedly at Ma Zhaodi's face. This girl had an ordinary face, yet it was 100 times prettier than her own. Thinking of her own face, recalling the lashes of the vine that struck her face repeatedly on Crown Prince Mountain, she wished she could slash Ma Zhaodi's face to pieces right now. Ma Yuhua, does Uncle and Aunt know how capable you are? Zhaodi's voice was calm. Her hands, tied behind her back, had never stopped working. She had thought to buy some time, to free her hands first, but she hadn't expected Ma Yuhua to be so vicious, no different from her mother. Ma Yuhua actually turned and grabbed a chipped glass from the pile of junk, gritting her teeth as she aimed to slash it across Zhaodi's face. A shameless woman like you, what use is a face? Zhaodi's pupils contracted sharply. She jerked her head to the side. The chipped edge of the glass, carrying a cold gust, swept past Doughty's ear and landed on a nearby sofa. It tore a gash in the already worn-out sofa, exposing the yellowed inside. It showed just how much she hated Ma Zhaodi and how much force she had used. Chapter 184, Crippling Your Hand, Ma Yuhua. Ma Yuhua's body was thrown forward by momentum, landing face down on the sofa. Zhaodi stood up, then suddenly squatted down. Her hands, which were tied behind her back, were brought forward in a skipping rope-like motion, and she smashed them down onto the broken edge of the wine glass. Her hands were instantly freed. By the time Ma Yuhua struggled to get up from the sofa, Ma Zhaodi was already standing in front of her, pulling the remaining rope from her wrists. Ma Yuhua was stunned. How had she managed to move her bound hands from her back to the front? Was she even human? Ma Yuhua, how dare you plot against me? Zhaodi slapped her hard, then kicked out. Accompanied by Ma Yuhua's scream, she fell to the ground. That face, already made up to look like a she-devil, was now twisted in pain, so much so that even a stranger who saw her would feel an urge to hit her, no reason needed, just the desire to strike. Ma Yuhua clutched her stomach in agony. Having already drunk a lot with men, she began vomiting mouthfuls of sour, foul-smelling filth. Ma Zhaodi had once felt a chill for her uncle, thinking that if he and her aunt knew what their daughter was doing, he would be heartbroken. But now, Zhaodi had no time for such sentiments. She had considered her a cousin, yet she had schemed against her repeatedly. Why should she still cling to the bond of blood? Ma Zhaodi's eyes were as cold as a deep winter pond. She stepped forward, pinning Ma Yuhua's left hand under her foot, then bent down swiftly. With 2 fingers pressed together, she jabbed forcefully at the center of the inner side of Ma Yuhua's wrist. Zhaodi could even feel the tendon convulsing, like a stretched rubber band suddenly snapping and falling to the ground, then twitching. Ma Yuhua didn't even have time to scream before the pain knocked her unconscious. Her entire left hand, however, twitched and trembled uncontrollably. It all happened in a flash. From the moment Ma Yuhua entered the room and spoke her first words until now, less than 10 seconds had passed. By the time the people outside heard the commotion and rushed in, it was all over. Having done this, Zhaodi needed to leave this room first. The people outside, seeing Zhaodi unbound and charging toward them, were terrified out of their wits. They completely ignored Ma Yuhua's condition and hurriedly shut the door. If she escaped this time, Madame Hong would surely kill them later. With a loud bang, the door closed. Zhaodi, just a few seconds too slow, was once again locked inside the room. Only then did Zhaodi think to look for her phone. She searched all over but couldn't find it. Then she glanced at the unconscious Ma Yuhua and, from within her clothes reeking of cheap perfume, retrieved a phone. Zhaodi frowned at the sight because she had pulled it out from Ma Yuhua's chest, for heaven's sake. Without a second thought, Zhaodi made a call. She hadn't even realized when she had memorized Qinlei's number so clearly. This is Zhaodi. After announcing herself, Qinlei's voice on the other end sounded frantic, ready to jump out of his skin. Good grief, where have you gone? My God, I'm trying to find someone while also looking for you. Can't you give me a break? Zhaodi was taken aback by the scolding. Yes, her father was still missing, and here she was, unable to get away. Brother Lazy must be at his wit's end. Brother Lazy, I've been kidnapped. Zhaodi briefly explained what had happened. Damn it. Qinlei was both anxious and angry. He didn't know why, but whenever it came to Zhaodi's safety, he always lost his composure. With a temperament like this, if he were on the battlefield, he'd probably die of anxiety before the fighting even started. Aren't you skilled in grappling? Don't you know there's something in this world called a sneak attack? If not that, you should at least know about volatile gaseous anesthetics, right? Lately, Zhaodi couldn't understand why Brother Lazy had become so easily agitated. If she had known, she wouldn't have made this call. Where are you now? Qinlei slapped his forehead. What was the point of saying all that now? I was brought here lying down. I only know it's a nightclub. I can vaguely hear the noise. I'm in a abandoned, private room in a nightclub. Zhaodi said helplessly. Qinlei muttered to himself, nightclub, abandoned private room, nightclub, abandoned private room. Zhaodi, wait there. Listen to me. If anyone lays a hand on you, even touches a single hair, you fight back with everything you've got. If there's a knife, use it. If you kill someone, I'll take the blame. Remember that. As long as she was safe, he would bear any consequence, Qinlei thought fiercely. Zhaodi was stunned, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. Good heavens, he was a policeman, and he was telling her to beat someone to death? Hearing his words, Ma Zhaodi suddenly didn't feel she was in danger anymore. What kind of psychological logic was that? Kaming City witnessed another unprecedented large-scale inspection. Even auxiliary police were mobilized to check every KTV, all-night entertainment venue, and nightclub. Any place related to this industry underwent a carpet-like search. The reason was simple, routine inspection. They just made up a pretext about apprehending some criminal. This time, Huihong nightclub was also affected. The boss was busy catering to the officials, absolutely compliant and attentive, smilingly explaining how standard his establishment was. But the orders the officials received this time didn't come from their immediate superiors. They were directives from the provincial department. Even if they were in the middle of intimate moments with their wives, they had to get up and carry out their duties. When they reached private room 302, Wu Mingjie was taken aback at first, then watched as the boss politely and personally explained the situation. Boss Wu, I'm really sorry about this. Official inspection. Later, I'll treat you to drinks, all right? And what are these women doing here? An official asked, nodding towards several scantily clad women. Oh, these are our service staff. You know, with all these gentlemen around, we need to create some atmosphere. But I assure you, this establishment absolutely does not engage in any prostitution-related activities. Absolutely not. The boss smiled apologetically. This time, they were looking for someone. They couldn't delay the main task. Even if these women were involved in illegal activities, they could only hand them over to the vice squad. The team leader then asked, how many private rooms do you have in total? Just 10. No, 9. After the boss finished speaking, the team leader raised an eyebrow. The orders from above were to search for abandoned private rooms. This boss seemed a bit dishonest. In the abandoned private room, Ma Zhaodi threw Ma Yuhua's phone onto the sofa. The sofa was indeed a bit torn, but at least it was still usable. She wondered how she could find out exactly where this place was. Then, she carefully reached out, trying not to touch the face caked with white powder, and pinched Ma Yuhua's philtrum hard with her fingernail. Ma Yuhua gasped sharply, her whole body shuddering. Then, she gradually regained consciousness. What do you want? Were Ma Yuhua's first words. Terrified, she tried to scramble up and run, but found her left hand completely unresponsive. Tell me, what's the name of this nightclub? Where is this? Otherwise, I'll cripple your other hand too. Chapter 185, Destroying the Evidence and Erasing the Traces. Ma Yuhua instantly broke into a cold sweat, her terrified eyes looking at Zhaodi with a gaze full of unfamiliarity. Was this the cousin who had grown up being intimidated by her? No, but what was wrong? Ma Yuhua felt that the cousin before her was a nightmare, truly an indescribable nightmare. And it was precisely at that moment that it had planted itself deep within her heart, a nightmare that would send chills down Ma Yuhua's spine whenever she remembered it. You? Who are you? You're definitely not Ma Zhaodi. Ma Yuhua glanced at her left hand, which had been trembling uncontrollably. It looked truly terrifying, just like old Li, who ran the small shop at the entrance of Luwazi village. He had sequelae from a stroke, with one arm trembling uncontrollably. That appearance was really ugly, and very frightening. He couldn't even bring a cup of tea to his lips without spilling 2/3 of it due to his own shaking hand. I'm asking you a question. Zhaodi nonchalantly picked up the broken glass from earlier, lightly and repeatedly scraping it against the torn sofa. The rotten foam inside squeezed out from the torn leather like blooming flowers with her movements. Huihong nightclub, Beiming Road. For the moment, Zhaodi didn't speak, playing with the broken glass in her hand. She grabbed her phone and called Qinlei again. But just as the call went through, before Qinlei on the other end could answer, the door to the private room opened. Red Ma Yuhua seemed to have grabbed a lifeline. Ignoring the unbearable pain in her wrist, she got up and rushed over. What's with the act, as if she's her own mother? Zhaodi casually placed Ma Yuhua's phone on the torn sofa and glanced at this woman. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, with a plump figure and a height of about 1.7 meters, tall for a woman. She sported a short, layered hairstyle typically worn by men in this society, dyed golden blonde. A single hoop earring hung from one ear, and around her neck was a thick gold chain, the kind only men in previous lifetimes would wear. Zhaodi had always referred to this kind of chain as a dog chain. Overall, Zhaodi felt this woman had a ruthless air about her, the kind that could be utterly merciless when pushed, someone who could even kill her own son. What kind of person was that? A modern-day Wu Zetian? But Wu Zetian was beautiful. And her? At best, she could be called a female ogre. While Zhaodi was sizing up Li Weihong was also sizing her up. At first glance, it wasn't a big deal. She was young and pretty, with a thin and frail build. Yet, she had managed to disable 6 grown men single-handedly. When Li Weihong returned from handling the matter of her subordinates at the police station, her people had detailed the process. They said this girl was no simple matter. After dislocating their arms and legs, she had them sent to the police station without even showing her face. She had gotten them arrested just like that. This particularly aligned with what second brother had said. This girl also had connections with the authorities. Most importantly, at this moment, Li Weihong had considerable influence in Kaming City, and few people weren't intimidated by her. Yet, this girl before her, though seemingly young, had a calm gaze that was suspicious. Could it be that even after being kidnapped, she wasn't worried or afraid at all? Not simple, truly not simple, and very courageous. Red Ma, just kill her. Look at my hand. The aggrieved Ma Yuhua beside her showed her left hand to Li Weihong. Even with her right hand supporting it, it was still trembling violently, causing Li Weihong to frown. This girl was ruthless. She estimated that Yu's left hand would be useless from now on. Changda, take her to the hospital to have it checked. The man named Changda quickly complied. Before being taken away, Ma Yuhua kept insisting, kill that girl. Hearing this, Li Weihong frowned again. She really had no brains. Who knew if one day this girl would spill everything? That would eventually get Li Weihong killed by her. To avoid her phone being discovered, Zhao took 2 steps forward and said in a flat voice, Big sister, why did you bring me here? Am I really that valuable? Calling her big sister made Zhao's own skin crawl. She should be calling her auntie. But Li Weihong was pleased inwardly. This girl really knew how to talk, much better than that Yu girl at least. At her age, in front of this 15 or 16-year-old girl, she should be considered at least of auntie-level age. You're so young, mixing in Kaming City. Do you know which paths you should take and which you shouldn't? Li Weihong wasn't someone who would get carried away by a few words and forget her original purpose. She still remembered how much manpower and resources she had spent today to handle this matter. I'm just a vegetable seller. What paths could I take? Zhao knew there was more to her words. But you've offended me, and you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Li Weihong rarely had such a good temper. She sat down and said in a tone of proper conversation, If you want to live, even if you're a dragon, you have to obediently lie down for me. Even if you're a tiger, you have to properly crouch. Aren't I living just fine right now? Zhao said lightly. Li Weihong's gaze stiffened. She got up and left, throwing out a sentence, Notify the boss, there's work to do. Li Weihong protected her own outside, but was strict and unforgiving inside. The slight bit of goodwill she initially had toward Ma Zhaodi had completely vanished. Originally, seeing she was quite pretty, and considering business wasn't great lately, with those men all liking them young, she had thought of intimidating this girl. If she was willing to follow her, she could let bygones be bygones. But now she realized this girl was indeed not to be trifled with. Just after stepping out, Li Weihong received a call from the boss. After hanging up, she called second brother Qin Lihai. I already said, things are tight lately. This person must be killed. I'm telling you, Weihong, don't add fuel to the fire, okay? Leave a way out for the brothers. This person is that girl you mentioned, Ma Zhaodi. After Li Weihong said this, the other end fell silent. Fine, when do we do the job? Same old time. Send someone over to pick up the job. As soon as Li Weihong left, the door was closed by her subordinates. Zhaodi quickly retrieved her phone from the torn foam of the sofa. Sure enough, Brother Lei was Brother Lei. He hadn't hung up. Beiming Road, Huihong nightclub. Not bad. Qin Lei was also relieved. He immediately hung up and notified all personnel on routine inspection to head to Huihong nightclub. Viewed from above, the brightly lit city that never slept, Kaming City. At 2:05 a.m., with police sirens blaring and running red lights, white police cars and motorcycles converged in an orderly manner on the cement roads, all heading in one direction. Li Weihong had just stepped out the main door when she sensed something was wrong. First, 2 police cars blocked the road directly ahead. Then, 7 or 8 officers began gathering one after another. Having been in the underworld for so many years, Li Weihong had never seen such a large-scale operation. She immediately remembered there was still someone in the abandoned private room of the nightclub. Calmly and unhurriedly, she made a call, from the back door, immediately, get the person out of here. Immediately? That girl is no simple matter. No matter what method, immediately right now. After saying this, Li Weihong hung up and cursed under her breath, a bunch of useless trash. She immediately honked the horn a few times, but seeing that the officers and vehicles had blocked the exit, and more were continuously pouring in from all directions, even if Li Weihong wanted to leave, the intersections above and below were probably already packed with officers. Chapter 186. The blaze is fierce. At that moment, Li Weihong frowned, the weight in her heart growing heavier as more and more officials gathered. She knew that girl was indeed under the protection of officials, but Li Weihong hadn't expected her influence to have spread to Kaming City. Moreover, this wasn't just some simple, mild connection with officials. Looking at this display, Li Weihong was truly unsettled. She turned off the engine, pulled the handbrake, and, still uneasy, made another call. Has the person been taken care of? Immediately, Li Weihong's face darkened. This girl really couldn't be left alive. Since she couldn't be brought under control and used, and given her substantial influence within official circles, Li Weihong felt she absolutely could not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, not only herself, but even the boss would be implicated. Right then, she decided on immediate, decisive action. Qin Lei was the first to rush into the nightclub as soon as he arrived at the scene. The rhythm of his footsteps betrayed his anxious inner state. Along the way, he opened private room doors, found they weren't the right ones, closed them until, upon reaching the third floor, Chinlei suddenly caught a pungent smell of burning. Immediately after, a waiter shouted, "Fire!" Everyone was thrown into chaos. Both customers and the gyrating dancers immediately rushed out of the private rooms. Thick smoke billowed, and the fire grew with the wind. Even the corridor stairs were filled with dense smoke, carrying a sharp, acrid smell of burning that choked one's breath. Soon, the entire four-story building of the nightclub was like a steamed bun just pulled from a basket, spewing thick smoke. Chinlei immediately called the fire department. Li Wahong glanced at the rolling smoke behind her and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! Boom boom! From inside the abandoned private room came several consecutive explosions. The canisters of high-pressure spray air purifiers burst open one after another. Even the glass cups cracked from the heat, the sound of shattering incessant. The sofa was the first to go, flames leaping skyward, quickly engulfing the entire private room in a sea of fire. The red fire trucks soon arrived at the scene. Police cars all withdrew, clearing a green channel. Then water jets pierced through the interior. The scene was utter chaos. That night, Kaming City became a veritable city that never sleeps. Chinlei is still inside. The lead captain of the Public Security Bureau's operation in Kaming City suddenly shouted. When the fire first showed itself, Chinlei had already gone up to the third floor. Everyone else had been evacuated. Holding his breath, his eyes were fixed only on the abandoned private room. But the higher he went, the fiercer the fire became. Accompanied by the sounds of unknown high-pressure gas explosions, Chinlei ducked and charged in. His tall, imposing figure was still swallowed by the flames, his back disappearing from view. Until Chinlei, his face scorched by the fire, appeared at the doorway of the abandoned private room. The door had already burned and collapsed. Nothing of the original scene inside was visible. Flames and high heat from all directions surrounded Chinlei, making him feel as if he were in a frying pan. Captain Xiao, if you truly love her, marry her. Everything seemed to have ended, yet it also seemed to have just begun. The first rays of morning sunlight shone on Kaming City. Chinlei, bare-chested and with his pant legs rolled up, let a nurse apply burn ointment to him. Half of his face was covered in blistered, curled flesh. Tender red dermal tissue was encircled by rings of charred, dead skin from the burns. It seemed that with the slightest carelessness, blood would seep out. Chinlei, expressionless, held his phone and briefly summarized the whole story. I understand. In the military district, inside the regimental commander's office, Xiao Zhendong hung up the phone, his eyes revealing a pained despair. How could this happen? Wasn't that girl just at home growing vegetables? How could she? Xiao Yang, immediately notify the Kaming City Armed Police Department for support. With that, Xiao Zhendong took off his military cap, stood up, and left. Regimental Commander Xiao, do you want to? Xiao Yang wanted to ask him about the arrangements for a refugee rescued during the last operation against a drug trafficking ring in Myanmar. But before he could finish, the regimental commander interrupted. Hand over the training tasks for this period to Deputy Regimental Commander Li. I have urgent business. Prepare a car immediately. Xiao Yang was stunned. It was rare to see the regimental commander so anxious. His face was dark and frighteningly serious. Something major must have really happened. But what exactly had that little girl done? How could she have gotten involved with those hooligans and street ruffians? Chinlei hung up the phone. Perhaps in Xiao Zhendong's mind, he had failed in his duty. But in Chinlei's heart, he felt that if he couldn't find Jiaodi, he would go mad. The vast sky was like cotton, illuminated by the city's streetlights, obscuring the stars, just as one couldn't find the uniquely clean, clear streams of the countryside. Chinlei knew the nightclub had been devastated by the fire, but fortunately, the fire brigade had arrived in time to extinguish it. Now, Chinlei was directing the official forensic team to inspect the fire scene. Some areas were severely burned, clearly the origin points of the blaze. Undoubtedly, it was that abandoned private room. Chinlei's heart sank into an abyss. While waiting for the sampling and testing to see if any fragments of Jiaodi's body could be found, cold sweat kept breaking out on him as the investigation progressed. Damn it, how could this happen? Chinlei knew he had undergone rigorous training. At a time like this, he couldn't let emotions take over. Absolutely not. Before any conclusive results were in, Chinlei had someone investigate the unfamiliar number Jiaodi had called him from earlier. Tracing a phone number's location and related information was much faster than waiting for test results. Even though in this society, one could open bank accounts without ID cards or other valid documents, accessing communication records was a primary right of the officials. Immediately, a string of all too familiar numbers was found. Chinlei frowned at once and called Zhang Tai. One inquiry revealed that this number originally belonged to Ma Jiaodi's cousin, Ma Yuhua. The other contacts in the records were mostly so-called client numbers, a diverse mix from all walks of life, both wealthy and not. 3 hours and 20 minutes after Ma Zhaodi's victimization, Ma Yuhua was already sitting trembling in the official interrogation room. Qinlei stood with his arms crossed, his intelligent, phoenix-like eyes revealing a sharp, blade-like intensity as he stared straight at Ma Yuhua. She never expected the police to find her so quickly. Not only was Ma Yuhua in disbelief, but even Li Wehong, currently in Villa number 8 of Fengyuan residential area, couldn't believe it either. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, she had never been pushed to such a critical, hair-on-fire situation because of some insignificant nobody. Anxiously, she paced back and forth in the living room, holding her phone, waiting for the other party to answer. The call connected. Li Wehong quickly said, "Second brother, why did you take so long to answer?" "Hello." Li Yueheng's expression grew increasingly grave. She had originally intended to tell second brother not to come, as the girl was probably already buried in the fire. But after the call connected, no one spoke. Uneasy, Li Wehong looked at her phone screen. "Second brother? Hello." At that moment, Li Yuehong's heart sank to the bottom. Based on years of experience, she knew deeply that something had happened to second brother. She immediately hung up, packed her valuables, and decided to leave Kaming City first. This attempt to leave was crucial. Before she could even step out her door, several law enforcement officers charged in. Chapter 187, Searching for Ma Zhaodi's Whereabouts. Everything I said is the truth, I don't know anything. In the interrogation room of the public security unit, Ma Yuhua was already scared nearly out of her wits by Qinlei's few words. If she didn't tell the truth, he could detain her right now on charges of illegal prostitution and then notify her family to come bail her out. Ma Yuhua hated Ma Zhaodi to the core, but now, she had become so formidable, so capable of earning money, and also. Right now, Ma Yuhua absolutely could not ruin her entire life. She immediately raised her trembling left hand to show Qinlei. Everything I said is really the truth. I admit, I did resent Ma Zhaodi, but I just wanted to teach her a lesson. Look at my hand, she was the one who hit me. I really don't know anything. As for that big fire, I don't know either, really. When I left, she was talking to Madame Hong. And the nightclub wasn't on fire then. Qinlei's sharp, needle-like eyes glanced at Ma Yuhua again. Her face was already twisted with fear. He lowered his gaze slightly to look at her left hand, then suddenly frowned. The technique to sever the tendons was masterful. Without considerable finger strength, an ordinary person couldn't possibly snap someone's ligaments. Even with a knife, it would be impossible to sever them so irreparably in one go. After learning that Madame Hong's original name was Li Wehong, he immediately ordered someone to check the archives. In less than 20 minutes, all her information was retrieved from the database and sent to the interrogation room. Temporary detention. Qinlei left these words, promptly formed a small team on the spot, and headed to Li Yuehong's residence. Ma Yuhua was left stomping her feet in fury in the interrogation room. "Qinlei, you don't keep your word." "I only keep my word with people, not with a whore." "You scoundrel. I hope you die a horrible death." Ma Yuhua was utterly. Hearing her curse him, Qinlei suddenly stopped, turned back to look at Ma Yuhua, scaring her so much she shuddered, slumped into the chair, and didn't dare move a muscle. Then, Qinlei strode purposefully with his team to Fengyuan residential area. In his heart, he thought, if it weren't for Ma Zhaodi considering their blood relation back then, she would have already finished you off, saving the trouble of leaving you behind to cause harm. But you, Ma Yuhua, are so ungrateful. Not only did you not appreciate her kindness, you repaid it with enmity. For Qinlei, this kind of scum isn't even qualified to discuss trust between people with him. At Fengyuan residential area, facing the sudden arrival of the public security officers, Li Wehong was still startled. When did public security officers become so efficient? It hadn't even been half a day. After all, she was a woman who had been around, lived a life on the edge, so upon seeing the public security officers, she calmed down, greeting them very politely. She said if the public security officers needed her, Li Wehong, to assist in any investigation, she would definitely cooperate. In the interrogation room, Li Wehong remained exceptionally calm. Even after seeing Ma Yuhua's previous statement, she still insisted. The two girls had a conflict, Ma Yuhua explained that clearly, and I admit it. But when I left the nightclub, it wasn't on fire. If you don't believe me, you can ask a driver with license plate number XXX. I was worried the two young girls might cause some trouble, so I went to the scene to mediate. I finally managed to persuade the girl from my side to leave. Afterwards, I left too. That girl Ma Zhaodi said she wanted to play a bit longer. After all, young people like excitement. Her words were perfectly rounded, but in her heart, Li Yuehong wished she could strangle that damned, ungrateful Ma Yuhua. She had taken care of her in every way on ordinary days, but at the critical moment, she was the first to give her up. Fortunately, she knew nothing about the coffin shop matter. Otherwise, 100 manhwas wouldn't be enough to make up for it. Hearing this, Chinlei couldn't help but feel his heart sink, yet his face remained calm, giving no hint of his thoughts. This old woman is cunning and experienced, seems like a regular visitor to the Public Security Bureau. Finally, Li Yuhong even asked with concern, "What about that kid Xiao Ma? Is she alright?" Chinlei grunted. Just then, his phone rang. After answering, his entire being felt electrified. The fire scene investigation results were out. No casualties, only one young man seriously injured. This meant Zhao wasn't dead. He let out a sigh of relief, his mind calming down, and he returned to work with a serious expression. Who's injured? What's his identity? How severe are the burns? A pimp from the nightclub, named Xiao Yang, nicknamed Wildcat. About 40% severe burns on his body, considered moderate burns. According to the report, Wildcat's lower body is probably ruined. His left leg knee is shattered, right foot ankle completely dislocated. So, he crawled out of the fire. Chinlei couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his forehead, cursing inwardly. When this girl gets ruthless, she really goes all out. Was it because of what he said? That as long as she didn't suffer any grievance, he would take the blame even if she killed someone? This damn girl. After hanging up, he walked out of the police station compound only to find it was raining outside, the sky gray and gloomy. Where on earth has this girl run off to now? Since she's safe and sound, why hasn't she come back? Doesn't she know how worried Chinlei is about her? Sky monkey, oh sky monkey. Should I weld an iron cage to lock you up, or just let you run wild? A helpless, pale, bitter yet satisfied smile tugged at the corner of Chinlei's mouth. Just as he was thinking this, Zhang Tai's call came for the 8th time. Chinlei had hung up on all the previous ones. He knew this guy couldn't change his ways. Plus, Chinlei had been preoccupied earlier. Now, at least knowing that damn girl wasn't dead, just disappeared somewhere, his mood improved somewhat. What is it? Lazy, damn it. Do you not consider me a buddy anymore? Why aren't you answering my calls? I know exactly what you're up to just by seeing your tail twitch. Don't you think? For that kind of woman, you have the nerve to beg me for mercy. Is she worth it? You can't look down on women who work as hostesses. Yu's family has no way out. Her brother still needs to go to school. Her parents have no jobs. They owe a pile of debt. Saying that is occupational discrimination. She's such a good girl. To hell with your occupational discrimination. If she had even a shred of conscience, I'd let her off. This time, there's no discussion. Teasy was silent for a long time, then slapped his forehead, seeming to grit his teeth and stamp his foot before saying, All right. Give me a number. How much is the fine? How many days of detention? Damn it, ever since you left the army, you've become completely. This is nothing like the former big black wolf. Let me tell you straight, until I find my sworn sister, you go find some other woman to cool your fire. What do you mean by that? What does your sworn sister's matter have to do with my girlfriend? Chapter 188. Transforming into a little demon. Chinlei snorted coldly and recounted the whole story from beginning to end. Upon hearing it, Zhang Tai stammered for a long time without managing to utter a single word of rebuttal. All right. I'll ask around about this matter. But let me be clear up front. You know I've already been expelled from the party. This time, I'm asking my brothers from the underworld to help with this. You'll have to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, forget about touching women. I'll be eating state-provided food for the rest of my life. Other matters can be discussed later, but this one, my lips are sealed. Since Zhang Tai was discharged from the army, since he was kicked out, he had been thriving in the underworld. Because his bragging skills were formidable, everyone felt he was a soldier. More or less, people were blown away by Zhang Tai's boasts and wanted to rely on him a bit. If he weren't usually so unreliable, he might have become a local tyrant. Unfortunately, he was ruined by women. Whenever he drank too much, he would call out names like Huar, Chuer, and Xianger, saying they were his lovers or that they looked like his first love. When others asked him whether the one who looked like his first love was called Xianger or Huar, even he couldn't tell. Under the noon sun, the trees in Prince Mountain Forest rustled hurriedly. Yet, deep in the dense woods, it was as cool as evening. Rain was clearly falling, but the ground under the trees remained dry. Only the sparse sound of raindrops hitting the leaves could be heard. Ma Zhaodi's clothes were burnt and torn in several places as she hurried up the mountain. From afar, she saw someone sitting under a large conifer. This person was leaning against a tree trunk, sitting on the ground. Upon closer look, his hands hung weakly at his sides. His shoulders were slumped, making his neck appear much longer than normal. Zhaodi ran to the tree, broke off a small piece of a steamed bun, and stuffed it into Qin Lihai's mouth. Qin Lihai couldn't move his hands or feet at the moment, and a sore, powerless feeling spread throughout his body. The flow of energy carried a bone-eroding, burning pain. The dislocated shoulder joint throbbed with pain due to poor blood circulation. Qin Lihai, aren't you afraid of retribution for doing such heinous things? Zhao sat unhurriedly on the dry leaves. Outside, the rain grew heavier, but under the dense forest, it remained extremely dry, though the air was somewhat stifling. Qin Lihai was in no state to speak. He chewed the steamed bun in his mouth vigorously. From setting out to work late last night until now, he hadn't eaten a bite. The brothers who went with him had all run away. He didn't know why, but this girl had singled him out for a fierce beating. He was now convinced, utterly believing Old Fourth's words. When she doesn't act, it's fine, but once she does, she leaves no chance for counterattack. Even when you realize what's happening, the bones in your arms and legs have already dislocated one after another, making cracking sounds. The powerlessness that follows the throbbing pain gives you a feeling of being trapped between life and death, as if you're watching the person who wants to kill you tormenting you bit by bit, yet you're helpless. What do you want by bringing me here? After eating a few bites of the steamed bun, Qin Lihai closed his eyes weakly and spoke. If he had even a sliver of strength left, he would jump up and kill this girl on the spot. On the way here, she had thrown him directly into the back of a farm vehicle. The bumpy ride made him roll around like a sack, hitting the vehicle's walls several times and raising egg-sized bumps on his head. Thinking about it, Qin Lihai was already in his late 30s, almost 40, yet he had been played by a girl like pork on a chopping board, a humiliation he never imagined in his life. Jyoti hugged her knees and gazed through the tree trunks toward the distant Prince Mountain on the horizon, her expression calm. It was raining. Her father was thinly dressed and had no money. She wondered if any kind soul would let him take shelter from the rain. Thinking of this, Ma Zhaodi lowered her voice, her heart aching. I want all of you to pay with your lives for my father. After saying this, she took a bite of the steamed bun. It tasted like sawdust in her mouth, dry and flavorless. Hearing this, Qin Lihai wasn't surprised. He let out a dry, cold laugh. In fact, she might as well kill him. This state was torture. Girl, there are many things you don't understand. Cats have their ways, mice have their holes, people have their paths, and dogs have their lives. Some things are better not pursued too stubbornly. I'm afraid if you persist, you'll lose more than you gain. After all, Ma Jianghua wasn't dead. If this girl continued stubbornly, she might soon end up with nowhere to bury her body. You're still so young. Why not let things be? If you let me go, I swear I'll never touch anything related to the underworld again. Moreover, I'll give you money, just name your price. Zhaodi suddenly glanced sideways at the utterly dejected Qin Lihai and smiled, a particularly sweet smile. Uncle, are you joking with me? If I want money, I'll earn it myself. But actually, I do intend to let you go, and I even have a gift for you. Qin Lihai was slightly taken aback. This girl seemed hard to fool. What gift? As long as you write down the detailed process of your coffin shop's transactions with the outside world, not only will I let you go, but I'll also reset your bones. Zhaodi shook her hand, making it clear, since she could dislocate your bones, she had the skill to reset them. But about bones, you know, right? There's a layer of periosteum between bones. That's the cartilage surface tissue we see when eating chicken. If a dislocation lasts too long, causing poor blood circulation, once the periosteum swells, even if it's reset, it can lead to habitual dislocation as a sequela. Do you know that, Uncle Qin? Upon hearing this, Qin Lihai's expression changed. Old Fourth was living proof. His arm couldn't lift heavy things now, and any twisting motion would cause a dislocation. It would probably take a long time of care to recover. But asking him to write down the coffin shop's workflow in detail, without missing a word, was absolutely impossible. This was a business chain, tug one strand, and the whole web moves. Moreover, it was interlinked. If he really wrote it down, even if this girl let him go, he wouldn't live long. He never expected this girl to be so ruthless. Qin Lihai couldn't help but take another look at Ma Zhaodi. At this moment, she seemed as if nothing had happened, as if she had all the time in the world, hugging her knees and gazing at the horizon. Her eyes shone with a brilliance like stars, as clear as the Milky Way in the sky, so pure that one could never imagine her heart could be so cruel. Just kill me. Presumably, in this remote mountain forest, even if I die, the authorities won't hold you responsible or suspect you of murder. Qin Lihai said calmly. Zhaodi smiled faintly, wiping away the glistening tears of missing her father. She tilted her head to look at Qin Lihai, her voice even carrying a hint of playfulness. I won't kill you. Why would I kill you? It wasn't you who harmed my father like that, right? Besides, I only know how to dislocate arms and legs. As for killing people, the teacher didn't teach that in school. As she spoke, Zhaodi acted bored, picking up a small twig about the length and thickness of a chopstick from the ground and poking around in the dry grass. She had just seen a huge centipede. Where did it go? She flipped over a dry leaf, and the bluish-black centipede appeared, looking for a place to burrow. Jody quickly broke the twig, using it like chopsticks to pick up the centipede. Qin Li Hai's back twitched violently. Chapter 189. Finish your homework or I'll kill you. This centipede was as wide as the straws used for bubble tea in her past life. Its carapace was a glossy black, shimmering with a dark red light amidst the black sheen. At that moment, it was wriggling amidst Jody's chopsticks, waving its countless tiny legs, swaying its body, and twitching its antennae. Qin Li Hai's face instantly turned ashen. Uncle Qin, do you know what the snake's greatest natural predator is, besides eagles? That's right, it's the centipede. Centipedes are natural enemies of snakes. Their venom doesn't even fear poisonous snakes, and they have a final, desperate trump card. That is, when they cannot defeat a large venomous snake, they will actively burrow into the snake's stomach. Snake gastric acid is very strong, right? But the centipede can bite through the snake's belly before being digested, secrete its venom, and perish together with the snake. Jody smiled with extreme innocence. Yet, as she spoke, the centipede was already brought right before Qin Li Hai's face. Its antennae twitched from time to time, lightly brushing against the tip of Qin Li Hai's nose. He didn't find the girl before him innocent in the slightest. On the contrary, she was vicious, extremely vicious. She seemed to be saying that in this world, death is actually easy. What's most agonizing is being unable to live yet unable to die. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Qin Li Hai's back. After several bouts of cold sweat, his clothes were already clinging tightly to his back, making him feel unbearably sticky and restless. However, even if Qin Li Hai was restless, he had to endure it. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans formed on Qin Li Hai's forehead, trickling down his cheeks and into his neck. Ma Zhaodi didn't throw the centipede away. Such excellent medicinal material, how could she bear to discard it? It was a superb ingredient for invigorating blood circulation and clearing meridians. Besides, her ankles still ached faintly. At that moment, she unhurriedly started a fire. The lighter she used to light it was actually confiscated from Qin Li Hai. She directly held the centipede over the fire. It sizzled and bubbled. After turning it over a few times, the centipede stopped moving. Then, Ma Zhaodi approached Qin Li Hai. With her left hand, she gripped Qin Li Hai's shoulder. With her right hand, she grabbed his afternoon. Her index finger exerted force, a two-pronged approach. With a crunch and accompanied by Qin Li Hai's muffled groan, his right arm returned to its proper position. Subsequently, Ma Zhaodi leisurely pulled a pen from her pocket and tossed over the paper she had fetched from home earlier. Here, right? Zhaodi said, turning around to attend to the centipede. She carefully pinched it with her fingers, found it wasn't fully roasted, and turned it over the fire a few more times. Qin Li Hai watched helplessly as this girl ate the centipede. His stomach began to churn, and he immediately turned his head away, refusing to look. With only his right hand, Qin Li Hai had no choice but to place the papers on his knees, holding them down with his chin. All right, seeing you write with such difficulty. Zhaodi also reset his left arm. Now, Qin Li Hai's complexion improved somewhat, and his slumped shoulders returned to normal. Qin Li Hai suddenly felt a glimmer of hope, but upon second thought, he dismissed it. Even when he had both arms and legs intact, this demoness had rendered him utterly helpless. He abandoned that idea. As soon as he put pen to paper, Qin Li Hai's troubles began. He truly feared that if this matter blew up, not only would he be unable to survive, but even his wife, children, and elderly family members would be implicated. He had even considered simply committing suicide. At least that could protect his family, and after death, he might leave behind a reputation for loyalty and righteousness. But looking at this desolate wilderness, his desire to leave a name instantly shattered. Write quickly, or your legs will be useless, Zhaodi said, chewing on the delicious centipede. She took the phone she had already confiscated from Qin Li Hai. Not bad, this phone probably cost over 1,000. Zhaodi walked a few steps away, intending to call Qin Lei. Damn, after asking around, it turns out something major really happened. What's the situation? I've really wasted my time. I never imagined such dealings existed on the streets. Zhang Tai was also startled upon hearing this. Society was chaotic, true, and many aspects of public security management were inadequate. But racking his brains, he never imagined there could be dealings involving murder, with specific parties handling such matters. In essence, it was about killing someone, having someone take the job. As long as you paid, they would dispose of the body without leaving a trace. Upon hearing this, Qin Lei's first thought was of the fortune and longevity coffin shop, as Zhaodi had mentioned before. But there was no evidence found. Yet now, hearing this news, Qin Lei was also shocked. As a soldier, his duty was to defend the country and safeguard its borders. But currently, there were internal troubles and external threats. Who knew how perilous the border was? Did they understand the taste of border guards being unable to return home, unable to see their wives, children, and elderly family members year after year? It was highly likely that if they sacrificed, only an urn of ashes would be sent back to their hometown. Yet the soldiers remained loyal to their duty, facing death without fear. Who would have thought the family internal troubles could be so rampant? TZ, do you want to restore your party membership? Do you still want us brothers to fight side by side? Zhang Tai understood what Qinlei meant. Being a soldier was his childhood dream. He absolutely shouldn't have hit the division commander. But then again, wasn't that old poison too stubborn? Originally, 3 squads were dispatched for the operation plan. But when reporting back to camp, only their pair returned. The other brothers were in danger, yet that old fool wouldn't allow them to go back for support. Well, he did hit him. Later, the other brothers all returned. If Zhang Tai were to die, it would be due to acting on impulse. But he truly missed his brothers. All right. Just after hanging up, the phone rang. Qinlei saw it was an unfamiliar number and answered unhurriedly, saying lazily, "This is Zhao. Sky Monkey?" Qinlei was momentarily speechless. He had so many questions, so much to say, but it all got stuck in his throat like a traffic jam. "Where are you?" "At Prince Mountain, watching someone do homework." So damn calm. So calm it made Qinlei question life itself. After such a major incident, she was still joking so lightly. Heaven, did Qinlei owe Sky Monkey a golden cudgel in his past life? This composure directly sprayed dog blood all over Qinlei's face. Has your brain been filled with shit? Coming City is about to burn down to the heavenly palace. Qinlei felt like kneeling to the Sky Monkey, truly kneeling. I know, but I have to wait for this guy to finish his homework. Qinlei felt this was even more shocking than being struck by lightning. This girl, was she like last time, frantically searching every stone crevice in the mountain gully, only to find the person at home eating delicious, steaming hot food? This time, she must be at home watching that kid Baoju do homework. What a leisurely, carefree, and utterly boring to the point of painful rhythm. Oh, I called to tell you I'm fine. And most importantly, any news about my dad? Heaven, the fact that you could be alive and well, calling him so calmly. Qinlei was already profoundly grateful, okay? Chapter 190. Qin Li Hai's assignment. No news yet, but I reported the situation to Captain Xiao. He might. Before Qinlei could finish, Zhao was stunned. Why did you tell him? He's constantly on missions. His tasks are too important. He's responsible for national border security. Qinlei's face darkened. Yes, Qinlei had also once been someone who defended the country, but now he was at the mercy of others. What, if he wasn't defending the country and only protecting you, would you find that contemptible? Insulting? Although Qinlei really shouldn't have fallen for this little firecracker, but every time, he couldn't control his heart. He couldn't help it. If they had found Zhao's body in that fire back then, he would have gone mad. Thankfully, she was alive, existing calmly in this world. Qinlei should be relieved, so why was he feeling upset? Qinlei gave himself a pep talk. But you're Captain Xiao's fiancé. I was afraid if something happened to you, I wouldn't be able to face Captain Xiao. So I had to report the situation first, to avoid being accused of neglecting my duty and getting another demerit. His words were thick with bitterness and sorrow. Then. Brother Lei, your kindness to our family, your care for me, was all. Yes, that's right. Qinlei didn't let Zhao finish. Zhao fell silent. She didn't know why, but her heart felt sour, even a bit inexplicably disappointed. Oh right, those Tibetan silver earrings I gave you last time. They actually weren't from my sister. Captain Xiao was too shy, so he asked me to find an excuse to give them to you. After saying this, Qinlei, rather pathetically, hung up the phone. He was afraid if he heard more, he wouldn't be able to control his wandering thoughts. As a soldier, completing the mission is paramount. The country comes first. Without a country, how can there be a home? He suddenly felt he should have refused this mission back then. If it weren't for such an absurd task, maybe he wouldn't have fallen for this little firecracker. On Prince Mountain, Zhao frowned, looking at the disconnected phone. Why, did she feel a bit lost? From the beginning, she had noticed the look in Qinlei's eyes when he looked at her wasn't simple. Later, getting drunk and recognizing a godfather, including his meticulous care for her, was it all because Xiao Zhendong had asked him to? Thinking of this, that inexplicable sense of loss in Zhao's heart grew stronger. The rain had stopped. The rustling sound of rainwater sliding off leaves, drip-dropping, deep and shallow, quiet and numerous, layer upon layer, like a somber musical movement. But, thinking about the Tibetan silver earrings Brother Zhendong was too shy to give her directly, she had known from the start it must have been because Xiao Zhendong remembered what he had once told her. He said when he went to Tibet, he saw many girls wearing this kind of Tibetan silver jewelry, especially beautiful. She should have known then it was Xiao Zhendong who sent them. Her mood improved just a little. At this moment, Qin Lihai watched the girl's figure not far away. He had only written a small paragraph. Putting down the pen, he raised his hand, lay prone on the ground, and inched forward a few steps. His fingers hooked a wooden stick, which he immediately stuffed into his trouser leg. While stuffing it, he warily watched Ma Xiaoti's thin back, not daring to breathe loudly. He grabbed a vine and wrapped it tightly around his trouser leg, gritting his teeth as he tied it securely. Then he rolled over, using the stick fixed to his leg to test standing up and shuffling forward, trying to reach a branch to fix his other leg too, so he could run. Wait, isn't it just past 9 in the morning? Qinlei suddenly frowned. Just past 9, Baozhu shouldn't be out of school yet. Qinlei specifically checked the date. Tuesday. Prince Mountain. Immediately, Qinlei took action, calling the public office in Prince County. Unexpectedly, since he left, the phone number seemed to be just for show. After 5 or 6 calls, someone finally answered. The voice was so lazy it made one want to slap the speaker. What is it? For township matters, find the village chief. For fights and brawls where no one died, also find the village chief. No need to call here. What if someone died? Qinlei asked in a low voice, switching on speakerphone. If someone died, call 120. What's the use calling us? We're not responsible for saving people. This is Qinlei. Put your bureau chief on the phone. Oh heavens, right away. Qinlei's face was pitch black, his gaze cold and hard. Added to that were the burns from the fire early this morning. Half his face still had blisters and, after they burst, the rings of black marks left behind, with bright red dermal tissue in the middle. At first glance, he looked like a bloodthirsty llama, utterly terrifying. Prince Mountain, under a huge conifer. A foot viciously kicked the knee of the man crawling forward. The wooden stick fixing the bones snapped along with it. The pain made Qin Lihai clutch his knee and roll on the dry grass. Not finished writing. Where do you think you're going? Zhao asked. I was wrong, my leg is broken, help. Qin Lihai had no sense of preserving dignity left. Holding his knee in pain, he rolled around in the undergrowth. Rewrite it. I read what you wrote. It makes no logical sense. How did the person who hired you contact you after the murder? How did you pull off the switch during the burial? You didn't explain clearly. Zhao glanced at the statement on the half sheet of paper. It was completely incoherent. Qin Lihai, don't push me. I'm telling you, I absolutely will not kill you. I'll make you wish you were dead but unable to die. I'll rewrite it. Qin Lihai's left calf felt like it had a cramp, twitching incessantly. That kneecap, as far as Zhao was concerned, was useless. Regarding some things, Zhao had already made immense concessions. Coming back to life, she just wanted to do business properly, earn a little money, let her family live comfortably. Why did people keep throwing obstacles in her way? She just wanted her father to have a peaceful old age, her brother to have a good educational environment. Why had it come to this? If others wouldn't let Ma Xiaoti have peace, then don't blame her for making sure you never know how the word peace is written for the rest of your lives. Write neatly, stroke by stroke. Xiaoti reminded him. After all, sloppy handwriting due to haste or nervousness wouldn't be fit to present in court as evidence. Qin Lihai felt all the bad luck of his ancestors for 18 generations had landed him in the hands of this girl. He wondered if the coffin lids of his ancestors could still stay shut. Tears in his eyes, he wrote out a statement. After Zhao read it and was satisfied, she was immediately shocked. So that's what the coffin shop was like? Heavens, wouldn't that mean there was truly no evidence left? Zhao remembered what she had overheard lurking in the coffin shop's backyard that day. They buried him the next day. So, that's how it was. Sign it and press your fingerprint. Zhao finally understood why her father had been scared into such a state. Her blood-red eyes fixed on Qin Lihai as she spoke through gritted teeth. There's no ink pad. Use your own blood. As soon as Zhao finished speaking, she grabbed Qin Lihai's finger and bit down hard. Crunch. Zhao definitely bit down hard that time. Chapter 191, The Secret of the Coffin Shop. Holy shit. Qin Lihai, a grown man, was startled into a shiver by her sudden bite. As the saying goes, a startled bird fears the bough. With this bite, Qin Lihai thought it might cost him his life. He looked at his finger with a pained expression, silently pressed his fingerprint onto the paper, then stared at the young girl with eager eyes. Swallowing hard, he said with a tearful face, "All right then, can you put my leg back in place?" Zhao carefully blew on the fingerprint, making sure not to smudge it. This would be the most crucial evidence later. This was Zhao's first time dealing with Qin Lihai. She knew that even if he left these mountains, he probably wouldn't live much longer. She wasn't one to commit murder. She then set Qin Lihai's bone back in place. Limping away, he kept looking back at Ma Xiaoti every few steps, as if afraid this little girl might turn around at any moment and chase him down for a sneak attack. Poor guy, his leg had been dislocated for several hours. Even after being put back, it still didn't quite obey him, so he hobbled along like an 80-year-old man. Ma Xiaodi didn't even glance at the departing Qin Lihai. She held the paper in her hand and flicked it in the air a few times to help it dry quickly. Only a sinister, icy chill settled in Ma Xiaodi's eyes. She seemed to gaze casually at the sprawling Taizi mountain, yet her look seemed to pierce right through the mountain's barrier, landing on the thorny path that lay ahead. Taizi Mountain, oh Taizi Mountain, mysterious and holding secrets unknown to most. Xiaodi checked the sky and hurriedly left Taizi Mountain, heading straight for the county town. She inquired about the group of people who had held a funeral recently, but most had only seen it and didn't know which village it was from. She only knew that Taizi County consisted of several villages. Most still adhered to the beliefs passed down by the older generation. Taizi Mountain had good feng shui. As the saying goes, rest in peace, so the government had allocated various areas of Taizi Mountain to different villages. Even so, there were still many valleys deep within the wild, mountainous forests that remained untouched. The older generation mostly belonged to the era of the 1960s. That was the time of the most severe famine in history. Even then, many elders had to go in groups when venturing into the wild forests of Taizi Mountain. Now, with reform and opening up, even though development had occurred, many places still carried the legends of the older generation, stories of wolves, wild dogs, and such. It wasn't until children of Xiaodi's generation started having accidents that the deep valleys of Taizi Mountain became a farce used to scare kids. Most of this wasn't too important. What mattered was that, according to the transaction chain process Qin Lihai had written, they had simply taken advantage of the many neglected areas of Taizi Mountain. Coupled with brazen burials and mourning rituals, no one would know which village the deceased was from. After all, whenever someone died from all directions, they were carried to Taizi Mountain. Now, Xiaodi felt a bit troubled. Taizi Mountain was so vast, and with this kind of shady business, they certainly wouldn't set up a grave mound or erect a tombstone for you. Big sister is beautiful, big sister is perky, big sister is fragrant, big sister is sweet. A string of what Xiaodi considered tacky to the core cell phone ringtone sounded. However, in these times, being able to set such a ringtone cost money. It was added to the monthly fee, several yuan a month. Only then did Xiaodi realize she hadn't had time to return Qin Lihai's phone. Pulling it out, she saw it was Qin Lei calling. Brother Lei, Xiaodi called out. I just reported the situation to Captain Xiao as you suggested. No need for him to come. Everything is fully entrusted to me now. Tell me, where are you? Xiaodi was slightly taken aback, but didn't dwell on it. She never wanted to hinder Brother Zhendong's future. He was going to be a high-ranking official someday. I'm in the county town. Where are you? I have something very important to tell you. I'm at your house. Qin Lei felt like cursing. He had just returned from Taizi Mountain, not only failing to find anyone, but he also couldn't search the entire mountain right away. Suspicious, he wondered if that little monkey had gone home. Coming home was one thing, but there wasn't a single person there, and the door wasn't even locked. Oh, then wait for me. I'll find a motorcycle to take me back. Xiaodi felt her pocket again, confirming the evidence was still there. Hanging up, she negotiated with an older uncle who delivered pork. After much discussion and offering 10 yuan, he agreed to give her a ride back on his motorcycle. After all, the man was waiting to go home, but 10 yuan was no small amount. The older uncle reluctantly agreed. He stepped on the starter, nothing. Got off and kicked it a few times, got back on and kicked it a few more times. Finally, it roared to life with a sound like a tractor. Qin Lei leaned against the crooked-neck parasol tree by the main gate. Zhang Tai, sitting by the well in the courtyard, already had 7 or 8 cigarettes but scattered in front of him. Qin Lei heard the sound of a motorcycle from afar, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Thankfully, the girl was all right. Thinking back to last night around midnight, watching that fire rage like a devil trying to take away the girl he loved, he really wanted to fight that fire himself. The sound of the motorcycle grew louder and louder. Qin Lei actually felt a sense of reunion after a life-and-death separation. But after looking for a long time, there was still no sign of Xiaodi. Good heavens, that motorcycle must be an antique too, such a loud noise could carry for miles. 2 minutes later, Ma Xiaodi appeared before him. Qin Lei looked at Ma Xiaodi expressionlessly. But Ma Xiaodi smiled brightly and waved goodbye to the older uncle. Only then did she walk up to him and call out Brother Lei. At that moment, Qin Lei let out a soft, scoffing laugh. He couldn't help but light a cigarette first to suppress the emotions inside. So only he, Qin Lei, felt this urgent sense of reunion after a life-and-death separation. She felt none of it. Thinking of her concern for Captain Xiao, Qin Lei found himself somewhat ridiculous. Brother Lei, what happened to your face? Xiaodi was slightly startled, only now noticing several blisters on his face and a few places where blisters had burst, leaving rings of broken skin from burns. She instinctively reached out to touch them, but Qin Lei pulled back, dodging her hand. Nothing. His voice carried a hint of disdain and a touch of impatience. Zhao lowered her hand, her heart trembling slightly. She seemed to understand something, to realize something. A warm, jade-like stone seemed to slam heavily against her chest, blocking it and making her feel momentarily suffocated. He must have received her call and gone to the nightclub. But didn't he have the authority to mobilize the local police? Didn't the fire department arrive too? How did he get burned? For her? Zhao's gaze suddenly turned calm, like a windless lake, all her emotions settling to the bottom. No, that couldn't be. Didn't he say he was just following orders? It was a task assigned to him by Xiao Zhendong. Thinking this, Zhao suddenly pursed her lips into a smile and said teasingly, "Brother Lei, let me show you something good. This time, we definitely have a lead." Zhao's sudden change of topic brought Qinlei into a serious state as well, especially when he saw the statement on that paper. His eyes widened immediately. "Teasy, you were right, but you absolutely never would have guessed." Chapter 192, Xiao Zhendong's Request. As he spoke, Qinlei entered the courtyard holding that piece of paper. Zhang Tai quickly stubbed out his cigarette, and Zhao closed the courtyard gate behind them. The three of them squatted head-to-head on the concrete ground of the courtyard, looking at it. Holy fucking shit, this is too much. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Zhang Tai's reaction was just like him, unrestrained in appearance and equally unrestrained in his emotional outbursts. Yeah, this way, there really is no evidence left to confront and nothing to investigate. One question, are we doing this or not? Qinlei immediately put the paper away. This was solid evidence. He could lose his life, but he couldn't lose this piece of paper. Moreover, it was something this girl Zhao had risked her life to obtain. Thinking of this, Qinlei laid down the challenge, waiting to see if Zhang Tai was willing to help. Do it. Let's fucking kill those bastards. Zhang Tai, filled with righteous indignation, even took off his tank top and threw it on the ground to show his determination. Instantly, his beer belly and those 2 mounds fuller than a woman's bounced into view. For now, Qinlei was right. It seemed nothing could be found from the coffin shop. After all, these people acted decisively. Even if investigated, it was just a coffin seller. While sending someone to check if there were any disturbed plots of land on Crown Prince Mountain, he also had Zhang Tai try to see if he could infiltrate them. Zhang Tai was half a rogue to begin with, drinking, eating, whoring, gambling, smoking, he was good at it all. Just one look at his face told you he was no good. When drunk, if someone mentioned his looks, he would just chuckle and say his mother had given birth to him carelessly, so he looked careless too. A little after 1 in the afternoon, Zhao made some food. Zhang Tai ate and then went out. Only then did Qinlei look at Ma Zhao, who was clearing the table, and speak earnestly. "You focus on your business peacefully. Leave the rest to me." Zhao paused her wiping, then suddenly looked up at Qinlei. A trace of imperceptible pain and longing flickered in his phoenix eyes. But Zhao didn't know what he longed for. She just nodded. "Probably the market will be in an uproar today. Anyway, I lost my phone, so I won't get any calls." What kind of logic was that? Losing her phone was a good thing? For peace and quiet? Qinlei really had no way to deal with this little firecracker. He just really wanted to tie her to his belt, so she wouldn't suddenly disappear like this again. Just thinking about it now made him shudder with fear. Zhao took the bowls to the kitchen. Soon, the sound of scooping water was heard, followed by steady, rhythmic footsteps quickly crossing the threshold. Qinlei glanced over, immediately stood at attention, and saluted, "Captain Xiao." Xiao Zhendong didn't speak. He just looked at Qinlei's face and said in a low voice, "Go to the hospital and get your wound cleaned again." Qinlei turned and left the courtyard. He looked back once, then walked away with firm steps. "Brother Lei, who are you talking to?" Zhao scooped another ladle of water into the yellow basin, rinsed the bowls and chopsticks, put them in the chopstick holder, then washed the cloth and covered the bowls with it before stacking them in the cupboard. Finally, she wiped her hands on her apron. Just as she was about to untie the apron, a pair of large hands locked her, shoulders and all, tightly into an embrace. Zhao was slightly stunned. She tilted her cheek slightly, and her heartbeat skipped several beats. "Brother Zhendong." Xiao Zhendong loosened his powerful arms slightly, allowing the girl in his embrace to turn her face towards him. He looked down at this girl he hadn't seen for months, who had grown even thinner. Her face wasn't even as big as his palm. "How did you get involved with people from the underworld?" Xiao Zhendong's face was sharp as if carved by a knife, cold as an ice sculpture, exuding a heavy seriousness. His eyes were as cold as a frozen lake. His deep voice carried a tone of interrogation and worry. Zhao had initially felt a warmth in her heart upon his sudden return after so long. She hadn't expected him to ask about this. "Aren't you just delivering vegetables?" Seeing her silent, Xiao Zhendong couldn't help but frown. Zhao, acting a bit stubborn, told him the whole story, including how she got into trouble and how her father was scared into madness. Her father still hadn't been found, and her business was delayed. As she spoke, a mist gathered in Zhao's eyes, glistening tears swirling in her large eyes. Xiao Zhendong's heart sank. He pulled Ma Zhaodi into his embrace. Zhaodi, I will do everything I can to find your father. As for those people, don't worry, I will handle them completely. But you have to promise me something. Xiao Zhendong had never imagined how cruel it was for such a frail figure to stand at the forefront, bearing all the pressure alone. With that, Xiao Zhendong released Zhaodi's shoulders, placed both hands on her thin shoulders, and looked down at her seriously. After this matter is settled, come back to the army with me. That way, he could take care of her. Zhaodi's heart trembled. In the past, she would have thought Brother Zhendong was showing his affection, not wanting her to suffer. But so much had happened. Her father was missing. If he could be found, she still had to take care of the family, earn money to support her father and brother. How could she go to the army to live comfortably at a time like this? Wouldn't it be too selfish of her to just leave? Xiao Zhendong didn't understand a girl's heart, but he was skilled at reading expressions. He immediately saw Zhaodi's hesitation, no, her resistance. He released her shoulders and said calmly, "You'll have to live on the army base anyway after you marry me." Zhaodi's moist eyes stared intently at Xiao Zhendong. "I'm very tired right now. If I also have to think about how your Xiao family views me, I'll be even more exhausted. All I want now is to quickly find my dad and get those bad guys thrown in jail." Xiao Zhendong's dark, sword-like eyebrows were almost furrowed into the shape of butterfly wings, looking like they were about to stand on end. Hadn't he told the girl before to learn to trust him? Since he had promised, he would definitely do it. Why was she still worrying about these things? For some reason, even though it had only been a few months, she seemed like a different person. No, he had felt she had changed since he came back on leave last year. The frail little girl who used to follow him around all day was gone, replaced by a strong and bold girl. She had changed from the moment she went with him to the army and caught a snake barehanded. The girl who used to jump in fright at the sight of a caterpillar, calling his name as she ran home. A toad could scare her into running 10 miles without looking back. Now he, Xiao Zhendong, hardly recognized this girl. Was she still the same brat who used to follow him around, clamoring for him to take her to steal bird nests? It seemed not. Of course, if Xiao Zhendong knew her changes didn't stop there, like knowing martial arts throws, would he go crazy? "Zhaodi, you've changed, you know." His voice was low and hoarse. He didn't know what to say to this girl he had wanted to hold in his arms for a lifetime from the very beginning. Zhaodi suddenly looked up, let out a long sigh, and actually saw unfamiliarity and distance in Xiao Zhendong's eyes. This wasn't the first time. During the period after Xiao's mother passed away, his eyes held the same look. "I haven't changed. You have changed." "I said I haven't. It's you, Xiao Zhendong, who has changed." Zhaodi didn't know why. When everything was fine just moments ago, she now felt a bellyful of suppressed grievances. Chapter 193. Who has changed? Was he, Xiao Zhendong, the one who had changed? Would he ever change? From childhood until now, there had only been her in his heart. He had never changed. At that moment, Xiao Zhendong's eyes held an incredulous gaze as he stared intently at Ma Zhaodi. On the way home, Xiao Zhendong's brow remained furrowed, never relaxing. He couldn't shake the feeling that this girl had changed. Could it be, as the rumors had it, that she had fallen for someone else? At the thought, all the beautiful memories of growing up with her, like a mirror, began to crack in his heart, forming countless fine, hairline fissures. To report on the situation, Qinlei went to the Xiao family that evening. After discussing the official matters, Xiao Zhendong tossed a cigarette to Qinlei. The two stood at the doorway, watching the rural fields fade into the sunset. "Has Zhaodi been in contact with any particular male recently?" Xiao Zhendong had hesitated for a long time before asking. He had always been someone who internalized everything, never expecting others to understand him. To him, even if others did understand, it was still his own burden to bear. But Ma Zhaodi was different. Xiao Zhendong was 6 years older than her, and it was no exaggeration to say he had watched her grow up. To put it bluntly, he had liked that girl since they were kids. Thinking back to when he was 10, still unaware of the differences between boys and girls, he had even helped the little girl change her wet pants. From the moment she learned to walk, she had always trailed after him, following him around like a shadow. To outsiders, wouldn't it be natural for the Xiao and Ma families to form a close bond? He was always taking the little girl everywhere, and if she suffered even the slightest grievance, Xiao Zhendong would defend her fiercely, as if shielding her from a scorpion sting. Looking back, everything felt like a lifetime ago. Time waits for no one, slipping through one's fingers like the wind. But for Xiao Zhendong, who was particularly sentimental, Ma Zhaodi would always be an exception in his heart, no matter what. As for asking this question, even he felt it was pointless. He believed there was no one else in that girl's heart, yet he couldn't find an answer. Why had she changed so much? She hasn't been close to anyone. That was Qinlei's honest thought. If she truly saw him as a good buddy, or at least as an older brother, shouldn't she have told him about everything that happened, given that he was her big brother? Xiao Zhendong felt a little more at ease, but he eyed Qinlei with interest as he responded. She's very isolated. Take this incident, for example, she didn't tell me at all. And I'm supposed to be her older brother. Qinlei shook his head helplessly, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and took a deep drag before speaking. Xiao Zhendong understood perfectly. The first time he took her to the military camp, she had sneaked off alone to catch a snake. When he heard about it, Xiao Zhendong refused to believe it. But at the scene, everything was laid out before him. That delicate, timid girl was standing face to face with a venomous snake. Even now, the memory sent a chill down his spine. Xiao team leader, since you're back now, do you have any plans for this situation? Yes, on the way here. Based on your report, I've already come up with a preliminary plan. With that, Xiao Zhendong slipped into another state of total focus. With the situation as tense as it is, throwing money at the problem probably won't work, right? Qinlei said with concern. These people, they're in this line of work. They'll risk their lives for money. Qinlei chuckled. The two lit another cigarette each, and Qinlei brought up Xiao Zhendong's previous mission in Vietnam. I heard you saved a lot of people. All the illegal immigrants were sent back. Sent back? Aren't you worried there might be traitors among them? Qinlei joked. You rascal, has your brain rusted from half a year without a mission? If it weren't for the distance, I'd request to have you transferred back. No need, I'm quite comfortable here. Qinlei replied without a second thought. Before, he had indeed felt stifled being assigned to this godforsaken place, Taizhi County, where there was no use for his skills. Looking back, it had been half a year since he'd even touched a weapon. But now, that little firecracker had already ignited something in his mind. Even if he could only watch over her and protect her from the shadows, Qinlei felt content. Today, Jiaodi had gone to deliver vegetables in the afternoon and didn't return until 6 or 7 in the evening. Ma Baozhu was already complaining. Sis, I'm starving, my guts are empty. Why are you back so late? Where's Dad? Ma Baozhu had already obediently finished his homework and was waiting for his sister to return. It'll be ready soon. We're having scallion pancakes dipped in garlic paste tonight, with plenty of sesame oil. Jiaodi avoided the topic of their father and hurried into the kitchen to knead the dough. Before long, Jiaodi had made 2 scallion pancakes as large as pot lids. She mashed the garlic in a mortar, added vinegar and soy sauce, then drizzled in 2 generous circles of sesame oil and a pinch of salt. Instantly, the aroma of sesame oil filled the air. But Ma Baozhu seemed less than pleased, muttering, scallion pancakes again? Can't we have some stir-fried vegetables? As he spoke, he took a big bite of the scallion pancake, his expression and the way he chewed making it seem as if he hated the pancake in his hand. If you don't want it, don't eat it. Jiaodi snatched the pancake from Baozhu's hand and threw it back into the basket, as if to say, if you don't like it, get lost. Fine. I won't eat it. Ma Baozhu really didn't eat it. He went back to his room and shut the door. Jiaodi was taken aback. Was this kid trying to defy her? He wasn't usually like this. Was this bad habit something he'd inherited from his stepmother, ingrained in his very bones and impossible to change? Ma Jiaodi lost her appetite too. She walked to his door and was about to knock when she heard a crunching sound from inside, like someone eating chips right next to a microphone. Ma Jiaodi pushed the door open and found Ma Baohu munching on a pile of snacks. The bed and the desk were covered with them. Half the bed was piled with rice candy alone. Where did you get the money for this? None of your business. I have everything I want now. If you won't make stir-fried vegetables, I won't eat. Jiaodi felt that recently, with everything she'd been busy with and their father missing, she hadn't paid much attention to Baozhu. He had gone back to his old ways. Where exactly did you get the money to buy all these snacks? Jiaodi asked again, her gaze firm. If he didn't tell the truth, she was determined to teach him a lesson. I don't just have snacks, look at all this. Ma Baozhu boasted as if showing off his treasures, pulling a cardboard box out from under his desk. Inside were transformers, wind-up racing cars of all kinds, and more. Based on Jiaodi's memories from her past life, these battery-operated racing cars cost over 10 yuan each, and right before her eyes, Ma Baozhu pulled out 7 or 8 of them. Then came the clothes. What were these snacks compared to his little racing cars? Or his transformers? Where did you get the money? Without thinking, Jiaodi slapped him. Their father had worked tirelessly to raise a younger brother who wasn't even related by blood, treating him as his own. A large part of Ma Jiaodi's hard work and struggles was for his future. Whoosh! A faint sound followed as Jiaodi's slap was deftly intercepted by Ma Baozhu, who gripped her wrist with a clever grappling move. I'm really strong now, sis. If you try to hit me again, I'll fight back.